This audiobook contains 0 censored sentences and 33 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. His aura was raised even more that the entire continent of Europe began to shake. "Compress!" screamed Valley. He wanted to stop this attack. The people he wanted to protect were near this battlefield, and he didn't want them to be hit by this attack. Even if he knew at the back of his mind that they would be safe because of Eren, he didn't want to risk it. Compression divider. The magic attacks that darted towards Valley quickly started to compress over and over again. They became smaller and smaller until they all vanished from existence. All the forbidden techniques and magic that rained upon Valley were all gone. Valley had destroyed them all. Once Azidaka saw what had happened, he felt a chill. He felt happy when he saw his attack be destroyed by the young Lucifer. Valley himself was forced out of his Imperio Juggernaut overdrive because he had exhausted himself. Valley was back in his regular balance breaker armor. Even after training for around 200 years, he had run out of demonic power and stamina. He hadn't expected Azidaka to be this strong. He is definitely on the level of Ophis and Great Red. Previously, before they were strengthened by Jean, said Albion. "Since it's come to this, ITLL be fine if you use Albion's true power. I really want to see the true power of yours that cause you to be revered as the Poison Dragon Emperor, you know, Albion?" "No, Guiver. Albion Gwyber. Gwyber is Gwyber." Azidaka had existed since ancient times. It was no wonder he knew of Albion's true name. He also knew of the White Dragon's history. Albion did have the name of Gwyber in the past. In the Welsh language, it means poisonous snake. Although Albion and his rival Draig had never mentioned it before, the White Dragon Emperor, the White Dragon, was a dragon that used poison. Despite possessing a beautiful, pure white body, he had a hideous poison that even gods were afraid of. It was something within Albion's body that he hated and cursed at for many years. "That name and power have already been sealed," said Albion. "But precisely because you had that power, the gods of various factions feared and avoided you, right? Your graceful, pure white body had a highly toxic poison that even gods feared. I like that, you know? It's a power that I envy. Poison me. Pour that poison into me." While Azidaka was trying to provoke Albion, the latter was in a complex state of mind that even Vala noticed. Albion had denied himself that power, as someone who had used toxic poison so much so that he hated speaking about it. Not even Valley was allowed to bring the topic up. Vala believed that even if he didn't have that power, the White Dragon Emperor's power was enough, which is why he had never mentioned it. But even though he hated his grandfather, he still proudly carried the name of Lucifer, and at the same time, Valley also felt that Albion's own values and ideas had begun to change while they spent time together. Another reason for this was the current Red Dragon Emperor, otherwise known as the Dual Dragon Emperor. The man known as Gene Skyward was beyond common sense in their world, and he had great influence on Albion and other people in their world. However, Albion had begun speaking to Eren's Albion and Draig, as both Vala and Eren were close themselves. In that regard, Vala's Albion began to change his worldviews because of the other 2 heavenly dragons. The things he heard them say were strange, yet he resonated with them in some way. When Azidaka saw Vala's expression, he said, "I've always felt that you and the Dual Dragon Emperor resembled each other in some way. You know? If I had to state the reason, it would be that both of you have the intention of wanting to protect something. Moreover, it isn't about wanting to protect your own pride, those eyes of yours. They're there because you want to protect someone special to you." "Is it a woman?" asked Azidaka. Valley stared at the evil dragon before a smirk appeared on his face. "You're correct in your assumption, Azidaka. It is a woman. However, she's not a lover or someone I'm interested in starting a romantic relationship with," said Valley. However, 2 people flashed in his mind, but he shook those off. "She's just someone who had taken care of me in the past. I'm not like Aniki. I'm not like Gene Skyward. I can't possibly protect that many people. I don't have the power nor the desire to, and until recently I never thought about it in that kind of way. When Valley came to this place to fight, his mother and her new family kept on flashing in his mind. It was a very happy family, consisting of a mother, sister, and brother. If this world's destruction were to continue, it would surely reach them. Valley could not allow such a thing to happen. It's the one thing he wouldn't allow to happen, even if it cost him his life. However, there's a small human family that has people that I want to protect. Do you look down on me because of it? Or do you think of me as some kind of ordinary weakling? Recently, I started thinking that having such thoughts wasn't a terrible idea. Maybe Aniki influenced me a bit. Azidaka made a wry smile. It wasn't a smile of ridicule. He joyfully accepted what Valley had said. Kukuku. I have fought against people like you who believe in their minds that they are the last line of defense for those precious people in their hearts and minds. Without exceptions, all of them were formidable opponents. So I do not feel any trace of contempt for you at all. In fact, I think you're someone even stronger than they were. In the next instant, Azidaka created a magic circle around them. The surrounding landscape was completely rewritten. Valley got into a stance, but he immediately realized that this wasn't an offensive-type magic. As the surrounding scenery continued to distort and change, Valley was then absorbed into it. Vala Lucifer had entered an illusionary world that Azidaka created. Vala Lucifer woke up and realized that he was in a strange room. He sat up and found that he hadn't been in this room before. He looked beneath him and saw that he was also sleeping on a bed. Suddenly, he felt his body become heavier, like as if someone had jumped on top of him and sat on his stomach. He looked towards that place and saw the boy as sitting on top of him. It was a boy that looked very similar to him. When the young boy saw that Valley was awake, he looked at him with a big smile. "Big brother is awake," the young boy shouted. The little boy was quite cheerful, and after he shouted that, the door to this room opened and a girl entered it. She also looked like himself. The girl then scolded the boy. "Geez, you can't just forcefully wake up Big Brother like that." Valley himself was still quite confused about the situation he is in, but the boy suddenly pulled on his arm. "Big bro, it's time to eat. You can't stay in bed all day," he said happily. Still confused, Valley instinctively nodded. The little boy got off him and stood on the floor and began walking away. Valley, still confused, followed the two out of the room. Their destination seemed to be the living room. The sound of running water could be heard in the kitchen. Someone in the kitchen then noticed Valley and came out to the living room. Upon seeing that person, a cold sweat enveloped his body and he became nervous, and he noticed his breathing had stopped. "Ada, Valley, you woke up? You were up all night preparing for your exam. You know, university students really have it tough," said the woman with a gentle smile. His mother stood in front of him, and both of his siblings stood beside her as they grabbed onto her hands. So that's how it is. I understand now, thought Valley. He finally understood the true identity of these two young children. They were his younger brother and younger sister. However, at the same time, he realized that this was all an illusion created by Azidaka. But when he looked at his mother's face, he felt an excruciating pain in his heart. Whether it was talking to his mother or realizing that this was all just an illusion, it made him feel distraught. "I'll go prepare the food," she said, and then returned to the kitchen to prepare their breakfast. Vala sat down at the table on his seat, and like two typical kids, his brother and sister sat on each side of him. His mother brought over the food and placed it on top of the dining table. It was a very ordinary home-cooked meal. Bread and soup, potato wedges, a salad, all of these were all items that Vala had seen before on TV. "Thank for the food," everyone said except Valley. All three of them began to eat their breakfast, but all of them became confused after seeing that Valley still looked confused. "Big bro, are you not eating?" his little brother asked. His mother tilted her head and asked, "Era, could it be that you don't have an appetite?" "And no, I'm fine thanks for the food," Valley said nervously. Valley then picked up the spoon to eat the soup and began to feel emotional. "It's so warm and delicious," he thought while he ate. He then heard the voice of the evil dragon. "This is the false world that I created. This magic barrier will create a world based on the deepest desires of your heart. The scene in front of you right now is the world that you truly desire." That voice echoed in his mind. This was just an illusionary world, and moreover, this was the kind of world that he wanted. He then heard Azzy-Daka continue. I see. You who is known as the strongest white dragon emperor in history. What you really wanted in life was an extremely ordinary and common family. Vala didn't reply to that, no. More like he couldn't rebut it since this was based on his deepest desires. In the inner depths of my mind and heart, what I really wanted was to have an ordinary family, an ordinary life. Once they were finished having breakfast, his brother pulled on his hand. Big bro, let's go play football, soccer. However, at the same time, his sister also grabbed his hand. No, you can't. Big brother is going to help me study today. Valley felt conflicted. Play with me. Study with me. Seeing the scene play out, his mother laughed at them. Come on, you two. If you don't stop pulling on your brother's arms, they'll come off, you know? His own siblings were competing for his attention, while his mother just laughed at them as she watched them. In the end, Valley helped his sister study first, and then went to play football with his little brother while both his sister and mother watched them. His sister wanted to study history, and after that, he played soccer with his brother until evening fell. Following that, the three siblings washed the dishes together with their mother. When he saw the figure of his mother and younger brother chatting away happily with each other in front of him, Valley hadn't noticed that he had started to smile at some point. Suddenly, Azzy-Daka spoke again. If you want to continue living in this world, then it's possible, you know? This barrier, this magic was made for this purpose. When the world they strongly sought after was placed in front of them, dozens, hundreds, and even thousands of strong warriors fell like this. I see. I didn't think Azzy-Daka had such magic like this. It was almost like Dulio's technique, the bubbles of hope, thought Valley. During their own battle against Azzy-Daka, when they were brought into this world, hardened warrior and heroes would see something precious to them. It was understandable that some people's willpower would crumble to this. To be able to live in an ideal world with your loved ones who may have already passed away. Valley had spent a night in this world. At night, he shared a bed with his brother and sister on one bed. It was the first time since he was born that he slept together with his family. It was so tranquil that he felt moved by it. The next day, he got up early and they ate breakfast together again. The family of four ate breakfast as they conversed with each other. His loneliness was buried by all of this. After breakfast, the family of four sat together and played board games with each other. While his brother and sister argued, his mother happily laughed at them. It was such a gentle and peaceful world. There was no fighting. It was just time spent happily together with his family members. Time flowed by gently, and from the depths of his heart, a smile emerged on Vala's face. However, he suddenly stood up, surprising all of them. Big bro, what's wrong? Asked his little brother. Big brother, are you feeling sick? Do you want to lie down? Asked his little sister. His precious siblings looked up at him with worry. At some point, Valley could no longer hold back the emotions swelling up inside of him, and he began to cry. So this kind of happiness does exist, this kind of ordinary happiness obtained from an ordinary life and family. This was the first time he had ever received such loving warmth. But regardless of whether it was real or not, Valley was able to realize that this was all an illusion. It was a false and a never-ending power. The time that had taken place in this world was only a matter of a few seconds in reality. If I could live days like these, I would be so fortunate. If I could live days like these, I wonder how happy I would be. While shedding tears, Valley knelt down and tightly hugged his younger brother and sister. He choked up. He didn't even know their names. He couldn't even call out to them. Because of that, he knew it was a false world. He hadn't even met them face to face yet. He had no idea of their names, their real personalities. So that was one of the reasons on why Vala could tell this was all fake, all an illusion. Vala looked at them and said as gently as possible, "Your big brother has somewhere he has to go. He can't be with you. I'm really sorry for not being able to play together with you anymore. I'm sorry. A dream is fine, an illusion is fine. Even so, we met each other. We touched each other. This was the first time since I was born that I was able to spend some time with an ordinary family, even if this is all a dream or an illusion. To be able to meet you again and even speak to you is truly wonderful. With this simple opportunity, no matter how much time passes, I can keep on fighting for myself and for all of you," he told them. Once again, Valley hugged them tightly in order to be able to remember this warmth forever. I'm really sorry that I can't call you by your names, but I need to leave now so that I can protect all of you. Valley then faced his mother. He wanted to tell his saddened mother so many things, even if she was just an illusion. He wanted to speak with her one last time, to be able to spend more time with her mom. We probably won't be able to see each other ever again. We probably won't be able to speak with each other again, but I will still protect you from afar and watch over my brother and sister, he told her through tears. Valen knew that if he hugged his mother right now, he definitely wouldn't be able to return to reality. So he couldn't touch her, and it pained him. Valley then showed his mother the happiest smile he could muster up at that moment. So thank you. You were able to talk to me one more time. Even if you were just an illusion, this was enough for me. I will definitely protect you, all of you. He turned around and walked towards the door. Once he was there, he grabbed the doorknob and turned it. Goodbye. I'm heading out. After opening the door, waiting in front of him as the figure of his father. It wasn't the father who had abused it, nor was it the father of his brother and sister. It was probably the father that Valley truly desired, and that was reflected by the magic that Azidaka used. He looked at him closely, and he couldn't deny it, that this was the person he deeply regarded as his father. Are you going? His father asked. He nodded. Yes, I need to leave, Azazel. I always thought that meeting you in reality was one of the best things that happened to me. Because of that, I realized that in Lucifer. As he began to return to reality, various people flashed in his mind. The people he had met after he was taken to Grigori. The Slash Dog team, the various fallen angels. His own team, and finally, that one man that changed everything. In reality, Valley already found a new family. Even if it wasn't ordinary, they were still a family to him. Vakuin, you should eat your vegetables. Jean was the one who cooked them, so they're super tasty. The voice of Lavinia rang in his head. A sister, yes. You were like a sister to me, and you still are. You had that gentle smile my mother had. I should thank you in the future, Yolusa Drago. Still trying to get stronger, huh? Do you want me to stretch your mouth again? Cookie's voice echoed in his head. An annoying family man and delinquent pick one, you idiot, Valley. I made that dish you liked. Have a try. If you don't, Jin will just eat it or Shigian, you decide. The voice of Tobio also echoed in his head. Your cooking only improved over time, but you were so distraught when SAE slipped into that coma v Valakun. Do you want to play with Jin? He's really fluffy too. I think you'd like him. Sa's voice also echoed in his head. I wasn't really fond of dogs after being beaten by Tobio a few times. But Jin isn't a bad boy, Oi Valley. Don't just barge into our rooms because you feel like it, you cheeky brat. Natsum's voice screamed in his head. I was looking for Azazel and Lavinia, you stupid woman. Did you want to eat some? There's still a lot left. Valisan Shigian's voice echoed in his head. She had always been a glutton. You eat too much. Is your stomach a bottomless pit? I feel bad for Tobio and Aniki at times. He even has Kuroka to deal with. Various more voices started to echo in his head. People he met in the 5 principal clans, the various yukais, devils, fallen angels, and other species. Finally, yo, Valley, I made some food with Grafia and Reiko, so I brought some down here. It's late at night, you know. You're still training? What a dedicated little brother I have. The stupid voice of Jean echoed in his mind. You've meddled in my life since the second you showed up in this world. You dated my older sister, made the females in the Slash Dog team fall for you, and took 2 members of my team as well. You were also secretly the Red Dragon Emperor, my fated rival. We should be at each other's throats, trying to kill each other. Yet, why should we fight? Let's just get along, you know, love and peace and all that shit. Also, Rennie would kill me if I hurt you or kill you. So let's protect them. Let's protect your mother and your siblings. Even if you don't want to protect anyone else after that, leave them to me. They'll protect you, them, and everyone else, so rely on me from time to time. You meddlesome piece of damn you, if you keep acting like this. I'll seriously see you as my older brother, damn it. The next time I see you, I'll definitely punch you and tell you to act more like an older brother. Vala Lucifer had to return to the land of the living, to the world where his comrades, his rival, his brother, and his new family were in. Because life was precious, he wanted to see all of them again. The false world had collapsed, and what appeared in front of his eyes again was the scenery of the snow-covered mountains and endless field. Azidaka also floated in front of Valley. "That was a pleasant dream, right?" asked Azidaka. Vala smiled and replied, "Yeah, it was the best dream I ever had." Azidaka's attitude immediately changed. The expression on his face became serious. He then expressed his respect towards Valley. "White Dragon Emperor Valley, you were actually able to get away from my magic and techniques. Therefore, I will apologize for putting you into that lowly technique of mine, and because of that I recognize you as my greatest and most worthy opponent." Upon noticing Azidaka's change in attitude, Vala became excited. Gone was the previous playfulness that Azidaka had. The one in front of him was now a hardened and serious warrior. Azidaka knew that this powerful illusionary world was capable of sucking out a warrior's willpower and also fascinating them with what they saw. The ones that could return to reality were truly the best of the best, and the only ones he would fight seriously. "I feel the same way, Azidaka, but I'm also grateful to you since I could talk to those people at least once. Even before that, our match was already quite intense, so let's put our pride on the line then. He'll defeat you right here, right now, and he'll definitely protect that family," declared Valley. Valley felt happy from the bottom of his heart. The previous uncertainties he had vanished. He felt at peace. His mind was also clear. "I need to protect them." Swearing upon that, Valley began to feel excitement, both physically and mentally, as he had noticed the dramatic change in his heart. "Is this the source of your power, Aniki? Protecting people? Protecting them? He'll admit it's an exciting feeling. Valley within that illusionary world. I gained even more insight into your consciousness. So I think I will also pick up that name, the one I once discarded," said Albion. Albion had also accepted himself. All the gems in his armor began to release a gentle warmth and a bright glow that had never manifested before. While being submerged in this light, it also caused Valley to remember the warmth that he received in that illusionary world. At the same time, he heard a voice echo in his head. "Lee, Valley, can you hear me?" It was Ophis' voice. Valley hadn't expected to hear her. Ophis was currently with Kunu as they fought together at one of the coasts of Japan. "Aaron and I sang it together before. You heard it, right? So now it's Val's turn. Aaron is going to give you some power so sing together with me." "That chant, huh? Ha, if it's from you too, it will surely be amazing," he replied. "It's different from the time when Aaron combined our powers. Vala made peace with himself, which brought out new power, and Albion had also accepted himself, so this is just our encouragement. All we need to do is lend a hand." Valley felt reassured that his older brother and the dragon god of infinity would extend their hands to him right now to help him. "Also, thank you for talking to me, Valley." Ophis was the previous leader of the Cows Brigade, but regardless of whether it was Shalba or Chow Chow, they only ever used her for her powers. The only thing she felt in that place was loneliness. "If you're satisfied with me, then I can speak with you at any time." Those are the words that Valley told Ophis. That hasn't changed even now, as they occasionally speak to one another when they come across each other. "Friends, so this is what they call friends, huh? Aniki?" asked Valley. "I will also sing it together with you, Valley," Ophis added Albion. This was going to be a new chant between these friends and partners. A dragon god, a heavenly dragon, a Lucifer, and as Vala began to chant, he felt a reassuring hand on his shoulder, and he couldn't help but smirk. "The pure white dragon dwelling within me. Rise up from your supremacy." The silver armor that exceeded supremacy gradually began to form jet black patterns on it. "The silvery white morning star I possess within me." Claimed the throne of dawn in response to Albion's line. The wings of light on his back became infused with black. Following that, multiple pairs of new wings extended out of his back. The jet black god of infinity, the mysterious and unfathomable father of devils, 12 jet black wings grew out of Alice's back. All of the edges of his armor sharpened and became something with an organic form. Valis and Albion's voices then overlapped with each other. "We shall transcend the limits to accept the oath." The crest of Lucifer appeared on all of the gems in his armor. and they unleashed a dazzling brilliance of light. The final stanza was chanted by Valley, Albion, Ophis, and thou shalt kneel down before our bright and glorious existence. LL Lucifer, go kick his ass, Valley, a voice echoed in his head. Valley felt even more excitement when an invisible hand on his shoulder lifted. Dragon Lucifer Drive. Once his new transformation ended, his entire armor emitted a dazzling radiance, and his aura increased even further. After his aura finished increasing, what appeared in front of Azidaka was a brand new white dragon emperor with 12 jet black wings. The armor was composed of silver white and jet black tones, and parts of it resembled the flesh of the vanishing dragon. With its dense silver and black aura, the waves of aura from the white dragon emperor and Lucifer radiated out from his entire body. The power of the white dragon emperor, Albion Gwyber, and the power of the Satan Lucifer. This is the form that we have awakened by combining our powers as one. Azidaka. With this, I'll defeat you, shouted Valley. Azidaka became even more ecstatic upon seeing Val's transformation. It's just like the reports, the armor that killed Rizavim and the one that defeated Indra. If the outer god underwent dragon and outer deification, then this is the white dragon emperor's satanification. Azidaka shouted in excitement. If Aaron's boosted gear transformation was called dragonification, and his divine dividing was alterification, then Valis is his satanification. As he inherited the blood of the original Lucifer, and also possessed his own divine dividing, he combined both powers and awakened a new form while they both embedded their own oaths into the chant. With the help of Aaron, when Vala began to chant, his own feelings resonated with his older brothers to protect someone. You are truly strong, Vala Lucifer. This is the ultimate power I've been seeking to fight. That weakling Rizavim was just an impostor of the Satan Lucifer. You are the true Lucifer. I was right about that. The true successor of the true Satan is you, Valley. Hey, you got that right. I am a Lucifer. I can say that proudly now from the bottom of my heart. I am Valley Lucifer. Valley then spread open his 12 jet black wings as his armor released a silver-white luster. He stared Azidaka in the eyes and declared, I am Vala Lucifer, the inheritor of the Satan's blood, and Gene Skyward and Lavinia, Rennie's little brother. Bring it on. Upon hearing that, all three of Azidaka's heads let loose a deafening roar. In order to exalt himself to his strongest state, the legendary evil dragon brought out his 2 wings. Yes, that's it. Even if you share the same blood and name, when compared to that weakling Rizavim, I definitely like you more, Vala Lucifer. What a coincidence, me too. Compared to that shitty geezer, you're 100 times better. Both sides flew into the air at the same time. Valley with his new armor flapped his 12 wings of Lucifer, which caused all of the snow in the surrounding area to melt. Valley and Azidaka began to clash in the air. Valley thrust his hand forward and released a jolt of demonic energy. Azidaka activated a teleportation magic circle and evaded the attack. However, his new attack completely decimated the mountainside and beyond. The speed that Valley used was faster than Azidaka anticipated, which is why he opted to use his teleportation magic rather than evading it normally. Otherwise, he would have suffered damage that he couldn't heal easily. At the same time, after teleporting away a great distance from Valley, Azidaka was quite surprised at how easily he was destroying the surroundings. However, Valley could also do such things before his new form. He just didn't want to since there were still innocents around. Perhaps this was Aaron influencing him again. Amazing. You're amazing, Vala Lucifer. Such a casual attack destroyed so much. You're resembling the dual dragon emperor more and more. He's still emo, though, but he's also strong now. What outrageous power! Valley channeled his power into his wings of Lucifer. LLL. A robotic noise was once again heard from the gems of his armor. Then his 12 wings parted in the middle of his back, and from them came out the same wyvern-like objects that Aaron uses in his queen form. They were Valis' own dividing wyvern fairies, ones born from the white dragon emperor. However, They were originally from divine dividing, but due to Aaron upgrading his sacred gears, certain forms were unlocked and certain abilities could be used. Valley had watched Aaron use this ability from time to time. He had used both versions of his dividing wyvern fairies to combine with the various lovers he had. A total of 12 small-sized wyverns flew around him. They began to circle around Valley until he pointed his hand towards Azidaka. "Go!" he shouted. Heeding Valley's command, they moved in accordance with their master's intentions, and the wyverns darted towards Azidaka. The body of one of the wyverns changed into a cannon, and from it, it fired a powerful beam of demonic aura. The three heads of Azidaka each emitted a strange glow. Miniature magic circles expanded out from each of their eyes, and they completely blocked the attack that had been fired by the wyvern. Vala couldn't help but compare what he just did to Gasper Vlada's sacred gear. But he knew it was different. Perhaps the evil dragon managed to reproduce the same effect using his knowledge of magic and thousands of years of experience. Azidaka was able to use magic of various types. He was an evil dragon that was even capable of freely using space and time magic, and Vala couldn't help but respect that, although he saw many of his brother's lovers do the same over the 200 years. Despite this, Vala continued to allow his wyverns to keep attacking Azidaka with their cannons. Azidaka kept on dodging the attacks while in the air, but one of the wyverns suddenly appeared behind him and used Reflect to reflect the cannon attack back at the dragon. However, the evil dragon had already prepared defensive magic circles behind himself, and they stopped the attack, protecting him. Azidaka then spread his arms apart, and millions of magic circles appeared all over the sky again. It was a repeat of the scenario earlier, the one where Vala was forced to use up all of his demonic and stamina reserves. Cuckoo. How about this then? Can you survive this again, Val3? Azidaka further empowered them by combining various types together and unleashing them. Once some were combined, he summoned even more magic circles, replacing those ones, and kept on firing them. There's more to come. How about this too? Immediately after unleashing a full power blast, Azidaka vanished without a race through the use of his teleportation magic. When he reappeared, hundreds of clones appeared, then he multiplied it even more with illusion magic. Moreover, each of these clones looked exactly the same as the original, as they activated countless numbers of magic circles around them and fired even more magic attacks of different attributes towards Val. Vala was in awe at this. He wasn't sure which one was the real one, which ones were the clones, and which ones were made of illusions. But he could see that all those attacks were powerful. Some were ordinary magic, some were advanced, others were forbidden magic, and others he had no idea of. But Vala came to a single conclusion: it didn't matter which one was the real one. He would just need to blow them all away. Vala then increased his powers even more than he had ever done. As he did, his body exploded with a powerful aura. LLL. Vala put his right hand forward and grinned. Satan Compression Divider. What Vala released in front of him was the ultimate blast of demonic radiance. Silvery white and jet black streams of light were interwoven with each other, and all of the magic that Azidaka, his clones and illusions released, they were instantly compressed over and over again until they were all eliminated. Even all of Azidaka's clones had been blown away, leaving only the original behind. What? Who? That's too powerful. That's just plain cheating. After seeing the outcome of that, Azidaka was truly shocked. He was originally full of confidence in his full burst attack. The magic he had released would have wiped out this small country along with several others along with the alliance that fought in them and the innocents. He even made clones and then illusions of those clones. With that, his victory normally would have been assured. Yet this young man in front of him had completely destroyed it all. Vala Lucifer's attack had destroyed it all. It wasn't some special technique or a super powerful ability. It was simply light released by Vala. Just like their clan's trait, demonic brilliance of evil light. Perhaps it was the combined powers of Vala himself, the white dragon Albion, Ophis the dragon god, Aaron, and his powers, and finally the Lucifer's clan's trait. Azidaka was unsure. Vala didn't stop there as he kept attacking Azidaka. He gathered demonic energy into his right hand and aimed it towards Azidaka. Azidaka realized the danger of the attack that Vala was aiming at him, and he moved away from his current position, but the wyverns flew towards him and used an ability that he knew of. Half dimension, half dimension, half dimension. All the wyverns used the power of half dimension, which caused all matter in their immediate surroundings to be halved. Shit, even those small ones can use that. Azidaka shouted in annoyance, even though Azidaka had read the reports of Eren doing the same thing. Even though he also suspected Vala to be able to use the same thing. It slipped his mind due to all the excitement. Even though he was obstructed by the halving field for a moment, that was enough time for Vala to successfully attack Azidaka. He fired his attack at him, but the last second, Azidaka used his teleporting magic to avoid a direct hit. Vala's ball of demonic energy missed its target and collided with a tall mountain in the distance. With a loud boom, the enormous mountain was instantly decimated along with its surroundings. Luckily, there were no humans within that mountain's vicinity. Vala turned his gaze towards Azidaka, who had managed to increase the distance between them. However, one of Azidaka's heads, his left head, had been blown away, and he had also lost his left wing. Azidaka hadn't completely evaded the attack that was aimed at him by Vala. Vala smirked, and while floating in the sky, he again spread open all his wings and released a silvery white and jet black light. Azidaka couldn't help but stare at it. Dawn of the Morning Star, he muttered as he gazed at Vala's brilliance. At the same time, he saw Eren's figure overlap with Vala's, and he smirked. Dawn of the Morning Star. That was the name that embodied Lucifer. When Azidaka saw the current Vala, he clearly addressed him as such. Azidaka's own power was on par with the dragon gods, and he also thought the same of Vala Lucifer. It takes another dragon god class being to fight another. Anything below wouldn't suffice. Azidaka had obtained this strength through other means. While he didn't care how he got it, it made him ecstatic about being able to fight strong and worthy opponents. Meanwhile, Vala attained this through the help of Eren and his own hard work. He had worked even harder than anyone else in those 200 years. He wanted to attain strength that could protect that small family and also prove to himself that he could do it. Vala knew he could never catch up to Eren, but he wanted to be acknowledged by him too. That's why in the future, when they have their fateful battle, he only wanted one thing out of it. Whether he won or lost their fateful duel was now irrelevant to him. He simply wanted his older brother to acknowledge his strength in a genuine way. Suddenly, something out of place flew towards this battlefield. They were various super devils, vampires, mass-produced evil dragons, and the fake red dragon emperor scale males. Upon seeing this, Azidaka became even more irritated. As he was about to shout at them, the various enemies suddenly and instantly frozen. A massive wall of ice had hit them and froze them. Then the large mountain of ice shattered, killing all those enemies. Both Vala and Azidaka stared at the scene for a moment before Vala chuckled. It seems my older sister is giving us our privacy, Azidaka. Indeed, she did. Whoever wins this battle, we must give her our thanks, said the evil dragon. Even though he was a wicked dragon, he had an honorable side. However, it seemed that even more appeared, and it further annoyed Azidaka. But Vala put his hand forward, and various wyverns flew towards the massive enemies. Those same wyverns then began to let out dangerous auras around them as they covered those enemies. Venom. A dreadful sound rang out. Appearing around the wyverns were a dense curse that was clearly visible. Shortly afterward, the mass-produced evil dragons and various enemies began to writhe in pain. They then spurted out blood from their mouths and bodies as they fell to the ground. They are experiencing pain? Oh, so you wanted to see? It's Albion Gwyber's poison. It's called Reduce, said Vala. Albion's abilities were to have any object and have that portion absorbed as his own power, as well as being able to reflect his opponent's power. In addition to this, there is also Reduce. Albion then said, my poison is able to reduce all existences aside from inorganic objects. As long as it's a living being, its blood, bones, organs, and soul can be cut down bit by bit. So anything, even gods, can have everything, including their bodies and soul, reduced. After the enemies were tainted by the poison that the wyverns released, everything within their bodies began to be reduced. As a result, they received fatal injuries, and they were killed. This was the poison that even God-class beings feared. The single existence that this poison was ineffective against was the Red Dragon and Welsh Dragon, Red Dragon Emperor Gosh. Because it was once believed that he was invincible and poisonous, he was always alone. Because no one wanted to get close to him, no one was his rival or friend. More accurately, even without the use of his poison, Albion was an overwhelmingly powerful being, and there were very few who would stand on equal ground against him. However, it all changed when he met Drake. There was actually another powerful dragon, and he could become stronger with him. Both of them wanted to become brave and fearless. From that day onward, they wanted to become powerful dragons without relying on those kinds of powers. He also found out that Great Red and Ophis were immune to his poison too. However, aside from those dragons, it was still effective even against gods, and Albion knew that with certainty. Even so, Albion pursued other abilities, and eventually he gained his divide and reflect abilities. He had successfully developed other abilities that weren't his reduce if he had not encountered Drake. Albion would have been a dragon who mainly used reduce and nothing else. Because those two met, they both improved and changed themselves, and went up another level of power. Hence why these two dragons eventually became renowned as the two heavenly dragons feared by various factions and gods. "Are you going to use it on me?" asked Azidaka. "I've already told you before. This is a power that I had already discarded. Drake and I rely on our claws, fangs, ambition, and auras. We rely on our pure power to fight and enhance each other. I'm known as one of the heavenly dragons, so I don't need to use poisons." Valley also laughed. "That's right. We believe that our current power is enough. Or is this something that you're not satisfied with?" Azidaka. In response to Val's defiant question, Azidaka laughed loudly. He shook his head, and their battle started once again. They began slamming against each other's bodies and fired multiple attacks against each other. Each time their powers clashed, a part of their surroundings were blown apart. The mountains that once covered this part of Europe were all but long gone. Each powerful magic attack that Azidaka launched was destroyed or halved by Valley. Likewise, any attack Valley used was defended against by Azidaka, or he simply avoided it. Neither side let up, and they kept on clashing in the air. Their surroundings only got worse as time went on. Vala sent out a barrage of punches covered in powerful demonic energy. Azidaka did his best to dodge them all, but many of the punches landed on his abdomen, causing Azidaka to cough out blood. Yet Azidaka's fight didn't decrease at all. As a counterattack, he kicked Valley and knocked him back a fair distance. Half Dimension. Valley had used Half Dimension, and so did his wyverns who had come back. Azidaka was trapped in a field that was constantly being halved. The power was so overwhelming that he was forced to the ground, and he knelt at how powerful it was. However, Azidaka activated a magic circle beneath him. He had started to attack Valley with his own elemental magic attacks, but they proved to be useless as the constant use of Half Dimension rendered them useless. Azidaka then used healing magic to heal his body and heads. Healing magic was quite rare. Only a limited number of people could use them. It was considered to be the highest class of magic. Magic that was used to regenerate lost limbs or heal critical wounds came at a cost. It could be lifespan or something else, but to Azidaka right now, lifespan was meaningless. Seeing this, Vala kept on using his powers to attack Azidaka while also continuing to use the wyvern's half-dimension use. At the same time, Vala felt his stamina getting lower with the constant use of his new power. However, he also knew that Aaron had given him some of his demonic power and stamina back earlier prior to him transforming. Because of all of this, Azidaka had to defend against all of the attacks while also healing himself, meaning his magical energy was rapidly being exhausted. Even if he had what was considered to be limitless reserves, it was being constantly cut down by the new generation Lucifer. In the end, Azidaka no longer had enough magical energy to use healing magic. His left and right heads that had been blown away several times no longer regenerated. Both of his wings were also full of holes. As he kneeled down on one knee, he breathed heavily and strenuously. Vala himself was also breathing heavily. His armor's regeneration had also greatly diminished. His match was so intense that most of its powers were being used offensively rather than defensively, repairing his armor. "It's not over yet," roared Azidaka. With the last of his strength, Azidaka flew over to Valley and with his remaining head, bit down on Vala's shoulder. If Azidaka couldn't use magic, then he would use his own body. This persistent will to fight surprised even Valley. Valley had attempted to evade him, but the enormous stamina consumption on his body proved to be too great, and he couldn't dodge on time. Azidaka bit down as hard as he could, using his razor-sharp fangs to crush the armor and dig into Vala's flesh. In a flash, the thought of death flashed in Vala's mind. This was the last move that his opponent made in order to determine the winner. At that moment, the faces of his mother, brother, and sister appeared in his mind, followed by his new family. "I can't lose. I can't afford to lose, because I swore that I would protect them." Vala screamed and increased his own power even more and dedicated it all to settling this match with one final attack. He spread open his black wings again. The armor on his chest and abdomen rattled as they separated and slid open. A muzzle of a cannon appeared and began to charge up as it emitted a great amount of power. In order to prevent him from escaping, Vala grabbed onto Azidaka tightly. This made his fangs dig even deeper into his body, and the pain was unbearable for a moment. Even so, he continued to focus his aura on the muzzle of the cannon. After a vast amount of demonic energy had gathered, Valley said to the legendary evil dragon in a calm tone, "This is the end, Azidaka. LL Lucifer. Ahag." Vala screamed at the top of his lungs. "Satan Lucifer Smasher." The massive bombardment of silvery white and jet black auras was fired out of the muzzle on his abdomen. Once Vala's final attack had ended, the mountains around them had been torn through, leaving only a wide fissure in the middle. The bombardment of aura had traveled several kilometers. No, it went as far as the edge of the horizon. Despite all of that, Azidaka was still alive. No, he was on the verge of death and was on his last breath. Only a single head was left. Vala moved towards the only head that remained. Even in the face of death, Azidaka still showed a fearsome smile. "Ah, don't you think that was a wonderful fight? Don't worry, I'm an evil dragon, and an extremely persistent one." Azidaka's head began to crumble bit by bit. "I will be resurrected again after some time. Just wait about 2,000 or 3,000 years. I will definitely come back and find you for another battle. Vala Lucifer." Leaving behind those words, the legendary evil dragon, the Diabolism Thousand Dragon, Azidaka, had disappeared. But even if a small piece of an evil dragon's soul remained, they were able to remain in this world. One day, just like he said, he would come back to life, and that day, Vala Lucifer looked forward to it. Vala fell to the ground and let out a deep sigh. He had never felt so much emotion after a victory, but he liked it. "Yeah, I sincerely look forward to it." "Azidaka," muttered Vala as he looked up at the sky. "I did good, right, Aniki?" Vala Lucifer had won his death match. Chapter 16, Part 5, A Dragon That Burns Evil Hearts, Third-Person Point of View Trials of Memories Past Failed, 20,999 times. Trials, 77 Body Restoration, 95 Evolution Progress. 1-290 try again? "Yes, no, this is getting ridiculous," mumbled Aaron. He sat on his bed, and he had already reread through a couple of books he had. These books were Pride and Prejudice by Jane Austen, 100 Years of Solitude by Gabriel Garcia, and Wuthering Heights by Emily Bronte. In addition to his manga and light novel collection, he discovered he had a collection of other books, most of which were classical literature. Aaron decided to take a break and extended one because he had failed 20 999 times after he got past the sixth trial. The sixth trial was an emotional one, and he found out that Aoife loved him more than he loved her. He was filled with regret and sadness that he couldn't bring her back. He would ask Azathoth about her once they talked. He hoped that she would give him an answer that he would like. But if it wasn't, he wanted to be reckless, but he knew the girls would probably stop him. So if the answer he received in the future wasn't what he wanted, he would let her rest. The longer I sit here and read, the more anxious I get. I wonder how everyone is doing. They're surely fine, right? No, he'll stop. He'll probably jinx them, he told himself. Aaron sat back on his bed and sighed while looking at the white sky. As Aaron closed his eyes, he heard some rustling. He thought he was simply going insane, so he didn't bother looking at it. But then he heard a sigh that confused him. Master Aaron, didn't I tell you to clean up your mess? Leaving books lying around is still being messy, even if you don't think so, said a female's voice. Alerted by the sudden voice of a female, Aaron's eyes shot open, and as he began to move, he fell from his bed. Sure of my ass, he heard another sigh and looked up. A woman had come over to him and offered him her hand. The second he saw her face, he smiled and accepted her hand. Once he was up, he immediately hugged her. Oh dear, did you miss me that much? The woman asked as she hugged him back. Yeah, I only remembered you until recently, you know. It should be a crime for me to do that, replied Aaron as he stepped away and looked over the woman. She had shoulder-long brunette hair and light brown eyes and wore a simple black and white maid uniform. Cindy, I thought you were reincarnated with Mom? Aaron asked, confused. He started to poke her to check if she was real and if he wasn't just hallucinating. Cindy stopped Aaron from poking her and grabbed both his cheeks before pulling them. Yes, but I was informed by a certain outer god that my master had failed numerous times and we had to come here. We? He asked, confused. Suddenly he felt arms wrap themselves around him and he felt someone kiss his neck. Guess who? Mom? Okay, now I'm confused. How is this happening? I thought as Aaron was about to continue, Cindy let go of his cheeks and he was brought back to his bed by his mother. Royce and Toole. So we were contacted by Azathoth. We're both asleep with neither of our memories intact yet, but we'll regain them once we make contact with you again. To put it simply, we're asleep, and she brought us here, so we won't have long, explained Royson. Ah, I see, replied Aaron as his head rested comfortably against his mother's chest. By the way, how long will you keep me like this? He asked. Forever? Replied Royson, and she began to hum to herself. Meanwhile, Cindy had begun to pick up the various books that were scattered in Aaron's room, while keeping an eye on the mother and son duo. But it seems like you failed a lot on the last trial. Huh? What's it about? Royson asked her son. After secondary school, during college, and before I reconnected with everyone, and during the months that I was dying, explained Aaron. I can get to the dying part plus the next few months part, but I can't move forward from there. After he told them that, they both fell silent. Royson's body began to tremble, and Aaron obviously noticed that. He called out to his mother, but received no answer. So when he looked back at her, she was silently crying. What's wrong? He asked and cupped her cheek. He then brought his mother into his chest and hugged her head. Aaron looked at Cindy, who also had a look of guilt, but she gave him a sad but troubled smile and shook her head. Please go find me and talk to me. I can't say where, but it's still in Ireland. In with Cindy, she told Aaron through tears. But I did try doing that, but I could never find you. Can I get a bit more of a hint? Asked Aaron. Go west. You'll find us there, she said, and hugged Aaron again. Aaron had no idea what was happening, but his own suspicions led him to believe that his mom still felt guilty about not being there for him. He believed that's why she's overdoting on him since they reunited. The guilty ate away at her, and maybe since to the west of Ireland were the cliffs of Moher. Quite a bit of people go there to end their lives. It's an easy way. They're a very large cliff face. By simply jumping off, your life will end at the bottom. There are also many accidental deaths because of people being stupid and careless. Aaron looked at Cindy again. Both of them stared at one another, and both understood what Aaron was trying to convey silently. In the end, Cindy nodded her head. Okay, you'll go there. But is there a specific date? Or? I don't remember, but we did stay there for quite some time. So if you meet us, okay, I understand. You don't need to say anything anymore. "I'm sorry I put you through that," said Aaron. "You apologized again. Did you do that to Aoife and Ryan during your trials?" Cindy asked. His mother also looked at him with moist eyes. Aaron awkwardly looked away and nodded. "I mean, I've been apologizing most of my life, after all. Only in the draconic days have I started doing it less, though I do catch myself doing it from time to time," he admitted to them. "That needs correcting then, but we can do that once you fetch both of us," his mother told him. She wiped the tears away from her eyes and looked at him seriously. "Will you make me immortal too, sweetie? For as long as I live, I want to make it up to you." Cindy shares the same thoughts, right? "Ido, madame." Even though I was his nanny for most of his life, I failed to do anything to change the circumstances that were placed on him. So I also feel a lot of regret because of it, Cindy said behind Aaron. He then felt some arms and a head press against his back. "Allow me to serve you for the rest of eternity, Master Aaron." Aaron exhaled and scratched his cheek. "I guess I can do that, but I mean, don't you want to get married at some point again, Mom?" The same with Cindy, he asked them. "Pass," both said in a deadpan. Aaron was stunned by the reaction of both women. He didn't understand what they meant by pass. What do you mean by that?" "We meant what we meant, Aaron. After being married to that asshole for so long, I'd rather die than get together with another douchebag. They'll be content with staying with my son for the rest of my life," Royson told her son. "I remained single until my death, although that wasn't too soon after you were gone. However, I had no desire to look for a romantic partner, as my standards were both high and non-existent," said Cindy. Aaron became confused by what she said, but when he looked back at Cindy, he felt a peck on his cheek. Aaron turned around and understood what she meant, and he felt conflicted, but when he looked back at his mom, she didn't look that happy about it to him. It almost looked like, "Are you sulking?" he asked. "No," Royson Toole replied and sat back on his bed. "But I think we gave you enough hints. That should suffice, right? Our time here is also ending. Oh, and if you add Cindy to your harem, please take care of her." Aaron's lips twitched. "I never said anything about what that said. We'll see you soon, sweetie," Royson said to her son, not letting him get a word in. She got up again and kissed him on the cheek before disappearing. "Madam is right. Please come get us as soon as you can, but for now take care of yourself, Master Aaron." When Aaron turned around, Cindy had also vanished. He also found that his room had been cleaned quite well. He sighed and rubbed the back of his head again. "So I have to find them west, huh? The cliffs of Maher 2, that's near Tir Na Nog in my new universe. I hope I'm wrong about the suicide attempt, and that they just went there to look at the views. It's the last one, let's get this done and get back to everyone," he shouted at himself before disappearing. After he left the space, another figure appeared in the distance. The figure walked over to Aaron's bed and picked up one of the books. It was Wuthering Heights by Emily Bronte. The figure was a woman. She read the back of the book first and opened the first page and began reading it. "What are you doing?" asked a white-haired woman. "I became interested in the books he read," replied the other. The white-haired woman stared at the black-haired woman, trying to decipher her strange behavior. But in the end, she didn't understand her intentions. "We are one and the same. You surely can understand my curiosity, can't you?" asked the other woman. "No, I can't, Azathoth," said the white-haired woman. The black-haired woman, now revealed to be Azathoth, smiled at the white-haired woman. "The more he goes through these trials, the more of his lost memories he regains, but not all of them. By the time we talk, he will remember all of it, because once he reaches his second and final requirement, everything will be unlocked, right, Comptoir? I will leave him to you, as when that happens, I will barely be alive," said Azathoth. "He will bring you back forcefully, just like you did with Aoife initially," said Comptoir. Azathoth didn't answer her. She simply showed her a sad smile and kept reading the book. Comptoir shook her head and left the place. Azathoth knew Aaron wouldn't be back for a while, so she stayed. She wanted to understand why he made her that promise, so she began to read his stockpile of books. Finding out why is easy because I can use my powers, but that would leave me more with questions rather than answers. Will these books give me a different insight? She asked herself. She knew Nyarlathotep was too busy laughing at her back there, so she ignored it. Valley had recovered enough stamina and flown back to his comrades. Once he got closer to the area, he saw massive black blades everywhere, ice, flames, wind, electricity, and various other attacks strewn about the place. Both the Slash Dog team and his team had done a lot of work while he fought his death match with Azidaka. However, the first one to notice him was Lavinia Rennie as she flew over to him using magic. "Vakuin, you won, and you have the same armor as Aaron," she said happily and stroked his head. As she did that, the others joined them as a wide white barrier and field covered the area, and every enemy had stopped moving. Oh, bro had the same armor from before? You also unlocked it too, huh? Nice work, Lissa Drago, said Cookie, and he started smacking Valley on the back, much to his dismay. Oh, you guys are all here, huh? Valley also has that armor now, too. Huh? From older brother to younger brother? So, how does it feel to have that armor? Do you feel powerful? Dumb? Is your massive ego back? Are you going to say some Chinibia lines? Azazel had also arrived and began asking him rapid-fire questions, and Vala became even more irritated. But he remembered the illusionary world and the ideal father that Azidaka showed him. It was Azazel, and he began to wonder if Azidaka had gotten that right. Ophis and Aniki helped me attain this. So yeah, Che, an Albion, along with my blood, I inherited. Just like Aniki, we call this satanification, like his dragonification and outerification. Anyway, let's clean up here and go to another place, he told them. As they were about to move, the area around them began to tremble, and a massive tear in space-time appeared just above them. From the tear came a massive monster one that resembled the one that Glinda had fused with. However, it was much smaller in size compared to the one that appeared on Halloween. "Oh God, that thing's back!" Kanami shouted. "Can I even stop it?" "Well, at least we want you to deal with an annoying Glinda this time around," Azazel said, trying to lift the mood around him. "Where's Avetsa, by the way, Governor?" asked Biko as he looked up at the monster, slowly leaving a tear in the sky. "She's helping the others back in Japan. Trihexa is over there after all, but from the sounds of it, Leanne, Aurelia, and Alicia have it trapped in a barrier that it can't escape, so it can't do much except make fake red Dragon Emperor scale mail armor and other monsters," explained Azazel. "Anyway, let's get ready to kill that thing. It doesn't seem that powerful like the one Glinda summoned. It belongs to the Phantasma, right?" asked Azazel. However, before anyone could answer, Tobio leapt towards it, summoned a scythe, and slashed at it. A zing noise was heard around the country, and to their surprise, Tobio's attack was reflected back at them, and they were forced to dodge it. His attack hit the ground and sliced half the small country in half, as well as the remaining mountains and hills around them. "Toby!" SAE shouted in horror. "Sorry, I wanted to see if I could slice it apart before it could finish transporting itself here," replied Tobio as he joined them with Jin. With a finger on his chin, Azazel said, "We can assume that thing can reflect attacks, but up to what certain degree? Just physical attacks? How about magical? Do we need to find a different way? Or should we find a way to seal that ability?" "Ishasis, what are you doing?" Natsum asked, and everyone turned to her. Kanami had stepped forward and with a serious expression on her face declared, "We're going to defeat you with the power of friendship." Kanami then pulled something out of her ring. "And with this gun I found." Natsum immediately smacked Kanami on the head. "Take this seriously." "Ow, I am," shouted Kanami back as she rubbed her head. "I doubt guns will do anything to that, Kanami," said Azazel while not taking his eyes off it. "You guys throw an attack at it. I want to see its response to other types of attack." Everyone looked at one another before they started firing attacks at the creature. Kanami fired a large and powerful light projection using her true Longinus. She then followed it up by launching a torrent of white flames with her Ashen Burst. Natsum wasn't far behind and fired a Spirit Storm towards it using her Black-White Wind. Both attacks weren't deflected, but they didn't hit the monster either. It had been around it and flew further into the sky and into orbit before disappearing. Both girls were surprised by this, and Azazel was even more intrigued. "Fusey, Lavinia used magic on it," he told them. Both women immediately created several magic circles and fired various elemental attacks from them. The attacks quickly approached the monster, and like with Natsum and Kanemi's attacks, they both bent around the monster's body and went into orbit. Another physical attack, then? Tobio asked, and Azazel nodded. Tobio looked at Ajamu, and he nodded. They then moved further away from everyone and got their weapons ready. At the same time, Tobio and Ajamu swung their weapons towards a monster, and once it hit the monster, their attacks were immediately reflected back at them, and they swiftly dodged them. However, both held back and didn't use too much power, so the reflected attacks didn't cause much damage. I see. So it seems magical attacks are just bent around its body while physical attacks are reflected back at it. How should we deal with this? Azazel muttered to himself. Various plans and methods swirled around his head. But do you require assistance then? Asked a voice, and they all turned to it and saw a woman. She had long, elegant blonde hair with green eyes. She also wore earrings that were of a blue rose. She had a small necklace with a blue pendant and a dragon symbol in it. Her dress was long and elegant and was mostly white with gold and green patterns on it. Her bow design was unique to her own, had a white rose and a golden green body. Ah, Ifin, Lavinia said and hugged her. The elf woman giggled and hugged Lavinia back. You were that elf chick that helped us during the underworld defense. You're one of Brother's subordinates, right? Cookie asked. I am. The winds told me of your dilemma, so I came over to help. It's as you say, Governor. That thing belongs to the Phantasma. According to Comptoir, it's a beast that's immune to many attacks, hence why your attacks did not damage it. However, strong poisons can seal or completely destroy that ability it's proud of, she told them. Urfine then looked at Valley. Your Albion recently unsealed that ability, did he not? The ability of Reduce? So Aniki could use it too, huh? He asked back and Urfine nodded. Yeah, I can. So we'll just send my wyverns up then. I will help prevent it from being attacked, said Urfine. Valley then summoned his wyverns again, and they flew around him. Is this the only creature that appeared? Azazel asked. No. Several others appeared in various parts of the human world and pantheons of the supernatural world. The Electa and GOB have informed them in how to defeat them. They just need to find people with powerful poison-based abilities, replied Urfine. I see. So after Vala destroys it with his poison, we can kick its ass, shouted Kanami. Urfine chuckled and confirmed that they could. Valley then sent his wyverns towards the monster who had silently been watching them. It knew that they were his first opponents in this world. As Valis' wyvern approached, the monster opened its mouth and shot a beam at it. However, with Urfine's assistance, a powerful wall of wind decimated the attack aimed at Valis' wyverns. Natsum stared at the winds and knew that those were much more powerful than what she could conjure. She wondered if she would be able to do the same once she was at a higher level of power. Once the 12 wyverns were in place, they started to release the same curse-like aura around the monster. LLL. Valley increased his power, and so did the wyvern's output of the poison. Urfine then trapped the beast in a powerful wind barrier. Each time it tried to leave the barrier, it was forced back since its own body reflected the barrier back since it was made of magic. The monster began to struggle and thrash around even more. It desperately tried to leave the wind barrier, but it couldn't. Each time it rammed its body against it, the ability it had started to weaken. At first it would just deflect the wind barrier, but now parts of its flesh were being ripped apart by Urfine's barrier. A few more seconds, and it should be all gone. Valley, said Urfine. She went over and held a slime pill to his mouth, and he readily accepted it. That restored his strength, stamina, and healed his wounds. Seeing that his overall condition had improved, Valley increased his power even more to hasten the process. LLL. Urfine held her hand up and then clapped. It's gone, we can kill it, she announced. Ora! Kanami screamed like a gorilla before aiming her spear at the monster and fired an even more powerful beam of light at it. The monster was still disoriented, so the wind barrier was taken down and Valis wyverns also went back to him. Kanamis' beam of light hit it and pierced its side. This made the monster howl in pain and began to attack everything in its surroundings. Various tentacles, arms, tails, and appendages back to grow out of the monster. It also began firing powerful beams of energy all around it, completely decimating the remaining landscape and threatened to destroy the other places beyond this small country. However, When it wildly aimed to a further distance, the beam hit another barrier. Fufu, I set up another barrier earlier, so we won't need to worry about its attacks leaving this small area. Urfine smirked at the monster and gathered powerful wind around her arms. Those winds began to form into humanoid shapes and moved in front of her. "Now, all my lovelies go and bully it," she shouted. Urfine had created 2 more of her celestial storm clones. She had thousands of these roaming around Europe as they helped various other groups defend their countries and pantheons. Everyone else joined in the assault on the monster as various attacks were unleashed upon it. Fusey and Lavinia's magic, Cookie firing electricity at it, Middled and Calawarna using their light attacks, Maruam using his own energy to attack it, and Ajamu and Tobio using their weapons to hack, slash, and pierce its body. Azazel stood back and watched it all. He wanted to inform them of anything else. If the monster suddenly changed or evolved, he wanted to be the first one to see it happen. Urfine was also beside him, so he struck up a conversation. "Is your master coming back anytime soon?" he asked. "We are unsure, but he will eventually," replied the woman. "I take it that you all trust him?" "Yes." Their conversation ended there. Her celestial storm clones kept the monster in place and prevented it from attacking both teams. Essentially, it made this fight easier for them, as it was just an unmoving target, yet it had a powerful regeneration ability as well. However, it wasn't as powerful as 660 SXS, so they could still slowly chip away at it. LLL. Valley aimed his arm and wings at the monster. Satan Compression Divider. The same ultimate blast of silvery white and black demonic radiance hit the monster, and it began to have its body over and over again. However, it didn't fully kill it as it stopped halfway and only reduced its existence to half its original size. Lavinia aimed her hand at it and instantly froze the monster. Everyone looked at the Ice Queen and felt a chill. "Vakuin, can you launch into the air? Let's end this so we can move on to another country," she told them. Everyone quickly agreed, and with the help of Marum, Tobio, and Ajamu, they launched the monster far up into the air. Urfine canceled her barrier around the area, and everyone charged up their final attacks. "Man, she can become terrifying at the flip of a switch," Azazel mumbled while looking at Lavinia. "Fufu, perhaps she has the potential to become a Yandere," mused Urfine. "Please don't say such terrifying things so casually. Her love and attachment to Jean is already ridiculously high, and any more would make me be worried," replied Azazel. Super Mega Ultrea, shut up. Natsum told her sister to shut up, and Kanami huffed as various powerful attacks were launched at the monster that was high up in the air. An enormous explosion transpired once the beast was hit by all the attacks. The sky above them distorted and briefly turned the sky an amalgamation of different colors before it returned to its previous state. "Phew, all well that ends well, huh?" asked Kanami as she wiped the non-existent sweat off her forehead. "I just received some info that there are several more enemies appeared at a nearby country. Tobio, Kanami, you'll leave that to the Slashdog team. Valley, you and your team come with me. There's another that requires the use of poison," Azazel said to them, while ignoring Kanami's weird comments. "Well, I'll leave it to you guys then. My celestial storm clones are everywhere in Europe right now, so one might accidentally stumble near you, so ITLL automatically help you." They'll continue with eliminating the battle gods as Urfine was about to finish saying her bit. The meteors that were constantly hitting the barriers around Earth suddenly stopped. "Fufu, it seems like Adite found the ones summoning the tears and meteors. We won't need to worry about that anymore then," she told them. "Good day to you guys. If you need my personal assistance, just shout into the wind. All right, let's Slashdog team, let's go." Kanami shouted, interrupting Tobio as she ran off before the rest could agree with her. Tobio was stunned, but laughed in the end. "You heard her, let's go," he repeated, and their team left first. Calantha walked over to Valley and began to poke at his chest. "I knew my husband would come out victorious. Now then, when shall we have babies?" she asked him. Valley silently stared at the woman for a few seconds before he turned to Azazel and asked, "What country are we going to?" "That's so mean. At least acknowledge me," whined Calantha. Valley then reached out to her head and stroked it as he spoke with Azazel. Calantha stopped and stared at Valley. Even the rest of his team were surprised by his actions. Valacuin, Calantha hugged his arm, much to Valis' dismay as they started walking away. Luffy, Arthur called out to his sister. Yes. How can I help you, Oni-sama? Replied Luffy. How goes your relationship with Jean? Upon hearing this question, Luffy blushed. What are you talking about? Oni-sama? I'm just a roommate to Jean-sama. Biko howled with laughter at both women, but had his ass burned by Calantha as the two began to bicker back and forth. Arthur simply nodded at his sister, not showing how he really felt, but when Luffy turned around, a small smirk appeared on his face. In the Hindu pantheon, in Buloka, Sukista stood a woman. Her skin was almost pale. She had blue eyes and white hair that was in a ponytail. She had 2 short blue horns on her head and had a blue rose accessory on her head. She wore a blue and black yukata with a strange pattern that also had clouds. This was Era, one of the Electa, a former snake that previously belonged to Nagendra, a dead member of the Seekers of Truth. She, along with countless numbers of shadow soldiers, were in this realm to help defend it. And, ironically enough, there were many large snake-like monsters that had been summoned here. Other gods and warriors were also helping defend it, including the Hindu group of Team DXD. One of them approached Era. Miss Era, we've cleared the west side. The only ones left are in the middle and the others, said the young man. Era looked at him and nodded. She swung her hand down in front of her, killing several large snakes. Good job, Amidadana. Focus your attention to the south next. Leave the rest to me and the gods, she told him. The man called Amidadana saluted her and disappeared. He, apart from the gods that were part of that group, led the rest of the group if those gods weren't there. He was like the sub-leader for them. Amidadana was a devoted follower of Shiva. He was a human born into the supernatural and had been living it in for all his life. He practiced many types of weapons and was proficient with many of them, but his ideal weapon was a spear. He was gifted a weapon by Aaron after spending a lot of time training in the training facility, and he has proudly used it ever since. As Era turned around, she saw a tear in the sky open up. From it out came what resembled a dragon with snake heads and necks. There were 8 in total. It had the typical dragon wings on its back, but all around its body were other appendages that belonged to other animals. Its eyes glowed pink and purple as it then roared, creating a powerful shockwave that destroyed some buildings around it. A few shadow soldiers materialized beside Era, but she shook her head. Leave that thing to me. Keep defending this realm, she told them. The shadow soldiers quietly nodded before they left. Only a few gods were in this realm. The rest were in Svarig, or the human world, helping defend against the attack. Shiva was in Svarig, while Indra and his own army were in the human world, leaving the other gods to be scattered all over the Hindu pantheon. However, there was one that helped this realm. To her far left was a young man with long and white, unkempt hair that almost appeared transparent. He had aqua blue eyes and had a sharp gaze. He wore a black skin-tight armored bodysuit that exposed a large portion of his chest. He also had golden-plated armor covering his legs, arms, and knees, as well as his shoes. This was Karna. He was the son of the sun god Surya and Princess Kunthi, and thus a demigod of royal birth. He had a spear in his hands as he took down the enemies around him. He also saw the monster that had appeared and flew over to Era, subordinate of the middleman. Do you need help with dealing with that monster? I do not mind, but even I am not confident in defeating it, he told her while glancing back at the beast. I will fight it alone, Karna-san. Please focus on helping your realm's people. I will be fine, replied Era. Karna stared at her for a few seconds and agreed. Very well. Good luck, but if I see you struggling, I will also step in, even if I am weaker than both of you, he told her and flew away. Era immediately flew towards the giant monster, and also noticed her quite quickly. He began firing large fireballs at her, as well as mixing in toxic breath attacks. Each one was powerful enough to kill god-class beings. Era simply slapped them into the sky, and they exploded above them. She didn't want them causing unnecessary destruction. Once Era arrived in front of her assailant, she sharpened her nails and turned them into claws. In one quick motion, she sliced the heads off the beast. However, to her surprise, the cut-off parts grew bodies and began slithering away. They had turned into smaller snake creatures, but she quickly flew to them and killed them before they could go any further. She turned back to see the heads had already regenerated back. I need to add anti-healing and anti-regeneration then, she thought, and appeared in front of the beast. As she was about to do the same move on it, two individuals showed up and fired attacks at her. She quickly blocked them, but was blown back due to their force. We can't have you do that, Snake One-E-san, said a masculine voice. He's right, we haven't caused enough destruction here, said a feminine voice. Once the smoke cleared, Era saw that two gray-haired individuals floating beside the monster. On the left was a male with short gray hair, glowing yellow eyes, and he wore a black and red school uniform. On the right was a female with long gray hair that reached her legs. She also had glowing yellow eyes and wore a black and red school uniform. Era could tell, without using her ring's appraisal, that those two were vampires. The artificially mass-produced super vampires. She silently stared at them as they began to speak like newborn children. She's too stunned to speak, Aleron, said the female vampire. Yep, she's in awe of our power, Kamra, replied the male vampire. Era frowned before dashed towards them and punching a hole through Aleron's stomach, the male vampire. The male was stunned, but he burst into a flurry of bats and appeared beside the female. Kamra. Sheesh, I didn't think she'd try to kill me so quickly, said Aleron. What a bitch. Well, we have at least 9 lives, while you have 8 now. So, anyway, let's just kill her and take over this pantheon. Those gods are no match for us, and this thing behind us, said Kamra. Before they could move, Era crushed their heads, and they burst into another flurry of bats. They flew behind her and sighed again. However, their patience for the snake woman had become 0, so they also lunged back at her. Kamra created several magic circles beside her and fired various elemental attacks at Era, who destroyed them easily. Aleron manipulated the shadows below her and created several tentacles made of shadows and tried to grab her. Era simply turned around and turned her arm into that of Snake's tail and swiped it around, destroying the shadow's arms. As fast as lightning, Era thrust her hands through their hearts again. She knew she only needed to kill them 9 times before they would either flee or she could permanently kill them. As she fought them, she also summoned several large snakes of her own, and they kept the large beast busy and also weakened it at the same time by injecting anti-healing and anti-regeneration into it, as they bit into its flesh. Era didn't let up her assault on the two, as she quickly dwindled their lives down to 1 each, and both new super vampires stared at the snake woman with horror in their eyes. Both vampires breathed heavily as the thought of their new lives ending so soon was unfair. We were just made a few days ago. How are we just going to die already? Shit, I knew we shouldn't have come to this one, maybe outside, or just another part of this fucking world. Roared Kamra. Calm down. We can still, as Aleron began to speak. A snake's tail crushed his head. Kamra looked at Aleron's body fall to the ground in horror. She then looked at Era. A snake's tail had appeared from behind her, forming a snake's head from the tip of the tail, and it hissed at her. Hi. And no, I don't want to die yet. Screw this, it'll just... Again, Era appeared in front of Kamra and pierced her stomach with her hand. Then she used her tail and the snake's head to bite off Kamra's head. Off the look of fear was etched across her face before her life ended. Era still felt shame for failing during her first mission months ago that involved the 5 principal clans. So during the attack of the Cow's Order on the Earth, she wanted to do her job right. She sighed and turned back to the beast that had been constricted by her summons. Era's eyes glowed, and she began to transform. She was originally a snake that belonged to Nagendra, a powerful one at that. However, after she was turned into an Electa, along with Ezekiel and Kishku, they became stronger, but rarely used their snake-like powers, with the only exception being Era. She didn't want to throw away her roots, but at the same time she held no love or respect for the now-deceased Nagendra. Era's body changed into a large body of a pure white snake with frost-blue eyes. She towered over everything, including the beast. She ordered her summons to stay there. She was going to end this with one final move. Her summons would be safe, even if they were hit by her upcoming attack. She stared at the beast. It then tried to attack her in a futile attempt to hurt her. However, as it had been weakened by her own summons, it did next to no damage. Era silently stared at the beast as she gathered a powerful blast of energy in her mouth. She silently ordered her summons to inject it with their own poison. Finally, they threw the beast up into the air. Era noticed that she would accidentally wipe out at least half of the town with her attack, and the shockwave it would produce would damage the rest, so she opted to end its life while it was in the air. Finally, she fired her attack at the beast that had been thrown into the air. What left Era's mouth was a powerful energy beam that was both blue and white in color. The size was equal to Aaron's own neutron beam cannon he used against the invaders in the same pantheon. The explosion caused a powerful shockwave that blasted through the realm. However, since it was above the buildings, it didn't do damage that would be irreparable. Era transformed back into her human form and watched the ashes of the beast float back down to the ground. However, she didn't have much time to gloat, as she had to keep defending the realm as another wave of enemies came. However, she hoped that she would do fine for her master. "Kentucky, please stop this. If you do, I may be able to talk to the Alliance into just sealing shut up. You have already rejected my offer twice. There is no way of changing this outcome. Yorimitsu. And for the last time, in not being mind-controlled, the truth was just opened up to me," replied Sakata Kintoki. Minamoto no Reiko and Sakata Kintoki had been battling for the last few minutes in Takamagara. Their battle has led them near Dragon Mountain. Reiko didn't want to accidentally injure the innocents, nor did she want the buildings in the city to be destroyed by needless violence. Kintoki had arrived in the realm with various creatures from the Phantasma, as well as some remnants of the Connected Harmony faction of the Cow's Order. He wanted to use today as the last time to convince Minamoto no Reiko to switch sides, but he was again rejected by his former captain. "Why won't you listen? You used to do that a lot all those years ago." Reiko shouted at him in frustration. "I may still be dumb, but I've read up and learned about the atrocities done by sacred gear wielders, as well as humans in general. No matter what we do, no matter how much good and justice we serve, they'll always find a way to kill themselves and start wars. They never learn. So why should we keep protecting them?" shouted Kintoki. "If that's the case, we should just end them ourselves, as well as other timelines and universes. Humans are a cancer to this world. They have done nothing useful for so many years. Shouldn't they in this day and age be out in space exploring it? The whole world should be united and conquering planets together. But they aren't. They keep fighting each other for the stupidest things. Old year-time grudges. Who cares about that? The wielders of sacred gears are even worse. God forbid that they manage to awaken it and learn how to use it. Then even more chaos will ensue. I want to repeat myself since I already told you. They are as worse as those outer gods. Humans are the embodiment of destruction in their own disgusting parasitic ways." After a small speech, Kintoki stretched his arm out. "He'll ask again, Yorimitsu. Join me, and we can make a true utopia together with the Cow's Order. I have been alive for far longer than you, due to reaching godhood. However, I believe that humans also have the highest ability to evolve and change, not just themselves, but also other species and races. The humans that have entered the supernatural world, while not all of them have been good, the ones that stand out, especially the well-intentioned ones, have made changes for the better," replied Reiko. "If you knew, then why help them?" shouted Kintoki in anger. "Because I said they were the best at changing everything. They've made technological advancements without our help, become more empathetic as the years have gone by, and they've done a lot of good as of late. You know the prime example of Gene. He's no human. He's an outer god who's out to destroy us all. He's only pretending. I know as much," said Kintoki confidently. "That won't change, ever, even if it comes out of your mouth. Then you don't understand him." "I'm sorry if that's what you think." Reiko held her Dejidri Yasutsuna up and pointed at Kintoki. At the same time, he saw the ring on her finger. Then our discussion ends here. We may have been comrades at one point, but I will support my fiancé's goals to the end. Sakata Kintoki chuckled. Then he began to howl in laughter. He then stopped and stared at Reiko and pointed his own battle axe at her. Very well. Today we finally part ways, permanently. You, along with the Outer God, and everyone in your alliance are my enemies. I will kill every single last one of you. I will make it quickly and painless. Kintoki, whispered Reiko. Her heart ached, but she knew what she had to do. Kintoki scoffed and charged towards Reiko. Don't underestimate me. Reiko closed her eyes, and in one swift movement, she appeared behind Kintoki with her Dejidri Yasutsuna in a horizontal, slashing motion. The fight did not last long. It barely lasted a second. Like a flash of lightning, it was over. Kintoki turned around in confusion, feeling his body around him, a sense of confusion rising within him. Reiko looked back at him and muttered, "Goodbye, Kintoki. You were an excellent subordinate and child." Then hundreds, thousands, millions of slashes began to appear around his body, and finally, he understood what had happened. As he went to say his final words, his body burst into millions of pieces. Sakata Kintoki's life had ended again. Taking a deep breath, Reiko turned around and watched with a pained expression as her once passionate and childlike subordinate died in front of her and by her hands. A single tear fell from her eye before she looked around her and flew back to the city to rejoin the fight. When she arrived back, she saw her team, the Yamajin, fighting many enemies around them with the help of gods and shadow soldiers. Suddenly, the god of lightning, thunder, and storms appeared beside her. Raijin stared at Reiko with a smirk. "Are you planning to contest my title as the goddess of lightning in the future, Reiko?" she asked the woman. "Raijin-sama? What do you mean?" Reiko asked in confusion. Seeing the genuine confusion on her face, Raijin shook her head. No, it's nothing. I must have been mistaken then. Good job on killing that man. It must not have been easy. Come, we still need to defend our realm, she told her. Reiko nodded, and they flew away to deal with more enemies. Reiko looked back at the spot where she ended Kintoki's life. Memories of their past flashed in her mind. The first time they fought together, the first time they ate together, the first time she tried to teach him how to read, write, and other things. Reiko was many of Kintoki's firsts in life. He was also her trusted subordinate in the past. If she could change how he led his life after his resurrection, she would, but she didn't know if her fiancé would approve of it, although he did want to give everyone second chances. Reiko would try to ask him if resurrection was possible in the future. If not, she would let bygones be bygones. Raijin-sama, what about the exiled clan members? Reiko asked as she turned back around. They were the easiest to capture, so they are currently locked up. The monsters, on the other hand, are still being dealt with. Not everyone here is a god-class being. Thankfully, our husband's hyperbolic regenerative chambers help make most of our citizens ultimate class and up, replied Raijin. Reiko wryly smiled at the goddess. Raijin wasn't in a relationship, nor was she engaged to Eren, yet she had already started calling him husband. When Reiko first heard of it, she was quite taken aback and shocked, but now she was used to it. She still found it strange, but was used to it in the land of Heaven Falls and many other realms in the Irish pantheon. Many of its gods and warriors were busy defending their realm. However, it was made easier thanks to the help of the shadow soldiers that Eren provided. Kana Kludmer, the Irish goddess of music and dreams, was busy playing her harp in the middle of the town in the land of Heaven Falls. They were once again under attack, but this time, thanks to the increase in help, and with Ain with her powers, it made the defense much easier. However, Kana, like Akino, shared the same worries today. To her, she felt like it was off somehow, and she didn't know how. However, she had to push that feeling aside so she could keep helping out her fellow gods and goddesses. In the distance, Luff, the god of the sun in the Irish mythology, was making quick work of the enemies around them. Luff had joined everyone in the training facility in Eren's home, as he still held intense hatred for the Cow's order for destroying his home and harming his people. Luff flew around and killed his opponents with a single slash. or using his authority over the sun by using powerful flames that equaled the sun's heat and temperature. Every enemy that came into contact with it were incinerated from existence. They didn't even feel the pain, much to Luff's annoyance. Dian's sect used Kana's powers to provide a powerful healing effect throughout the realm. Providing their warriors with passive healing gave them peace of mind, and they could fight a little bit more recklessly. However, at the same time, it worked in their favor, as these warriors had gained some confidence because of it. Not many of them had fought alongside their gods, so this was a good opportunity for some of them to show off and maybe have a chance of being scouted by them for future team or something of that nature, or simply creating better relationships. The defense of this realm was progressing well until a powerful tremor occurred on the land. All its inhabitants looked towards a large in the sky, and from it came a man. As soon as the gods and goddess lay their eyes on the man, they became shocked, especially a certain woman, as she stared at the man and trembled. She herself wasn't fearful of him anymore, but her body remembered, and she desperately tried to regain control of it and stop herself from shaking. The man had short black hair, dead-looking purple eyes, and he wore a black vest over a black shirt. He had a purple necklace round his neck, and he wore black gloves, gray pants, and black shoes. He also had some earrings on his ears. "What's he doing here?" Bridget asked in shock. Danu rushed over to Ain and stood in front of her, like a protective mother shielding her young. With furrowed brows, Danu muttered, "Manan and Maclyre, what are you doing here?" "Oh, if it isn't Mother, hi. I came to take my wife back. I thought we could use a honeymoon after this little scuffle around the world, you know?" said Manan and Maclyre. He waved at the other gods, too. Luff immediately tried to slice his head off, but to his utter surprise, Manan and Maclyre stopped his sword with a single finger. The man smiled at Luff, as if looking at an old friend. "Wow, I wasn't expecting you to welcome me so strongly, Luff. We're friends, aren't we? He'll greet you too. In the afterlife, that is," he said menacingly. 1 second, Luff, the god of the sun, was there. The next minute, his head exploded. Shock was what everyone felt. They were unable to process what had just happened. One of the strongest gods in their pantheon, yet so easily killed. "Luff!" Nuada screamed and flew towards Manan and Maclyre. Other shadow soldiers joined him, and they tried to grab him. But to the shadow soldier's surprise, he disappeared and appeared in front of Danu. "Excuse me," Mommy said, and grabbed Ain. As his hand touched Ain, she lashed out, and Manan and Maclyre crashed through several houses after being slapped away. As a result of that, other buildings in the area also collapses due to Ain forgetting to hold back her strength. The realm itself also threatened to crumble away. "Wow, so powerful. So the middleman really helped you, huh? Fufu, you also have that ring. I suggest you take it off." "Hey, my love," Manan and Maclyre said as he got out of the rubble with a few cuts on his body. "Come now, my love, join us." A different voice said to them. Yes, join us, Ain." Another voice added. "Why you how why?" Ain stuttered out, horrified and confused. Manan and Maclyre smiled at her and said, "Your other 3 husband souls are inside of me. If you come with us, all of us can be together again. Isn't that wonderful?" "You're sick in the head," replied Ain. "I'd rather die than go with you. All 3 of you. Just thinking about any of you makes me sick. Come now, don't be like that. We'll be happy together." Happy. We could do anything together." Danu finally stepped in front of Ain again and declared, "You won't have her as long as Kana and I breathe." Manan and Maclyre smiled and chuckled. "I guess we just need to kill you then." It seems everything is going well. We only have a minimum." Aurelia stopped in her tracks as she frowned. The ones beside her also frowned. Those were Leanne and Alicia. "Aurelia, is something wrong?" Rias asked as she and the rest of her peerage landed beside them. "Luff, the god of the sun of the Irish mythology, has died," she said with a frown. This obviously shocked the rest of them, and they weren't sure in what to say. Ain, Danu, and Kana are there along with the other shadow soldiers, but we might let's kill 666 before we start scattering, Aurelia, said Alicia. She agreed, and they turned back to the trapped beast of the apocalypse. Just then several tears started appearing, and more beasts from the phantasma, as well as giant machines from the Eevee, began to come out of them. It doesn't look like they're going to make this simple. Aurelia, we'll leave 666 to you. Leanne and I will deal with those creatures. Without waiting for her response, Alicia summoned her sword and flew away. Yes, I believe General Aurelia will be able to rid of that 666 all by herself. Leanne added and showed Aurelia a teasing smile before she equipped her helmet back on and flew away too. Grimory Peerage. Inform the Baal and Citri peerages to keep up your efforts. Leave those to us. Once all is settled here, you can go to the underworld, Grigori, and Kuo to check on your loved ones, said Aurelia. Before the Rias and her peerage could answer, Aurelia disappeared, leaving a gust of wind behind. After she disappeared, several giant crosses made of light appeared on the horizon. They then exploded, killing thousands of their enemies. Next to that, several hundred blue and white lines appeared all over the sky, which also exploded, killing even more enemies. That was Leanne Sensei and Alicia-san, said Chiron. Haha, that's right. Chiron and Asama, I thought you were somewhere else. I came back because I missed you, said Kuroka as she hugged Chiron. Also, the other one was Alicia. Well, eventually reached that level of strength someday, Naya. As Kuroka said those words, a powerful explosion shook the world. Seconds later, they heard a powerful roar that threatened to burst their ears. Everyone in the Alliance covered their ears as the entire world was covered in a golden hue. Finally, the roar ended, but the golden hue didn't. Several golden clouds appeared in the skies. Because of that explosion, even the earth was still shaking beneath them. That was Aurelia Sensei, said Zenobia. I want to recreate that move. Is it really the appropriate time for that, Zenobia? Asked Yumi, as they watched the sky above them. Aurelia then reappeared in front of them. That was easier than I anticipated. That 666 was a lot weaker than the one Aaron killed and turned into a shadow, she told them as she dusted herself. Now, then, let's end this invasion. Yes, ma'am, they replied in unison. All across the globe and the supernatural world, the tiers and magic circles that the Cow's order created to bring their armies over began to decrease in appearance. At first, some of the Alliance thought that it was due to the Giobi interfering, but they confirmed that it wasn't them, which confused them greatly. But they saw it as an excellent thing and continued their defense in each place. And the number of enemies began to decrease more and more until multiple groups began to report through their transceivers that the enemies in their location had stopped appearing. The majority of them began to celebrate. However, there were a few that were skeptical, especially Aquino, as she had felt uncomfortable the entire day. Even after she contacted her parents, it didn't feel right to her, so both Barrakiel and Shuri teleported to her just to comfort her. Much of the Alliance on the coasts of Japan began to gather where Aurelia and her group were. They also played the news of the humans through a magic circle, and they were relieved as well. But also at the same time, they began to talk about the existence of the supernatural. Many were shocked that they were real. Many were still skeptical, but they couldn't deny what had just happened to the world around them. It wasn't just in one place after all. It happened all around the world at the same time. Yo, we made it, said a voice. Aurelia's group turned to find that Azazel, the Vala team, /Dog team, and Surzex had arrived. Oh, Onisama, what are you doing here? Rias asked, shocked. I wanted to see how things were coming along. We have apprehended all the rebels in the underworld, as well as repelled the attackers there too. It seems the same is happening around the globe. Does this mean? Surzex trailed off. We won. Finished Azazel. Who knows? Maybe? But Aniki hasn't come back yet, added Vala, forcing the area to quieten down. Indeed, Aaron Tool hadn't come back yet. However, their victory was short-lived as a feminine voice echoed throughout the world. Fufu. Well done, Team DXD and the Alliance. You all deserve a praise. The voice cheered happily. Many of them knew who this voice belonged to, and their faces changed from being relaxed to being tense. Suddenly, a body was thrown to them. Ignia, Azazel shouted and ran over to him. Fuck me, run. You can't win, he slowly said to them. A gaping hole was now present on the side of his stomach as he quickly bled to death. Lapis turned into an outer god. None of you can win. She also took away my powers. He told them. A cold wind swept over the entire world, both human and supernatural. Then, a crack appeared in the sky. It quickly increased, and eventually the sky above them shattered. From it came Lapis. She had a smile on her face as she waved at everyone. Abuna. Long time no see, fu. Let's begin part 2, shall we? She said happily. Then several places on Earth suddenly exploded, killing millions of lives. The explosions were so large that they created pink mushroom clouds of smoke. Everyone in Team DXD and the Alliance looked on in horror. Large chunks of the Earth were also missing when looking at it from outer space. Ada. I hit Japan, Kyoto, all of the 5 principal clans were in that spot, weren't they? Oh dear, I also wiped out the Philippines, Italy, Mexico, France, and Norway. I did make that random. Sorry, Hamajimas, she said mockingly. Akino turned to Suzaku as a look of shock appeared on her face. Mom and D-Dad were still there, muttered Suzaku, who great Uncle Sue, along with many others were there. The ones who couldn't fight, but the rest of the members of the clans went to fight on one of the coasts, so some of them should be safe, added Suzaku as she interrupted Barrakiel. However, she was obviously distraught to finding out her parents and the rest of the clan were essentially killed. What they didn't know was that Lavinia's home had also been destroyed in those attacks, and the Ice Queen still didn't know about it. She just glared at Lapis like the rest of them. TCH. Aurelia clicked her tongue and appeared behind Lapis. With her greatsword held above her head, she swung it down, but as it hit Lapis back it shattered. Sure, too bad, bang. Lapis said as she aimed her hand at Aurelia like she was holding a gun. Immediately afterward, Aurelia exploded into a pile of blood and guts. Everyone had delayed reactions. They just watched when their strongest fighters killed so easily. The first one to react was Aurelia. Leanne screamed in horror as she watched her friend and longtime rival be killed. Leanne began the motions of jumping towards Lapis, but she was held back and stopped by Alicia. Let me. If you go now, you might end up like her. Please don't. Alicia shouted at her. I'm not waiting, you know. Lapis raised her hands, and even more explosions happened around the world. More and more human cities, towns, and villages began to explode. However, what followed after were small, thin, pink lines appeared above Lapis. They were numerous, almost infinite, and everyone that saw them had a bad feeling. Ignia, who had been healed by Asia, saw it and shouted, "Shit, run. Those things will track you down, and you'll be killed like Aurelia. Nothing can stop it. Boo, don't spoil it," complained Lapis as she fired them towards the world. She also clicked her fingers and made it nighttime. The world was now a mix of black and pink to some. It felt like some kind of joke. A big line, millions of pink lines began flying towards everyone. Many members of Team DXD were hit. Initially, nothing happened, but I don't feel any, the man began to say. But once the line fully passed through him, he immediately exploded. Avoid those lines at all costs. Alicia shouted into the transceivers. You can't. They're faster than any of you dummies. Everyone began to scatter, and panic ensued. Many of the shadow soldiers tried to stop it, but they were also killed. Some of them targeted Lapis, but as soon as they got close enough to her, they were also killed. A pink line suddenly zipped towards Sona Citri. Many on Team DXD saw this, especially the ones in the Citri peerage. Time slowed down for many of them, but Saji quickly equipped his armor and made a mad dash towards his king. A horrified look crossed Sona's face as she looked at the line and Saji. President! Saji screamed. He wasn't going to make it. Some of the shadow soldiers appeared in front of it, and they were immediately killed, but it also slowed it slightly. As the line was about to hit Sona, a pair of hands pushed her out of the way. Everyone there was shocked. The one that appeared was Seraphol Leviathan, Sona's older sister. Sona stared at her older sister in shock, however. The last thing she saw was her sister smiling gently at her. The line completely passing through her. Sotan Seraphol didn't finish her sentence as she exploded into a bloody mess. Onia-sama! Sona screamed as she had just watched her sister be killed right in front of her. Various other members also screamed out to the Satan Leviathan. Serzex was also shocked by his friend's sudden death. Down goes the Leviathan. Saratan is gone. Lapis cheered happily. I wonder who's next. Hee hee. More and more shadow soldiers began to attack Lapis, but they all met the same fate. Even more began to stand in front of the lines that Lapis created endlessly in the sky. However, they only served to slow down the instant death line she made. Endless people died because of those lines. Normal humans, supernatural beings, and even some gods. No one was safe. Don't just stand there. Ajamu screamed as he tackled Yumi out of the way, surprising everyone. However, in turn, he was also pierced by the pink line. He smiled apologetically at Yumi. I never got a chance to apologize for those events a few months ago. Ajamu then exploded as Yumi and the Slash Dog team watch on in horror. Yumi didn't know how to react. She didn't hate Ajamu anymore. They had spoken a few times over the course of the year and put aside their differences because they were more or less raised the same way and were used by Valper or Galilei, so they put the blame on that man. Let's make more places go boom. Lapis shouted, and various pantheons, realms, and groups were killed. In the Hindu pantheon, in Buloka, Sukhista, the entire city was annihilated. This included all the shadow soldiers, gods, warriors, and even Era, who was still there. Era's last thoughts were of her master as her life ended. She didn't get to apologize to him, nor was she praised by him one last time. She was full of regret as she passed away. Leanne and Alicia suddenly fired powerful slashes towards Lapis. The two attacks stopped inches away from her face as she giggled at them. Geez, that's so rude. But I like you too, so you won't die yet, Lapis said while clapping her hands. How many will die before Daddy returns, I wonder? She asked herself. In the Greeks' realm, Little Olympia and Greece itself were also annihilated. Kurosagi was there to help everyone, but she too was killed by Lapis pink lines. Hermes, who was faster than most, somehow managed to outrun the giant attack with Hestia in his arms. Hey, hey, hey! Hestia screamed as she watched Little Olympia be obliterated out of existence. Not everyone was there, however, as some of the gods were on Mount Olympia. Her best friend, Hephaestus, had died in that explosion like two other goddesses, Demeter and Aphrodite. But it didn't end there. More towns and villages in their realm suddenly blew up too. The skies of their realm were covered in pink clouds and a pink hue. Hestia began to struggle in Hermes' arms as she tried to run back to the now missing town. Let me go, she screamed. No, it's gone. They're gone, Hestia. We have to. Hermes was suddenly pierced by a pink line and dropped Hestia. Ah, damn it, Hermes exploded, leaving such strange last words to Hestia, who watched as another one of her friends was annihilated. Hermes! Hestia screamed in horror. She then noticed millions of pink lines everywhere. Hestia quickly got up and scanned her realm before she teleported to the rabbit village. The entire place had been blown up. No one was alive except Rini. She shouted. The leader of the village had managed to survive, just barely. Most of the bottom half of her body was gone, and her life was coming to an end. Lady Hestia, run, Rini managed to mumble. Hestia turned around and saw a line coming towards her. She gritted her teeth before she teleported away to the Lamia city. There, she saw the same scene, but this time there was a survivor. It was Alice and Senko. As she was about to call to them, two pink lines also pierced them. No, Hestia shouted then. The two heard her and turned to look at her. But before words left their mouths, they also exploded into a bloody mess. Hestia turned around and saw the pink link coming for her, and she gave up. She fell to her knees, and tears fell from her eyes. Aaron, where are you? She asked no one, as the line pierced her. Hestia also died that day. The rest of the Greek realm was also annihilated. This was because of the pink lines or the explosions that Lapis had used. Nothing was left or spared. Even the plant and tree life had withered away. Asgard, the Norse world, was also experiencing the same thing. Many gods, Valkyries, and countless other races began to die off. Many managed to avoid the explosions that killed millions in the human world and other realms. However, the majority of them were hunted down by Lapis pink lines. Thorsama, please run. Flynn, One of Odin's maids shouted before she too was killed by lapis pink lines. "I can't dochlin." Damn you. Thor shouted and fired a powerful bolt of lightning from his Mjolnir. However, the pink line was much more powerful than the god of thunder. He tried to keep up the struggle, but he eventually lost and was pierced by multiple pink links. The god smirked in the end since he didn't die a coward's death. In another part of the main island, their chief god had also been killed by Lapis attack, and many of the residents were slowly being hunted down by Lapis. One of them was Brynhildr, known as the strongest Valkyrie and leader of her Valkyrie squad. She had watched 2 of the Valkyries in her squad be killed. She had trained those 2 for a long time, and the pain she felt when she saw them die was beyond her imagination. Helmwige and Grimgerd had perished earlier, but now Brynhildr, Schwertlight, and Ortline were the ones on the run. Because of their time in Aaron's pocket dimension, their speed had increased, but they were quickly running out of stamina. "I think these things drain your stamina." "She's playing with us, Captain," shouted Schwertlight, as she was also finally pierced. The other 2 watched in horror, as Schwertlight smiled at them one last time before she was killed. But those 2 didn't see the 2 lines behind them and pierced both of them at the same time. Ortline and Brynhildr looked at one another. Neither could get their last words in as they both died on the spot. In Rossweiss's island, in the countryside, her town had also been annihilated. The only survivor was Gondel, as the shadow soldiers in her shadow managed to grab her and flee once all of this happened. However, they had all sacrificed themselves to slow down the pink lines that were hunting her down. Gondel sat down and leaned against a tree. She couldn't run anymore as she had her stamina taken away from her by the pink lines. She had accepted her fate and waited for death. She had witnessed both Rossweiss's parents' death earlier. It was instantaneous. They didn't suffer. Those were her thoughts as she tried not to feel guilty about it. "Was I a good grandmother? I wish I could see you one last time." Rose Gondel closed her eyes and accepted her fate. Moments later, her life ended. The same thing happened in more pantheons across the globe. Millions of lives were lost that day. The Shinto pantheon was also hit. All its realms were slaughtered, including the new group Yamajin and their leader, Reiko. In her last moments of life, her last thoughts were of her friends, comrades, and her love. After that, Alicia told the rest of the Alliance what was happening through her transceivers, and many accepted their fate after that. In the Slavic pantheon of Proya, the gods and goddesses sat down for one last party, and so did their people. Many put aside their differences and drank themselves silly until they were eliminated by an explosion or lapis pink lines. One goddess in particular was saddened that she couldn't see one last person in her final moments. However, she quietly accepted her fate as if she was being mocked. She was the last one in the room to be killed by lapis pink lines. They also flew around her for around a minute before they pierced her in the chest. In the Egyptian realm, much was the same. Many gods and goddesses fell. Brave and proud warriors screamed in terror in the last moments of their lives. There were a few that tried to fight back, but it was futile. One of them was Vera, a new goddess. She protected the people around her to her last breath, but in the end, she also fell to lapis attacks. She had many regrets in her life, and one of them was that she couldn't be by her parents' side when all this happened, and also that she couldn't confess her own feelings to the man she loved. She was also aware that her best friend had perished earlier, as she heard Alicia say that the Greek realm fell before the Egyptian one. In the Chinese pantheon, only a few remained alive. Ningguang, their leader, Qinglong, the Azure Dragon, and Long Wang, the Dragon King. Gene Skyward has yet to awaken, and the world is ending. When we needed him the most, he wasn't here, and the Cow's order took advantage of it. It almost looked like we had won too, Ningguang said with a sigh. Moments later, a pink line pierced her, ending her life. "I've lived a long life, but I didn't think this was how it would end. Qinglong, if there is an afterlife, hopefully we will be reincarnated in a more peaceful world," said the Dragon King. "Yes, a peaceful world would be wonderful. I didn't have the opportunity to get close to him, which was a shame," replied the Azure Dragon. Both sat across from each other until they closed their eyes. Like their leader a few seconds ago, They were also finally killed, having accepted their fate at Lapis will. Fufufu. Fufufu. Wonderful. And with this, we will be together forever. Manan and MacLyre had also been pierced by the pink lines, as he himself died first. Multiple gods around them had been killed too, as the pink lines shot towards Ain as she stood there in stunned silence. A pair of hands pushed her out of the way. Ain was finally pulled out of her shock, and the ones that pushed her out of the way was Danu. Her eyes widened in shock as Danu herself was pierced by the lines. Danu, I was happy to be called a mother by you, Ain. Please live, Danu told her before she exploded. The same scene happened nearby, as Kana also pushed Bridget and Dien sect out of the way. Both gods were shocked by this as they saw their friend smiling at them until the end. Kana! Bridget also screamed as she watched her friend meet her fate. Suddenly, the pink lines disappeared from the realm, leaving the survivors confused and broken. Everywhere was bathed in blood, guts, and bones. This same scene was everywhere around the world. The human population across the globe had been cut from 7 billion to just a mere 2 million in a matter of minutes. The supernatural world wasn't far from them as their numbers dwindled down to just 90,000. Ain sat there on the ground in disbelief. Hot and angry tears fell from her eyes as she started screaming and pummeling the ground in frustration. She and many others couldn't do anything to stop this. For the first time in a long time, they all felt powerless. However, it wasn't better by the coasts of Japan, Kanami-ai. Natsum screamed as she had watched her sister push Shigen out of the way from being hit by one of Lapis' pink lines. Kanami looked at Natsum, but instead of saying one last goodbye, she put her hand out and showed her sister one last peace sign and smile, brighter than any other one she had shown her. Seconds later, Kanami Managawa lost her life. The same scene happened between two Nekisha sisters, as the older one had tackled her younger sister out of the way. Chiron, I want food nya. Kuroka screamed one last time at her sister before she also died. Chiron was unsure if she should laugh, cry, or scream in anger at her older sister who had just died. But instead, she fell to her knees and sobbed. She lost her mother before, become separated from her sister, hated her, reunited and reconnected, only to see her die in front of her. To Chiron, it was unfair. Everyone else had been desperately dodging the pink lines until a certain silver-haired youth made a mistake which caused a certain young vampire to push him out of the way. Once she did, she also was pierced by Lapis attack. Calantha looked at Valley and smirked. I guess I'm not the first wife then, she said nonchalantly before dying. Vala stood there in shock, but again, he was body slammed away by a larger person. Quit standing around, Valley. That ain't like you. A familiar voice had shouted that at him. Valley felt a new wave of cold sweat spread across his body as he looked at the person who said that. It was Azazel. A pink line had also pierced him. With his usual grin, he spoke to Valley one last time. And here I thought I would see you grow up to become an even bigger battle maniac. At that moment, Valley had recalled various memories he had spent with Azazel. He remembered the first time that Azazel had taught him how to read and write. He remembered the first time that Azazel had taught him how to use his devil powers properly. He remembered the first time he taught him how to properly communicate and converse with Albion. He remembered the first time he went fishing together with him. He remembered the first time that Azazel took him out for a drive. Many first times flashed in his mind as he saw the man he considered a father figure be killed right in front of him. He had taught Valak so many things and did so many things for him. But in the end, he went off on his own selfishly. Yet he still accepted him back like nothing had happened. Calantha! Azazel! Valley roared in shock. And one final act of Lapis Uncle. Akino! Suzaku screamed in despair as she watched Barrakiel and Akino be pierced by Lapis pink lines. Shuri herself watched in horror as both her husband and daughter died in front of her. It was a strange twist of fate. Shuri Himejima was the one who died and Akino's family became broken. However, she was brought back to life, and now she had to watch both her loved ones be killed right in front of her. Shuri mom, Suzuko-sama, Erin Akino said as she reached out to her mother and cousin. Both finally died. Their haunting last words heard by Shuri, Suzaku, and Rias. Rias had seen her queen and her best friend die. Many memories of Akino flashed in her mind. The day she met her, the time she taught her proper lady etiquette, the day she became her queen, the days they spent in Kuo Academy. Her sadness turned to anger, and she began firing thousands of large balls of power of destruction towards Lapis, who laughed at her futile attempts. Rias angrily cried and shouted, "Give her back," over and over again. Surzex, who was still nearby, watched her sister's despair and became even more angry. Three people, without hesitation, immediately confronted Lapis. Even though they knew they stood no chance, they needed a way to let out their anger. Surzex had entered his aura of destruction. He had turned himself into a human-shaped power of destruction. The other two were Vala Lucifer and Tobio Accuse. However, another soon joined them, as he also cried angrily. It was Dulio Gesualdo. Both Tobio and Valley were in their strongest forms, while Dulio was also still in his balance breaker form with golden wings out. They perished the brave saints and the exorcists. His eminent Strata, Cristaldi, Irina-chan, and Griseldine died. Dulio said in almost a whisper. Yet the three other men heard him. "Are you angry with me?" "Fufu. Try your best," then Lapis said mockingly. Tobio slashed at Lapis with everything he had. He tried to bend whatever barrier she had around her, yet it didn't reach her. However, to his shock, his slash was aimed back at him, and it even injured him. Tobio let out a pained and frustrated grunt. Next was Dulio, who fired several light attacks, along with multiple elemental attacks from his sacred gear. He even tried to use his balance breaker on her, but it was futile as none of them ever reached the woman who mockingly smiled at all of them. LL Lucifer, Satan Lucifer Smasher. Vala fired his attack towards Lapis, who laughed at it, as she simply swiped it away. Next, Valley aimed his Satan Compression Divider at Lapis, who also just sniggered at it, and fired her own attacks at Valley, piercing him on his thigh and shoulder. She then appeared in front of him and slammed her knee into his face, forcing him back to the ground. Lapis did this to Dulio, while also ripping off his rings and kicking him back to the ground. "They'll be taking that darkness away from you," she said cheerfully to Tobio. Suddenly his armor vanished, and Jin appeared on his shoulder, much to his surprise. Next, Lapis ripped his arm off and punched him back to the ground. "Tobio!" Sae screamed and ran over to him. "Ah, Satan Lucifer, how do you do? It's the first time we've met," said Lapis as she bowed. Surzex didn't say anything as he fired several balls of power of destruction at Lapis, who caught them and ate them. He was surprised but didn't show it. Surzex began battling with Lapis in the air. However, it was clear to him and everyone that was left on the ground that he stood no chance. He was being toyed with by the outer god. Finally, Lapis became bored and pierced his stomach with her hand, making Surzex grunt in pain, but before he could retaliate, she fired a point-blank beam of energy at him, which forced him back to the ground. Surzex knelt on his knees, as his right arm was destroyed by the attack, and he was missing a left eye. "But you're all so boring. I wonder when Daddy will come back?" Leanne and Alicia then appeared beside her and smashed their weapons at Lapis. However, she easily caught them and shattered them, tapping their weapons. However, they didn't stop there, as both used their fists instead. "Ah, I forgot you guys were still here, Fufu, but only 4 are left of the GOB, right? I killed most of them, Fufu." Indeed, they did. The goddesses of battle sacrificed their lives to protect the humans. Some of them perished in the blast, and some were killed by the pink lines Lapis used. Only 4 remained: Anna, Alicia, Urfine, and Adite. The rest had perished. Lapis caught their first, and she fired another pink line at Alicia, who was surprised by it. Moments later, she also exploded, ending her life abruptly. Lapis, however, tore Leanne's arm off her, but the woman didn't scream to her surprise. Leanne only gritted her teeth and aimed a point-blank energy shot at Lapis. But to her dismay, it didn't put so much as a scratch on the woman. "Nice try, Leanne-chan," she said before slapping Leanne on the cheek and making her crash back down to the ground. "I Valley," said as he got up. Lapis grinned and transformed into the false King Ghidorah. However, due to them merging, Ghidorah's body had turned a mix of black and pink, with a floating crown on each head. In the middle of the monster's chest was Lapis, upper half of her body, who waved at everyone. I'm not like a Nikki. I can't protect so many people, yet I failed to protect that small family I promised. Vala looked up at Lapis with fury. Do you loathe me, boy? I still love you, Valley. You're my nephew? Ah, whatever you are, it'll keep you alive, she said happily. Suddenly, a powerful and large dragon made of ice had appeared and also fired a breath attack at Lapis, who shrugged it off and looked at who had done that. It was Lavinia Rennie. However, seconds later, a powerful and large ball of flames hit her back. She also shrugged her shoulders, extinguishing the flames. Good effort, Suzuka-chan, Lavinia-chan. But no dice. She mocked them and smirked at them. Both of them kept firing attacks at her until Lapis destroyed the ice dragon and sent several beam attacks at Suzuku and Lavinia. Both dodged many of the beams, but were eventually pierced through various parts of their bodies. Both fell to the ground, but started to get up shortly afterward. You're all so persistent. I should just kill you all since I'm bored, she said, and began to charge up powerful breath attacks from all three heads. Lapis herself also gathered energy with her hands and created a powerful pink ball. Vala slowly walked towards Lapis. If I can't protect them anymore, then it'll protect the ones nearest to me now. He screamed and increased his power to the utmost limits and tried to fly, but he couldn't as he was too exhausted. Lapis saw this and grinned before unleashing all the breath attacks at Valley, as well as her pink ball of destruction. Albion, stay with me till the end, Vala muttered as he held his hand up and grinned. Of course, Valley. I wouldn't have it any other way, replied Albion. Satan compression divider. Valley tried to have Lapis attack, but he and everyone could see that it wasn't working. However, the young Lucifer didn't stop and kept going. He would use all the remaining life in him if he had to. He had never thought that he would go so far as to save people. He couldn't help but smirk at it. But Valley eventually lost the power struggle as Lapis attacks won over his Satan compression divider. Valley looked at the giant beams as they reached him and blasted him into oblivion. Valkun! Lavinia screamed in despair as she couldn't do anything to help her precious little brother. The rest of the Vala team looked on in despair as they saw their leader killed. A giant smile suddenly spread across the face of Lapis, causing confusion among everyone. You're back, Daddy, she shouted enthusiastically. The attack that Lapis had sent to Valley had been stopped. In front of him was Aaron Toole, hot and angry tears streaming down his face as he devoured the attack Lapis had used. Nikki, Vinkon, Jean, Aaron. Everyone screamed his name. Aaron flicked his free hand, and everyone in the remaining human world and supernatural world was teleported away to a different place beyond the omnivores. They were the beginnings of Sanctuary. Everyone became confused as they all felt a warm feeling, and their injuries began to be healed. In front of them was a large screen. It showed both Lapis and Aaron. However, a lone woman stood in front of it. Some recognized her. Comptoir, Rhea shouted and ran over to her. You're all here too, huh? Asked a feminine voice. Many turned to see who it was. As some also recognized the voice, it was Vivelgrind. Lavinia asked, as the true dragon helped her up and nodded. Holy shit, is that Jean? The voice of Kikiho Kuda asked. It is. Dude, what the hell? Higuro Najima replied. What's happening? Where are we? Asked Suzaku. Everyone in the supernatural world and humans gathered in front of the screen. He transported everyone that was left to Sanctuary, Aaron's future home. It's still in its development stage, but everyone should be safe here, replied Comptoir. What do you mean? Asked Shiva as he stood beside Comptoir. However, the woman just shook her head and remained silent. Through the screen, they watched the confrontation. K-Ch-H. Aaron gritted his teeth and then screamed. It was so loud and powerful that it shook the multiverse. He then appeared below Lapis and punched her. However, that simple punch eliminated at least 1/4 of the multiverse. It destroyed everything, all rules, laws, and anything that existed. It simply stopped existing because of that punch. Lapis herself also exploded, but she quickly regenerated and laughed happily. That's it, Daddy. Accept what you truly are. You're no longer human. You were never compassionate. Your entire existence was chaos from the day you were born. You were and still are an outer G. I don't care what I am. My entire existence is beyond that, and I'll use it to protect the ones closest to me. Aaron screamed at her. Nonsense. You are the embodiment of chaos. An outer god, it's your destiny to destroy everything. Accept it. Lapis screamed back. We can rule reality and the omniverse together. Daddy, so accept it. She then grew even more in size and fired a powerful beam at Aaron. The attack enveloped the entire universe and began to destroy the rest of the multiverse. Aaron's body was covered in various colors of energies as he charged at Lapis. He flew directly toward the attack and was hit by it, but he kept going. Aaron, for the second time since he was reborn in the Draconic Dais, took damage. The skin on his body began to melt, and he also began to bleed. It hurt. It really hurt him, but he didn't care. He kept flying forward towards Lapis, who only increased the power she used, further destroying the multiverse. Various worlds, timelines, and planets were obliterated because of her attack. Not even Evie, Phantasma, and the Chaos Order were safe. They all perished under her attack. My flesh, my blood, my bones. I don't need any of it, screamed Aaron as he finally reached Lapis' body and his fist slammed into her body again. However, this time his scream got louder as he kept increasing his power. You can do it, a pay dragon. Beat the bad guy, a pay dragon. A pay? Who cares? Kick that bitch's ass. Jean, kill her. A pay dragon. Aaron heard the remaining children of the supernatural, as well as other people screaming his name. He even heard his two friends Aguro and Kikiho. Suddenly, the glowing fist that Aaron used to punch Lapis transformed into a large nose, and in front of them, a majestic form of a dragon made of shadows and darkness appeared in his place. Aaron Tool had transformed into his dragon form, and he roared loudly. Aya! With one final roar, his body glowed brightly, and everything around Aaron was destroyed. To the ones watching this confrontation, the entire universe simply turned white, and then Lapis' body began to crumble away seconds later. At least I got killed by Daddy, thought Lapis as her life was ended. Would things be different if I were born another way? What happened? Someone asked. He destroyed it all, replied Comptoir. What? Shiva asked, confused. He destroyed the Omniverse or whatever else remained after Lapis' attack. Nothing remains, only the ever-expanding white void of nothingness, said Comptoir. A lone figure floated in that void. It looked lonely and full of regret. He looked at his hand and brought it up, and thus began the reconstruction of the entire Omniverse. However, he did not use his power alone. He siphoned it from someone else. Use my power. Those were the words he heard when he came back to the world. While hesitant at the start, he did use it during the short confrontation between them. Everything around him, as well as the rest of the Omniverse, began to repair itself. Earth, the planet, also came back, and with it, the ones that died that day. However, this included everyone across the Omniverse too, so the Eevee, Phantasma, and some villains were brought back. Aaron himself wasn't aware of this. Once he was done, the various people who lost their lives were confused. That was until they noticed Aaron there, smiling sadly at them. Aaron walked over to Aquino and Barrakiel and hugged them. I'm sorry for being late, Dad. Aquino, he told them. Neither of them replied, but they simply hugged him back too. Back in Sanctuary, many breathed a sigh of relief as everything was back to normal. Their world, their loved ones, and the places they lived were back. However, unknown to them, Aaron planned on erasing their memories of this event. He didn't want them to remember such a tragedy. Holy shit, Jean's that powerful, and the supernatural was real. And he was that a paid dragon guy. Higuro shouted in excitement. As expected of Skyward Sama, added Kikiho. Both their girlfriends were still reeling in the shock of it all, but small smiles were on their faces. Without prompting, Shiva said, "This is the current middleman of the supernatural world." Everyone stopped to listen to him. He was the god of destruction after all, and he also managed to escape thanks to his wife Parvati, who sacrificed herself. He, along with his little brother Vala Lucifer, stood up to that terror. Vala Lucifer, the white dragon emperor of the morning star, and an outer god with the heart and compassion of a human and the power of a dragon god that is the dual dragon emperor of unprecedented, unparalleled sovereignty, power, Gene Skyward. The entire vicinity fell silent to his words, and then they were all brought back to Earth. Once there, his two friends approached him. Kikiho, Higuro, I know you have a lot of things to say, but I plan on erasing everyone's memories, so nah, I want to keep mine like hell ID, let you just erase it, said Higuro. Kikiho nodded along. Right, we'll talk to Yua and Sakura. I think they'll both support this too. We're friends, aren't we? Let's have this, Gene. Aaron smiled. If that's what you want, and thanks, he said. They'll teleport all of you back to Kuo then. His friends nodded before they disappeared. Aaron then put his hand up again and erased the events that had transpired today. He didn't want the humans to be traumatized by this. So he did his best at erasing any remnants of what had happened. The cows ordered themselves retreated. They had lost the initial battle and lost their other hope of winning Lapis. So for now, they would retreat. Aaron had many places to visit, many people to face and meet. Even though none of them blame him of what happened, he still felt guilty and wanted to apologize to them personally. Many of his friends, comrades, and some of his lovers died due to Lapis. Comptoir, like many, watched him from distance. However, she wasn't looking at Aaron, but instead she stared at a screen in front of her. It was only visible to her. Evolution Progress 1-299. 99, Chapter 17. Part 1. Peaceful Days and International Rating Game. Gene Skyward's soliloquy. A few hours have passed since the invasion war with the Cows Order. I had gone around each faction and pantheon and helped them with repairing and rebuilding their towns and cities. Not all of them needed help since when I initially repaired the Omniverse, they also were restored with it, but not everything in them or people lied to me just to get me to repair some broken down portion of their home. Regardless, I didn't care that much since I felt guilty for being late and failing so many times on my trials. If I didn't, then I could have arrived much sooner and stopped all the destruction Lapis did. If I can help it, I'd like people not to die. You know? Just because I have the power to bring them back to life doesn't mean it was traumatizing for them. You'd have to be a complete shallow idiot and lack brain cells or empathy if you couldn't see that side of it. Right now, I was in the Irish Pantheon, more specifically the Fairy Kingdom. I hadn't been here in a while, but they were also all killed during it. No one survived. I was near the inn I stayed in before and helped repair and renovate it. Oh, I also lost a lot of shadow soldiers, so I plan on making more in the future. I have more than 1 billion, or was it trillion? Well, either way, I lost a lot of them, and I wanted to at least quadruple that number soon. In addition to this, and I feel bad about this, but I left the girls as soon as I came back again. I feel like an asshole for doing that, but as usual they understand and let me go. Ugh, I should go back, especially because quite a few of them died, especially Aquino. Although like the rest, she told me not to worry about it, and she wanted to spend time with Mom, since Shuri was also forced to watch her and Barrakiel die. However, I wasn't exactly alone. 2 were stuck to my hip since I came back. Both looked exhausted, especially Suzaku, since I heard that the majority of the Himejima clan, including her parents, were killed by Lapis attack. So I helped the residents in the Fairy Kingdom. Suzaku and Lavinia weren't too far from me, as they helped with comforting the citizens here, as well as providing them with food I created using my powers. We already had been to several others before we came to the Irish Pantheon, and a lot of devastation was also there. I feel like Hestia might have some kind of agenda against the Cows Order now. She did lose 3 of her friends she was close to, and of course many other residents of her realm and other fellow gods. She was angry with me, but at the same time, for some reason, didn't blame me. I wouldn't have minded it if she did. However, I guess Hestia was a lot more mature than I took her for, even after I apologized to her a couple of times. She just told me to shut up in the end. Thanks, middleman. I think the others over there need help, said Faye. Yeah, they'll get to it. If you need any more help, don't hesitate to call me again, I told her, and she agreed before flying off. I turned around to look at Suzaku and Lavinia. They were handing out boxes of food to anyone who came by for them. It seems like we'll be here for a while. I walked back over to them and started helping out. I created 2 avatars to go help the rest of them out as I stayed with them. They kept glancing at me as I helped them out, which confused me, but I didn't ask them about it. When we first arrived here, a lot of the land was destroyed, like a few other pantheons we visited. However, it wasn't as severe as them, so I only needed to spend a few minutes fixing things. Once that was done, I went around renovating and helping these 2 with handing out provisions since I wanted to make sure they had enough to eat until their next shipment came. Since all the pantheons and factions are still recovering from the war that occurred, I decided to help them by giving provisions. Once we were done with this area, we moved on to the next one. It was mostly silent between us, with both girls tightly hugging my arm as we walked through the areas. Oya, Jean-kun, I didn't think you'd come here, so soon, said Oberon to our right. He jumped down from the tree and greeted us. Yo, how's Mr. Dual Dragon Emperor of Superpower? Apparently, Shiva gave me some kind of new moniker that spread quite quickly even after I brought everyone back. I'm not entirely sure what it is, since a few of them have told me it in a more teasing and playful way. I've tried asking the others, but they seemed too preoccupied with other things, so I didn't press it. Hello, Oberon. How are you feeling? I asked while putting my hand up. Tip-top shape. Ah, by the way, can you do us a favor? We mentioned it during that meeting when those Satans attacked us, but a lot of things happened between that time and now, so I have some free time, so I don't mind, I told them. The 2 with me agreed, and Oberon was happy with my response. Great. Ah, if you're going to ask where Titania is, she's helping the Dark and High Elves through something. Hey, raise the request then. He explained and handed me a piece of paper. I looked through it and found 3 names of what I assumed were elemental spirits. Salamander, I would guess the fire spirit equal to Sylph. Undine, the water spirit, and finally Gnome, the earth spirit. If they look anything like their Monster Girl Quest counterparts, then they'll have a field day. A small smirk appeared on my face. We'll get to it then. I have a feeling they're spirits like Sylph, right? I asked him. Correct. With that said, they'll get going, Jean-kun. Today I'm forced to act like a leader, so I need to look after my people. Foo-foo, away I go. Oberon left us while skipping away. As we began walking away, I decided to confront Gnome first. We got Sylph first, so I thought I might as well follow the script of MGQ and go Gnome Undine Salamander. I had no reason for this, I just felt like it. After we walked for a few minutes, I decided to speak to Suzaku. I was wondering, why haven't you returned to the clan? I know you're worried about your clan members and parents, so Atsudara and Aunt Shuri said that they would check on them with Akino and Uncle Barrakiel after they're done with checking their home. All of them are allowed back there now, after all. Also, because of what just happened, Atsudara Himejima is allowed a few days of leave from his cell. Apparently, he helped during the attack and saved many fallen angels' lives, explained Suzaku. I see. Well, we can check on them after we're done with my job. Sorry about this, you two, I told them. We arrived in a sort of swamp and desert-like area in the Fairy Kingdom. The note that Oberon gave me simply said help fix their environment. I saw it as an easy task, so I accepted it. We walked around for a little bit as I repaired the area, but the entire time we felt like we were being watched. After we were done with fixing everything, I turned around and said, "You can come out, Gnome. We're done. Or are you too shy to come out?" The ground around us shook a little before a small creature appeared in front of us. She had medium-length brown hair, green eyes, and wore a hat. Also wore baggy clothes and boots. "I look forward to seeing the fire spirit," said a voice from Suzaku's chest. A small ball floated from her chest to her shoulder, and out came Juke in her small bird form. She perched on Suzaku's shoulder. "Juke?" Suzaku looked confused at her contracted beast. "Am I not allowed to come out?" Juke asked and pecked Suzaku's cheek. "No, you can. It's just I wasn't expecting you to," so suddenly replied Suzaku. Juke nodded her head and stayed silent as we all watched Gnome, who stared at us silently too. She walked over to me and handed me a doll made of clay. Unsure of what to do, I gave it some life and it began to squirm in my hand, and I dropped it. It energetically began doing sit-ups for some reason. It did about 15 before it hugged Gnome's leg before running off. I'm here to do Oberon a request. I fixed your territory, so It'll move on to the last two spirits, I told her. She nodded and gestured for me to go down to her level, so I knelt down. She leaned in close and whispered, "Thank you, please tell Sylph I said hi." "Sure thing, Gnome. He'll try to visit with Natsum in the future, so you two can meet again," I told her and patted her head. She nodded before disappearing into the ground again. "We're done here. Next up is Undine." The place we arrived at wasn't too far from Nome, all things considered. However, we expected to be in a large body of water, like a lake or river, but instead we had to trek down a narrow cliff and enter a cave with a small waterfall coming out of it. The cave itself wasn't large. It was quite small and had a lot of vines and other flora and plants growing out of it. The deeper we journeyed, the more plant life we saw. The density of magic and life energy kept on getting stronger too. Perhaps it also affected the growth rate of these plants? "I feel a lot of magic," said Lavinia. "Is it Undine? It might be Ice Queen." These four spirits seem to be the most powerful spirits in the realm, perhaps even the Irish pantheon, replied Juke from Suzuku's shoulder. Lavinia seemed happy being called Ice Queen, as she hugged my arm even tighter after Juke called her that. Suzaku seemed troubled by something, but said nothing about it. We kept walking for another few minutes, all the while the magic around us kept getting stronger. Finally, we arrived at an even more extensive section. However, all around us were a bunch of other spirits, a small lake in the middle, and small holes in the walls all over the place. It felt a bit like that place Sylph took Natsum and I during our date. In the middle was Undine. Her body seemed to be made of water, and she had pale green eyes. She resembled a mermaid. She looked at us before she teleported in front of us. She seemed to be on guard, but also seemed to know me. "Middleman, why have you come here?" Undine asked. I showed her the list, and she nodded. "I see. Thank you in advance. Please fix the homes of those spirits and the outside, since they were destroyed by the recent war the Alliance had." I looked around again and found there were some holes in the wall that were worse for wear, so I brought my hand up and began to repair them. I summoned an avatar and sent it to repair the outside. They quickly did so and came back. We high-fived and he vanished. Once I was done with the repairs, the water to me seemed strange, so I walked over to it. "What happened to it?" I asked Undine. Suzaku and Lavinia joined me, and both touched the water. Juke stared at it quite intently. While this realm is far from humans, there seems to be some pollution in it. It's not much to call it poisonous, but it's enough to bother the creatures that live here, especially the spirits," Juke said after a few seconds. I was surprised that she could analyze it that quickly. Although she is a bird, even if she's the vermilion bird, she's still a bird. "You are thinking of something rude, are you not?" Juke asked me as she flew in front of me and pecked me several times on the forehead. "A bird's a bird," I replied, which made her peck me more on the head, and I laughed before apologizing. However, I want to deny that my years of experience led me to that conclusion, as it happened in multiple places in the supernatural at some point. "Yes, that includes my home," she told us. "So, it's safe to assume that this is happening all over the fairy kingdom?" I asked Undine and Juke. Undine, while hesitant, nodded her head. "Yes, this has only been a recent problem. However, I have spoken to Oberon and Titania, and they have said that they would fix the problem soon. I'll do it then. I'm still on the job after all," I told her and touched the water. "It's better to make them pure forever, right?" I thought and proceeded to do just that. The water in the fairy kingdom cannot be polluted by third-party sources anymore. The water briefly glowed before it turned back to its previous color, I would assume, as it had become so clear that any source of life reflected anything off of it. It was almost blinding. Undine, Juke, and the rest of the spirits there stared at me with surprise. "That should do it, though I may have gone overboard. So pollution of the waters here will never happen again," I told them, but didn't elaborate. "We can't stay for too long. I need to go to the last place where Salamander stays at." As we turned around, we heard her thank us. "Middle Jean, if anyone you know wishes to make a contract with a spirit, then I will not mind lending them my help," she told us. "They'll keep that in mind, Undine." "Thank you," I replied and waved goodbye to them. Lavinia had been playing with a little spirit the entire time, and Suzuku had started speaking to Juke. wanted to get closer to her since she apparently had more knowledge to give her. Do you feel at home, Zhuke? I asked. Are you insulting me? She asked back. In front of us was a valley of tall and rigid mountains, and around us were rivers of lava. Truth be told, I wasn't expecting something like this at all. However, since those four are of a certain element, I was expecting their territories to mirror their element. Sylph was in a forest with a gentle breeze of wind, and it felt a bit mysterious. Gnome dwelled in a swarm in rocky mountains, and Undine lived in a cave with quite a lot of water. Now the last spirit, Salamander She, I would assume is living in a volcano of all places, since the place we're walking through has a lot of lava, even fire trees that look normal except their leaves are made of flames. It's quite strange. There is no water in sight, since I assume most spirits and creatures here can live off flames alone. No, im isking, I replied. Well, I was teasing her a little, but I was also curious if she did. That question also extended to Suzaku, although I believe I already knew the answer. I feel a faint bit of sarcasm. Nevertheless, I will answer. Yes and no. While I am the legendary vermilion bird, and my element is of flames, I do not just spend my time near flames. I do not bathe in flames, nor do I eat them. I am just like any creature. I eat, breathe, and do other things, middleman, she said with a huff. Don't tease her too much, Aaron, Suzaku told me, and rubbed Zook's chin, and she let her. As we spoke about mundane things to try to keep a bit of normalcy between each other after the shit they went through the past few days, and especially the last few hours, I tried to lighten the mood. As I did this, we eventually went inside the volcano through a massive, triangular-shaped entrance at the base of it. Once inside, there were even more lava rivers, lakes, and even lava falls. It was a massive area that it almost felt like a different realm. However, we were immediately surrounded by a bunch of fire spirits and small red wyverns. As they stared at us curiously, one of the fire spirits came to us. Hurrah! The middleman. Why are you here? She asked me. I showed her Oberon's piece of paper, and she happily nodded. He'll go inform Salamander. Hey, Bless guide them to that place. She told her friend and flew away. Another fire spirit called Bless came over to us and told us to follow her. We obliged and began following her. Why aren't any of you hot or sweating? Most humans on the way here are usually already drenched in sweat, she asked. Skill issue, I replied. I was lightly smacked by Lavinia on the head for answering like that. Instead, she gave a small explanation on the clothes that they wore and how it changes to accommodate for the change in temperature. What she didn't mention was that I gave them resistance to a lot of those over the years we spent together. However, I doubt she wanted the spirit to know that. That sounds neat, she replied. We continued on our journey as she told us a small bit of history about this place. According to Bless, there were two fire spirits that could have taken the contender of the fire spirit of the fairy kingdom. One of them was Salamander, and the other was a fire spirit called Wrath, a male fire spirit. The spirits were divided on who should be called it. So, with Oberon and Titania's blessings, they fought for the title. In the end, Salamander won, and not much was heard about Wrath after it. As she finished her story, we arrived at what we assumed was the throne room of Salamander. On both sides of this relatively narrow, but still large room were two lava rivers, and nearer to the throne were two holes that lava falls poured down from. In the middle of the room was a large rock where a throne was carved or melted to form it. On it was Salamander. She had brown skin and flames for hair and red eyes. She was essentially naked, but flames covered her nipples and lady parts. She stared at us when we came into the room. So you're the middleman? Looks can be deceiving, although you did revive all of us, so you have my thanks. I'd like to get started. So she summoned another piece of paper made of flame and made it fly to me. This is doable, correct? She asked. Along with the two with me, plus Zhuke looked through the list. It had around 10 places in total for me to repair, 5 in the inside of the volcano and 5 on the outside. While it was more than the others, I could get done in no time, so I agreed to do it. After this, we'll head to the land of Heaven Falls since I was informed about something, and I wanted to go there as fast as I could. It's fine, so we'll get started, I told her and turned around. Hold it, she said, and I turned back around to look at her. Sylph, She became contracted with one of your lovers, correct? Are you doing this to make more contracts for them? She asked. No, I'm just going around factions and pantheons to help with repairs. Undine so far has been the only one to tell me that she doesn't mind forming a contract in the future with someone. Does that satisfy your question? I asked. She nodded her head before gesturing for us to leave. I shrugged and left the room. They'll leave the outside for my avatar. Let's focus on the inside. It shouldn't take long, I told them. But suddenly Zhuke got off Suzaku's shoulder. I will go explore. I'm interested in this place, she told us and flew off. Suzaku put her hand out to try to stop her, but Zhuke flew away before she got her words out. Do you want to go with her? I asked. But Suzaku shook her head. She'll be fine, and that's just a small avatar of hers. You won't do anything to her if it's killed, she muttered and clung back to me. I nodded and got to work. The various places she wrote down for me were rooms that were quite spacious. One of them was a place to store other ingredients they ate that wasn't just flames. It was damaged, and she wanted me to repair it, and also replace some of them. I scanned those items and were surprised to see the variants in them, like a flaming spicy potato. Another room was essentially a fighting ring. We saw some pictures on the walls as well as when they won some kind of tournament here. It feels like the Supernatural really likes their fighting tournaments. The other rooms were normal and nothing noteworthy. Some were more storage rooms. Some were giant sleeping quarters for whom I assume are the fire spirits and salamanders guard. I occasionally looked through my avatar's eyes and saw that it was the same outside. They had some locations where they resembled normal human places, like restaurants. A training course and hot springs, or do I call them lava springs? Around 7 minutes later, we were done and my avatar disappeared. I gained all his memories and we told Salamander this. She looked skeptical, but there was another fire spirit guard that followed us, so he confirmed it for her. I see. Thank you, she said, and we were essentially dismissed after that. She felt a bit rude and cold, but I didn't really care at this point. I wanted to go somewhere else. However, we waited outside of the volcano for Zhuke, who Suzaku contacted. After a few minutes, she came out in her human form and had a frown on her face. Is something wrong, Zhuke? Suzaku asked her. I do not like this place. It feels strange. However, it is not my place to intervene or say anything more, so I will leave it to Jean if he wishes to pursue it, she told us, and changed back in her bird form and perched on Suzaku's shoulder. What did she mean by that? All three of them looked at me, and I stared at the volcano in front of us. Is it a pressing issue? I asked her. No, I believe you can deal with it at any time you please. However, the longer you wait, the more unhappy they will become, she told me. I weighed my options. I could stay here longer and solve it. However, Salamander didn't look like she wanted me there, nor my help that much. But since it came from Oberon, she allowed it. At the same time, Zhuke said it wasn't that pressing, but the longer I waited, the more unhappy the ones that live here become. I sighed and summoned an avatar. Keep an eye on this place. I'm still lacking shadow soldiers, so you'll need to take their place. Also, please change into something else to blend in, and keep me updated on the situation, I told my avatar. He saluted me and turned into a small male fire spirit and flew away. I see. So that's what you're going to do. Very well. I will take my leave then. I will see you soon, Suzaku, said Zhuke as she vanished. We should, as I begin to say that, a magic circle appeared beside both Lavinia and Suzaku. They were surprised, but answered them, and then they both became disgruntled. I don't want to leave your side, complained Lavinia, real tears, threatening to fall from her eyes. Suzaku shared the same sentiment, as she clearly looked extremely depressed. Whatever you two were called for, they must be important, so I suggest you go to them. I already said this to you two earlier when we were in the Egyptian realm, but it'll make it up to all of you, I told them. Both still looked uncomfortable and against it, but in the end, they agreed to go and left. Apparently, the Slash Dog team wanted Lavinia's help with something, and Suzaku was called back to the Himejima clan to deal with an array of problems that arose after the events of today. In all honesty, I expected Suzaku to agree to go right away, since she did lose her parents and a lot of the clan members, so I was surprised by her reluctance. I wonder why. Was it because I had been absent for so long? Another completely different reason that they haven't told me? Well, I can ask them later. Tamagoda oof. Sorry, I said, and helped the person up. I had teleported directly into the realm and bumped into someone. I looked down and saw that it was Podrick. Oh, Podrick, sorry about that. Do you need help? I asked. Ah, Jean. Yes, if you don't mind, a lot of things are happening right now, and a certain god is here again, he told me. Huh? I was confused by what he said, so he elaborated. Manan MacLyre was revived after he was killed. It seems like you revived some enemies too when you repair the multiverse. Right now, he's fighting Danu, Ain, and Kana. Well, fighting is a stretch. More like Ain is letting out her frustrations on the man. I didn't stay for too long, so I nodded, created another avatar, and told him to help Podrick. I then located their aura and ran towards it. It was further away from the town, since it was below it, and on one of the uninhabited islands of this realm. I quickly flew over there and passed the barrier that was set up around it. In the middle was Ain brutally beating a man who I assume was Manan MacLyre. In front of me were both Danu and Kana. I heard from Kuntwar that both of them died during Lapis attack, and that Danu was one of the fated ones. I don't know why Kuntwar didn't tell me about her when I met her. I guess some strange requirement was needed. I stepped forward and stepped on a twig, which caused both Danu and Kana to turn around. I sighed and walked towards Danu before embracing her, which surprised her. But she hugged me back too, and we stayed like that for a little while, all the while we heard Ain's fist slamming into Manan MacLyre's face and body. "I'm Sully." Those were the first words out of my mouth to her. However, Danu tightened her embrace in response to it. Finally, we pulled away and I cupped her cheek. "Danu, it's okay. I was the one that pushed Ain out of the way. I didn't want her to die. A parent always has to have the best interests in mind for their children, right?" She told me, and we heard a strange mom from Ain as she kept pummeling away at the god beneath her. None of this would have happened if I didn't fail so many times when I did my trials. That was the undeniable truth, also me slacking off for a bit while reading books. I didn't think that was the best move on my part. What's done is done. We can't undo what happened. Let's just move on from it, okay? She said while holding my hand that's on her cheek. Yeah, I wasn't the only one who perished, Aaron, she told me, and I turned to Kana, who awkwardly fidgeted around as she kept glancing at us. I nodded and stepped towards Kana, who immediately started panicking. "Ashi, Ahon, glad you could join us. You know, I never thought I'd die and be brought back to life after all that hardcore training we did. Ah, she said while rubbing the back of her. I smiled at her, and once I reached her, I brought her into a hug too. This made her yelp and make another strange sound. Again, she started to squirm a bit, but eventually settled and hugged me back. "Kana, I'm sorry too, but how are you holding up?" I asked. "Tip-top shape. I'm not that bothered by dying. I mean, I did this super awesome sacrifice thing. Why, you know?" She told me, but the way that she was speaking sounding almost forced, as if she's trying to sound fine and upbeat. You don't need to keep up the act, you know? Death, even for a god, is still quite scary, Kana. Even if gods can come back, death isn't easy and shouldn't be something that should be laughed at or looked down on. I told her. It seems like what I told her made her freeze, as when I looked at her, her lips were pursed as if she was trying to stop herself from crying. But she eventually did. I didn't want to die, but I also didn't want Bridget to die either. I didn't and don't want any of my friends to die. I heard so many of them died when Lapis attacked, even Danu. I hate it, why can't death not exist, she muttered as I hugged her again. I can't really remove death since it's essential to life. Overpopulation and things like that. Even so, not everyone came back when I revived everyone. All my friends and lovers came back. However, there were some comrades in Team DXD and some of their family and friends that didn't. Reincarnation is weird. Sometimes they take thousands of years, while some take seconds. For those who didn't come back, they instantly reincarnated. This was true to the human population too. What was previously 7 billion is only 5 billion now. Around 2 billion were instantly reincarnated. However, I suspect some of them to reincarnate into this world with no memories, but others may go to a different universe with no memories either. I can't remove death since it's needed, Kana, but I'll do my best from letting our friends die from unnatural deaths. How does that sound? I asked. It makes me fall for you even more, she muttered, surprising me. She looked up and then kissed me. It felt strange. I didn't expect a confession right now, but I accepted it and kissed her back. She took advantage of the situation to confess and kiss him. Ain shouted, and more hits of flesh was heard. We separated, and Kana said, "They'll keep on spreading my music, but this time I want it to be about hope, love, and happiness." With what happened, many should still be quite shaken up by it. So I plan on asking Sarasvati to play together. Soon may we have your help. Do you want me to broadcast it all around the world? Including the human world, right? I asked and she nodded. Sure thing, I can do that. I finally turned to face Ain and Manan MacLiar. She was still busy pummeling his face with her fists. A lot of blood was already around them, and Ain looked like a crazy woman. All she did was grunt each time she hit him. Manan MacLiar himself didn't even fight back, or was he already dead? No, he was still alive. I can feel it. In a few more minutes. No, a few more centuries. I haven't gotten enough yet. She screamed back at me and increased the speed and strength of her punches. I've already ripped him apart earlier. He can't do anything with them anymore. Well, that was utterly horrifying to hear. I almost instinctively hid myself from her. Knowing the girl's strength, they can easily do that too, so it's not impossible. I looked at Danu and Kana, and they confirmed it with a nod. Does he have multiple souls in him? I asked. When I looked at Manan MacLiar in more detail, he fell off. He does. This piece of shit has my two other husbands' souls in him too. That's why I need more time to beat the shit out of him. She yelled and kept on hitting him. I sighed, walked over to her, and put my hand on her back. I'm going to give you the power to punch the two other souls inside of him, while also being able to beat the one in front of you too. So go ahead, I told her. Nice, Aaron. I love you. She shouted and began to pummel him again, but at the same time, ora, 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 screamed Ain. She turned into a JoJo character. And I have so much respect for you. Maybe dying again really did give you brain damage, said Albion. Screw you. I'm fine, and so what if I died? I pushed your sorry ass out of that pink line's way. I could have gotten away from it, dumbass. Apparently, Drake pushed his rival out of the way and saved him, which meant he also died a few hours ago. But he wasn't worried since, according to him, I'd come back and bring them back. I was a bit flabbergasted by his casual demeanor, but I guess not much phases this Dragon Emperor. All of us watch Ain beat the living shit out of Manan MacLiar for the next few minutes. That was until she stopped and had a very satisfied look on her face. It almost looked like she had reached a state of pure euphoria or enlightenment with how peaceful and ecstatic it looked. However, he wasn't dead as he mumbled something through his badly beaten face full of blood. However, nothing coherent could be heard. Only bubbles from the blood around his mouth could be heard. What do you want to do with him? I asked. I myself wanted to end him, but I gave Ain the choice since he or they had been haunting her for many years. I touched her shoulder, and she quickly turned around to look at me. Her sharp eyes felt like they were trying to pierce through my soul. To my surprise, she grabbed my hand and held it as she started to shake. Her hands were bloody. She didn't give me an answer right away. I don't want these assholes alive, since they might try to ruin others' lives. Kill them until every single one of their alternate selves be exterminated from every timeline, she said. She then started to hyperventilate. All right, I replied and stroked her head while soothing her, which stopped her from hyperventilating. Having powers is always convenient. I took that for granted and felt useless as hell when I took my trials. I looked down at Manan MacLiar. I expected his confrontation with Ain to be some monumental debacle that would involve all of the Irish pantheon and maybe even Ireland. However, he picked the wrong time to do it and got killed in the process by Lapis. However, if she didn't show up, then maybe it would have been something bigger. However, as I know that's not how life works, quite a bit of my plans didn't go through since something or other happened. This remained the same for him. He planned poorly, and this is how it turned out. With his permanent death. I can't do what Ain wanted yet, but maybe after I evolve. He'll try to eliminate those guys from as many timelines as I can. However, doing so might mess up those timelines in the long run, but we'll see. I should have some kind of speech ready, but I don't. So I'll keep it simple. You tortured my Ain for too long, and I have wanted to do this for quite some time now. I hope to never see you again, I told Manan MacLiar and smirked. Okay. I aimed my hand at him, and Manan and Macliar began to turn into purple participles. However, he couldn't scream as he just lay there and slowly disappeared. Turning my attention back to Ain, I said, and that's that. You shouldn't be able to come back since that ability destroys souls, I think. Why do you sound unsure? She snapped and punched me in the gut. She suddenly hugged me and added, if you expect me to fall for you after all this, you've got another thing coming. I chuckled and said, well, I wasn't, but to my surprise, she kissed me, making both Kana and Danu giggle. She stepped away from me, and while blushing at me, she said, and who said I was yours? Don't get cocky, Brett. She then kissed me again. You're 100 years too early to have me, and yet you keep on kissing me, I told her and smirked. She walked over to Danu as I removed the blood from her and hid behind her. He's bullying me, she said behind her while squinting her eyes at me. Are you 9 years old? What's with this? Danu simply giggled at Ain. What do you want to do, Aaron? Danu asked me as she brought Ain in front of her and hugged her. Kana also joined them as all three women looked at me. Before I answer that, Danu apparently, Kuntuar told me that you're the final fated one. I told her, bringing the entire area into silence. All of them stared at me before they looked at Danu, who had turned completely red out of embarrassment. Ain't that great, huh, Mom? You can get taken by the fated WYRM, mumbled Ain. She sounded a bit annoyed after hearing that. You're already jealous, Ain, said Kana. Why would I be? Replied Ain as she huffed. As I went to speak, I received a signal from Antares from the dimensional gap. I checked it, and it simply said, otherworldly gods. Shall we exterminate them? Antares, wait for me to get there. I want to see who it is, I told him over the transceiver. Yes, of course, Arensama, he replied, and I turned to face the women again. Something came up, but we can discuss this further, Danu. And Ain, let's get dating, all right? Same with you, Kana, I told them. Okay, Kana said happily. Ain looked away and silently nodded. I guess she was still embarrassed by it all, or she was still reluctant because of her past. Okay, they'll see you at home, honey, said Danu. I smiled at them one last time before I told my avatar to do the repairs in this realm since something came up. Once I arrived at the dimensional gap, I saw that Kokoshibo and Bellion were engaged in battle with two individuals. However, one of them wasn't really fighting, and Bellion saw that, so he kept up the fake battle. I flew over to them and floated beside Antares. Godzilla and Mothra were also here, so they flew over to me, changed into their small chibi forms, and landed on my shoulder. To think that there were powerful beings in this place other than the Great Red. Impressive organic life form, a robot said to Kokoshibo. When I used Observe on both of them, I saw that the one fighting Kokoshibo was Regal Ziva and the one Bellion was fighting with Sarah Selby's. However, this Regal Ziva was different from the one I read. In the light novel, Regal Ziva was a 7-meter-tall mechanical humanoid with 5 eyes in total, 2 on each side and 1 on his forehead that shined with gold. His body has a tint of black and purple with thick limbs. However, in this reality, he was taller than that at 15 meters tall. His body was mostly mechanical and was color black with wine red and yellow accents. He had a gem in the middle of his chest that was yellow as well, and had black and yellow wings behind him. His eyes also glowed yellow as he looked like he was enjoying his battle with Kokoshibo. Meanwhile, Sarah Selby's had a lighter black body with gold and pink accents. She had robotic cat-like ears. Her left wing was like Valis light wings, except they were pink in color, and they pointed up, while her right wings pointed down in a darker shade of pink. In her hands, she carried a spear-like weapon, and she had a tail, and the end of it resembled a key. Much like Regal Ziva, her pink eyes glowed. Further using Observe, I saw that Regal Ziva was a genuine mechanical god. However, Sarah Selby's was a different story. She was a former spirit, just like the Atold. Her current title was the Wicked God, but another one, which I presume was her previous one, was the Spirit of Tranquility of Strihustia. They'll assume that was her previous home planet before being invaded. So she definitely was something like that before she was converted. Just like I yell it, but I can't see her former name. If I had to guess, Sarah Selby's was just some kind of surname? So does that mean the Wicker God Sarah Selby's was from the universe of Fatter Fedora, like I yell it? The Miko of Fatter Fedora that Ajuka had under his care, Safara Saraselbes, what the hell, don't think too hard about it. Partner, just take it one step at a time and deal with whatever is going on here, Drake told me. Now let's see what Saraselbes wants. It looks like she wants something different out of this, I replied to him. What have you found out about their goals for coming here? I asked Antares. They have said nothing. Although from the body language of the one facing Bellion, she may want to speak to us. That's why he has been playing with her, and she has been playing along in response, explained Antares. I see the outer god I see, Fufufu, Kaka Kaka. A worthy opponent indeed. You were right, Saraselbes. There does seem to be a base here. And even better, the outer god is also here, shouted Regal Ziva. Thousands of missiles suddenly fired from Regal Ziva's back, but Kokoshibo effortlessly sliced them apart with one swing of his blade. Regal Ziva smirked and materialized beside Kokoshibo. He then changed his right arm into various blades and thrust it towards him. Kokoshibo went to parry it with his sword, but to his surprise it passed through Regal Ziva's arm, and he immediately backed away. Part of his Nagagi kimono was torn apart, and he frowned. The two of them danced around the sky, as Regal Ziva showed various abilities and howled with joy as he attacked Kokoshibo. Slowly but surely his kimono had been torn apart, leaving Kokoshibo essentially shirtless. You did well. Most organic life forms would have already died from my assault, yet you still live. However, this is where playtime ends, Regal Ziva said menacingly, and the entire dimensional gap began to shake. Suddenly he thrust his hand in front of him, and Kokoshibo appeared, but with his quickly reflexes, dodged it and slashed at Regal Ziva, who also avoided his attack. He tried various ways to attack Kokoshibo, but in the end he nodded. I see. So you're immune to soul, reality, and time-based abilities. At most, I can will you two exist in front of me, but nothing more cuckoo to think my reality powers would be reduced to that. An outer god's powers are something else, aren't they? So he tried to warp reality here. Huh? Is that why Kokoshibo suddenly blinked into existence right in front of him, and why he was so confident in that random attack earlier? If it was anyone else, or anyone below his level of power, which was Universal X, then they would definitely struggle to fight him. If Regal Ziva is already that powerful, then how about Melvizoa? He's the leader after all. I glanced back at Saraselbes, also was Universal X. The siblings are powerful then. I can assume Melvizoa is at least multiversal. I wonder if it's possible to turn him into an Electa? I thought, but a sudden voice surprised me. It is. I shall siphon it. That was Azathoth. I wasn't expecting that. Also, siphon it? Does she mean my future power? As I was about to ask her, a set of instructions appeared in my head, and I couldn't help but chuckle at it. I had wondered if I could do it, but it seems like I was being prevented by her. So even if I did, it would have been useless, like my future sight. I guess I'll try it then. I replied to her and brought Kokoshibo back, much to his surprise. I floated towards Regal Ziva and gestured with my finger to bring it on. He smirked at me and charged towards me at an impressive speed. From the looks of it, it was just below the speed of light. Nevertheless, I poked the spot in front of me with my hand. Just then everything froze. No, it just stopped. Not time, not space, but the entire story stopped. A power I was meant to have access to after my evolution, I was given a taste of it right now at the cost of some of Azathoth's life force. I was going to bring her back, so I'll apologize then for being selfish. The power I had access to right now was plot manipulation, stopping everything and anything not even my Electa or anything else in the Omniverse was aware of what was about to happen. I summoned a pen and poked the air in front of me again. Then I began writing in the air. All of Regal Ziva's powers are to be sealed. All of his memories are to be altered. All of his history is to be changed. He will be a double agent for me. Melvizoa and anyone else won't know what happened. Regal Ziva's powers will only work when he fights for me, or when he's acting as a double agent and fighting for Melvizoa and the Eevee. I added more things that changed everything about him, and around 2 minutes later I was done. I let out a sigh of relief and apologized to Azathoth. Once I was done, The pen vanished, and everything returned to its normal state. Experience the taste of my power, outer god. Regal Ziva shouted as his fist hit my chest. However, nothing happened. I did a few things to him. One, his powers were immediately sealed, but many of the others will only activate once I kill him. Meaning, he'll become a double agent for me. After I make him into an Electa, just like how I did to Yanuyo. He was clearly shocked. He backed away and used various types of abilities on me, and they bounced off me, or simply did no damage or didn't activate at all. This is inconceivable. The fierce god of supreme evil, cannot do anything to you. He turned to look at Sarah Selby's and shouted, "Assist me," however. I casually appeared in front of him and pierced his body with my hand before I grabbed his core before squeezing it and destroying it. Immediately afterward, the other changes I had made took effect. His body glowed brightly, and something changed within the Omniverse. I was the only one who felt it, as everyone else did not. Well, maybe Azathoth too, but that's all. I landed on the ground, and so did Regal Ziva. He then knelt down with his broken body. I then created an identical body for him, and moved his consciousness into it. The destroyed body of Regal Ziva fell and disintegrated. Then the new one silently got up and kneeled in front of me. If what I set early remained true, then all the other rules I set should still be in place. From the corner of my eye, I glanced at her and asked Sarah Selby's, "Would you like to speak with me?" Bellion stopped his attacks and landed beside me, as did Kokoshibo and Antares. She looked uneasy, but nodded and also landed beside the kneeling Regal Ziva. "What did you do?" she asked while looking at Regal Ziva. "That's not of importance. Tell me, what do you wish to discuss?" I asked her again and stared at her. She looked up and said, "End of February. More than 20 days have passed since the war with the Cow's order, and peace has settled back into the world. However, there had been many rumors of a mass abduction from aliens since around 2 billion humans suddenly disappeared, which caused a lot of discussions for about a week, and everyone moved on. During those 20 days, I, along with several avatars, went around all the factions and pantheons to help them rebuild and provide provisions for them. During that time, a lot of things happened, mainly me going to a few places to form some connections and promising to visit them to join the Alliance. Michael Azazel also helped me with it. So all that's left is to go there. I told them that they could do it, but they insisted on me doing it since I'm the middleman. Also, apparently, during that war, Tobio and Saz Kid perished along with many others in the daycare in Grigori. Again, I felt like I was responsible, and Tobio had to punch me to stop me from apologizing constantly. I guess Mom was right about me constantly apologizing. Apart from me just cleaning up after myself and promising a bunch of factions and pantheons, we have made a lot of progress with the Rating Game World Tournament, or the International Rating Game. I think today is going to be the announcement, so I'm looking forward to everyone's reaction, even if they already know about it. I've also made around 10k-15kThis zeros of Shadow Soldiers. Apparently, once I evolve, I can make them at the power level of Outer Gods, so I need to update the ranking system, though that's just adding something new after Omniversal, but it's not that big of a deal. Also, Kana moved into my home. She never had a stable home, as she was constantly on the move to spread her music. However, since she became one of my lovers, then she wanted to move in. Danu helped her pick a room. The thing with Sarah Selby's too, she and Regal Ziva escaped from me, and also managed to kill Great Red and Kokoshibo. They brought their heads to Melvizoa, and apparently, he was quite ecstatic for a few days. All of it was obviously fake, so I tricked their ruler. I'm getting updates from both of them, and once I evolve, it'll also involve them and slowly destroy the Eevee from within their universe without the need, hopefully, for me to leave mine. "The ball's in this man for monologuing during our private time," said a feminine voice. "Fufu, maybe he's gotten even more arrogant after coming back," asked another feminine voice. "He's just happy that peace came back," another added. There was also another sound, but most of it was slurping sounds. I looked down to see 4 women with me. Aquino, Rias, Lavinia, and Suzuka, and we had finished a long session together. Lavinia came over and cuddled beside me, followed by Rias, Suzuko, who had offered to help me, ended up staying close again, and Aquino joined her just now. Sorry, I just thought back on the last 20 days, and we'll be graduating soon, and my restaurant is basically finished. So all that's left is to open it, and I'm holding back for a bit more time since I still need to install the name outside, I told them. You finished it around 3 days ago, right? Asked Rias. I nodded and pulled both her and Nia closer to me. Yeah, I just need that design that Valerie made. I offered to just create it, but she insisted on getting it made normally, so I let her. I'm just waiting on her to get it back to me. And well, they'll put it up on opening day, I replied to Rias. I suddenly felt a rush and called out, Hiya. Given that voice, I would guess Suzaku reacted strongly and then let out a sound that made Aquino moan like that. Should we continue? Aaron Jr. is still in the same state as before, and both Hamajumas down there are a mess again, asked Rias as we all looked at Aquino and Suzaku. Aquino was wiping her mouth while Suzaku knelt there in a daze. However, before I could respond, the door slammed open. Eren-sama. I was Ravel. She seemed quite serious until she saw the situation we were in and immediately blushed and stared at me. Ada. I think Ravel got distracted, Aquino said teasingly. She then got up and walked to the stunned Phoenix daughter. She scooped up some of my spilled drink with her finger and shoved that finger into Ravel's mouth. Ravel finally recovered from her shock, only to be shocked again at what Aquino had done. She immediately jumped back, but still consumed it. It's big news, she said, still blushing. She brought out a tablet and showed us a video from it. And so, regarding the Rating Game World Tournament, which has finally been announced, it appears that the discussion with each of the mythological forces has been settled, and we received reports that preparations for the preliminary tournament are already underway in various locations. Therefore, the teams that will pass the preliminaries are all forces take action. The Rating Game World Tournament has finally been announced, and it's being hosted by none other than our world-famous Dual Dragon Emperor and Ape Dragon. You knew about this, didn't you? Rias asked as she got up. The rest of them did too. Yeah, apart from speaking to the various leaders of factions and pantheons during those 20 days, I also made them aware of the upcoming tournament. Anyone can join, and more of the rules will be announced soon. So keep an eye out, I told them and got out of bed. However, Ravel froze. I looked down and forgot I was still buck naked. I chuckled, apologized, and got myself dressed. Pudding, she muttered. I tilted my head, and she looked up at me and shouted something embarrassing before running away. That caused the girls to giggle at her. You shouldn't have done that, Aquino, I told her, yet she just winked at me and made a playful teasing gesture. We need to stop for now. Let's go join everyone else. End of February, what awaited high school students here in Japan was end-of-semester tests. However, today was the last of them, so all of them should be done with them. I myself am near my restaurant, which was fully built. I also received the sign that Valerie wanted to put up last night, and she was here with me today. Aquino and Rias were in touring the college campus since I told them about Venaria and Koharu, so they also invited them for a short tour. As I stood outside the restaurant with Valerie, four people approached us. Yo, awesome Dragon Coin, said Kikiho. It's finally done, huh? Asked Higuro. Beside them were their girlfriends, Sakura and Yua. It took them a while to accept all that happened. I also helped them settle with it by using magic, but they've accepted me and everyone else that was part of the supernatural. Yep, I just needed Valerie here to give me the last part. After we graduate and at the start of college life, ITLL officially open. I will have like a pre-opening thing where I invite various higher-ups from different factions and pantheons, I told them. Big shots like gods and the four great Satans and angels, right? Geez, I never thought Rias-san was the sister of the current Lucifer, said Kikiho, right? Same with Sona. She's the sister of the current Leviathan. No wonder they're sometimes intimidating as hell to talk to Aditaguro. Who's this? He asked and pointed at Valerie. She's Valerie Teeps, a damper and one of my lovers, I told them. They were already aware of the state of the supernatural regarding relationships and other things, so HAA, I feel like any women we meet in the future will be, another lover, and we just move on, said Kikiho, and the other three agreed with him. Valerie giggled and said, well, shall I warn you that he's in a relationship with goddesses too? Fuck you. Both my friends exploded with jealousy. They began to berate me and curse me out, and some of the things they said were just unintelligible. However, they stopped when both Yua and Sakura put their hands on their respective boyfriends. Gikon. Guchon, both women looked quite intimidating, and both guys flinched away from them. Before they could apologize, both of them grabbed their ears and dragged them away. Jean Heel. They both screamed. I smiled and gave them a thumbs up. Traitor. They screeched and turned a corner. A job well done, I muttered, although Valerie pinched my cheek after I said that. You should help your friends, Aaron. They already knew about my harem before they found out about the supernatural. Their own jealousy was their downfall. Also, apparently Kikiho asked Sakura if he could have a harem. You can probably guess how that ended, I told her inside. It ended badly for him. She didn't speak to him for a few days, and even now she's very protective, I guess. She got angry, huh? Well, I wouldn't blame her. She was recently just a normal human after all, she said and pulled out her phone. Did you see this? She showed me a picture of Ingvild doing a small performance in the Fairy Kingdom. She was accompanied by Shala since she's also a fan of Ingvild's songs. I also asked her to keep an eye out in that place. My avatar reported a few things to me, and it seems things are heating up, no pun intended. Do you think there is Valerie went to ask me something? 3 people approached us. I checked the time, and it was already after school hours. I guess time does fly when you're busy. Aaron called out Chiron. She was accompanied by Yumi and Gasper. Hey, no club activities today? I asked. We just wanted to ask you about something. You know the thing, said Chiron. Oh, well, you plan on calling Rias after she graduates, huh? I think it's fine. I mean, you'd either have to call her that, or Rias-san or Rias-sama, or something, but coming from you guys it just sounds weird, I replied. I exaggeratedly sighed and added, graduation, huh? A year does fly by. Also, I won't get called anything special after I graduate. The same with Akino too. Akino-senpai is Akino-senpai, said Gasper. WL, I can call her Akino-san too. Akino-san is what I plan on calling her, said Chiron. Yumi agreed with her. Do you see this, Valerie? I'm the odd one out. Wait, what about Ingvild? I asked them. Ingvild-san, Ingvild-san, they said in unison. Gasper wanted to call her Nay-san. Huh? Is it due to her close relationship with Valerie? I really am the odd one out. Be blasphemy, I shouted, pretending to be shocked. However, Chiron rolled her eyes. We spoke a bit more to each other until 2 unexpected guests joined us. Oh, Rias Aquino, what's up? I asked. The trio that came excused themselves and walked away. I guess they wanted to keep these 2 out of the loop. Some guests are waiting for you. They're in the Spectre Dragon's room, Rias told me. They wish to see the dual Dragon Emperor and ask him something, added Aquino, and she winked at me. It's about that time to wait, guests? As in plural? I expected Tannen-san to come visit me. Bova's 3rd son, I wonder who the rest are? I decided not to scan Kuo and leave this as a surprise for myself. Once we reached home, with Rias, Aquino, and Valerie with me, we arrived in front of the room. We walked into it and found Crom Crutch with Ophis, Irene, and a 10-meter-tall dragon. He looked almost like Tannen. It was almost uncanny. The dragon bowed his head and is pretty much lying flat on the ground when he saw me. This is the first time that we've met face-to-face. Middleman Dano, I am the 3rd son of the blazing meteor dragon Tannen. My name is Bova, and it is a pleasure to meet you. He then looked back up at me and said, I came here to request something from you. Dual Dragon Emperor of unprecedented sovereignty. I came here to eagerly become one of your subordinates. From the looks of it, he was quite serious. I don't mind more subordinates, but at the same time he's not strong enough. So he should be put through the training facility if he becomes one of my subordinates. Also, I think Aurelia was trying to negotiate with him to join her team for the World Cup. Ho ho ho. Being youthful is certainly wonderful, isn't it? Asked a familiar voice. From the right corner came Vasco Strata. Good day to you, Gene. I've come to ask you the same thing, he told us. This obviously shocked Rias and Aquino. I myself was quite shocked too. I didn't expect the limits of humanity to come to me and ask to be my subordinate. And finally, the last one to come out of the other corner were 2 people. Kita and Hirokazu? I wasn't expecting both of you to come here. It was the rank 8th of the Eradicators and Hirokazu, the one with the twice critical sacred gear that had its own balance breaker that resembled my boosted gear scale mail armor. It's been a while, Jean Dano. I also wish to become your subordinate. I would also like to spar with you again. I believe my team and I are ready to try again, he said with confidence. I looked at Kita and then to Hirokazu and raised an eyebrow. She in turn blushed and shyly nodded. I see, so that's how it is, huh? I can assume they got into a relationship then. So many people here and all are asking to be my subordinate. First, I don't mind, but I do like to test both Bova and Hirokazu again. We can set up yours at a later date, Hiro, since you'll need your team. But may I ask why you want to be my subordinate, Vasco Strata? Yes, I would love to, replied Bova. All right, I can. How does in a few days sound, Jean Dano? ITLLB before your graduation, and I'd like to be part of that too, offered Hirokazu. I chuckled and agreed. Very well, we can do that then. Please try your best. I won't accept anything else. Yes, he excitedly exclaimed before he left with Kita. Vasco Strata had a hand under his chin as he tried to find a way to convey his thoughts. Everyone else waited for him until he opened his eyes. After the rebellion's defeat, and when I looked back at you that day, I saw the Lord. Again, we were left speechless to this. I wasn't sure if Vasco Strata was aware of the God of the Bible's death or not. But me, the Lord, am flattered. But him and I aren't exactly alike. There were so many things that me and him did differently that it was night and day. While I do want to help people, I wouldn't say I love everyone unconditionally. The ones closest to me will get better treatment than strangers. However, I do like to give them the benefit of the doubt and treat them normally even if they were a bit hostile to me. Circumstances and all that. Vasco Strata laughed loudly. I am aware of that. However, because of your recent actions over the single year and my own intuition that I have built over the years, I trust it, and I know it won't lie to me. What say you, Gene Skyward? Will you allow this old man to serve you for the remaining years of his life? He asked and knelt down on one knee. Hey, Vasco, I want to ask you a question. Will you listen to it? I asked him. He looked up at me and agreed. So I told him, and his eyes became wide, and he had a look of disbelief. If you're unsure of your answer, then please get back to me. But don't take it the wrong way. Even if you refuse, I will still accept you as a subordinate. I will do that, Gene. This is a difficult decision for me. I will get back to you once I have made my decision, Vasco Strata said, and left via a magic circle. Dragons sure do like you, said a feminine voice. From behind some boxes out came Velgrind. After I teleported people around that day, she decided to stick around. However, the first 20 days she spent touring this universe with Ophis and Irene as her guides. A Draig also challenged her. It ended in a draw. Now the Welsh dragon wants another fight against her, but Velgrind is a bit lazy and doesn't want to. However, the time she stayed with me, she's been, I guess, strange. I was wondering when you'd come out. Where did you go today? I asked her. Oh, just out and about, nothing to worry about. They'll be upstairs, she said and walked back up. Who is she? Bova asked as he shook a bit. She's a true dragon like the Great Red. You felt it, didn't you? Tannen did try to fight Great Red once, though she mostly ignored him. I told him. I see. So that's why she felt familiar. I almost mistook her for Tiamat, he said and nodded sagely. Well, let's get to testing you, Bova. Regardless of whether you win or lose, I will accept you as a subordinate. However, after this you will need to train hard. Do you understand? I asked. Yes, sir. Fufu. He's enthusiastic, Aquino said beside me. Yes, but I feel a lot of potential from him. He may surpass his father in the future. Did you know? He's quite well known in the underworld as Bova the Destroyer. It's because of his bad attitude that almost resembles a delinquent, said Rias. I heard the rumors, I replied. Anyway, let's get going. Valerie seemed to be staring at the egg much like Ophis and Krumkruch, so she didn't say much. Even after I told her we were leaving, she stayed with them. People and dragon eggs, they're strange, to say the least. Third-person point of view, once they arrived at the training facility, they saw that there were some people there. Many were angry at themselves for being useless when Lapis attacked them. However, at the same time, they understood they could never reach that level of power, yet they were still determined to get stronger. There's a free spot, Let's go over there, said Aaron. He led them over there on the way to this place. Velgrind also joined them since she changed her mind in whatever she planned on doing. Once they got there, Aaron and Bova walked away from each other and then turned around and faced each other. Show me your best, Bova, so I can determine what kind of training regime I have to make for you, Aaron told him. Yes, sir, Bova replied while saluting him. Aaron chuckled and looked at Rias. She nodded and stepped forward. He'll be the arbiter then. A short sparring match between Gene Skyward and Bova Tannen. Are both of you ready? She asked. Both nodded and she swung her hand down. Begin. Bova immediately flew towards Aaron and threw a single straightforward punch. There was no tactic or any more thought put into it. Bova had a straightforward personality, and it reflected in his fighting prowess. Aaron put his hand forward and caught it. Bova smiled and began to throw a barrage of punches at Aaron, who blocked them all with a single finger. Bova was both in shock and awe. While he didn't have the respect as his father and older brother, he still had considerable strength. However, he didn't expect his punches known for destroying large-sized rock with a single strike to be stopped with a mere finger. Bova jumped away and then released a torrent of flames from his mouth. Aaron slapped the flames to the ground, extinguishing them. Amazing, I expected it to be one-sided, but I didn't think it would be this one-sided, muttered Bova. But this is what I enjoy. He'll grow stronger from this. Bova charged back at Aaron and jumped into the air and covered his leg with flames before he sent it down at Aaron, who blocked it with his arm. Aaron pushed him off again. Bova did a backflip and fired another larger and more powerful breath attack at him. Aaron put his hand forward and devoured it all. A black-white vortex swallowed it all. Bova didn't stop as he charged back again, and his entire body was covered with flames, and he body-tackled Aaron with it. Aaron stopped it with his hand and was surprised by his recklessness. He knew that he had a delinquent personality and challenged strong people to fight all the time, but he didn't think he was this reckless. Aaron thought it was a good thing and also a bad thing. Bova suddenly grinned, and a swirl of flames appeared all over his body. I got you, he screamed before the area exploded. A small semicircle of flames devoured that small area of the training facility. As this sparring match continued, more people came over to watch, and now a sizable crowd had gathered. He's an idiot, commented Velgrind. Which one are you talking about? Aquino asked while awkwardly smiling at the dragon beside her. The Bova guy, said Velgrind. He's reckless, and while that may work with weaker opponents or opponents of the same power, anything or anyone else above you in power ITLL get you killed, especially in a real fight. Rias, Valerie, and the rest that had arrived to watch agreed with what Velgrind said. Being reckless can be useful in certain situations, but one has to use tactics along with it. Otherwise, you're just recklessly charging in without a plan. Once the flaming sphere disappeared, Aaron was left unscathed while Bova grinned from ear to ear. See? There was no effect on him at all, said Velgrind as she pointed at Aaron. Cuckoo. That's where you're wrong, lady, shouted Bova, which in turn annoyed Velgrind. Bova then pointed at the marks on the ground. I moved Gene Skywardano from where he was originally standing, he told them, and began laughing proudly to himself. This is a major step. That was true. The entire short fight Aaron hadn't moved a single step from where he stood. Velgrind put a hand on her forehead and rubbed it. Doesn't that just mean that he beat you up without taking a single step? She asked Bova. Bova grinned and began wobbling on the stop. He had clearly reached his limit, but was still willing to keep on fighting his idol and future leader. That was impressive, Bova. Normally IDs say you pass, but you don't want it to end on that note, do you? Asked Aaron. That's right. I won't give up until I land a major hit on you, announced Bova loudly. Aaron sighed and smiled at Bova. Without another word, a white-black aura began to cover his body. I thought you'd say that, all right. I won't hold back on you, Bova. What's this pressure? Thought the young dragon as the entire area began to shake. In order to walk the path you seek and reach its peak, there's something you lack. The power around Aaron exploded, and a pillar of black-white aura covered the area around him. Now you will learn that. The power kept increasing and increasing. Even the rest of Team DXD that were watching felt uneasy at the sight. They understand their leader. He's usually quite calm and happy-go-lucky with them, even when he's giving them advice when he's in the facility. They would only see this side of him when they're in meetings or something serious was happening, but not to this extent. Bova stood there, his body covered in sweat. He was unsure if he should take a step forward and face this monster or flee. His natural instincts told him to flee, yet his mind did not. Bova began to scream and took a step forward, then her ran towards Aaron. However, a single glare from him stopped him in his tracks. To Bova, who had stopped right in front of Aaron when he looked up at the man, all he saw was his figure beyond the dense and powerful aura that surrounded the man. It was as if he was staring at an enormous monster. Bova gritted his teeth and felt his knees. His body began to shake as he stared at the ground. "I accept defeat," he muttered quietly as Aaron stared at him and stopped unleashing his aura. "Excellent. I will not disparage you for having the courage to stand up to me. However, exceptionally few have the courage to put away an unsheathed sword. There is nothing wrong with fear. To fear is to know your own weakness. And knowing your own weakness can make you stronger, and Kinder, that's a necessity for walking the path you chose. Bova." Aaron walked towards Bova and arrived in front of him. He then put his hand out. "And now you have realized it. You pass." Bova looked up and accepted the hand in front of him. "But this isn't the end. I now know what else you need to work on, so you better be ready. I know you can do it." Aaron pulled Bova up as he started to silently cry. "I'm saying this as a friend and not as your boss. It's not all about how strong you can get, but I can still appreciate the burning desire you have inside of you. Regardless of age or your fighting record, I'm the same as you. I don't want to lose since I have a lot of people to protect, not just as the middleman, but as me. I'll follow you to the ends of the earth, Jean Dono." Bova screamed at his mind. "I'll accept any training from you," he shouted as Aaron walked away and laughed. "Is that so? I'll draft it up then, but for now you can join the rest," he told him and left the area with the girls he came in with. Gene Skyward's soliloquy. "A week has passed, and it's the weekend again. However, today my entire household plus Team DXD decided to go on break. I transported us to an uninhabited island in the human world, and we relaxed here. Of course, the girls were in bikinis. It was a sight for sore eyes. Aren't you guys? They'll teach you how to properly fish," Azazel shouted. A few other members of the team were eager to learn, so they followed him. It looked like a mother duck being followed by its ducklings. "Nyahaha." Kuroka laughed happily as she played in the water with Chiron and a few others. "Mesama, that's S-stop," Chiron complained as Kuroka kept splashing water at her, much to her annoyance. "Don't wear yourselves out now," I told them as I worked on the grill. As everyone played and had fun, I made food for them. However, I wasn't the only one since I had Graphia and Raiko's help. The Pleiades wanted to help, but I let them have the day off, and they also had fun with everyone else. "Are you sure you don't need my help, Jean?" asked Tobio. For the millionth time, "Tobio, no. I invited your family out for the sole purpose of letting you guys have fun. Now shut up and enjoy it," I told him, and he awkwardly laughed. Just do it," Tobio said Sae as she held their daughter in her arms. "See? Even your wife agrees with me. I'm giving you more time and memories with your daughter and family. Now shut up and go." I waved him off with my spatula, and he finally left after thanking me again. "Be nice, Aaron. He just wanted to help," said Shuri as she came over to us. Yes, Mom. Hey, raise your portion, and Dad's," I replied, and gave her 2 plates. She was happy with that and left. Apart from Shuri and Barakil, Suzuka's parents also came. I tried to invite Shigyun and Natsums, but they were busy. Mom was happy enough with that, so she left to join Dad. I turned to Graphia and Reiko and asked, "You two can go join everyone else, you know? I could just use my avatars to help with cooking." Both of them wore bikinis, obviously. Graphia had a red and white one, while Reiko wore a light purple one. They both looked good. "You sent the Pleiades to enjoy the day, so we thought it would be better to join you. We also sent Ine away to enjoy herself," said Graphia. "We also like cooking, Aaron. So please let us stay," said Reiko. "Fufufu, I agree with Reiko-sama. Aaron-sama," said a voice. We turned our attention to it, but Graphia snapped her head immediately at it. Sharon Graphia-sama, even though they've spent a lot of time together in my pocket dimension, These two have a strange yet silent rivalry. It probably has something to do with being a maid or something, though I never really asked in detail. Seeing a weird tension here, I stood behind Graphia and placed a hand on her shoulder. Aaron? She asked, surprised. As she looked at the situation, she seemed unsure of how to react. Graphia-sama is being touched right in front of me. Are you telling me something, Aaron-sama? Sharon asked and smirked at Graphia. Normally, Graphia would be a bit angry if I did this, but she turned her head and blushed at me. Please, it's not the right time and place for this. Please wait, she told me. I was just teasing you, Graphia. But sure, we can continue later, I told her and kissed her on the head. Where's Yusaka and Kunu? I asked Sharon. Kunu-sama is playing with Office-sama. Yusaka-sama is with Irene-sama. They're sunbathing, she said and walked over to me. She then grabbed my hand and placed it on her chest. I would like to be spoiled too. Aaron-sama Graphia frowned and put her tongs down and grabbed my other free hand. First and foremost, he is my husband, hence why he must attend to me first, said Graphia while looking at Sharon. It seems a cat fight was about to start. As I tried to move away, I felt 2 large pounds of flesh hit the back of my head. I also want his attention, Reiko said and pressed my head into her chest. Well, I don't mind this. I also need to tend to our food. Else they burn, I told them, and they immediately stopped. Then Sharon, care to help? I'd like to give everyone their portion now. It would be my pleasure. Aaron-sama, I gave her plates with food, and she began to serve it to everyone. Reiko and Graphia helped with that. So I was left to do the cooking, which I was fine with. This went off without any problems. I gave Shigyun and Kuroka extra portions since I knew how gluttonous they were. TCH, get off me, Valley said in an irritated tone. I looked over to the spot and found the young Lucifer being clung to by Calantha. However, Valley didn't put much of a fight as he awkwardly looked away and sported a blush. Vakuin, you have to be kind to your lover, okay? Didn't Aaron teach you that? Lavinia said to her little brother. Who the hell said? She was my I did, said Calantha. Don't go telling people that, said Valley as he tried to get Calantha off him, which just got some laughs from his team who were near him. Suddenly, Jinba Duman went over to him and greeted Valley. Ah, it's second wife Chan, said Calantha, and smugly stared at Jinbu, who puffed her cheeks and glared back at Valley. Avakoin is starting to get his own harem. I guess Aaron was an influence on him, Lavinia said proudly and wiped a tear from her eye. Vala did not deny that and awkwardly walked away with Jinbu, Calantha, Lavinia, and his team following him. Jean-san, a voice called out to me from behind, and I glanced back. Ah, Nakiri, are you having fun? I asked Suzuku if she could invite some of the clan members of the clans to give them opportunities to get better relationships with people outside of it. I told him, yes, everything is proceeding well. Everyone is amicable with everyone else, and no fights have started. He said with glee, the fact that we have to celebrate no one try and murder each other is just depressing. We have to set such a low bar, huh? True unity is still far, then although whatever was done 4 years ago did help. I mean, if they didn't, they'd I guess try to kill each other? I see. How about you? How's school life treating you? And your fiancé? I asked him. He sheepishly scratched his head and chuckled. It's going well. The student council is interesting with President Zenobia leading us. She has a more hands-on approach, if you understand what I mean. As for my fiancé, we're getting along well. I've informed Bajuka that I knew where the last 2 Longinus were, Innovate Clear and Telos Karma, so he didn't need to send Malarka Vordenberg and Uryu Ryuta Nakiri to search for them. He didn't question it much and accepted my word for it. In his words, it came from the middleman, leader of DXD, EXE, and the Dual Dragon. How could he not believe my words? I was flattered by it, but also questioning him on his future plans. He simply smiled at me and said that it would benefit me and EXE, so we'll be informed in the future. And the other one from the Kushihashi clan? We're also doing great. He said happily. Uryu, as the next head, or current, I don't know, the situation is allowed up to 3 wives. He was already engaged to the one in the Kushihashi clan, but also fell in love with Malarka Vordenberg, so he plans on marrying her too. Now he just needs a third and bam, he's got his own harem. Saji has told me on a few occasions that he was jealous of Ryuta's situation. In the distance, both Malarka and who I assume was his other fiancée called for him. Don't keep them waiting. Go ahead, and hayrase your food. I gave him 2 plates with large portions, and he happily accepted them before going back to them. Are you sure about slaving away like this? Asked a feminine voice behind me. I'm doing it because I enjoy cooking, Vel. Also, I'm going to have a restaurant soon, so doing this is going to be common. Care for a taste? I asked and brought up a skewer for her. She came over and took a bite, then took the entire thing from my hand. I glanced at her and saw that she also wore the bikini we picked a day ago, a black one-piece. You look great, by the way. She glanced at me, then looked away while sporting a small blush. Compliments won't get you anywhere, she told me and kept eating. Is that so? Well, let's just enjoy this peaceful time since they don't always last forever. A few hours had passed, and everyone was still having fun. I had joined Azazel and the others in fishing. I had found a spot where Valley and a few others were. My group, which consisted of Lavinia, Shizuka, Dinu, Velgrind, and Rossweiss. 4 of the 5 were the fated ones, and they had assembled finally in Rosewell. She wanted to be the 5th. I wasn't sure if it was possible, but I didn't really say anything. Chiron, Birdie-chan, Geokon, Valerie, Ine, do your best. You'll eat any delicious fish you get, and have Grafia-chin and Reiko-chin cook him up, shouted Kuroka while drooling. I'm surprised that cat is still hungry, muttered Velgrind. I'm surprised that you're not used to it yet. You've seen how much she eats along with Shigian, replied Lavinia. We reached our spot, and it was near Val and his team. Yo, little brother Cohen, how goes today's fishing trip? I asked. Only small fish have been caught, replied Calantha, and pointed to a bucket with a couple of small fish in it. Vivalisan is concentrating hard, replied Genbu. Lavinia walked over behind Valley and then put a finger to his neck and used some ice magic. Jaya, screamed Valley as he pulled up his fishing rod and turned around to face Lavinia. Ada, I didn't think Vakoan would react that strongly. I'm sorry, she told him. It's fine, he mumbled before turning back. Oh, you're here too, Aniki? Yeah. I sat down and cast my line into the sea. Not too long after that, I felt something tug on it, and with one powerful pull, while also reinforcing the line with magic, I pulled out a large fish. A sea bass, huh? Pretty common. We've been here for the last hour and only managed to catch these, and not even a minute passes and your older brother gets a larger one. Vala, try harder, said Calantha as she smacked it with her chest. I am trying. Also, don't hit me with your meat sacks, snapped Valley. You'll be sucking on these soon enough, shouted Calantha, making Valley turn away in embarrassment and disgust. We sat in silence for a minute before the girls in our group began speaking to one another. The only outlier was Velgrind, who sat beside me and looked out at the sea. She had no interest in girls' talk. I wanted to ask her about various things, but hadn't found the time to do so. Rudra and her have spoken a few times, but it feels like things are tense. Not in a bad way, but they both know the inevitable is coming soon since she's managed to get here. Well, it was due to my help, but still. Whenever we step foot into her universe, I feel like Rudra will soon follow, and it makes both of us uneasy. It's almost time for their high-class devil promotion ceremonies, right? Asked Valley. Yep. It's the day after tomorrow, I replied. After the war with the Cow's Order, many devils in the underworld had been given promotions. Many low-class became middle-class. Some middle-class became high-class. The Grimmery, Citri, and Bale peerages will all be promoted to high-class soon. Tomorrow, it will be all of their ceremonies. The last time they received a promotion was after the demonic beast riots, and they became middle-class devils, but now they'll finally become high-class with their own evil pieces. I, along with others, were invited to see it. Of course, I accepted since I wanted to see my lovers and friends be promoted. Saji, when he heard about it, burst into tears since he could make his own harem out of his peerage. This meant he would be trading Ruruko for a peace with Sona. The others haven't said anything about making their own yet, but they will still get their evil pieces. I know Keisha would like to build her own in the future. In other news, many of the higher-ups lost their positions as soon as the cheating scandal in the rating games were revealed. The Satans, especially Ajuka, was the one who prosecuted their mistakes and had been capturing them since then and revealed even more of their crimes. There were many in authority that lost their place and were forced to resign because of the champion's actions. There's no doubt that it will have a significant impact on the political world, the business community, and many other departments of the underworld, as well as the human world to some extent. There were solutions prepared by them to minimize the impact that this scandal would cause, like assigning reincarnated devils with potential and trustworthiness to each department. They had the ability in those departments, but couldn't join because of the old devil boomers being assholes about it. Finally, the reincarnated devils, both old and new, will have their potential be released in this new era. The underworld is going to change, and it definitely needed it. The more we push out the old devils and their old ways, then the underworld can finally move forward. I'm a third party, and I have no say in it. But since I'm friends with many devils, I can still support it. The majority of US are going to take time off school for the promotion ceremony. It can't be helped since that was the only day that everyone could attend. So I've worked with Sona and Rias to get us a bunch of absences. Also, a lot of big shots are showing up, I told him. Those three groups will have the spotlight on them. However, they're also being advertised as trained by the middleman. They went from low class to high class in just a year, or some weird title like that, though there's a small truth in it. But it wasn't just a year. This promotion ceremony has been the most anticipated in years, since there were many of them happening in a single day and also being broadcast to the entire supernatural world. I'm also going to be asked some questions, so I don't look forward to that at all. Vala chuckled and said, "That's only natural. You are the hero of not only the underworld, but also to humanity and the supernatural as a whole. You saved the underworld multiple times and our world not too long ago. Everyone associated with you will have many eyes on them, and you obviously already know that everyone is also watching you." Vala pulled out something and said, "I also received this not too long ago." He handed it to me, and I smiled since I knew what it was already. I opened the document he gave me, and it said in devil symbols, "We shall appoint you, Vala Lucifer, as an ultimate class devil. You're naturally going to accept, right?" I asked and handed it back to him. "Vakoin, good job," Lavinia said and hugged him. Vala grumbled, and she got off him and hugged me instead while cutely complaining about being rejected by him. I declined at once, but Azazel insisted on me accepting it. "So did that Odin geezer and an anonymous source," he said, and looked at me. I again only smiled at him. "But I received this in secret, so I don't know why Ajuka Beelzebub wants me to be one, though. Even if it does give a lot of benefits if I become active down there. Well, I think you should. As the last person of the Lucifer bloodline and the strongest White Dragon Emperor, wouldn't it be good? You'll have a lot more freedom down there, too. Not to mention supporters. You yourself are essentially going from high class to ultimate class, you know? You are a special existence, after all. Most devils born into noble families are automatically high class at birth, even if they don't have the demonic powers for it. By simply being born into the right family, you're already above most in the underworld. While Valley is a hybrid, he's still the last true Lucifer since Rise of him was dead, and so was his father. Valley, in a way, needs to pass down his genes if they don't want the Lucifer clan to become extinct." Vala scoffed and said, "Me? Special? I did say that once, didn't I? Then how about you, Gene Skyward? Or should I call you Aaron Tool?" I stared at him, and he continued, "Let's go down a list." Gene Skyward randomly appeared one day last spring, declaring that he's the Red Dragon Emperor, and that he will unite the supernatural and make peace with everyone. He then beat Thor, the god of thunder, killed both Kokabeel, Azrael, and solved the Holy Sword incident. He witnessed the signing of the alliance between the three great powers, and was the reason the Gaelic Alliance was born. He also got them to join, along with the Greek realm and various others. You helped defeat Loki, beat the strongest youth devil, defeated the hero faction, and added more pantheons to the DXD Alliance. Defeated other worldly threats, defeated Clippeth, saved the country of the vampires while also uniting them, stopped the abduction of the floating city of Agrias, stopped the assault on heaven, stopped the rebellion. Finally, you killed Rise of him, and prevented the annihilation of our world by killing Lapis and Trihexa, and ending the war with the Cow's order and saving our universe. Now you're sitting here fishing. I won't go into detail in the things you did during those last 20 days either. And all of this happened in just 1 year. He looked back at the ocean and added, "You probably won't find any other examples like this." So many history-changing events occurred in just 1 year. Everyone, including you, your comrades, lovers, and I, are living in an incredible era. And the one to lead it? You. He then laughed. And you say I'm special? I myself wouldn't have gotten to where I was if you hadn't meddled in my life. While you're no devil, and you won't be getting a promotion like me or your friends. You're already respected worldwide because of your achievements. Well, if he puts it like that, then I guess. This journey started because of my own selfish reasons. I didn't do it because I wanted peace at the start. The peace would have been just a byproduct of me wanting a harem. But that obviously changed over time. The things I saw and experienced made me want to have peace. Both in the human and supernatural world, they all suffer too much. If I can give them that small amount of peace, then I think it's worth it. To be able to wake up the next day without having to worry about dying or being able to afford food. So, I asked. So? Repeated Valley, confused. You're going to participate, right? In the rating game tournament? I asked him. Who knows? Are you? He asked me back. Isn't this your dream? God-class beings and gods themselves are going to be participating in this tournament, you know? It will be an excellent opportunity to fight them without you causing unnecessary trouble, I told him with a smirk. Since this event is going to be larger than the usual rating game, the rules have been changed to accommodate it. Gods and God-class beings can participate in this too, so whoever's too weak, they won't last long. Firstly, the maximum number of people in a team is 16. The teams consist of a king, queen, 2 rooks, bishops, knights, and 8 pawns. No chess pieces are required. It's all done digitally online, so you just need to register yourself as a king. Also, your teammates don't need to be part of your peerage if you're a devil. You don't need to be a devil. As long as you don't double register, you're fine. You can have anyone on your team. A devil, angel, and human can be in one team. Also, even if someone is, let's say, a reincarnated devil, and their piece is a bishop, in this tournament, they can still register themselves as something else. He'll use Asia as an example. She's a bishop of Rias, but she can register as, let's say, a knight if she joins Aurelia's team. Because of these unique changes, many people around the supernatural world became interested, especially gods like Indra. Well, if you say it like that, then it sounds like fun and getting quite hyped, he said and had that manically grin on him. But you didn't answer my question. Are you participating? I smiled and said no. He frowned, but I added, I will be the grand prize at the end of the tournament. What do you mean? He asked. This time, it was Lavinia who answered his question. Vulcan. Aaron will be an exhibition match after the 2 finalists fight in the tournament. Meaning, whoever wins will have any wish they want granted by Aaron. Also, the winner will also fight against his team in a final match. An exhibition match, if you will. Valis' eyes lit up, and he grinned even wider. That's why if you want our fated battle to become a reality, and in front of everyone come and win the tournament, Vala Lucifer the Morning Star, I told him and smirked too. There will be other teams too, you know? Aurelia and Chow Chow's team will join. I will pull them back from their mission in the Phantasma, since they'll have other plans then, but so far, they're doing fine over there, I added. However, Valley, keep this in mind. You won't be the only ones that want to fight me and my team. You'll have a lot of strong opponents in this. If you don't win against them, you won't get that fight you want, I told him seriously. Sarorg, Rias, Chow Chow, Aurelia, and many others like Dulio, Hirokazu, Tobio, and others want to fight me seriously. Of course, they'll only use the powers of the Red Dragon Emperor and some others, but yeah, he has a lot of competition in this. So, who's on your team? He asked and looked at Lavinia. It's not decided yet. As of right now, the tournament for my queen is still underway. It's quite fierce, you know. I will win, declared Lavinia. The other girls there stared at her, their own fighting spirit increasing. I gently karate chopped her head. Don't go provoking them. She puffed her cheek at me and lightly hit my back over and over again. Vala got up and reeled in a big fish. With a grin on his face, he declared, "They'll be there to fight you in the end. And Nikki, just you wait." He then put his fist forward. You can associate this fist bump with a promise. I also got up and laughed, bringing Lavinia up with me. "Is that so? Those are pretty big words, Valley. You better keep them then," I told him and bumped my fist with his. As our day ended on this island, we had our dinner here as various people helped me cook it. Most were tired and were now enjoying the nighttime view that this place offered, and it was pretty amazing, I won't lie. The clear sky with all the stars above us with no cloud obscuring it. Picture perfect. Once I finished cooking the food, I began distributing it to everyone. However, I found that Velgrind was nowhere to be found, so I felt around for her aura and found it. "They'll go give it to her," I told them and stored her food away. I found her and stood beside her. She was on one of the cliffs of the only large mountain on the island. The island itself was quite large, covered with dense trees the further inland you ventured. "Hey, I got dinner here. What are you doing being a loner here?" I asked. "I was thinking," she replied. "I've traveled through many worlds and universes, each one different, and they had various things in them, but being around people like this and enjoying my time here, it makes views like this even better. I never understood that since I had followed Rudra for so long. Maybe my obsession clouded my judgment? I still never mind. She finally turned to me and, while looking at me seriously, declared, "He'll participate in the fight for your queen position on your team. If I don't get it, then he'll fight for the other positions." I was quite surprised by this, but accepted her decision. Velgrind had been visited many places since she came to the Draconic Dais. She spoke with many people, and although she was initially reluctant, she became comfortable rather quickly because of everyone's accepting nature. Lavinia was the one to start, followed by everyone else. She put her hand out, and I shook it. "I look forward to it then, Scorched Dragon Velgrind." Look forward to it, Arentool." We both smiled at each other. I was unsure of where our relationship stood, but at least it's in a positive direction now, right? Chapter 17, Part 2. To those irreplaceable people I met, an outer god's graduation Gene Skyward's soliloquy the same night. After we came back home, I couldn't sleep. Time slowly drew to a close, and I felt a lot of emotions, but the most prominent ones were a bit of anxiety and a lot of excitement. A few hours had passed since we came home, and nearly everyone in the household was asleep. However, I felt two sisters awake at the top of my home, so I made my way there. Once I arrived on the rooftop, I found Natsum and Kanami there. I'm 99 sure they noticed me, but didn't turn around to look at me, so I quickly joined them. When I got there, I put a hand on their heads and they leaned against me. "Today was fun, right?" I asked the two sisters. "Yep, we caught a lot of fish. We released some of them, though. I think the stupid cat and Calawarna sneaked off somewhere on the island together," said Natsum as she sniggered. "Like you're one to talk. You sneaked away with Aaron a few days, Aya." Stop. "I get it, I'm sorry." Natsum half shouted and covered her sister's mouth. After that little comedic bit by those two, we fell silent again. I know that Kanami died during Lapis' attack, and that Natsum saw it. I asked the two about it before, but they said that they got over it. However, you can't really just get over something like that so easily. Maybe they're putting up a front or really trying not to think about it. So, hey Natsum, Kanami, I called out their names. Both sisters stopped looking at the night sky and looked at me. Hold up. This is goddamn deja vu. While I was considering whether to do this or not, my eye twitched. "Aaron, is something wrong?" "Your eye is twitching a lot," said Natsum. She pinched my cheek, worried about me. "Will you two marry me?" I blurted out. Both sisters froze as they stared at me, dumbfounded by my sudden proposal. Hey. Wait, Aaron. Aren't we meant to date first? Why are you jumping past so many bases? Kanami asked in a panic. "You suck at this, Aaron, but not like I care. I'm not that girly after all. So I accept Natsum and Agua will marry you," said Natsum as she hugged me. The smile on her face stretched from ear to ear. Kanami stood there, even more stunned by the situation. However, Natsum turned back to her sister and grinned. "I guess I became immortal, grew up and got engaged before you did, sis," she said smugly to Kanami. Kanami's eyes twitched rapidly, but to our surprise, she started to cry. Tears fell from her eyes, and she blurted out, "I wanted to even the playing field. I'm just confused now, ugh. I don't care anymore. I accept Aaron." She then stood on her tiptoes and kissed me. I smiled and kissed her back, but I could feel that Natsum was a bit jealous because of this. Once we separated, Kanami looked at Natsum smugly while still teary-eyed. "Huh, my tears worked though they were real," she said, and wiped them away. "You vixen! Damn you, you virgin!" Natsum shouted and grabbed a hold of Kanami's cheeks before pinching and stretching them. "Ow! Ow! Ow!" shouted Kanami as she also grabbed a hold of her younger sister's cheeks and pulled on them. Both sisters were crying and pulling on each other's cheeks. What is the world? How did this end up like this? I thought and stared at both sisters in bewilderment. I sighed and chopped both their heads. "Enough. Geez, you two, what's with this reaction?" I asked. She started it. They said in unison, "Let's just go to sleep, ain't soliloquy Danu, and Kana have moved in with Aaron." It had been 20 days since he came back here, and he had a few avatars come here to help, and it fast-forwarded the reconstruction of our realm. During that time, we met up with the rest of the groups that were part of the Gaelic Alliance. Apparently, the two vampire groups didn't suffer too much damage as they had moved away to their own safety spot. However, there were still some casualties, and some didn't come back after Aaron resurrected everyone. It felt fantastic beating the living shit out of that bastard. All three of them had tormented me all those years ago, and I finally got to do it back to them. It was also some revenge for my baby. I should go visit him soon. But when I thought about my awkward as hell confession to him, I always feel my face heat up. Ugh, why did I act like that? And the older one here. Well, his soul is older than any of ours, but that's beside the point. But I'm finally in a relationship again, huh? I asked myself. I looked at my hand, and it started shaking. No, I shouldn't think like this. I've seen him and spent a lot of time with him. He's not like them. He's the one person I decided to put that trust in again. He saved no, that isn't right. Aaron would say that he saved me. He would probably phrase it as I gave you a helping hand, you helped yourself, or something like that. He likes helping people directly and indirectly, but I haven't heard him say that he saved anyone. More like action speaks louder than words, said a masculine voice. I turned around and saw Noada. It was night right now, and I was sitting in a somewhat secluded spot. "Good evening, Ain. I take it that you're happy about the relationship you're in?" He came over and sat beside me, not directly but a few centimeters away. "Were you following me?" I asked. "No. I usually go for a walk at this time of night, and this is my usual route. I just happened to overhear you. You're right about Gene, though. He didn't save you, he did, however, stop you for doing something stupid." Noada crossed his arms and looked up at the sky. I followed suit, and we looked at the evening stars that they made hundreds of years ago. After that, and with his positive reputation among the Alliance, he got you the opportunity of a lifetime to be able to repent and change yourself. All he did was give you an opportunity to better yourself, forgive yourself, and move forward with your life. Noada then laughed and added, "If I was a female and if someone did that for me, I would be very grateful. Whether romance will bloom from it is another thing. I do not know what happened between you two when you were invited to his home, but I presume that's where it all started. Ain Gene is a good man, and I sincerely hope you, Kana, and Danu will be happy with him. I never thought in my life that you, of all people or gods, would give me life and romantic advice, Noada. But thanks, I told him. But I'm not some woman that's head over heels for him. I doubt I ever will be. But yeah, you're right. He's done a lot of good, and he's definitely different from them. He's been honest about his goals from the start. That he has. Anyway, I will continue my walk, and good night, Ain." He waved to me before leaving. Or I should get to know him more and get closer to him. We are in a relationship now. My past has been permanently sealed and dealt with. I took my phone out and texted him. This is modern dating, right? Texting and all that internet lingo. The next morning came. Aaron and I texted a few times over the evening. Evidently, the Grimmery, Citri, and Bale Devils were going to be promoted to high-class devils today, and I was invited along with many of his friends. Of course, I was going to accept, but here you go, and the receipt. I handed over the item and receipt over to my client. Even after regaining my powers, I wanted to continue my job. In a way, I'm just a delivery girl. I also take odd jobs here and there. I love it, so I see no problem with it. Thank you, Lady Yane. I've been meaning to ask, are the rumors true? The lady asked. Rumors? What rumors? I asked. I wasn't aware of any rumors in our realm, even when I have this job, as strange as that sounds. Maybe I don't pay attention that much anymore. Or maybe I'm really that busy. You're not aware of them? Well, it's about you being in a relationship with the middleman. We also heard that Mother Danu and Lady Kana were also in a relationship with him. Well, we are. I don't think they really care about rumors spreading since they're true, I replied. Those two would probably not mind if I confirmed these strange rumors. The woman in front of me gasped and then giggled. We heard rumors that he was also in a relationship with a goddess from another pantheon, but I never thought it would be real, she said. Why would they think that? All of us are aware of the things he's done. Honestly, it's strange that he hasn't just said yes to anything female that moves. Though I don't know why, but may I ask why? I was genuinely curious, so I asked the woman. While we are part of the supernatural, having that many women, it would be difficult to support them, right? With all the things they would want to do, hobbies, jobs, and other essential for living, it would cost a lot of money, correct? She asked. I see. Yes, those kinds of questions are valid. There are some that want harems in the supernatural. However, not many can support or sustain them since they do need a lot of money, and depending on the number of women you wish to have. Well, he is the middleman, so he gets paid for his services, and he's also the paid dragon, and that is a very popular show with a lot of merchandise that sells all around the world. I think I'll be fine, I told her. I won't say anything about him being able to summon money, since that's not a good idea. I guess you're right. I sometimes fail to remember that since most men, and sometimes women that have said that they want a harem, have failed in acquiring it. I'm sorry for taking up your time, Lady Yane. Thank you again, and thank you for answering my questions, she said and bowed before leaving. I moved away from the spot we met and went back to the town square. It had been upgraded and was substantially larger now, and the fountain was also larger, which made the people left happy, because Aaron's avatars had engraved the names of the ones that died into it. They would forever be remembered. However, once I arrived, I heard the ever-so-familiar sound of a harp being played. I then saw Kana. Sometimes, people say that love can change someone. I used to believe the same thing, but at some point I stopped, but now I also started to believe again. That's because when I look at Danu and Kana, especially Kana right now, she looked like a different woman. She did not put on any makeup or mascara, nothing of that sort. She did not put on new jewelry, nor did she dress differently. It was more like a feeling, the way she carried herself, the atmosphere around her, and the smile she showed people. The one she had before was of happiness, but of a different kind. The one she showed was that of a woman in love. It was strange, too strange, and at the start I was very put off by it. I almost questioned if she was really Kana Kludmer, the woman I've known most of my life. But Mom, or Danu, was the one who told me why she was like that. I did kind of notice it when Danu was around Aaron, but maybe I just decided to ignore it, or for some other reason. Whatever it was, and whatever this is, Kana was shining very brightly. She also plans on performing today, along with the goddess Sarasvati, the one from the Hindu pantheon. I'm sure it will be wonderful, since Aaron plans on broadcasting it all over the world, both in the supernatural and human world. They want to soothe the hearts of everyone and bring them joy through music after that disaster 20-ish days ago. I joined the crowd that was enthralled by her music and listened to it. I suddenly felt a tap on my shoulder, and I turned around and saw Danu. This is the best I've heard her play. It's even better than she played with Ingvild and Shigyan, she said, and watched Kana like a loving mother. Yeah, it sounded great, I replied. We watched and listened for the next few minutes until she was done. She then thanked everyone for listening with a bright smile that captured the men's hearts. Does love really have this kind of effect? Once the crowd left, we walked over to Kana. That was wonderful, Kana. I look forward to your performance later on the day, said Danu. Sarasvati and I will also get help from Ingvild and Shigyan, so it'll be even more amazing. We've met up several times already, and we're definitely ready for this. Also, Kana looked in the direction of where Nessa used to live. I want to dedicate this to Nessa, her family, and everyone that lost their lives in our realm and all across the world. That sounds wonderful, Kana. She would be very happy to hear that. We only have a few hours left. So how about you rest up? Said Danu. Kana agreed, and we went over to a nearby restaurant. I glanced back at Nessa's home. They should be here, not dead. I hate them and am horrified that I even work together with a small group. Thinking about it makes me feel ashamed. Hopefully I can keep on repenting, and one day I can be forgiven. Jean Skyward's soliloquy the next day, a day before the promotion ceremony for all of them. I was outside Akuo Academy. And since it was a weekend, no one was here, but since we were part of the supernatural, we could come and go as we pleased. I was waiting here for a certain person. Oh, so this is the high school division. It's much larger than the elementary one, said a fervent voice. I looked over and found Kunu there with Ophis by her side. Kunu will be joining the elementary division next year. She came to visit today, so she could see the buildings today. She had seen them before, but not in detail, nor had she been inside, so she took the time today to see them for herself. Well, Ophis was also accompanying her. Hey, Kunu, Ophis, let's get started, shall we? I asked them, and they agreed. So we walked into the school. I began to show them around each floor and explain to them what each classroom was used for. The others were standard since the teachers were the ones that came to you. Unlike in Ireland's secondary school, the one I attended, where the students had to move between classes. So this is your classroom? Kunu asked. And this is your desk? She asked again and sat on the chair. Ophis joined her and sat on the table. Yep, in anime, this is where the protagonists sit, right? I said with a grin. Kunu looked at the seat, then looked around her and agreed. Oh, it is. Does that mean you're the protagonist of your classroom? She asked excitedly. I should find the same in my classroom starting next year. Sometimes the teacher assigns seats, so you have to wait and see. Kunu, I told her, and she deflated. But as far as I know, for the high school division, we weren't assigned any, so we got to pick. This got her excitement back up, and we started touring the school more. I showed her the clubs and the fields that we had. We only have two, the track and field and the swimming pool. The high school division and the middle school division have more, don't they? They'll assume that the college one was even more. She exclaimed. More. Ophis repeated and pumped her fist. You'll also be moving to my home starting this summer, right, Kunu? I asked her as we moved to another field. Mother will also sometimes come by, but she can't move yet. She wants to make Yurikyoto be the best before we move. However, since we have a door that connects to our home over there, it should be fine. Even Sharon told her that, but she still worries, said Kunu. Well, Sharon is right. I could just assign more shadow soldiers there, and I trailed off and looked around us. I can just change a few things once I evolve. I saw that screen again while out here, and that I was one away from evolving. I had zero idea on how to achieve that, but I took it in stride since I remembered Akino's words from months ago. Admit to something, whatever that was. That's probably the last trigger for the one. I had no idea what I need to admit, but I let fate take the wheel on that. We continued our tour, but it eventually ended, and we ended back at the front gate. But another person soon joined us. Oh, Sona, you're here too? I asked as she approached us. Sona Dano, it's been a while. Kunu greeted and bowed to her. Sonsuelo, grite Dofi. Sona smiled at us. Hello, Aaron, Kunoheim, and Ophis-san. How were the divisions? Were they to your liking? Indeed. This is a wonderful school. I can't wait to enjoy my years here, Kunu said excitedly. Her tail and ears accidentally came out. She noticed and hid them again while blushing. Sona smiled and stood beside me. She looked up at the building with a nostalgic look and said, I remember that day very well. The first time I came here, it was Rias who brought me here. I remember Rias telling me something about it during our stay in my dimension. She apparently forcefully brought Sona here when there weren't too many people around. I'm sure Rias wanted to show me this place, since she would be attending it very soon back then. I am her childhood friend after all. I can still remember the happy face she had when she showed me around, said Sona. Did you enroll here due to Ria's suggestion? I asked. The other two with us had begun listening in to our conversation. Sona shook her head. Rias didn't suggest for me to enroll here. However, I was quite enchanted by this place when she showed me around back then. It was already decided that I would go to high school in the underworld. However, after being shown around here, I had a change of heart and decided to come to this academy instead. Sona smiled and added, The shocked face my sister showed me when I told her I wanted to attend high school in the human world was priceless. It was definitely worth telling her that since I can still remember it even now. Fufu. Sona softly laughed again and then looked down at the ground. The expression on her face made her seem lonely and sad. A lot of things have happened here in the past 3 years. Especially when I became a third-year student, many events and countless surprises happened all throughout the year, she said and glanced at me. I wonder what kind of lives they had in the first 2 years in Kuo. If I had been reincarnated earlier, I definitely would have shared those times with them. I had asked both sisters about what had happened, but like the Managawa sisters, they brushed it off. Serafal acted like usual, but I could tell she was bothered by it, and Sona saw her older sister die in front of her. They probably just didn't want me to worry about it. Well, I prevented the gods from going into the isolation barrier by killing 666, so those events won't need to happen anymore. And this time, in this universe, Sona can have her sister see her graduate, though I'm bothered that they had to suffer for a little bit. As I was about to say something to her, another person showed up. President, so you were here? It was Saji. It seems like he came to find her. Saji, did something happen? She asked worriedly. No, but it looks like the matter from before can be dealt with now. Tsubaki-senpai asked me to find you, he replied. Sona nodded, fixed her glasses, and composed herself. The fragile and sad expression she had was now absent, and she was back to her usual self. I see. I already have my fill here. Let's return, then, since we also need to prepare for all your promotions that's happening tomorrow. Thank you for listening to me, Aaron, and we'll see you at the promotion tomorrow. Yes? Yep, I wouldn't miss it for the world, I replied. Sona then left after that. Saji walked over to me and sighed deeply. I've been looking forward to this for so long, but to think it would happen in just less than a year. I'm so nervous. I'm going to be a high-class devil. I patted his back. You deserve it after all the hard work that you went through this year. Keep it up, Saji. Thank you. Though, I heard a lot of big shots are going to be there, right? That makes me even more nervous. He added and shook his head. You've already asked Sona to trade Ruruko, right? Is she going to be your queen for your peerage? I asked. Yes. Ruruko will be my queen, since he'll be a king soon. I don't have candidates yet for my other pieces, but I have high hopes to have a peerage full of women, he said with a lecherous expression. Is that so? Good luck with that then, man. Saji's face became serious, and he said, I, along with Ruruko, will play for President Sona during the tournament, so that won't change. We will definitely make it to the top, Aaron Senpai, and then we'll get to face you and your team. He took a deep breath and added, You're still my aim, and while I know I can't ever measure up to your power, you'll still keep aiming for it. Please, and if we fight, please fight me seriously as the Red Dragon Emperor. I want to be acknowledged by you and everyone else. I was surprised by this, and I wanted to say I already did acknowledge his strength and resolve, but Saji wouldn't accept that answer right now. I don't know if I'll get a fight, but sure thing, Saji. Do your best to reach me then. It'll be waiting, I told him and put my fist up. He bumped it with his, and I told him my promise to Valley as well. I have to fight him to eventually bring it one. I'm more fired up than ever. He'll surpass the Morning Star too, declared Saji loudly. Saji and the Citri Peerage also probably want some kind of revenge match against the Gremory Peerage because of their loss during the youth games. Otherwise, they'll need to prepare to fight Aurelia's team, which is also full of powerhouses. Not too long after Saji left to join his peerage, and after he did, Kanu started nodding her head happily. So many passionate people are drawn to you, Aaron. I will also do my best, she said, and we finally left the school to go back to my home. Akino Himajima's soliloquy the day finally came. Today we of the Gremory Peerage will have our high-class promotion ceremony. The Citri and the Bale Peerages will have theirs after us. It was decided like that from a draw, so no one could bias to who went first. My family, the rest of the Occult Research Club, Ria's parents, Sanisima, Aaron, the rest of his lovers, and many others we met this year will be attending the ceremony. Currently, we were in the Gremory home, and my mom was speechless at how large it was. Now that I think about it, she hasn't been down here yet, has she? I was in a different room with Rias, since he'll be the one going first as the queen of her peerage, after mine, Yumi, then Chiron, Gasper, Asia, and finally Zenobia. In that order, we'll be promoted. I already knew how this would go. However, it didn't hurt to prepare and practice. So, with the help of Rias and everyone else, we did this over and over again before today. Even more so today, since I woke up earlier and practiced. I didn't want to embarrass myself to my king, so I took it seriously. One of the Satans will read the certificate that will be given to you. You already know the answer, and we have practiced it a lot. Next, I will put a crown on your head. This is the ritual where someone in a peerage is acknowledged as a king. And finally, you will be brought to the stone where you will register yourself as a king. You can touch the stone after the Satan's words. The ritual is pretty simple, right? Once all of that is done, it's pretty much over, explained Rias. She had done this many times before. Afufu, even if you say that there will be many people there today, the pressure might get to me, I told her. Then, do you want some encouragement? Asked a voice. We turned to it and saw Aaron. He was already dressed up and formal, wear a black suit. I myself was already dressed up too. The same with Rias, as she wore a crimson dress. There will be a lot of people there, as well as the media, so dressing up for the occasion was essential. Everyone, including the guests, are going to be wearing something formal. Yes, please, I replied, but Rias grabbed my arm, stopping me. I think you already encouraged her enough last night and earlier in the morning, she said, and gave us tired looks. She did scream louder than usual. You were doing that on purpose, weren't you? Asked Aaron. I simply winked at him and stuck my tongue out. He came over to us and stroked my head and then cupped my cheek. For some reason, I felt really nervous now. It feels like I'm getting married and the groom just walked in on the bride. I felt my stomach churn. However, it quickly left as I experienced a soothing sensation on my cheek. You'll be fine, Aquino. All of us will be there for you, and those four will be playing after the promotions, he told me. He then kissed my forehead before he left. But soon after, Rias-sama, Haimajima-sama, it's time, said the attendant. It's finally time. We got on a train from the Grimoire's home. This train would take us to the current capital of the underworld, Lilith. While this happened, we were under strict watch and guarded quite heavily. The place we were heading to was going to be packed with many people after all. Even while on the train, there were many reports, and they began taking pictures of us and began asking questions. Haimajima Aquino-san, please tell us how you're feeling right now. One of them shouted, even after you become a king, will you be participating in the World Rating Game Tournament as an independent team? Or will you still be part of Rias-sama's team? The Grimoire's rivalry with the Bale and Citri peerage is also quite more and more flashes of cameras, as well as more people asking us questions. We were told beforehand not to answer any of them, but to just grin and bear with it. This journey was going to be exhausting, however. Once we reached a certain stop, they were all escorted out by other devils. It seems like Surzek-sama was looking out for us, which we were thankful for. Ziada-kasa, Kaisa-sama, and Venelana-sama came with us. Rinia-sama said that she would be there too, but would have to disguise herself to not stand out. We passed by another stop, and Ravel-chan points outside of the train. That stadium is going to be used as one of the arenas for the upcoming World Tournament, from what I heard. She told us. The stadium was huge. It was way bigger than the Tokyo Dome, though it makes sense since rating games are very destructive, so a field of that size is necessary. Many pantheons and factions will have their own arenas too, right? Jean Senpai did go around helping them build it and also repair their realms, which was one of the reasons he had been busy nearly all of last month, said Yumi. He didn't mention it since he wanted it to be a surprise. However, he also built multiple rooms that would house the VIPs of each mythology and faction, Rias replied. If Aaron didn't do that, then many of the mythologies would be unable to help with providing with the arenas, forcing others to pick up the slack, and he didn't want that to happen. He also built teleporting circles on each, so it would make moving around to them easier for the tourists. Ravel-chan added, rating games originated from the underworld. Hence the reason why it was decided that the majority of the matches for the first World Tournament would be held here, but there will still be many held in different mythologies. Ziaticus nodded and said, even so, most of the previous organizing committee of the game that were part of our world isn't taking part in this World Tournament. The ones organizing the tournament are part of Ajukadano's team, as well as Gene himself along with his subordinates. Is it correct to assume that this was due to the heating scandal that was revealed? I asked. Ziadakisima nodded at my question and raised his finger. That is definitely part of it. But there's also another reason. It appears that many pantheons and factions have shown interest in making the raiding games as their own form of entertainment. There's also the fact that each staff of each faction will be taught the procedure of the raiding games. I see. So that's what Aaron meant. He told us that the raiding games may not be a devil's only entertainment in the future, and it may be worldwide. We thought he was talking about the raiding game world tournament, but I guess it was about this. Once the raiding games attain worldwide relevance, so much so that it becomes possible to transfer and exchange pieces between teams of all pantheons, then the games will become even more hyped up, added Ziadakis-sama. So the raiding games won't be just for the devils in the future. Huh? Chiron said without a thought. Angels, yokais, and other species from all over the world can experience the raiding games. They can conduct games in their own homeland, which will make it even more popular if this world tournament becomes a regular event. I want to see it. I think many others want to as well. Daihauser Belial-sama would have been thrilled if he were to know about this, Rias said while looking out of a window. As a result of what she said, everyone became quiet. Emperor Belial committed a crime while being forced into a complicated situation. People say that he loved the raiding games more than anyone, that he craved for someone who would defeat him. Perhaps he would have found someone who could defeat him as the world tournament became a reality. However, he was confined inside a cell. For the champion to be absent when such a revolutionary thing started to happen, it's quite a tragic thing to think about. Rias wanted to defeat him. It was one of her dreams after all. After that, Rias' parents and my parents began talking about this and that. We heard them mention selling something about a paid dragon milk, whatever that meant. I was unsure if Aaron had given them the okay to sell such a thing. Hopefully they're not based on us, but it wouldn't be beyond them to do such a thing. We finally arrived at the station on Satan's territory. We then got into several limousines to head to the ceremony hall. We also saw the Citri and Baal peerages. There were numerous security cars surround us. I wonder how much money and people were used for our promotions. It felt strange, but I did suspect Aaron had a hand in it all. We arrived at the ceremonial hall rather quickly. We went inside the building and prepared for the ceremony. The one in charge of me took me into a room. I had already worn something appropriate, but it seemed I had to get changed into something else. It seemed custom-made for the ritual. I wonder if everyone else had to wear something similar? Makeup was put on me, and they did other things to help me prepare. After that was done, I was told to wait in the room. Immediately after that, Rias, who was in her ritual dress, came into the room. Fufu, you look wonderful. Rias, I told her, and she smiled at me. Aaron will definitely like the ponytail, I added. She blushed at that. I wasn't exactly trying to appeal to him right now. It's just how this was made. Do I look weird? She asked. No, like I said, you look great. It's definitely tool approved. We both laughed at my comment, and we spoke for a few minutes until it was finally time. Rias and I head to the entrance of the ceremonial hall. I stood behind Rias, and I have to follow behind her once the entrance opens. There were guards standing on the sides of the double door. Around us were soldiers working as security and other staff. However, I could feel that shadow soldiers were all in their shadows. He really was a worrywart. Finally, it began. The drums began to play. The double doors opened quietly while the music played. It wasn't the one that Kana and Sarasvati wanted to play. Maybe they're doing it later. In front of me was a spacious room. Many higher-ups were in formal dresses and suits. The ceremonial hall was decorated very lavishly. As Rias walked forward, I followed after her. They began to give me a round of applause. I take a quick glance around me. The other members of our peerage were also there since they wanted to see this too. This included the Citri, Baal, my parents, Siskane-sama, and everyone else was also there. Even Valley and his team were here. They stood near the corner behind a pillar. They also dressed up for the occasion. I felt many emotions swell up inside of me. As we drew closer to the altar, certain memories flashed in my mind. Akino Himejima will be a future piece for you. We will take her back to Gremory territory. I shall need to explain this to your father once we get back. Those were the words Heinrich told me in Reus many years ago. That definitely changed my life. Aquino, I told you not to call me that. Just call me Reus. You're my best friend after all. Yes, my best friend and king. You and your family helped me when I needed it the most. I will never forget the debt I owe the Gremery family. Yes, ma'am. I'm originally from Ireland. I moved here after my parents both died in an accident, so I just wanted to move someplace else, and here I am. Oh, I'm Gene Skyward, by the way, 17 years old. Then I met him a man that changed my no. Everyone's lives. No, I'm living so I can seek my revenge. The holy sword of Excalibur, destroying that is the reason why I'm alive. Kibano, Yumchan, you've also changed a lot, you know? Do you think a world without God is wrong? Do you think a world without God would decay? I am sorry to say, but that isn't the case. You and I are both living quite well like this, right? The world moves even without God. Azazel was correct, even without the God of the Bible. The world kept moving forward. Many changes occurred, but we all survived without him. Everyone right here, right now, was proof. It means that there are those who will find pain in what you call peace. Aaron said that Valley told him that once, but peace is always the best. We can all live a life like this, and even the World Tournament came out of it, didn't it, Valley? Everyone, let's make this the best school in this country. No, they'll definitely make it into one. So, I'd like everyone to please take care of me. Zenobia, Reus, and I look forward to seeing the new Kuo Academy under your presidency. We know ITLL be a lot of fun, even a little chaotic. Well, you already heard about my plans. Might as well, right? Aquino Himejima, will you marry me? When I heard that plan, and then those words a few seconds later, that was definitely the happiest day of my life. Not only have you revived my mother, you also helped mend the relationship between me and my dad. These emotions felt overwhelming, and it threatened to make me cry. All those memories, there were many more, but if I kept thinking about them, then the tears would undoubtedly fall. Just 1 year in this 1 year, not including the ones we spent in his dimension. It was a year filled with so many events. A year like this, we will never experience something like this again for as long as we live. The ones who waited for us at the altar were both Ejuka Beelzebub Sama and Surzex Lucifer Sama. Both of them wore very lavish clothing. I have watched you and Reus grow, Aquino. From here on out, you will become an official high-class devil, said Surzex Sama. Then began the ritual. I sat on a chair beside the altar with Reus, and we followed the procedure of the ceremony. I also saw the other members of our peerage leave, since it would be their turn after this, but everyone else stayed. Suddenly, the music stopped, and a wonderful melody of a harp began. After that, another instrument joined, along with a piano and a beautiful singer's voice. We've heard of it many times. It was Ingvild. I see. So this is where they would play this, huh? Aaron suddenly put his hand up, and this wonderful song and melody could be heard throughout the underworld, and I assumed the human world and the rest of the supernatural world. To the ones that weren't aware of this happening, they were surprised, but many were moved by what they heard. Some even shed some tears. The peace that those four managed to create in such a short time was truly wonderful. The song and melody lasted for a few minutes, and once it was done, the ritual entered its final phase. Reus and I stood in front of the altar, and the next thing that would happen was for the certificate to be delivered. Satan, Surzex Lucifer, takes the certificate and starts to read from it. For these reasons, I hereby proclaim you, the servant of Reus Gremery, Himejima Aquino, as a high-class devil. I got on my knee and received the certificate. It will be my honor, I replied in a formal manner. I could have responded in various ways, or made it very long-winded. However, when Aaron stayed for one of my practices, he said, why not just make it plain and simple while getting my point across? So we chose this response in the end. I got up once and showed my certificate in front of the crowd so they could have a clear look at it. After that, there was a sudden round of applause, and there were many camera flashes. I then handed the certificate to the person that helped me. Next was the ritual where Reus, who is my master, puts a crown on my head. Reus and I stood in front of the altar. We then faced each other. I got on my knee, and she then received the crown from the person in charge. She then put the crown on my head. It seemed to be a real crown since it put some weight on my head. Another round of applause followed after that. For the last part, Satan Beelzebub Sama appeared next to the altar again and raised his hand. Then a stone monument that shone in a black color fell from above us. It then floated in the air. So this was the monument that's used for registering a high-class devil. I've only heard rumors of it, but from touching this, the requirement for a high-class devil and king would be complete. Now, the newly crowned king, Haimajima Aquino, stand in front of the monument, said Ajuka Beelzebub Sama, and then urged me to do so. I took a step forward while enveloping my right hand with my aura, and then touched the monument. I felt my heart beat loudly for a second. I see. So, this monument was made of those crystals that the evil pieces were made from. The monument then shone brightly. It was an amalgamation of colors: crimson, white, black, and yellow. Then my handprint was shown for a brief second before it returned to normal. With that, the registration was finished. Satan Ajuka Beelzebub Sama walked over to me with a small box. When I opened it, I found 15 evil pieces inside, but we were all shocked when we took a closer look at them. "Now, that's unexpected," said Ajuka Sama as he looked amused and surprised. "What do you mean?" Surzex asked and then took a look. He then laughed and said, "Foo-foo. As expected, someone trained by Jean would show this much potential." "And may I ask what the commotion is about?" a higher-up devil asked. Ajuka-sama and Surzex-sama looked at one another, then at Rias, and then at me. They gave me permission, so I turned to face the crowd and showed them what was inside the box. This made them all gasp. Out of the 15 evil pieces, the queen, 1 rook, 1 knight, 1 bishop, and all 8 pawns were mutation pieces. 12 of my evil pieces were mutation pieces. Only the other 3 were not. Was it because of my current power and rank? It must be, otherwise this wouldn't have happened. It said that 1 out of 10 devils will possess a mutation piece. The fact that I had 12 was something unheard of. I looked at Rias and the thought hit us. Yumi, Chiron, Gasper, Asia, and Zenobia will probably have the same thing happen to them. So will the Citri and Bale peerages. Many may try to ask Aaron to train them in the future, as such results made them have more mutation pieces. After this short debacle, a short word of congratulations from the guest happened. They read them from a list from the host of the ceremony. Once it was all over, we left the stage while another round of applause happened. I quickly headed over to the changing room and relaxed for a bit after drinking some tea. "Congratulations again, Aquino," said Rias. She was the first person to say that after the ceremony. I believe Yumi was next after me, so it was still ongoing. "Yeah, congrats, Aquino," said Aaron, who appeared behind me. I thought, you used an avatar, didn't you?" asked Rias as she came over to us. "Thank you," I replied as I got up and hugged Aaron. I didn't know what got over me, but I started to quietly sob into his chest. All those feelings finally overwhelmed me. I was so happy and relieved. "Why are you thanking me for?" "I didn't do anything," he said and hugged me back. "Now then, let's go back and watch the rest. Let's support everyone else." Jean Skyward's soliloquy. A few hours had passed since then, and the last person of Sarorg's peerage was promoted to high class. Everyone was celebrating outside as food and drinks were served. We did take a small break in the middle since there were a lot of devils being promoted, but that was just a 30-minute break. As expected, everyone that I trained with obtained multiple mutation pieces. While not all of them received the same amount as Aquino, they did indeed get a lot. The only one to match Aquino was Keisha at 12 mutation pieces. The rest got around 8 to 10, which is still a lot, and the media who were here freaked out about it. During Aquino's ceremony, Shuri, Barakil, Suzaku, Kaido Himejima, Kasumi Himejima, Suzaku's parents, and Atsudoro were proud and crying for her. Barakil took a lot of photos, but had the flash off. Everyone else's ceremonies played out without much commotion. Well, Saji's was a bit funny. The guy's emotion got the better of him, and he cried throughout all of it, and straight after he began screaming in his changing room and was very embarrassed about it. I was in a different room with Lavinia and Suza. This was the room given to us before the ceremony started, so we came here to get our things. Normally we would just store them in our rings, but the staff insisted, so we went along with it. Suddenly, Rias and the rest of her peerage came into the room. Yumi lunged at me, and I caught her. Reward? She asked and rapidly blinked her eyes at me. I feel like she's slowly adopting Akino's mannerisms from when we started dating. I sighed and kissed her forehead again. She's fine with this deal and began to squeal in delight. Yumi received 9 mutation pieces. Her queen, 2 knights, 2 rooks, 2 bishops, and 2 pawns. The rest were normal pieces. As we began to talk, Ajuka came in with Shiva and Mahabali. Everyone turned to them, and I greeted them. Oh, hey Ajuka, Shiva, and Mahabali. How can I help you? I asked and walked over to them and shook their hands. I just escorted them here, Jean. I will take my leave first, said Ajuka before he patted my shoulder and left. It's been some time, Jean. I take it you're well? Asked Shiva as he and Mahabali stepped further into the room. The rest were shocked to see these two here. Yeah, more or less. I'm going to guess that you're not just here for pleasantries? I asked. Shiva smiled and spread his arms open. You're there, aren't you, Jean? Or very close to it, the peace that you seek. After that spectacular show you provided for us, when you killed the woman called Lapis, what else is left to do? He asked. All that's left is I paused. Evolution, graduation, and to take down the Cow's Order, and anything else out there in the Omniverse. But after a certain event in the future, it should be easier for me to do, I told him. Not just peace in our universe, but peace across the multiverse, huh? You sure are thinking of big plans, Jean. As I told you before, I will still support you through and through. So make sure you confide in me when you need to. Shiva then looked at Mahabali. I will be participating in the World Tournament along with my own team. Lord Shiva is part of the staff, so he cannot take part, but we will participate in his place. We will participate as Team Azura, a team full of divine beings. He then looked at Rias and the rest. Rias Gremory, I look forward to playing against your team and many others. This is just a formal announcement from me. Oh, and please be aware of Sakura, as he himself will be participating in the tournament. His team is called Team Vajra. Mahabali turned away and began to walk out of the room. If given the chance, I also wish to fight against your team. Jean, until then, he said and walked out of the room. Haha, he was quite serious about that, wasn't he? Anyway, I have some other news for you, Jean. It's about the name of the World Rating Game Tournament, said Shiva. Oh, you guys finally decided on a name? I replied, and he grinned. Yes, we did. The name of the World Rating Game Tournament is The Silence in the Room was palpable. Shiva reveled in it. Is the Azazel Cup? I asked him. Nope, Azazel lost. It's the Avetsa Cup. Those two were tied. So they decided to play a game of rock, paper, scissors, and he lost. You should have seen the face of Azazel, exclaimed the god of destruction before he began laughing. Avetsa Cup, huh? Who would have guessed? But the fact that he lost in the stupidest way does sound funny. I'll tease him about it later. I then felt Shiva's hand on my shoulder. Show me this peace you desire, one that's not just in our universe, but beyond. I, along with many others, wish to see this, he told her seriously. Oh, and he'll also attend your graduation ceremony. That's soon, right? He'll forward to your restaurant too. Jean, Shiva said with a smile. He tapped my shoulder one more time before leaving and wishing us well. Let's go join everyone else, I told everyone around me. We still had an after-party to enjoy. Time passed, and on the day of our graduation, I, along with a few others, woke up early. I put on my school uniform. I had done this many times in this year alone. The fact that today will be the last felt a bit strange, sad even. A few others waited for me outside, since I was the last to go. The rest of the household, minus Grafia, Reiko, and Ine, were still asleep. I spoke with them briefly before I stepped out my home. Once outside, I was greeted by the sight of Rias, Akino, Ingvild, Kyome, Sona, and Tsubaki. Shall we get going? I asked them. They agreed, with both Rias and Akino hugging my arm as we walked towards the academy. This sort of thing will still happen since we're going to the college division, but not as frequently since he'll focus on my restaurant and job as the middleman after we graduate. Once we arrived at the front gate, we opened it and went into the school. For the next few minutes to an hour, we walked around, and all of them told Ingvild and I the stories and funny little things that happened during their time here. We also added our own stories that happened during our last year too. It was both a happy and sad time for us. Never in my life would I have cared this much about school. I definitely hated my time in my old live's school. Well, not all of it, but just after Aoife died. We finally ended up in the student council room, and we began to clean it for some reason. Tsubaki and Sona started, and we just ended up joining in. Once that was done, we made our way out. Our next stop was the tennis club that Kayom was the captain of. She stepped down and gave it to someone else. We also cleaned the club room, and Kayom got a bit emotional as she hugged the racket she had used for the last 3 years. Finally, we ended up in the occult research club room. Akino went to make some tea like usual. Ria sat at her desk, and the rest of us on the chairs and sofas. We didn't say anything until Akino joined us and poured us some tea. At the start, it was just the two of us, wasn't it, Rias? Akino started and asked her king. Yes, it was. We struggled to keep this club from shutting down, especially when we didn't have enough members. Even Sona and Tsubaki came here frequently at the start, said Rias. Akino giggled. Yumi used to come here before us when we were in our second year and clean the place from top to bottom. It was nearly every day until we told her to stop. Geez, even now it seems she still does it. Even President Asia had to stop her. We began to speak about nothing of importance, and time passed by like that. As another hour passed these 3 years, time sure does fly by. Didn't it, Rias? Asked Aquino. Rias nodded. For a devil's life, 3 years is just an instant. But they were really fun, Sona, Tsubaki, Rias, and Sona said in unison. Ingvile, Kayom, and I watched on. We felt a bit out of place, but were supportive of them. The door suddenly burst open, and the rest of the new occult research club members stumbled in. They seemed flustered and looked a bit panicked. Agis, Zenobia, we told you not to push. We wanted to surprise them. Irina complained as she got up. Shut up, you were the one pushing me. No, wait, Yumi pushed me, replied Zenobia. They began to bicker back and forth until I clapped my hands, drawing their attention. Even Rose was with them. Since we're all here, how about we do one last club activity together before we graduate? Even talking is fine, I said to them. Everyone shouted a yes, and we began one final club activity. It was fun and sad. We shared many laughs with Sona and Tsubaki. Eventually, the current and past student council also joined us, making it an even bigger event. The ceremony was approaching. Everyone was busy preparing or were just waiting for it. As I walked around the school one last time, and out of the window, I spotted Rias talking to someone. I smiled and jumped out the window, surprising everyone. Some of the girls even screamed, drawing the attention to me. Both of them looked at me, and Rias sighed. What in the world are you doing? She asked. Fuahaha. Enjoying your time before graduating is perfect, Jean. Sarah proclaimed. The one Rias was talking to was him. He made it. I also felt many of my friends and comrades here. It's going to be damn overcrowded. We fist bump as I arrived by them. Jean, I will also participate in the upcoming World Rating Game Tournament. We were already aware of it because of you, but I will do my best to reach you too. When that comes, I want a rematch for that exhibition match we had, he told me. Hey, is that so? Then do your best, Great Lion King. He'll be waiting. We grinned at each other before Rias lightly berated me for causing a ruckus on our last day of school here. Sarah tried to defend it, but was also scolded, so we ran away like children. Rias chased after us. It was fine enjoying ourselves like this. Even Rias started smiling partway through. Lavinia, Rennie's soliloquy, it was time. The applause of everyone around us indicated the arrival of the graduates as they entered the gymnasium. I became curious and looked at where the guardians were sitting at. I saw many faces there, but Rias' parents, Aquino's parents, and several others were there. Rias' dad had a camera with him, along with Surzek's Lucifer. They had been very eager about this ceremony. Barakil was already crying, and the ceremony hadn't even started yet. Shuri also looked quite emotional. Today, their biological daughter and Jean will graduate. Next year will be Asia, so we'll be coming back here again. Barakil was recording this on his phone, as was Shuri. Aquino glanced around and saw both her parents, then she saw her dad. Her face immediately turned red, and then she put her head on Jean's back, out of embarrassment. Gene looked over at Barrakiel and chuckled to himself. I didn't know anything about Japanese graduation ceremonies well. I don't know much about normal schools, so I was also excited about this. Finally, the ceremony began with the Japanese national anthem, then the school anthem, and it ended with everyone getting their certificates. Barrakiel didn't stop crying the entire time. Even Surzex and Ria's father started crying. Venelana looked proudly at her daughter and wiped a tear away. Zenobia, who is the current student council president, came up to the stage to represent the current students and gave a farewell speech to all of them. Once she was done, the formal reply from the graduate will be made by their chosen representative, Sauna Shitori-san. Yes, replied Sona as she got up and stood in front of the microphone. In March, when the breeze of spring arrives, we will venture out of this school. The former president of the school, who stood on the stage, started her part with a greeting. Then she gave her thanks to all those who were involved in the ceremony. She then spoke about her memories of the school, from her first year up to her third year. Any events that left a strong impression on her, she spoke about them. We experienced many different meetings in the past 3 years, as well as separations. The experiences we had, the people we met in this place, they will definitely become an irreplaceable memory for us. And also to those we separated from. Sona stopped as a single tear fell from her eye. Seraphal Leviathan, her older sister, was also crying, but Gabriel, who she considered her rival, comforted her and cried into her shoulder. To move forward in life, we must believe that we will meeting those cherished people in the future, even after we are separated. When we meet again, I hope that all of us are in a happy place in life and showed growth and maturity. Yes, we have to move forward in life. We can't be hung up by the things that happened in the past. Sona was probably trying to instill this short lesson that she learned in the remaining students here, just like how I did, and many others, including from the third-year representative, Sauna Shitori. Sona bowed her head after her speech, and she received a round of applause. And like that, the graduation ceremony proceeded without any problems, and finally, everyone saw off the graduates. Gene Skyward's soliloquy, the ceremony, finally finished. There were many smiling, some who shed tears, many hugging each other, some taking pictures with each other, and many others. Everyone was feeling very emotional right now. Even the ones with me, Sona, Tsubaki, Kyome, Ingvild, Rias, and Aquino. We all carried cylindrical tubes that contained our certificates in them as we walked towards the gate. Out there, our friends, family, comrades, and anyone else that came here to attend our graduation were all waiting. Before we say anything else, Yumi, Gasper, and Chiron, these three want to say something to Rias, said Lavinia as she gently pushed them toward her. Rias stood there smiling and waiting for them to say something. See, congratulations on your graduation, Yumi said stiffly. Chiron and Gasper repeated what Yumi said. Yes, thank you, Yumi, Gasper, Chiron, replied Rias. Since you've already graduated from Kuo Academy High School Division and retired from being the club president, Rias chuckled. Geez, Yumi, Gasper, Chiron. What is it? It's quite strange seeing all three of you act like this. You need to tell me what you want clearly. You know Rias ne-sen? Yumi abruptly cut her off, stunning Rias. Arias ne-sama, said Chiron while blushing. Arias and Gasper said, and blushed harder than the other two. Rias, who was the center of attention, froze when she heard that. They thought it would be better to call you something else after you graduated. They didn't want to keep calling you president even after all of us graduated, you know? I told her. Natsum laughed. They went around to nearly all of us asking about our opinion on it. And in the end, they decided with that. Suddenly, Rias began to cry and covered her face with it. All three of them panicked and began backpedaling. Then they started apologizing. She shook her head and said, No, I'm happy that you called me that. It's a great present from all of you. Please call me it again. Those three said in unison, a bit surprised by it. They looked at one another and repeated it. Rias kept on asking them to say it over and over again, making their faces even redder. They weren't fully used to it yet, so they're still embarrassed by it. You guys too. Congrats. Kanami shouted, and the rest of them began congratulating us on our graduation. Ingvild, Kyome, Sona, and Tsubaki were grabbed by various people and they began hugging them. They also began crying at that point. They had been holding it all in, after all. Aaron. Various voices called out to me. No, everyone in my soul did. What's up? I replied. Congratulations, Aaron. Good work on coming this far. You started from nothing, and now you have all of this. You showed both of us a new side to being a Dragon Emperor. We'll have more years to come after this, so let's get along from now on as well. Drake rarely calls me by my name, so this was a surprise. Exactly, truthfully. I had my doubts about you at the beginning, but seeing your journey until now, I'm really proud of you. You've grown a lot as a person, Aaron. I agree with them. I've been watching you since you reincarnated. You had a lot of bumps on the road, and you still have a long way to go. However, you've done a fine job in getting here, Aaron. So hold your head up high. Dual Dragon Emperor, Aaron Tool, said Rudra. Kuntuar. Answer. Congratulations, Aaron. Elsha, Belzard, Amaris, and Garrett also congratulated me, and I felt pretty emotional now, too. Just then, various memories flashed in my mind. From the time I arrived in this world to the various things I did, the people I met, and the things I experienced. They filled me with indescribable warmth. Then, a single memory played out in my mind. Hey, Jean. Do you like this world? At the time, I gave it no thought. At the time, I gave her a half-assed response. At the time, I truly didn't mean my answer to her. At that time, Penemu was speaking from her heart, as if she was looking for an answer that would give it meaning. Because I really, really love this world, even with all its faults and flaws, but I know nothing can stay unchanged. Fun times, happy times, they can't possibly remain the same. Our times together, they'll all slowly fade away. Even still, I love it. I love this world. I love everyone in it, even when I fell. I want to help people help the humans. Is that such a sin? I looked around me again. Everyone was crying, hugging, and laughing. This was both a sad and happy occasion. Then my eyes met with Penemu. She smiled at me and came over to me. Geez, what are you standing there in a daze for? She asked and poked my arm. Everyone is having fun and enjoying their time. Go join them. I felt something bubbling inside of me. And then a dam broke. Again, her question repeated in my mind. Do you like this world? I gritted my teeth and held back my tears. Of course I love this world. I fucking love it. If Azathoth hadn't reincarnated me here, if I wasn't given this random chance, would I be the person I am today? I doubt it. I fucked up. I messed up, but I grew from them. I'm not perfect, and I doubt I'll ever will be, but I still have a lot of growing to do. But I'm thankful for all the opportunities. The world can be a cruel and shit place, but with the right people by your side, they can make a world of a difference, right? Is this what you fucking meant, Azathoth? I admit it. I love it. I love everything and everyone. I love this world. I love my life. I wouldn't have it any other way. Even with all the shit I had to go through, I'd do it all over again. Kuntuar. Answer. Evolution commencing in XXX hours. Kuntuar. Answer. Preparing body. And teleportation sequence to the domain of Azathoth. That's in a few hours, midnight, right? Drake asked. Sounds like it. So Aaron still has a few hours left. Aaron? Why are you crying? Penemu asked worriedly. I wasn't even aware that I had started to cry. Fuck it. Why even bother stopping it? Let me cry just for a little bit longer, I replied to Penemu as I hugged her. I also have an answer to your question from back then. Back then? Oh, do you mean in the Greek realm? She asked and I nodded. What is it? I love this world so damn much, and I love everyone here I see. I'm glad you do, replied Penemu as her embrace on me tightened. Why is Aniki crying? Did someone fart? Asked Valley. Ow. Why do you hit me? Vulcan. That's just inappropriate, said Lavinia. After that, everyone joined me as we slowly walked back to my home. We told stories of our time together. We laughed, smiled, and cried. Even my friends Higuro and Kikiho with their girlfriends joined us in our celebration. At the same time, I also felt peace like no other. Tonight, I evolve and also meet Azathoth face to face. I wonder what we'll talk about. I have to go. I told 5 people as I stood at the top of my home. It was 2 minutes away from midnight, and I was going to meet her. The ones with me were the 4 fated ones and Rose. Please come back to us as soon as you can, said Suzuko. Lavinia was also crying since she assumed I was going to die. I myself didn't know how this would all play out, so I couldn't provide her with any reassuring words. Like she said, come back soon. There's still a lot of things to do, said Velgrind. Be safe, Arendanu said and held my hand. We'll be waiting, said Rose. She looked like she wanted to say more, but stopped herself. Yeah, see you soon. As soon as I finished saying that, I felt myself being removed from this place. All 5 of them had troubled expressions on their faces as I faded away. I gasped and stood up, looking around me. I was in some kind of forest. Where was I supposed to go again? I felt around myself, and I was back in Kuo. What the hell? Whatever. Let's just go back home to everyone, I mumbled to myself. I quickly flash-stepped back to my home, all the while feeling something off. Once I arrived, I was shocked. What the hell? Why is my home back to how it looked like when I first came to this world? It looked exactly like Haidu residence. Going inside confirmed it for me. Did I go back in time or something? Huh. I looked down and saw Lavinia's body with a hole through it. Above me was Kokabeel and Azrael laughing and grinning at me. This as I gritted my teeth and healed her. I didn't want to see this again. What kind of sick joke is this? My life, over the year, replayed. I met my friends again, formed those same bonds and friendships with them, and I went through that emotional turmoil again. However, after a certain event, my fight with Sarorg, something new happened. Would you like to restart the world? Accept decline, a yellow window popped up in front of me. I had tried to contact Kuntor the entire time, but I couldn't. But I could speak to everyone else normally. I could also correct many of the mistakes I'd done in this world. Except for those first 2, but everything else, I made it better. My time in this world kept on repeating without me pressing accept or decline. It was on a loop. And with each loop, I could create the perfect world I desired, the utopia. Finding the Cows Brigade's previous base, killing the enemies, and doing it all by myself. But even when I did this, it felt unfulfilling. My friends and comrades never grew, nor did my lovers. Eventually, I lost count of how many times I repeated. I arrived at the highest point of Mount Everest and sighed. Why don't you stop this now, Azathoth? I know it's an illusion, but I have to ask why. I shouted into the sky. Suddenly, everything around me vanished. A small ripple occurred beneath me. When I looked down, I saw black water. Above me was also just infinite darkness. Then, hundreds of millions of yellow screens appeared all around me, asking if I'd like to restart the world. Then, a figure stepped out of the darkness. She looked the same as the last time I saw her. She had a guilty look on her face, and she looked at me with tired eyes. Azathoth, the blind idiot god, Lord of all, sleeping chaos, and supreme Lord and creator of all things. Why did you put me through that? I asked. If you wanted to, you could live in that world for all of eternity. Pass. Are you trying to tell me to be trapped by an illusion you created? I asked. She shook her head. No, I did not create that world. You are responsible for its creation. What? I created it? I asked, now even more surprised. It's a world created by combining your desire to correct your mistakes up until now, and together with our powers. However, since I am the original creator of all, and the one responsible for giving you it, she walked past me. In other words, this is my territory. Her appearance changed as she walked past me, and she became Surzex, the never-ending illusion of happiness. Eternal stasis. Her voice also sounded like Surzex, which was pretty surprising. Kuntor told you a lie and a truth. It's true that you stumbled across my domain by accident. However, the candidates I chose, I've been keeping an eye on them for a long time. They had various personality traits that caught my interest. Azathoth then changed into Saji. However, I eventually came across you. You were normal, the most normal out of all the candidates I kept an eye on. But perhaps you can call it a hunch or gut feeling. But I watched you even more near the end of your life. She changed into Venelana, came back over and touched my cheek. I never planned on pursuing you if you died of natural causes. As a result, I chose the other candidates after you passed away. But it seemed fate had something different planned, and you floated into my domain. I had many candidates, you know? 87 quintillion years is a long time, Arentool. She suddenly vanished and appeared a great distance away. However, the appearance she chose made me stop. She then walked back to me and quickly arrived beside me again. After watching you for so long, the path you took from the others was interesting. At the start, it looked the same, so I held a lot of hope for you. But at the same time, I had run out of many qualified candidates, so when you kept going and struggling, I decided to put all of my faith in you, as well as my remaining life force. The appearance she had taken was of Aoife. She suddenly hugged me and put her head on my shoulder. The accident with Rudra, it was truly an accident. Yet I let it remain because my own gut feeling told me that it would be beneficial for you. You would agree with me, wouldn't you? She asked. I don't have much time, so I will show you my past. Aaron Toole, I will say this again. Stop. Do not try to bring me back to life. Nor should you try to bring Aoife back to life. It will only cost you your lifespan, as it took away mine after I temporarily brought her back. What played in my mind was Azathoth's point of view. All of her thoughts, feelings, and experiences. The loneliness she felt, the happiness she felt, the disappointment she felt, and all other emotions. At the time, she didn't know that she felt any of them. To her, she merely watched everything she created become alive. Before Azathoth, there was simply nothing. Not even that word existed, nor a single concept, law, or anything else. However, once she came to be, everything else started to exist. By her power, everything began to exist and come to life. Azathoth had no expectations for her offspring. She simply wanted to see how they navigated the Omniverse. However, not too long after, a hierarchy was created, and it was obvious that her offspring stood above everything else she made in the Omniverse. They were referred to as the Outer Gods. They were beings beyond the normal comprehension, beings that could wipe out the Omniverse if they wanted to. The Outer Gods became the embodiment of chaos and destruction. Everywhere they went, everything universe, timeline, and planet they interacted with, they generally met only one end, and that was complete destruction. However, in the end, she came to a conclusion. She didn't like the path that they had taken, and she wasn't some kind of hero or savior. The amount of destruction they had caused was too much, and she had to correct it all. It didn't do anything to her power, but this was on repeat for decillions of years. Destroy, repair, 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 destroy, repair. Destroy, repair, 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 destroy, repair. It was on repeat, over and over again. She became fed up with it, so she began to scheme, and with each scheme, with each plan, her children slowly fell asleep. However, the damage had been done. Each time her offspring created destruction, a newly created creature was spawned from it. It was either a new outer god or something else. The false king Ghidorah and the death king Desghidorah. They were one of the few that were created because of the endless chaos and destruction that the outer gods created. As more and more of the outer gods fell asleep, some became aware of something happening. Nyarlathotep, Magnum Tenebrosum, and Magnum Innominandum caught on quickly, and they began to hide from Azathoth and slow down their direct chaos and destruction. In turn, they managed to hide from her for a long time. But the first to go was Magnum Innominandum, after that, Magnum Tenebrosum, and finally the last one was Nyarlathotep. However, because of the things she's been doing and the trouble she caused, she was just locked up because of her involvement in me. That's why, when she started looking for new candidates, in other words, a new species she wanted to create, something beyond an outer god, something stronger than her, she wanted something different. The opposite of destruction, chaos, despair, agony, something else. She didn't know at the time, since she had been busy dealing with her offspring's chaos. However, once it all calmed down, she finally began choosing candidates. But she was quickly disappointed by many of her chosen ones that became corrupted and exhibited the same personalities as her children. One way or another, her new candidates would become corrupted by the power. They wanted more. They had to have more. They needed more, so they began to become tyrannical, or just outright psychotic. Azathoth became disappointed again, but she kept on searching, hoping to find something new. Eventually, she thought she had found one. She had sent this human to the world of fairy tale. He was the cliché hero trope. He wanted to help everyone he met. He saved Altair and other people along the way, and then they joined the Guild of Fairy Tale. He joined in their adventures and kept saving people, but in the end, he had left a wake of destruction. He didn't care about consequences as long as it adhered to his so-called justice and acts of heroism. Nothing else mattered. It was all superficial. The number of people that died or were killed because of his actions outnumbered the number he saved. That was when Azathoth understood that having someone with a good heart wasn't enough. They needed to have more, not something fake or superficial, someone who could grow. So she began the search for that. People who weren't complete or people that had defects. She began choosing them in the hopes of finding someone who could grow from the person they were and become what she was looking for. She acknowledged that it was not right. In a way, everyone was just a puppet for her. That was when I came into the picture. Well, after that, it was obvious what happened. I guess she found what she was looking for. After finding this out, I was both thankful and angry. But my anger was overshadowed by my gratefulness towards her. If I wasn't put through all of that, I wouldn't be the person I am today, right? Those guys, the previous chosen candidates, had tougher lives than me. If compared to my life, it was nothing. I had it easy, to put it simply. But in order for her to create something new, I have to sacrifice my own life. If combined by her powers and mine, perhaps a miracle will happen, and a new species, a species beyond outer gods, could be born, she said. She had teleported away again and stood away from me. She looked at me as she changed into Lavinia Rennie. I was flawed. I am flawed, and I will always be flawed. I cannot erase the previous sins my children created, but I can prevent new ones from happening if I go down this path. Aaron Toole, you have gone beyond my expectations of my chosen candidates. You have also grown as a person that you can be proud of. If you wish to blame anyone for anything, then please blame me. I will accept all the hate you have. I will leave this omniverse to you, and I will cease to exist. I again repeat, do not bring I refuse, I replied flatly. She stared at me in shock. Amidst all of this, I was a random one that wasn't even meant to be chosen. I had nothing. I was normal and was forced into this. If you think it'll just let you die and not have a punishment, you've got another thing coming. I walked over to her and touched her cheek, undoing her appearance of Lavinia. I'm going to force you to rule with me once I evolve. I'm going to be a goddamn slave driver towards you. Since I'm the next ruler, the next king, then I hereby order you to come back to life and suffer together with me. I closed my eyes and stepped back. I opened them again and looked at her with a smile. The me of now was created because of both of my past and present struggles. I am the evidence of it, in this present reality, and you will be my reward for all the pain I had gone through. Azathoth stared at me for what felt like forever. She eventually closed her eyes and let out a sigh. I will provide you with one more offer, Aaron Toole, she said, and walked past me. You can stay in this domain and enjoy the eternal dreams you've created for yourself. You could choose to finally rest, and I can find another candidate if not. Your other choice is to be sent back to reality once more. You will have to face future adversaries that you already know my answer. She turned around and smiled at me. This place does not offer a home for me, we said in unison. It's a false world. It's full of lies. No one grows in it. No one struggles. No one dreams, and no one lives. After I've been through all of that, staying in a place like this isn't enough for me anymore. Outside, I have friends, family, and loved ones waiting for me. That's why I have to go. I have to leave and be with them. I can't stay here. Azathoth changed back to her original form, and she showed me a genuine smile. The scene around us changed to a beautiful sky. The ground beneath us had become pure green grass, and several mountains were in the distance. It was bright, it was full of life. Azathoth closed her eyes, and she turned around. This won't be the last time we see each other. Azathoth, I promised you before, and I'll promise you again. I'll save you, and the first things I will do with my new powers and selfishness is to bring you and someone else back. I'm sorry. I can't let her go. She can berate me and scold me and even hate me for it, but I'm bringing you and her back to me. Foolish to the very end, but I like that about you. Erentul, just like the future, both Nyarlathotep, and I saw Aoife, and I will wait for you. Then show me the world you wish to create. Erentul, her voice faded. Everything became muddied. Something fell off. I didn't have control of my body. Did I fall? The light around me faded. The grass did too. Everything stopped existing. I couldn't even feel my own body anymore. Was this the evolution I had been desperately chasing after? Lavinia, Siza Velbrindinu, everyone wait for me, because he'll be back soon. He'll come back better than ever. I promise you all that day, for the second or third time in my life. I died. Deletion of the current system. The nurturing system of Erentul has been submitted. The system will now be deleted. Any power limits on the player will now be removed. With no more limitations of power, the player will now have access to everything. The outer god, Azathoth, has now begun to fade away from existence. Erentul has entered his evolutionary period. Estimated time of completion, 5 minutes. Would you like to delete the system? Yes, no, yes has been selected. Now, beginning the transfer of memories. Erentul will now regain all of his memories. Chapter 17. Part 3. Episode, Erentul alternative title. Eternal life amidst the endless white snow. Erentul soliloquy. I have always been weak. For as long as I could remember, I always thought of myself as weak. Physically? No, I was all right in that regard. However, mentally and emotionally, I was as fragile as a baby in a glass cup. Most things said to me bothered me. I wouldn't lash out, cry, or make a scene if something bothered me, but it did hurt me more than it should. When I died, all the memories of my previous life flooded into my head. All the things I've once forgotten came back to me. All the feelings and thoughts I once had came back to me. I felt relieved, and at the same time, I felt like shit because I remembered everything. Aoife, she was like all the fated ones combined together. How I managed to date such an amazing person when I myself was a mess. It still doesn't make sense to me. But when I do wake up again, we'll bring her back. Whether she likes it or not, I'm sorry. Please let me selfish this one time with the new power I'll have. Or twice, since I won't let Azathoth fade away that easily. She started this rodeo, and it'll make her finish it. Third-person point of view. Aaron, come to mommy, said a woman. She clapped while encouraging a young toddler to walk towards her. Don't baby him. If he's old enough to walk, he's old enough to learn, said a stern voice. He's too young for that. Let him have a childhood, replied the woman. These two were Royson Tool and Aiden Tool, the mother and father of 4-year-old Erentul. Even at this young age, his father, Aiden Tool, was already quite strict with him. However, as recommended by his own father and doctor, he would wait until Aaron was 6 to start getting him ready to take over their business empire. Aiden Tool was all about efficiency. He disliked things done half-heartedly and only spoke business. He married his wife, Royson Tool, or formerly known as Royson Kavanaugh. Her family were well off, not rich, but still had connections. They were a middle-class family that rose in social status because of certain connections that Royson's father had made. Once that thing is 6 years old, I will have it start learning and being tutored. It will be brought up like me. And if you try to stop me, I will make your life a living hell, as well as that thing. Do I make myself clear? Asked Aiden. Royson said nothing. She didn't confirm nor deny what her husband had said. But to Aiden, to him, it meant that she agreed with him. So he left the room to start writing down the plans for his son. Once he was gone, Royson hugged her son. Mommy loves you, okay? He'll always call you by your name, and not as it or thing. Like that monster, she muttered to the young Aaron, who had no idea what his mother was talking about. When people turn 4 to 6 years old, some speculate that is when you gain some self-awareness. For the young Aaron Tool, this happened around when he was 6 years old. Once he was that age, he started to understand the advantages he had and also the disadvantages he had. He knew that he was born into a very, very rich family. He would have opportunities like no one else's age. He had his own private tutor. He had very extravagant and expensive meals. He had a room that was the size of some people's house, or even multiple rooms in their houses. However, Aaron was also aware of the disadvantages he had. Because he was tutored from a young age and taught many things, he was a lot more mature than his peers. He knew that he didn't have a loving father or grandfather or grandmother on his father's side. But he knew that his mother, Royson Toole, loved him. He also knew that the maid that was assigned to him, Cindy Byrne, also loved him and looked after him. While Aaron hadn't seen or met his grandparents from his mother's side, he would like to think that they were the same loving people like his mother was. He saw no fault in his mother and maid, as they were the few in his life that showed him any kind of love and affection, so he became emotionally reliant on them. Today, like any other day, he was being taught by his tutor. Aaron was thankful that he was gifted with his father's intelligence and tenacity, but also his mother's kind and caring personality. However, he also knew that a part of his father's personality was in him. However, he had no idea of the full extent of it. A year prior, Aaron met his best friend for life, Ryan Dunster. They were both 5 years old at the time, but the two of them quickly became friends, and so did both of their mothers. In that 1 year time span, Aaron and Ryan became close friends, and so did their mothers. Royson confided in Ryan's mother about her marriage and husband and his abuse towards her and her son. While Ryan's mother couldn't do anything, she emotionally supported Royson, and that was enough for her. Further along the year, a certain accident happened that made the two boys even closer to each other. One day, Aaron was allowed outside after his mother begged his father. Aaron showed how much he appreciated it, and to Royson Toole, seeing the smile on her son's face, it was enough, even if she had to get on her hands and knees to bed. "You were allowed out?" Ryan asked, genuinely shocked by this. "My mom's the best, that's why." "So what do you want to do?" asked Aaron as he puffed up his chest. "We can play some football in the park and then go to the playground," suggested Ryan. Aaron agreed, and they made their way there with Ryan's mother and Cindy, Aaron's maid, who was asked by Royson to accompany Aaron. Royson herself had other business that day and couldn't accompany him. Once the two boys got there, they began to play. Like any normal 6-year-old, they passed, kicked, and shot the football around the park, minding their own business and trying not to get in people's way. Since it was the weekend, there were many people in the park. Cindy and Ryan's mother sat on a bench not too far from them as they spoke to one another. These two also became good friends, as Cindy frequently accompanied Royson during their outings with Aaron. However, as the two children ran towards the playground and started to play there, teenagers around the age of 14 to 16 years old came up to them and tried to steal the football from them. Obviously, Aaron and Ryan didn't let it happen. They grabbed their ball and stood away from the teenagers. "Ah, come on, lads, don't be like that. Let's play a bit of footy. You two against two of us. How about it?" asked one of the teenagers with a snicker. Ryan was still naive, but he was also scared of older kids. However, Aaron at a young age had already become a bit jarred with life, as his father never showed him love and would frequently yell at him if he made any kind of mistake. Because of that, he had learned to read people quite early on. He knew who would be genuine and who wasn't. The teenagers in front of him right now were not being genuinely nice. They were faking it. He also knew that they just wanted their ball for themselves. Selfish. That's what Aaron thought of these teenagers. They were selfish and mean. Aaron glanced at Cindy and Ryan's mother. Cindy had noticed and had started to look at Aaron, which made Ryan's mother do the same thing. "No, replaidaron. Ryan, let's go." He grabbed his friend's arm and started to walk away with him, but the teenagers blocked their way. "Oh, come on. Don't be like that." Before he could finish his sentence, Aaron threw the ball at the teenager. "Let's go. It's mine and I can afford as many as I want." He told his friend again, and they went around them. Aaron knew his father would ask him why his ball was missing, and even if he told him what had happened, he knew that he would become angry. He knew his father would want him to stand up to them, even fight them, but Aaron didn't want to do that. His friend was there, and he didn't want him to be hurt. So they left, but the teenager was clearly annoyed by the child. He didn't like being disrespected, and having a ball thrown at him pissed him off enough to kick Aaron in the back, knocking him to the ground. "Piece of shit," You think you're mad, huh? You think just because you can get a lot of footballs makes you better than me? He asked in anger. Ryan was horrified and looked at his friend with worry. Aaron got up and dusted himself off. He began walking away again while pulling Ryan with him. He glanced back at the teenagers and saw that this annoyed them even more. With the smug grin of a 6-year-old, he turned around and said, "Yeah, I am better than you." This snapped something inside the teenager. "Kill him," he told his friends, and they ran towards Aaron and Ryan. "Oh, Aaron!" Ryan shouted in horror, but he saw his friend shake his head. As the teenagers were about to reach them, a taller figure appeared in front of him. "That'll be as far as you go," said Cindy as she stood in front of the teenagers. "Huh? Who the fuck are you?" asked one of the teens. He then clicked his tongue. "Get out of my way, you dried-up old witch." He shouted at Cindy and tried to walk around her. "He's dead," said Aaron. "Huh? Why?" asked Ryan. "I've known Cindy for a long time now, and I know for a fact that you don't bring her age up or how she's single, unless you want to die or end up hurt," replied Aaron. Ryan tried to turn around, but he prevented him. "I suggest you don't." Seconds later, both of them heard horrified screams from the teenagers, and then all of them running away. Aaron glanced back and saw that the leader of their group held his wrist as if in pain. Cindy didn't do anything drastic. She simply grabbed the young teenager's wrist and squeezed it. However, Cindy is and was a force of nature, and her grip strength was like no other, so it definitely hurt the young teenager. Even if she held back, it would still hurt. Ryan's mother ran over to her son and checked him for any injuries, but he didn't receive any. Aaron stood there and reassured her that Ryan was fine, and Cindy eventually joined them after watching the teenagers run away. "Are you okay, Master Aaron?" Cindy asked as she crouched down and started checking him for injuries. "Right, they pushed you, Aaron. Are you okay?" Ryan's mother also asked him and also helped check him for injuries. He smiled and nodded his head. "Yes, I'm fine. He only kicked me once, and the gravel there helped soften the impact. So apart from some tiny marks from the gravel, I'm fine." Even after he told them that, Cindy checked him several times before she was satisfied. Once that was over, they stayed there for a few more hours before they headed home. Cindy had gotten a text message from Royson that she had arrived home and was waiting outside of their home. "It seems Lady Royson has arrived home. She is waiting outside for us. Your father won't be home for a week, Master Aaron," Cindy told the young child. "I see," Aaron replied. He knew that it wouldn't make a difference whether he was in their home or not, since they rarely interacted. The only interaction between them was Aiden Toole shouting at his son or berating him for some kind of failure on his part. Once they reached their driveway, Royson ran over to Aaron and embraced him. She then began checking his body. "Mama, no, who was that boy? What was his name? Do we know anything about him? What about his parents? Their jobs? Previous places of employment?" Royson asked several questions to Aaron and Cindy. "We can look into it if you wish, Lady Royson," said Cindy. Aaron knew both of them were upset. He knew how much they cared about him. He sighed and said, "Cindy, Mom, I'm fine. Really, you don't need to go that far." No, awichi hunchy." Royson began muttering to herself like a crazy person, and both Aaron and Cindy stood there. "You know how she is, Master Aaron. Once Lady Royson becomes like this, there's no stopping her." "No, there is," replied Aaron. He tugged on his mother's hand, and she looked back at him. He showed his mother his best puppy dog expression and said, "Please drop this." Royson Toole fell silent for a few seconds before she hugged Aaron. "Okay, if my baby says so." She then began fawning over him. Aaron, without turning around, gave Cindy a thumbs up, and she started giggling. Aaron Toole's soliloquy: being born into a family like this has its own advantages and disadvantages. At an early age, I learned that. Last year was full of many good and bad things. I would say more bad, since my dad became a bit more verbally abusive towards me and my mom. However, I tried to stay away from him as much as I could. I would only interact with him if it was necessary. I would accept the yelling, the berating, and other abuse. But I would speak up if he targeted my mother and Cindy. Those two were the light of my life. They showed me affection that I was supposed to get. Unlike my father and grandparents on his side, they were and are very cold people. There were no signs of loving warmth from them. They were all about business. When I asked Mom and Cindy about it once, They said it was a generational thing. They were the product of an old era in how they were raised. However, my mom also said that she didn't want me to be raised like that, so she did her best in showering me with love, as did Cindy. The other maids and butlers here were too scared to do that, so they would be reluctant in doing so. An older butler did try, but soon after he disappeared. I assumed he left or was fired, but I saw him once as a homeless person and he just looked sad and defeated. He ran away from us. The look of fear he had toward my dad was something I wouldn't forget, so my dislike for him only increased from there. Today, my father was away on some kind of business trip across the country, so I could leave after I finished my studies and tutoring for the day. And that's what I did. With my mom's permission, to which she always says yes, I left my home and went to the park. I had asked my mom to ask Ryan's mom to meet me there, and they agreed, so I should find my friend there. Once I got there, I saw a bunch of kids around my age in a circle. Curious, I walked over and pushed my way through as they chanted fight over and over again. But when I got there, I saw my friend being kicked over and over again by some other kid. So I ran over and pushed him away and helped my friend up. Ryan, what happened? I asked him as he shook, his face bloody and bruised. Seeing that I felt my entire body heat up. I was just waiting here for you with my football you gave me as a present this year. Then he and some other kids came over demanding to have it. I said no, so we went back and forth before they hit me. Well, that guy you pushed hit me, he explained to me. I looked over at the other kid I pushed over, and he had gotten up. He looked very angry at me and ran towards me. There were a few instances that I was grateful to my dad, but this was one of them. He forced me to learn self-defense, martial arts, and of course, be constantly exercising so he wouldn't have a fat ass for a son. Well, I held the same sentiment. I also didn't want to be fat, though I had my own reasons for it, and they weren't just to impress him or cater to him. The boy ran at me and threw a punch, but I easily deflected it from a move I learned in my classes. One of the key things we're taught is only to use what we're taught as a last resort and as self-defense, because what we're taught can cause a lot of damage to someone that's unsuspecting. I'm only 7 years old after all, so I can't do that much damage, right? I kept dodging and deflecting his advances on me, and he eventually became tired. He looked even more angry and made a gesture with his thumb. I then heard Ryan shout as several others grabbed him and began beating him. Let him go, I told them. Like, why do that, dumbass? One of the kids shouted and stuck his tongue at me. The others joined him and laughed. I was distracted by this, and the other kid tackled me, got on top of me, and began throwing punches at my face. I received a few and then covered my face with my hands and protected myself. But I kept hearing more of Ryan's cries, and he was also beaten by the other kids. This is what you get for stopping me beating that weakling, the other kid said, and kept attacking me. I'm rich, so I can do whatever I want. Ah, I see, so that's how it is. He's a spoiled kid, just like me. However, instead of having some kind of parental figure teach him about humility, he was spoiled rotten by one or both of them. My mom taught me to never take anything for granted. The things I have are something many people in the world would want: a stable life with a lot of money, a nice big home, and other luxuries we have. So I took it to heart. Even Ryan's family, who were well off, but not rich, didn't brag about it, nor did Ryan. He was a kind and fun-loving guy. That's how we became friends so quickly. Also, we had some similar interests, football, and we bonded quickly over that. I didn't like hearing him in pain, or anyone. I liked being bullied. Hey, how about we shove a stick in his eye? Asked one of the kids. The one attacking me laughed and said, why not? Fat'll teach him not to mess with me. After I heard that, something in me snapped. Everything after that felt like a blur. With a single move, I broke free from his grip. Immediately, I kicked him balls. He fell to the ground, clutching his private area, screaming. With all my 7-year-old power, I stopped on his leg, snapping it, enticing another scream. Next, I kicked him in the head. After that, I did the same thing to his arm, which also snapped like a twig. As his screams got louder, I kicked him in the head, knocking him out. Finally, I did what they wanted to do to Ryan. I picked up a stick and shoved it into the main instigator's ass. I then kicked him a few more times before I turned to the others and attacked them for hurting Ryan. Most of them ran away before I could get them, except for 2, to which I also did the same thing to them. The kids that were around us ran away screaming and crying. This commotion finally got the attention of the adults, and they saw the aftermath. Ryan was crying, the other kids were screaming in the distance, 3 other kids were beaten up, 2 had light injuries, as I did snap their arms or legs, but the last one, the one that I called the leader, was the one who was hurt the most. The adult there was horrified. I stood in the middle, perfectly fine, and the parents and of the other children were called. After trance-like state, I finally came back to my sense. When I looked around me, everything felt strange. I didn't think I had that sort of anger in me, but in a way it scared me. But I couldn't dwell too long about it since the Garda police came, and so did the rest of the parents. My mom and Cindy were included in that. A few hours passed, and those same parents tried to press charges on me, a 7-year-old kid, but my dad made them disappear very quickly. Even as a young child, I knew he had a lot of power in our world. Everyone either respected or feared him. I don't think he had a lot of real friends, just business partners. Right now we were in his office. The business trip he had across the country was cut short since he had to deal with the fallout of my incident. We had stood there, my mom, Cindy, and I, in his office in silence. "Aaron, do you have any idea on what you did?" he asked in an ice-cold voice. He was looking at his desk, and both his hands, which were rested on his forehead, blocked our view of his face, so we had no idea how he looked like right now. But from his tone of voice alone, we knew that he is angry, probably even livid at the situation. "Yes, sir," I replied. "Dear, we should shut up." I was talking to him. My dad roared at my mother, making her flinch and back down. Now, because of my connections and power, I could make those charges they wanted to file on you disappear, but I suggest you control that side of you from now on. "Do you hear me?" he asked. He then looked up at me. His eyes were crazy, and a wide grin was plastered on his face. I had my doubts, but today's events confirmed them for me. "You, Dio, have a small piece of me inside of you. That rage, my hate, how much I loathe this world. It's perfect. Cultivate it and make it yours, my son. After today, I expect many great things from you." He bellowed and had an ecstatic look on his face. He called me son for the first time. Most kids would be overjoyed, yet I only felt contempt and disgust towards the man. If whatever came out of me was from him, I never wanted it to come out again. If it came from that man, who calls himself my father, I would rather cast it aside. He finally dismissed us after scolding my mother for around 30 minutes. We walked in silence until we stepped into my room. I sat on my bed, but my mom knelt down in front of me, and Cindy stood in front of the door facing us. "Aaron, can you promise me something?" she asked. She took my hand into her hands and started stroking them. "Promise? What do you want me to promise?" I asked my mom. I hadn't heard her talk like this in all my time alive so far. She stopped stroking my hand before she hugged me. "Please don't fight anymore. I don't want to believe any part of that man is in you. He may have been the biological factor into bringing you into this world, but anything more than that." She didn't finish her sentence as she began to sob. I didn't really understand what she meant. However, the thing I understood was that if I fought anymore, it would make her sad, so I won't fight anymore, Mom. "They'll take the beating if I have to," I told her and hugged her back. I hadn't noticed, but I had also started crying too. "Thank you," she muttered. From that day onward, no matter what I was subjected to, I wouldn't raise my fist nor my voice to others. If it's for the sake of my mom's happiness, I'd do that much for her. She always showed me love after all. It's the least I could do. My friendship with Ryan got better, and he also wanted to start getting stronger since he didn't want to be in that kind of situation anymore. So I gave him a small note on what I did to stay in shape. I took into account what he had access to and his family's financial situation. A year later, when we were both 8 years old, something happened that changed my life forever. It was like any other day. My relationship with my dad was the same. The one with my mom and Cindy was better than ever, the same with Ryan. We decided to go to a small tennis court in town. It wasn't too far from where the park was, so, with both our parents' permission, we made our way there. We didn't have any interest in tennis, nor did we plan on playing. We walked by a small corner shop and turned left. Once there, it was another street filled with parked cars. The further we went, the more houses and cars we saw, but eventually we saw a small area with tall green wire-like fences. It had a giant tree in the middle, and there were a few tennis courts built into it too. There were also 2 basketball hoops at each and seemingly put in so that both sports could be played when the nets for tennis were taken down. That's it. I asked. Yeah, if you bring your own tennis ball and racket, you could just play. You don't need to pay a fee or anything, replied Ryan. But it looks like there's a group or something playing today. Let's just watch. I agreed with him, and we went over there to the area. Once we got there, we watched the people there play. Most of them were adults and elderly people, but they seemed to be having fun as they tried their best to play tennis. Ryan and I watched for a few minutes. A few of them noticed us and asked if we wanted to try. Ryan ended up joining them, but I decided to sit out. He was having fun and seemed to be enjoying himself. However, someone sat down next to me, and I glanced at them for a moment. It was someone our age. She had bright red hair that internally fades to orange. It looked like her entire head was set aflame, and she had cool blue eyes that stared into my soul when our eyes met. "Hi," she said with a bright smile. "Hello." I greeted her back. "You don't want to play tennis?" she asked and titled her head. I thought it was an organized group, so we decided to watch, but then my friend joined, so I was just confused. "But I guess I just don't have an interest in the game," I replied. In honesty, I don't know why I didn't join. I had no real reason, so I made that up on the spot. She said, and kept staring at me. I looked back at the group playing, but a few seconds later, I felt someone grab my arm. I looked back at the girl, and it was her. She stood there with her bright smile and said, Ifa, my parents are also playing. They'll teach you." I shall wait. She didn't finish or wait for me to give her an answer. She pulled me away, and I was forced to play with everyone. As I did, I heard many people saying something about Aoife catching another one and won't let them go. I understood that it was in her nature to help people. She was a bit nosy and a busybody, but I also understood that she couldn't help it. She wanted to help people. So we played tennis for the remainder of our time over there. At the end of that session, Ryan and I were exhausted. So was Aoife as she was on her knees, smiling and laughing at me. "See? I knew you would enjoy it," she said, still smiling. "Well, it wasn't bad," I replied. "I'm dying, help me," muttered Ryan as he lay on his back. "What's your names?" she asked us. Ryan muttered my friend in between breaths. "Aaron." Ryan and Aaron. "Hey, let's be friends. I live just around." She started telling us about where she lived and what school she attends. She attended the one in Dunleagere, but we went to the one in the village beyond here. "We plan on going to that secondary school, next to our elementary one," said Ryan. "Really? I'm going there too. I guess we can be classmates soon," she said again with a smile. She was always smiling. That's one thing I couldn't forget. After we spoke for another 30-ish minutes before we parted ways. After Ryan and I got our stamina and breath back, we made our way home too. "Aoife, huh? She's a happy person," said Ryan. "Yeah." She kept on smiling the entire time. I told her, "Oh." Ryan looked at me with a smile too, but it wasn't like Aoife's. It was more like a teasing one. "What?" I asked. "Nothing anyway. It'll get going. My mom's meeting me at that store over there. See you tomorrow or whenever," he shouted before running off. Yeah, by at the time, I didn't know that the wheels of fate started turning for me. That was the first time I met Aoife Murphy. A year passed since my meeting with Aoife, and we had run across each other a lot of times. Many times when Ryan and I were out together or when I decided to go out by myself. Each and every time Aoife would join us on our adventures in town. Ryan also told me that he'd leave us alone if she ever showed up. I don't know if he thought I was stupid or something, but I understood what he meant. He had started to push me and Aoife together more and more. I think in a way he thought we'd make a couple. We were 9 years old. We weren't exactly mature or old enough for things like that, but Aoife also acted differently around me. When it was all three of us together, we acted like hyperactive chipmunks on LSD and crack cocaine. Nothing could stop us since we were hyper and bounced off the walls everywhere we went. Heck, I think the entire town knew us at this point, since every place or shop we went in recognized us by name. But when it was just me and Aoife, we were a lot calmer, quieter, and reserved. I don't know if it was Ryan or what, but if it's all three of us, we were really hyper. But when it only involved Aoife and I, we were a lot calmer, and when this happened, the adults and shopkeepers would comment like, "Oh, the couple's out today, no third-wheeler, huh?" Or something along those lines. Today was one of those days. Ryan was busy and couldn't come out and hang out with us, so it was just Aoife and I. But since the start of our time together today, she had been very fidgety and antsy. I tried asking about it, but but she told me it was nothing, so I left it at that. Aaron, can we go over there? Aoife asked and pointed to a certain place. Isn't that the local homeless shelter? I asked while eyeing the place. Aoife nodded and said, I helped with my aunt last month, and I wanted to see how everyone was doing. I've gone back a few times already. Can we go? She looked up at me with those puppy dog eyes, and it made the corners of my mouth twitch. Fine, I relented, so we went over there. A couple of hours passed, and we had stayed there helping out with various things. I didn't expect to spend my day off like this. However, Aoife seemed to be enjoying herself, and the staff here as well as the homeless were really interesting, so I wasn't that bothered by it. One of them even showed me how to do origami, which was neat. Aaron, one of the homeless guys, called out to me. I think his name was Tom. I walked over to him. Yes. Did you need help with something? I asked. Aoife, she's a good kid. She helped her aunt last month. Her aunt said that she'll come back again next month, so I think Aoife will come back here again, but I think the older she gets, she'll go here by herself, he told me. I wasn't sure what he was getting at. It'll be blunt, kid. She likes you, romantically. I know both of you are still young, but you should see what you feel about her starting from now on. I can see that she'll be someone amazing when she's older, and the older you get, that's the kind of thing men find attractive. I'm not saying I'm attractive to a kid, but those qualities in her are just good, you understand? He was drunk. I saw him drinking earlier, so this was probably just the drunken ramblings of a fool, but nonetheless, I agreed to whatever he said to appease him. He then fell back on his bed and passed out. I pinched my nose and walked away. I'll never understand the appeal of alcohol, and I doubt I'd ever have any as I get older. One of the other reasons was that my dad drank a lot, but his alcoholic rampages never got physical, as far as I could remember. But if he did hit Mom, then a loud sound brought me out my own thoughts. I looked around and saw that a drunk homeless guy had thrown something at a wall. Aoife was near it, and she looked scared, so I rushed over. He was babbling incoherent garbage, so we didn't understand what upset him. So another staff member told us they would deal with it, so we moved to a different area. Are you okay? I asked as I held her hand and moved away. Yeah, I'm fine. I know they're struggling, so I won't be upset at them. I know that they'll get out of this and be in a better place soon. Anyway, let's go help the rest, and then we can leave. I'm sorry for dragging you into this, said Aoife. Nah, it's fine. It's been fun. So Aoife smiled and we decided to stay and help them for a little while longer. I don't like doing work without some kind of compensation. Aoife was the opposite. As long as she can see smiles of others, that was enough for her. We finally left the homeless shelter around 5 in the afternoon, and the day was already ending, and our parents would want us back soon. 6 in the evening was the latest that we could push it to, but anything beyond that wasn't possible. Aoife suddenly grabbed my hand and pulled me away. I was confused, but I let her do it. The place we ended up was the tennis courts that we met each other in a year ago. I was confused and stood there waiting for an explanation. Aaron, do you know what dating is? She suddenly asked. Surprised by her question, I nodded. Aoife then started to fidget more. She had started looking at the ground and then finally looked up at me. She was blushing quite hard. You want a date? I inquired. Her mouth hung open, shocked. I'm 99 sure that she was going to ask me that, so I just asked her it instead of waiting for her confession or something. She meekly nodded. Sure, why not? I like you too, so I don't see a problem, I told her. The face she made after hearing that was something I wouldn't forget. She suddenly jumped forward and hugged me. Yay! I did it, Mom, Dad, Mrs. Toole, Cindy, she shouted. From out of nowhere stepped out my mom, Cindy, and Aoife's parents. I froze and stared at all of them. They started laughing at my reaction, and they came over to us. Why were you following us all day? I asked, finally finding my voice. They didn't answer my question, but simply came over to us and congratulated Aoife. I was so nervous. Wasn't I the one to ask her, though? I wanted to say that out loud, but decided against it. My mom came over to me and hugged me, too. She's Toole approved. Well, just by me and not your father. So keep a secret for as long as you can. Okay, she asked. Okay, I replied. I knew that my old man wouldn't approve of this. Even though I was a child, I heard many things from my parents, and I also asked Cindy about it. Her awkward silence only confirmed it for me. It confirmed that they were in a thing called an arranged marriage. A marriage that I found out wasn't born out of love, but out of something else. But the fact that my mom loved me all the same was something amazing, since usually the children born out of those marriages aren't loved at all by either parent. We've already discussed it as a group, and we'll try to keep your father privy to it for as long as we can. We'll stop him from forcing you two to break up, she told us. I knew that it would be impossible. My old man had eyes and ears everywhere, and it would eventually reach his ears and information network. But I did appreciate the effort they went through, and I would go along with it. I didn't mean it when I said I liked Aoife. I'm just wondering if Ryan knows about this. We're going to be first years in secondary school, starting in a few months. Are you guys ready? Asked Aoife. We started dating at 9 years old. Now all three of us were 12 years old, so 3 years have passed. We had found an abandoned Victorian mansion and made it into our base. During that time, Ryan also got himself a girlfriend, and I also found out that he knew about the plan back then. That's why he said he was too busy to hang out with us. Ready for more work? I'd pass, said Ryan as she leaned against his girlfriend, Jennifer. I heard from my sister, who goes to the school, that they have some interesting teachers, but the work we get starting from first year is a lot, said Jennifer. I tell I'll be fine. Ryan, geez. How about you, Aaron? Asked Aoife as she poked my forehead. I was receiving a lap pillow from her as I read a book. It was Farewell, My Lovely by Raymond Chandler. Oh, well, you know, it's school, so nothing to be excited about. We can only despair about it, I told him my thoughts. As I predicted, my dad found out about my relationship with Aoife when I turned 10 years old. He told me to end it, and for the first time in my life, I told him no. The silence in that dining room could have killed a whale. But I didn't back down, and he's been silently seething these past few years. But surprisingly enough, he didn't mention it again. I also got into some Japanese media. I started buying some manga and light novels. However, I only got into them recently, and I still needed to get through my classic literature collection of books. But I had started reading the light novel series called High School DxD by Ichii Ishibumi. It's interesting, to say the least, but still a fun read. Wow, what a gloom and doom kind of guy, said Ryan. Aoife, over the last 3 years, had formed a new friendship with a bunch of girls that weren't exactly my biggest fans. They all also had boyfriends, and some were single. And those guys kept on hitting on Aoife, and every single time she rejects them and comes back to me upset. If they have a grudge against me, then that's fine, have at me. But leave her out of this. I've confronted them about this and got my ass beat. I never once fought back, since I promised my mom not to ever fight. So when I went back home that day, my dad was just disappointed in me. But I stopped giving a shit about his expectations since I stood against him that one time. And just being realistic. School means work. We'll obviously get more once we go to secondary school. Elementary school was easy, so you better start studying more, Ryan, I told him. In response, he let out a scream of despair before Jennifer smacked him on the balls, making him cringe. Anyway, Aaron, we're heading to Dublin tomorrow, and we're helping out, and I know you've told me about this multiple times this week. Aoife, am ready, and it'll be up on time, I replied. Aoife and I have been volunteering to a lot of places these past 3 years. Her Annie always joined us, so we were going there alone, but like what I thought back then when that drunkard spoke to me. She really does love helping people. Hell, the homeless population of our little town is like her personal bodyguard unit. Anytime we're out past our curfew, they basically escort us around the place. She's helped many of them, and so have I, so they also like me. I can literally round a corner, find a homeless guy, give him some help, and if I'm in trouble, all I need to do is scream, and an army of them come rushing. It's almost comical when seen from a distance. Jennifer, the first time she saw this, was floored. She knew that the homeless in the city liked both of us, and in turn Ryan and herself, since they also occasionally help out of the shelter, and they treat them like human beings and not below them. But she didn't think it was to that extent. Dublin? Around what area? Asked Ryan. I shrugged, but Aoife answered instead. It's near that big red shop. You know, that one where people go to get drunk? You're describing so many places that it hurts trying to decipher that, I told her. She frowned at me and pinched my nose. Oh, you mean the thing with that thing and that thing? Replied Ryan as he made exaggerated movements with his hands. Yeah, that thing, replied Aoife while doing the same gestures with her hands. We're dating weirdos, aren't we? Jennifer asked tiredly. Oh yeah, I've known that for a long time now, I replied with my nose still being pinched. "I'm already dead. Please no more," complained Ryan. Our lives as secondary schoolers had started, and we were 6 months in. My best friend from childhood looked like he was ready to give up. I will admit the amount of homework compared to elementary school was a lot more than I anticipated, but it was still doable. I could still balance my private life with helping Aoife with voluntary work and school life. Ryan, on the other hand, was on the verge of collapsing. He's popular with both the teachers and students, but my God, he's struggling with the work. He's still getting it done, but he's generally left exhausted. Anytime Aoife, Jennifer, and I help him, he acts like the next damn Messiah. "Come on, you big baby, you can get through this." We only have 3 more classes left before we go home, and it's the weekend, I told him and dragged him up to a chair. "Home weekend, Jennifer, I can do this." He screamed and shot up. This got a laugh out of everyone in the locker room. I sighed at him and sat down in another chair. Jennifer was clearly embarrassed, and Aoife laughed along with her new friend group. I didn't have a new one. I managed to get along with everyone, but I didn't have anyone close to me outside of those 3 that I've known for a long time now. Our last 3 classes were English and double P. Many seniors and other students told us that this was a good thing since we'd essentially just be doing nothing for the last 2 once we finished whatever the PE teachers wanted done. We didn't understand at the start of the year, but now we do. It's on a Friday, and the activities that the PE teachers would want us to do only last for the first class. So during our second class of PE, they essentially tell us to do whatever we want. Most of us just sit around relaxing and waiting to go home. The last class of PE was just how we predicted we could do anything we wanted, so I took out volume 18 of High School DxD and read it. Aoife was by my side as she hugged my arm. "Are you sure you don't want to spend time with your new friends?" I asked, and continued from where I left off at. "Do you want your adorable girlfriend to go away?" She asked while cutely yawning. "I would like you to stay. Aoife-sama," I told her and snorted. "Sama, you're starting to like those Japanese anime, aren't you? I started that 1 year reading Issei is an interesting person. Though you two aren't too far apart," she told me. "Huh? What do you mean?" I asked, a bit confused. "Well, while he's an open pervert, you're a very closeted one. I know we're in secondary now, so I expected our relationship to go to another level, but I didn't think you would. Why, she said while blushing. I didn't know how to respond to that. When we first came to this school, many seniors bragged out losing their virginities around their first year to second year. While Aoife and I weren't in a rush, we did want to advance our relationship too, but at our own pace though. It's as she said, we did go to another base. We didn't have sex, but something else did happen. We're both still minors after all. I'm forever grateful. Aoife, I told her seriously and looked at her. She smacked her head against my shoulder and said, "You don't need to say it so seriously. Hey, Aaron, right? Can I talk to you for a second?" A voice asked. Both Aoife and I looked up and saw that it was one of her new friends. Her name was Alana. There were 2 others there too. I think their names were Courtney and Aisha. She was chewing gum and had a large grin plastered on her face. She waved at Aoife as she waited for my answer. Sure," I replied and got up. I gave my book to Aoife as she began reading it. She looked disappointed to see me go, though. We went behind the gymnasium and further into the school's back area. There were some astroturfs, long jump, outside basketball court, and a large free space for other activities. We stood near the basketball court, and their expressions immediately changed. One of their boyfriends came over and crossed his arms and glared at me. I think his name was Dane. "Break up with Aoife," said Alana. "Pass. They'll get going then," I replied. As I tried to walk away, Dane grabbed my arm and stopped me from leaving. "Break up with her for your own good. She deserves someone better than a stupid idiot like you. Aaron," she added. "Reading those gross Chinese cartoon books too. Have you no shame?" asked Aisha. "He's also taking advantage of Ryan. The poor guy is stuck with this terrible person." "Do you think he's already hurt Aoife?" asked Courtney. "From the looks of it, he has," said Dane with a shit-eating grin. "Probably daily too. I've heard a lot worse from my own dad, so their insults don't really work. Though the things he said about Aoife and me doing those things did get to me. I was tempted to knock them out, but my mom's promise echoed in my mind, so I didn't. But I grabbed Dane's wrist and squeezed it hard. He yelled and let go. Even if I haven't fought in years, that doesn't mean I stopped working out and doing my martial arts and self-defense classes. If I wanted, I could seriously injure all of them right now. I walked away and said, and you people lack any kind of intelligence. Are you sure you lot weren't the ones molested as children? I snickered and walked away. I heard Alana fuming while cursing me out. When I got back to Aoife, she was blushing, and when I sat beside her, she looked at me and said, "Am I your angel?" Huh? Genuinely confused by her question, I took a peek at the page she was on. It was at the end of the book. Irina had just kissed Issei, saying something about getting a kiss from an angel at Christmas. I chuckled and stroked her head. "Yeah, you are, Aoife. The day you came into my life was one of the best, even if you failed in your confession, and I was the one to ask you instead." "I already reconfessed, though," she half-shouted. She then puffed her cheeks and rubbed her head against my shoulder. "You hold the weirdest of grudges at times. Well, we're two weirdos together, so it's fine, right?" I asked. She didn't answer, but simply hugged my arm again and handed me back my book. Those guys came back glaring at me, and I glared back at them. Was war inevitable between them? Second year of our secondary school life. It was winter break, and I saw that Aoife wasn't looking too well. Her parents were also worried, and they started getting her tested, but since she could still function, I decided to take her out on a date. We were 13 years old, and we were about to turn 14. We were in Dublin City for our date, and we walked by a certain store that sold jewelry. Aoife stopped and looked at the jewelry, and I stood by her. I didn't have much interest in them, but the thought of, "Hey, Erin, what do you think of getting married in the future?" she suddenly asked, surprising me. "And marriage?" I repeated. I looked at Aoife, who was lovingly looking at me while hugging my arm. The snow around us started to get heavier, and we took shelter under the shop's roof. Despite the fact that I would like to marry her in the future, even thinking about this feels so strange since we're still so young, but I can't really imagine what the future would be without her. She abruptly came into my life and has been in it since then. She's forced me to do a lot of things that I normally wouldn't do, but I enjoyed them all nonetheless. However, I had another worry, and that was my dad. He would never allow it. And how would we even get by him? That man's influence on our society and world had grown and grown even more so since I was younger. It wouldn't stretch to say he owned the goddamn world. His influence reached far and wide, and while he wasn't the richest in the world, he was only the 5th richest worldwide. He could still buy out most businesses if he wanted. He had eyes and ears everywhere. I don't know if the teachers at my school reported everything back to him, or the principal. "Aoife, I would like to, but you know my dad and the promise we made to my mom and your parents," I said to her. She immediately became disheartened. She knew that he was a wall we couldn't get over. I also didn't want to suggest about her become my mistress, since I didn't like the concept and the controversy it would cause, further pissing him off, and who knows what he might do. Why can't our world accept harems? Ugh. For once I want to be part of that kind of world, like high school DxD. "Issei has a harem, right?" she asked, trying to lighten the mood. I couldn't help but laugh, and she looked at me shocked. Yeah, he does. I mean, we could go become Islam, or something, since that religion allows multiple wives, as I proposed that. She looked at me rather amused and seriously thought about it. "Well, we could just think about that down the line. And just glad we're on the same page," she said, and kissed me on the cheek. "Haven't we always been on the same page?" I asked and kissed her back. "Well, when we first got together, stop. We don't need to talk about that here." I raised my voice and sighed. Aoife giggled at me as she pulled me away. We started recklessly frolicking on the streets like young and dumb teenagers. The snow that fell around us made it almost magical looking at this scene and how much we're having fun. I want times like this to last forever. We're not that old yet, but I can really see a life together with her. "Hey," I called out to her. She stopped and looked at me. I approached her and added, "Aoife Toole has a pleasant ring to it, doesn't it?" She skipped forward and embraced me. "I'd like to be called that in the future. Yeah, that would be great," I replied, and we started walking away normally since we had a few places to go to for our date. But at the time, we didn't know that it would never come true. The world was cruel, and it would tear us apart. 4th year, TY transition year, the single year in secondary school where you do nothing, learn life skills, and get no homework, and don't do any real work in classes. It's basically a free year. This year I turned 16, and so did Ryan, Jennifer, and Aoife. Everyone looked forward to this year. Well, we all should have, but as I stood by Aoife's bedside in the hospital, my girlfriend of 8 years looked sickly and pale. She had stayed here in the hospital since she could barely move anymore. I was the only one left here as her parents left to go to work. They had stayed here for the last month, changing who could stay and go home, to take care of chores and go to work. Pancreatic cancer. If found early, it's definitely curable, but if not, the ones that get it usually die. The test that they did, the results kept getting delayed, and now it's progressed this far that when they finally found out, it was too late. She has only a few months left to live. Maybe less don't look like that. Aaron, she said, and tried to reach out to me. I pulled a chair near her bedside and took her hand into mine. Aoife, I mumbled, pain filling my heart as I looked at my once bright and bubbly girlfriend, now left like this because of cancer. I probably won't last 2 months, she said, looking me in the eyes. I felt the world freeze, but she continued, I love you, but please try to move on from me and live your life to the fullest. I don't want depression taking over your life. What an unreasonable demand. But I couldn't get angry. I just felt even sadder. How could she say that? We've known each other for 9 years and dated for 8. To tell someone to just get over your death after being through a lot, before I could reply to her. The nurses came in and asked me to leave since they needed to do her checkup and take care of her. I reluctantly left and looked back at her one last time. Aoife smiled at me, but I couldn't do it back to her. Once I got back home, it was empty. My relationship with my mom became a bit strange after a certain incident that happened 2 years ago. A cousin I thought that had been dead was alive. How did this happen? Apparently, my dad did something to me to make me forget about them. I was young enough at the time that it wouldn't leave any kind of trauma. So when we met again at a party, I was shocked. I was mom about it, and if she knew, and she admitted that she did, I won't lie. I may have said some harsh thing to her, and the look that I saw from her still haunts me. She looked so hurt, but I'm a coward that couldn't even apologize to her. She still loves and cares about me, but I think she's giving me space and wants me to go to her first and rekindle our mother and son relationship. Cindy has the same as always. She still cares for me and is there every step of the way. She even comes and visits Aoife with me, like with Ryan and Jennifer. When I walked into the living room, I found my dad there. Oh, you're home. Your mother is out with Cindy. Did you visit that hospital again? You're wasting time. Break up with her already. She's going to die anyway, so why waste the time and energy? He said rather casually while reading something from his tablet. I felt my blood boil and saw red. I was about to lose it when we heard the door to our home open and my grandparents came in along with my mom and Cindy. I sighed and excused myself before going up to my room. I felt so isolated here, it felt suffocating. I just wanted to run away and disappear. It felt like the places I belonged to were slowly disappearing. The only solace I had were my books, Cindy, Ryan, and Jennifer. Even Aoife was going to fade away soon. What the hell do I do? A few weeks later, Aoife's condition worsened, and we were told to expect the worst, so I visited her every day after school. Luckily, on Wednesday, school only lasted until 1 in the afternoon, so I could go to the hospital and spend even longer with her. And then one day, Aoife, I called out her name. She was facing away from the door. She was usually looking this way, waiting for me. I felt something off, so I rushed over to her. I didn't bother getting the chair. Once I reached her, she turned around, and she was already crying. I'm scared, Aaron. I don't want to die, she told me. I crouched down and hugged her. After that, she started to sob uncontrollably. I want to live. I want to grow old with all of you. I want to get married to you, have kids, and live out our golden years together. Why is this world like this? I didn't know what to say to her. I was just a teenager. What the fuck do I say to her at this time? I also was scared that she was going to disappear. I also want those things. Ugh, if I had powers, I'd get rid of this damn cancer of yours first. I told her my honest thoughts. Since I couldn't come up with an adult-like response, I told her that instead. Her sobbing stopped before she started to giggle uncontrollably. I pulled away and found her tear and snot-covered face adorable. I brought out a tissue and wiped her clean. I would have been angry at you if you tried to give me a cliché response, Aaron. The fact that you told me that instead made me happy, she told me. If reincarnation was real, and I reincarnated in another world, I'd come and find you, well, go explore the multiverse. And if any of that shit was real, we'd go and visit the draconic dais. I want to see some Apay beams being blasted around. I shouted with enthusiasm. Aoife finally smiled at me and put her head on my chest. And you get a harem? You like Aquino a lot, don't you? Why are you asking me this question now? I asked a bit horrified. I also, depending on the timeline, should already be with Issei. So wow, you sound insanely jealous. Shut up, ID still put you above them all. Wow, that is definitely a lie. I'm trying to cheer you up here, I said while ruffling her hair with my hand, making her laugh. After that we fell silent again. After around a minute of silence, Aoife spoke again. Thank you for loving me, Aaron. If somehow it was all real, please come find me. I want to be together with you. Yeah, I chalked up a little as I replied. We both know it's not, but we could dream a little, right? Just one last time I pulled away from her and then kissed her. I had no idea if this would be the last time we did this, but our time here, especially this day, I would cherish it forever. A month later, Aoife passed away. The funeral was both poignant and beautiful. I was surprised that my dad attended it, but he seemed oddly happy about it all. I was pissed about it, but said nothing since I didn't want to make a scene during her funeral. Many of her friends came, even the new ones. They cried genuine tears for her. Many of the former homeless that had turned their lives around because of Aoife's work at the shelters and helping them find jobs, they attended and cried quite hard. Even the current staff of the homeless shelter also came, and the homeless there since I went on her behalf when she couldn't go anymore. I did her job for her. I knew she would have wanted it. I also built a relationship with all of them, so I didn't want to betray them. Aoife's parents still welcomed me into their family, and if they thought Aoife left me something, I could go to her room and search for it. They were magnificent people. They were like a second pair of parents for me, just like Ryan's and Jennifer's parents. However, as everyone started to leave, and even her parents, I stayed by her graveside. It felt like that if I left, her memory and existence would finally disappear and be forgotten by everyone. I can't promise anything, Aoife, but I'll try my best to live for myself and move on with my life. With those last words to her, I finally left the graveyard. The day had already turned to night as the cold air of Ireland hit me in full force. I don't know how or when it started, but the bullying only intensified after Aoife's death. It was already fucked up, but it got worse. For some reason, her new group of friends blamed me for her death. I had no way of knowing about her cancer, nor did I have the power to stop it. I'm only a normal human. However, the leader, Alana, only made things worse as she used her popularity and intimidating boyfriends to force everyone else to isolate me. Normally, I wouldn't care, but the fact that everyone also began to pin the blame on me started to get to me. Ryan and Jennifer tried to stick up for me, but I saw that they were also beginning to be attacked by those assholes, so I told them to just mind their business. I had to be harsh. I had to act like an asshole. I didn't want my last remaining friends to suffer because of me. Ryan understood this, so he began to distance himself. At first, Jennifer was against it, so she tried to fight it. However, after Ryan explained what I was doing, she also stopped speaking or hanging out with me. There were days that they would only verbally attack me, but some days they would also physically attack me. They knew I wouldn't fight back, nor would I tell on them, so they enjoyed doing it. I had no idea how many times I'd gone home with bruises all over my body. Once I left school, it didn't end there, though. Social media was also another way they could continue it. Online posts, general slander, and making up lies about me. But since I didn't really use social media, it didn't bother me too much. However, I did get a lot of hate mail, and I had to sift through it all, which got annoying. At some point, my own personality began to sour. The hate inside of me got worse. I started to lash out back at them. Harsher words. I also made up scenarios that didn't happen to them. The last 2 years of my school life were so toxic that the principal began to just suspend me for days on end. He didn't want his name or the school's name to be dragged through the mud, so he chose them. I understand why, and I don't blame him. But then, Aaron, we need to talk. It was Ryan. We hadn't spoken in about a year. We were near the end of our 5th year in secondary school. Next year, we would be seniors and then graduate. I didn't respond to him and simply stared at him. The current me had become bitter, resentful, and wary of everyone. Even toward my best friend, I didn't know what he would do or say. Jennifer wasn't here, but I assumed that she was also in favor for this. You need to stop taking all this abuse. We can talk to there's no use. This entire school and even the town is against me. Whatever those awful people spread over the last 2 years, it definitely affected everyone. Whatever happened to the innocent until proven guilty thing? I asked him, But Ryan, I'm going to use kind words here, fuck off. I don't want you involved in this. And I'm starting to think I really did kill Aoife, didn't I? I was her boyfriend, one of the closest people to her. I should have noticed that cancer. I should have asked her to take the tests earlier. Every time I asked about how she was feeling, she would brush me off. I should have pushed for her to check. If I did, she would be alive right now. That's not, or maybe her meeting me was the cause of her death. Yeah, that's probably it. A fateful meeting? Are you fucking kidding me? More like the start of the end of her life. Ryan, again, fuck off. Your life would be much better if you didn't associate with me. Ryan fell silent as he looked at me with pity. He looked at the ground and sighed. Please get better, Aaron. You're hurting. That much is obvious, but you need to heal by yourself. Until that happens, you'll just keep rejecting everyone around you. But you're still my best friend, so it'll wait. Come find me again. He patted me on the shoulder before he left. My last thread of hope finally left. Now I was truly alone. But this is for the best. I don't want Ryan or Jennifer to suffer, and I doubt Aoife's parents, Ryan or Jennifer's parents, want all those rumors or trouble being near them if their kids are associated with me. One day I was confronted again. This time they cornered me at the back of the gymnasium. Oh, I found Tool. He's being an emo fuckboy as usual, said Dane's voice. I glanced at them and tried to get out of there, but they stopped me. You killed Aoife, said Alana. I didn't respond. This just pissed him off even more. So both Dane and Dylan began to hit and kick me. I didn't defend myself and let it happen. However, it quickly ended. Telling him the truth wouldn't even matter anymore, right? Alana asked them, and they agreed with her. Truth? What truth? I looked up at them and waited for her to continue. Your dad paid us to bully you. It was a lot of money, you know, so he gladly accepted. He wanted you and Aoife to break up. I was stunned after hearing that. He paid them to try to break us up? When Aoife started getting sick, he was the one that paid for their results to be delayed and not get to them on time. If you only broke up with her, he would have stopped and the results would have gotten to her on time, shouted Alana. We never lied. You did kill her. Because you didn't break up with her, the results never got to her on time, and in turn her cancer got worse. You killed her, Tool. Your own selfishness killed her. If you never existed, if you were never born, none of this would have happened. It's great to get that off my chest. Well, at least with all the money that we all got, we can live very comfortable lives. We actually liked Aoife, you know. She was like an angel, too pure for this world. Yet she got killed by some ugly-ass swamp troll who wouldn't end it. In the end, she was killed. After she finished, both Dane and Dylan started hitting me again. He was responsible for all of this? My dad stopped those results from getting to them? Was he that desperate? Did he want to control my life that badly? So badly that he got someone innocent killed? Aoife had nothing to do with this. But if he did break up with her, she would be alive. That voice echoed in my head. In the end, you technically killed her, didn't you? If you just left her, if you just broke up with her, she would be alive right now. I had no idea what happened next. It felt like the same events had happened again when I was 7 years old, in that park. The promise I made to my mom when I came back to reality, all of them were on the ground. The girls were crying. The two guys were unconscious and profusely bleeding. In my hand was a brick, and it was bloody. Something was sticking out of his ass, and one of his ears was missing. My body moved on its own as I held the rock above me and then threw it at Alana. It hit her head, knocking her out too. After that, the world felt like it went in some kind of slow-mo, but also fast-forwarded. I was in and out of the principal's room. However, a random butler got me and took me home. Once we got there, I was informed that my dad was expecting me in his office, so I silently went over there. He began screaming and scolding me. Most of his words went into one ear and out of the other. But the only thing that kept on repeating in my mind was it's his fault. It's his fault, 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 it's his fault. It's his fault. Why couldn't he just get out of my life this one time? Why couldn't he just let me have this? What did romance have to do anything with building his stupid fucking business empire? Aoife was amazing. Whatever stupid fucking criteria he had, she definitely ticked all the boxes. So why? You killed her. What? You stopped the test results from getting to her and her parents. Why? 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 Aoife was innocent in all of this. What the fuck does my love life have to do anything with your business empire? You don't shut the fuck up, I'm speaking. I roared at him. He was stunned and stopped speaking. You couldn't let me have this one thing. I did every single shitty thing you asked me all my life without complaint. But you couldn't, your fragile good, for nothing shit-tastic ego. Couldn't take it, could you? Did Grandpa do something messed up to you when you were younger or something? Did he molest you so hard that you got a screw loose up there? You know, there's a thing called breaking the fucking cycle in toxic shit like this. And you clearly didn't fucking even try. What about Mom, huh? What did she deserve to have all of this shit? You pushed her away. She disappeared with Cindy a few months ago. Why? Where is she? I can't find her anywhere. Everything you fucking touch just rots or is ruined. I finally stopped screaming and I started panting. However, the man in front of me, Aiden Toole, smirked. That whore of a mother of yours should be dead by now. I told her I would divorce her if she didn't give me another heir. I've already lost interest in you. I will also abandon you like I abandoned her. If you cannot inherit this business empire from me, then you are useless. Once you turn 18, and once you graduate, leave. I will disown you, but I am an all-forgiving man, so I will give you 10 million, so you won't die too easily. Of course, if you kill yourself, it will all come back to me, so it won't matter. You are dismissed. Again, it happened, everything just became a blur. The next thing I knew, I was being pulled off my dad, as his face was full of bruises and cuts. But he had that stupid, evil grin on his face. I also noticed that something was sticking out of me. When I looked down, I found some kind of switchblade was stuck in me. He probably stabbed me. Whether that was self-defense or not, I didn't know. Nor did I give a shit. I began to struggle again. That piece of shit needs to DE. I screamed and broke free from our employees' grasps. But after that, everything just became black. I didn't know what had happened. After that day, I avoided him and he avoided me. And after I graduated, I immediately moved out and moved to Waterford, south of Ireland, and out of my town I grew up in. I didn't want to be near anyone. I tried to search for my mom and Cindy, but it's like they vanished from the face of the earth, so I also gave up on that. Waterford Institute of Technology. That was my new school, and Waterford would be my new home for God knows how long. But I took this as a fresh new start, though my mental health hadn't exactly recovered. I still blamed myself for Aoife's death just as I left my apartment. I sighed. The rent wasn't much, and it was close to the school I attended. No one here knew me, but at the same time, I knew none of them. My days here were boring, but lately I had started to feel weird. But for the last few years, I had felt like shit, so I didn't care. Dad, or that pile of shit, moved on pretty quickly. He had found a new wife with the same mentality as him, and they're already pregnant. I didn't care as long as he left me alone. I don't care what that asshole did. I also never spoke to Ryan or Jennifer again. I wish them the best, but it's better if they didn't involve themselves with me. Alana was right, though. If I never existed, Aoife would still be alive today. Her death, while not solely on me, I was definitely the deciding factor. I had no friends in this college, nor did I have any desire to make any. I just picked it to get as far away from everyone as I could. My days were filled with endless background chatter noise. I read my books, eat, sleep, attend classes, and repeat. And just like that, the first 5 months passed with no change in the cycle. Today was Christmas, yet I had no plans. College was out for Christmas, and most students had gone back home, and the town of Waterford was very quiet. I ate an early dinner and planned to go to sleep early since I had no reason to stay up late, nor did I have anyone to celebrate this holiday with. I suddenly jolted up because the cold had suddenly vanished. This is strange when in Ireland at winter, when I opened my eyes and looked around, I was at some sort of beach. Is this some sort of lucid dreaming crap or something? I asked myself. I'm not exactly interested in dreaming right now, and why not? Asked a very, very familiar voice. That voice made me freeze. With trepidation, I turned towards it and found Aoife. She looked the same as always, but this time she was healthy, unlike how she looked before her death. Why do you look like you saw a ghost, Darren? She asked. Finally, she reached me and grabbed my cheeks and started massaging them. You've grown up a lot. I can tell the world hasn't been kind to you. It's my fault. No, it's mine. I don't know, but I already had started crying as she held me like that. You were killed because of me, because of my dad. If we broke up, she then slapped me, stunning me. This time, it was Aoife who started to cry. Don't say that. My life may have ended too quickly, but the time I spent with you, those memories will never fade for me. I don't regret a single second of it. She then sat down in a siza posture and patted her thighs. Well, you like me giving you lap pillows, right? It may be painful, but can you tell me everything that happened after I died? I don't know what the hell this is anymore. If it's that paranormal shit where the dead visit you in your dreams, or whatever, but with reluctance, I rested my head on Aoife's lap as she started to stroke my hair. I then began telling her about what had happened over the last 3 years. How the bullying became worse, my classmates, friends in town turning their backs on me. I also informed her that I told Ryan and Jennifer to stay away from me, to save them from being bullied too, how my mom and Cindy disappeared, how it was all planned by my dad, and how I broke my promise of no fighting and nearly killed one of the bullies. How I'm in college now, the first 5 months have already passed, and how I'm alone on Christmas. When I told her all of that, it sounded depressing as hell. But a huge weight was lifted from my chest. I hadn't felt this light in years. It was almost therapeutic. I want to kick their asses, declared Aoife. I was briefly stunned by this before laughing. I hadn't laughed in years and my stomach hurt. What kind of response was that? Aoife smiled at me, leaned down, and kissed my forehead. Aaron, please forgive yourself. It's not your fault. I don't regret anything that I did. And I love my life, and I still love you. So please try to move forward with your life. Don't forget the past, but learn from it. I think Ryan and Jennifer would like to talk to you again, and I'm sure your mom and Cindy are out there. You'll definitely find them soon. Aoife made me get up, and we stood in front of each other. Suddenly, a red scarf appeared around her neck. Do you remember what I told you when we were both 13? Your theory of happiness? I asked, and she nodded. If I can make just one person in this world happy, then I'm happy. But it looks like you forgot one more thing I said after that, she said, and started taking the scarf off herself. She began putting it around my neck and with a smile said, just like the Red Dragon Emperor himself, Issei Red is the color of heroes. Tonight, I will pass this down to you, Aaron Toole. Just like that lovable pervert, go be a hero. Even if it's just for yourself, go be one. Aoife began to fade away. I wanted to reach out and stop her, but if I did, I don't think she'd be that happy with me. Good night, Aaron. May you be blessed forever with the sweetest of dreams. Those were her last words as she vanished from this dream. I also felt myself beginning to fade away. Even though my tears wouldn't stop, I would keep that promise with her this time. He'll become a hero for you and for me, Aoife. When I woke up, I immediately put my shoes on and ran out of my apartment. I only had one destination in mind, a small pier. I didn't care how I looked. My tears were still overflowing. I didn't care if that was a delusion or dream. I just needed a way to vent out my feelings, and this one the only thing that popped into my mind. Once I reached that place, I began screaming out a chant. I was so out of it that I don't even remember the words. But once the adrenaline died down, I felt so embarrassed. Aoife, he'll do it. He'll become a hero, even if I can't go fly around and solve crimes. He'll go and apologize to Ryan first and go from there. With Aoife's warmth and words overflowing from my heart, I set out to change my life for the better. A few days after that, during the New Year's, I found Ryan and Jennifer. They were in Dublin attending Trinity College, and so I approached them, asked if they could follow me, and then I apologized to them for everything. After that, I told them about my dream with Aoife. Her ghost definitely came back to set you straight, Aaron. I'm glad to have you back, buddy, said Ryan. Jennifer wiped a tear from her eyes and hugged me. If the paranormal was real, then she definitely did that. I miss her so much. Yeah, I miss her too. Now then, PUB, said Ryan. But PUB, both of them shouted at this time. I was never one for drinking, but I think it would be okay for today. I hadn't felt this happy in months, but this new happiness for me would be cut short. But at the same time, I felt relieved. After my meeting with Ryan and Jennifer, I asked them if they could keep an eye out for any information about my mom and Cindy. I had started looking for them again, but I still had nothing. Both of them agreed and would keep an eye out. A few months had passed, but I hadn't found my mom or Cindy. But I kept in contact with Ryan and Jennifer. Those two were the only ones I could really reconcile with. Well, until I found Mom and Cindy, that is. Today, I was in the doctor's for an appointment. For the last few months, I had also been feeling shit. Well, no, it had been like this since last year or so. Finally, I decided to get myself checked out. Mr. Aaron, I don't know how to deliver this news to you, but just give it to me straight. Document what's wrong with me now? I asked. He sighs and nods his head while taking off his glasses. You have a heart disease, ischemic heart disease. It's the term given to heart problems caused by narrowed heart arteries. When the arteries are narrowed, less blood and oxygen reach the heart muscle. This is also called coronary artery disease and coronary heart disease. This can ultimately lead to a heart attack. It's silent. The people that have ischemia without pain silent ischemia. They may have a heart attack without prior warning. Additionally, you have SCLC or small cell lung cancer. It's a fast-growing type of lung cancer. It spreads much more quickly than non-small cell lung cancer. SCLC is the most aggressive form of lung cancer. It usually starts in the breathing tubes, bronchi, in the center of the chest. Although the cancer cells are small, they grow very quickly and create large tumors. These tumors often spread rapidly, metastasize to other parts of the body, including the brain, liver, and bone. Mr. I don't let me die. I don't want treatment. Well, I didn't look at the doctor. I stared out the window, my expression not changing at all. I had already accepted my fate, but with this I could be with Aoife. ITLL need chemotherapy, right? I would rather not. I like my hair. Also, it has possible radiation too, right? I had my suspicions about SCLC, but didn't have anything concrete. But today I was able to receive that confirmation. Let me guess, I'm at a point that's far too gone, right? Do I have like a year to live or something? You're at the extensive stage. With treatment, we can extend your life to 7 or 11 months, but yes, most will succumb to it in a year's time, he told me grimly. Then let me die on my own terms. I don't want to be bedridden or stuck doing chemotherapy before I die. Thanks for telling me this, Doc, I told him and got up. I met up with Jennifer and Ryan after my diagnosis and told them what was going to happen. Both were devastated, and even Ryan started crying. Come on, man, don't cry, I told him and put my hand on his back. But I refused treatment, so I could spend the last few months I have with you guys, but I think around the last month or two, it'll be bend-bound. So let's make these last few months the most memorable in my life. Jennifer was also crying quite hard, so I brought them both into a hug. But they also agreed with me. Would make my last few months in this earth the best we could. However, I didn't want them skipping classes for me, so we planned it accordingly. It took nearly an entire day, but it looked good. I had 10 million still. I had my own savings saved up, so I didn't use any of my dad's money. But I would use it now since I was dying. Aya! Ryan screamed. We were on a roller coaster, and he didn't know that he wasn't good with them. Jennifer and I were laughing our asses off because of him. Once the ride ended, we got off. Ryan immediately ran to a trash can and puked into it. We walked over to him, and Jennifer rubbed his back. Never again. Ugh, I didn't think roller coasters were one of my weaknesses. All right. We'll cross that off the list then. So you're okay with swimming with sharks, right? I asked. Are you insane? He snapped, and his face looked pale. Fine. We'll just go surfing in Hawaii or something. We might see sharks too, I told him. Oh, Hawaii, let's go. Jennifer exclaimed excitedly. Ryan looked even more horrified, but said nothing. Kommt. Help, shouted Ryan. Jennifer and I were already at the top of the cliff we climbed on. Only Ryan was the last to get up. I didn't think the guy had a fear of heights. I didn't know you didn't like heights, Ryan, I told him while looking down. Neither did I. He shouted back. He started to climb up faster and finally got up too. He fell on his back and started breathing quite hard. So another one is checked off, I said and grinned. Jesus Christ, these trips are going to kill me, Aaron, said Ryan tiredly. Well, I am dying, so at least one of us is, I replied and snorted. Both of them looked at me worriedly, but I just waved them off. I guess my humor became a bit darker. Anyway, don't worry about it. Hopefully with these trips, we might find my mom. That's true. Even if we've only been in Ireland so far, they might still be here, right? If so, we'll definitely come across them, said Jennifer. I got up and stretched my body. Anyway, let's keep going, I shouted, and we began another long journey around the country. However, as time passed on, my physical body began to shut down, and in my last 2 months of life, I was bedridden. With the help of Ryan and Jennifer, I was put in the country's best hospital where I spent my remaining days. Both of them would visit me as much as they could, but I eventually told them that they could only visit me when it was convenient for them. I didn't want their lives to be ruined just because of me. I wasn't worth it in my mind. But I also never found Mom or Cindy, but one day someone familiar showed up in my room's doorway. And Mom? Cindy? Where the heck my mother, Royce and Toole, and maid, Cindy Byrne, had showed up. My mom immediately hugged me and started crying while apologizing repeatedly. But from what I could see, they didn't look that good either. My mom told me where they had been and what they had been up to all the while crying. To put it simply, they had traveled all across Ireland trying to restart their lives. My mom couldn't find it in her to approach me, since she blamed herself for the entire thing. She had been trying to find supporters and help to try to bring my father down. However, once they found out who she was trying to bring down, the people she had recruited would leave. They were too scared of my father to go against him. In the end, they decided to go west. The reason? To end their lives. Cindy followed Mom since they were close, and she would do anything for her. They planned on ending it at the cliffs of Moher. It was a popular spot for that kind of thing, but there were a lot of accidental deaths there too. Once she was done with her explanation, I apologized. I'm sorry, it's my fault, Mom. If I only did what he wanted, Aoife would be alive, and none of this would have happened. My birth was the cause for it, if you look at it logically. It started from there. My mom suddenly slapped me and looked at me angrily. Don't ever say that you were never at fault. It's your father and his grandparents. They only ever wanted their business to grow. Those people lack empathy. They resemble the devil more than anything, she told me. Aaron, Cindy, and I will visit you every day from now on. I can't erase the sins of the past, so we'll do my best for the last months of your life. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, she said, and started crying again. I didn't know what to say, so I just accepted what she said. After that, and as the days marched on to my end, my mom, Cindy, Ryan, and Jennifer visited me as much as they could. We would talk about random things. They brought me some books I'd like to read. We even had a small karaoke night. Even when I couldn't sing, I'm forever in their debt. I never hated my mom for disappearing. I knew she had her own reasons, but I did apologize for breaking her promise of never fighting. I also set it up that once I died, the remaining money I had would go to my mom, Cindy, Ryan, and Jennifer. That dad of mine could go die in a hole for all I cared. And then time finally came. I could vaguely tell that there were people near me, but I could barely open my eyes. So with the last bit of my strength, I reached out. I love all of you. Those are my last words before everything I knew ceased to exist. I didn't have a body. I floated in some kind of colorless world. All of my memories of my previous life had flooded back into me. But suddenly, a humanoid shape began to take form, and I was put into it. I had a new body, so I stood there. So all that happened, huh? Even after remembering everything, I don't hold any contempt for any of them. We were only humans after all, I muttered to myself. Suddenly, a cube-like object appeared in front of me, and before I could touch it, the item glowed, and a figure emerged from it. It was like a hologram, and it was, "Hi, Aaron. I only have a limited time on this. Geez, that Azathoth sure is stingy," she said with the same smile as always. If this plays, that means you have all of your memories again. Congrats. Anyway, remember that dream? Well, it wasn't a dream. Azathoth let me speak to you back then. Apparently, she had been keeping an eye on you. Can we call this stalking? I couldn't help but snicker at that. So it wasn't a dream, but it was really her. Huh? I'm not sure what to say, really. But knowing you told Azathoth you'd help or save her, right? You probably also plan on searching for me, or bringing me back like what we promised before I passed. She sighed and shook her head. If you do plan on going through with it, you better be prepared for the scolding of the century. I don't know how much you have changed. Since then, I also watched a bit of your journey. You go, Dual Dragon Emperor. You really did become a hero. Huh? Kids over there really like you. She spread her arms from side to side and showed her brightest smile. You started from nothing, and now you're here. I'm so happy and proud of you. You've always been my hero, and that hasn't stopped. You also got a Kino. Good job. She started giggling, and I blushed. Please keep on living, Aaron. If you do come and take me back, I want to see that world you want to, and hopefully they'll be part of it. Time's up. Oh well. I love you. So I hope to see you soon. Hee hee. The hologram of Aoife vanished. I stood there and felt tears streaming down my face again. I feel like I've been crying way too much lately. I feel embarrassed because of it. I looked at my hand, and it looked like a hand unlike earlier. It looked like a blue blob. Aaron. I looked up and saw Comptoir. I smiled at her and said, I'm coming back, Comptoir. Yes, she replied, and also disappeared. I looked up at the sky and sighed. I want to keep them waiting. They need me, and I need them. I love that world, and I'll protect it because I love it. I felt my body becoming lighter as it started to glow. Finally, I slipped back into unconsciousness. The awakening process has started. The evolutionary process has been successful. Aaron Tool has become. The is awakening. Partner, wake up. God damn it, wake up. When I opened my eyes, I felt a large pair of arms tightly holding me. When I looked around, holy fuck. You're awake. You are. Didreg? Why are you screaming? So he only kept crying and screaming louder and kept hugging me. I also felt another pair behind me, and I assumed it was Albion. You've been dead for like 5 minutes, and you look so different. He shouted at me as he pulled away. Comptoir came over and summoned a large mirror, and I looked at myself. My hair and both my eyes had turned completely silver. My build was still the same, and so was my height. So I evolved. What about my system? I asked Comptoir. Your nurturing system has been deleted. It was just to help you with various things. However, you can still will a status screen to life if you wish. The same with the other functions like the inventory and skills, she explained. I nodded and opened my status. I checked through it, and everything had changed. Most of it looked like a joke, but what interested me was my race is blank. What's the meaning of that? Perhaps Azathoth left it to you to name? She said, and I face-palmed. She's aware of my god-awful naming sense, right? I asked a rhetorical question. The ones there laughed. Before that I said, and got up. Drake had let me go and wiped the tears from his eyes. We're following through with your plan? He asked and grinned. Of course, I don't know fully what I'm capable of, and since Comptoir is allowed to tell me anything now, I will follow you to the end of time. Aaron, said Comptoir. All right. Let's go then. Let's make that new pocket dimension and stay there for 10,000 years. Before that, let me think of an original race. I told them and sat there thinking about it for a few minutes. Finally, I opened my eyes and laughed. I poked at the race on my status screen and changed it to my new race. Everyone looked at it, and they all made confused faces. What the hell does that mean? Is that even a word? Drake asked. It's nothing special, Drake. At most, it's a play on 2 words. You know I'm not the best at naming things. The same with my restaurant. It's just a mix of words. Anyway, let's go. I held my hand up and began to put myself into a completely different dimension. Just before we entered it, I glanced at my new race. Race, Imacroteric EX. 2. Enemies of Another World and Overdrive. Third-person point of view sanctuary in the halls of sanctuary. Much of its interior was large, very large. The sanctuary itself was a paradise among paradises. The Tower of Perseverance was the tallest structure there, equivalent to at least 1,000 Burj Khalifa. It was a daunting area to tackle. However, when one does conquer it, their strength will go up by a considerable amount. On one such floor One of Aaron Tool's unofficial children went through it. However, when this child came to be, no one was sure on how to classify her. Would she count as Aaron's biological child, or something else? Regardless, she was loved like his firstborn, Kyoho Tuju. Lilith, the spawn of both Ophis and Aaron. One day, around 20 years after the conclusion of his adventures in both the Draconic Dais and the universe of Tenshura, or their central world, Ophis asked Aaron to merge both his and her infinite, and what was created from it was Lilith. After that day, Ophis proudly called her their child, and everyone accepted it. Lilith is just another dragon god of infinity, although Ophis tends to call her the Princess of Infinity as she liked Lavinia's Ice Princess title that she once had, but now is given to Eulalia Rennie Skyward, Lavinia Rennie's and Aaron Tool's daughter. In a large garden of the home, there were a few people that were relaxing there, sunbathing. One of them was Ophis. However, she long abandoned her lowly form and had mostly stayed in her adult form for most of the 50 years. She only changed back for specific reasons. She watched over Eulalia Rennie Skyward, along with Lavinia Ren Skyward and Akino Himejima Skyward. Known to Aaron, or unknown to him, 3 more of his wives had become pregnant in the last year, as they had requested to be. Kyoho was unaware of this, and he would soon gain 2 sisters and a brother. The ones who were pregnant were Graphia Lucifuge Skyward, Rias Gremory Skyward, and Akino Himejima Skyward. They already have decided on names, but have not told Aaron. All 3 of you got pregnant around the same time. Huh? So you're all around 5 months along, right? Asked Lavinia. Yes, that's correct, Nia, replied Akino. Pregnant, I wish to feel that once, added Ophis. Fufu, maybe one day, Ophis-chan. You can always ask Aaron, replied Lavinia, and the dragon god nodded. The baby, Eulalia Rennie Skyward, was crawling around the grass and exploring the world around her. All of them watched on as they chatted. How do you think Kyoho is doing in that new omniverse Aaron created? Asked Akino as she rubbed her belly. He should be fine, but I am worried that he's only at God class in power. By all means, he can go beyond that and enter Dragon God class temporarily, but answered Lavinia and showed the same worried expression. He will be fine. Kyoho is strong. Aaron made him promise to be strong for us and his sister and future siblings, said Ophis and smiled while she watched Eulalia. Even though he may act differently from time to time, he has his father's heart and teachings. While he won't try to make the whole universe or multiverse a better place the ones near him, he will look after, added Ophis. That's true. We can only trust in him then. Where in the timeline do you think he's at right now? Asked Akino. According to Draig, it is during your rating game against the Citri peerage. However, Kyoho has tortured both peerages, so it should be a much more competitive game. I have heard from Kuroka that Issei Haidu has started to train more seriously and had his pieces changed by a Juka Beelzebub, answered Ophis. Well, Aaron's training is a bit rigorous, not including the other more Spartan woman he's married to Hihi, said Lavinia. During Kyoho's training, he was subjected to a lot of things, not including his time in the Tower of Perseverance. He was trained by Aaron himself, Aurelia Le Guin, Scathach, Aif, Leanne, and many others. Kyoho is well versed in fighting opponents of many styles, so he's ready to face anything. Fwash, I am back, mother and other mothers, said Lilith. Welcome back, said Ophis as she walked over to her child and hugged her. How was your training? She asked. Okay, I went up 20 more floors, but I am hungry. Food? She asked and tilted her head. Ophis smiled and summoned a few snacks for her offspring, and Lilith happily ate them. Fufu, she's like you. Ophis, but back then, said Akino as she walked over and patted Lilith on the head. Yes, it is like looking at myself. However, Lilith Skyward had jet black hair like her mother with silver tips. Ophis, but had gray eyes like Aaron. She's a mix of Aaron and Aaron. Where's father, mother? Asked Lilith. She had tried to sense him in their home, but couldn't find him. Lavinia smiled and winked. Fufu, I'm joining him soon, actually. What do you mean? Asked Graphia. Apparently, even though Aaron made the Omniverse, he left surprises in it, chances for anomalies to occur, so Kyoho can have a bit more fun there. But if the anomaly gets a bit out of hand, he'd personally go there and correct it. So he's going to Kyoho then? Asked Graphia. Yup. He's a worrywart, not just towards us, but even him. Oh, he said that if any of you wish to go join him, then it's fine. But he's already left more shadow soldiers in all our shadows, Lavinia said. Even more? Didn't we already have 1,000,000 each? And there are over 100 of us, Aquino said, a bit exasperated. You know how he is, so do any of you want to join? Asked Lavinia. I will think about it. But being this pregnant, I'm just worried, said Grafia, and Aquino agreed. But I think he is at that, Oreo place? I'm not sure, but they did have a Hestia look-alike and other gods there. It was a strange place. Ain and Danu were the ones that traveled with him there. Evidently, gods with their full power walking around was a strange sight, and he nearly killed them all for trying to take away both of them, explained Lavinia. K killed? Isn't that a bit extreme? Asked Aquino. Those two didn't say anything at all. He was scolded by Danu at the time, though he didn't really mind, added Lavinia. But after explaining a fake reason, they didn't believe them, so they tried to be forceful. One thing led to another, and Aaron got a bit angry and knocked out the people trying to take them away. Grafia shook her head. I feel like he's become even more protective of us after 50 years and getting married. Even more so after he had children, and especially when we're pregnant, added Lavinia. That's true. All three women looked at Ophis and Lilith playing with Eulalia. Universe Draconic Deus Kyoho Tuju's soliloquy, good job on the win. I didn't think you guys had it in you, I told them. After all that Spartan training, it would be strange if we lost, Kyoho replied, Haidu Issei. The second semester started for us second year, and the Grimoire Peerage had just won against Mother Sona in their raiding game. I had helped train them during the summer, and I was paid for it. Well, it's not like I needed the money, but it was an experience in torturing all of them. In a way, it was therapeutic since I got to win against my mother's Uncle Drake, also helped while both Mother Zoria and Mother Testarossa just watched from afar. Apparently, Mother Testarossa and Mother Zoria have been touring this universe to see any difference, but according to them, not too many changes here. But they also said that there was an anomaly in this universe, so there's a high chance that Dad might show up randomly to fix it. He did inform me about it prior to me coming here. Well, at least you can maintain your balance breaker for 8 hours straight thanks to our training, added Uncle Drake. But still nowhere close to attaining illegal move Triana. Keep it though, Issei, Hayudu. Aye, other Drake-sama, he replied tiredly. Kuho-san? Asia asked. Yes. She fidgeted for a while and hesitated to ask something, but I eventually figured it out. Oh, it's around that time, huh? Are you asking about Diodora, Astaroth? I asked. All of them seemed a bit stunned, but Asia nodded. What did your father do during this time? She asked, hopeful for a helpful answer. According seal his powers, beat him up and had him arrested because he's part of the Cows Brigade? Answered Uncle Drake. He's what? They all shouted in unison. You didn't tell them? Uncle Drake asked me. We didn't exactly get many chances to speak about the future, so no, I replied. Better call Uncle Surzex then, huh? I said and looked at Rias Grimoire. There were also a few things that happened during the summer. I went in front of some TV show that a lot of the supernatural tuned into and told them about the Omniverse, who I am, and show them Uncle Drake along with his dragon form. I did not care about the timeline or keeping the events the same as other timelines. I will destroy this as much as I can. Of course, I had a lot of people watching me over the summer. I even had a few people attempt to kidnap me. I kicked their asses to heaven and back. Kuroka of this universe did come to me and confront me. That was interesting. She tried to seduce me, and I was grossed out. I told her she was my mother and it was weird, so she stopped. However, Vala Lucifer is very interested in fighting me. I'm not that powerful. According to my dad's own ranking system, I'm just around a middle-tier god class being. While it's nothing to scoff at, I can't beat anyone stronger than that. So Uncle Shiva and Mother Ophis. I don't think the Great Red of this universe is female, so there's that all eyes are on me, and also the current Cows Brigade have tried to break out of the boundary that Dad set. No one could do that well in my original Omniverse. Dad literally prevented that from happening after he evolved. It apparently caused a lot of trouble for people, so he had to fix that for a while, either by going into that universe or just from Sanctuary. I looked back at Rias Grimoire as she dismissed her magic communication circle. That was certainly something. Please inform of us anything relevant, she said tiredly. Something relevant? Huh? Sure, we just need another meeting that includes all the gods of this universe. Or at least the chief gods, I replied. Why? Other gods of another universe are coming, and they're stronger than anything you'll face. My dad was in our universe, so he stopped them easily. But this universe does not. So you're going to need help, or at least to be better prepared for their invasion. Soon, after a certain event, they'll make contact with Issei using Mother Akino's breasts. Though it's one of her servants, a breast fairy from Mother Chimyun. They looked confused, so I explained further, and they became utterly horrified. How am I meant to fight them? Are you insane? I can barely keep my balance breaker for 8 hours. How the heck do you expect me to keep up with things stronger than the Dragon God of Infinity? Issei screamed at me. It seemed like he had a small mental breakdown there. I mean, if it means anything, I can't kill any of them either. At best, at my current power level, I'm at God class in strength. Well, if I go all out and use something else, I can temporarily enter Dragon God class. But yeah, apart from that, no. The future Team DXD of this universe won't be able to compete with it either. That team that is known as unbeatable will taste a very harsh defeat. Get stronger than you normally would by that point in time, added Uncle Drake. Apparently, Dad and a few of my mothers before was born had already gone to a different universe of this back in our original Omniverse. They had seen what would happen with a world without them. A lot of casualties, as many of the gods had gone into the isolation barrier to fight Trihexa. According to them, Dad, after a certain incident, had his Electa-trap Trihexa in the dimensional gap, and then killed it there, made it into a shadow, and went away again. The isolation barrier plan was scrapped because of it, along with everyone being stronger. Because of his hyperbolic regenerative chambers, our universe was a lot stronger than this one. With the 2 heavenly dragons, and even the Slash Dog and the Joker of Heaven and First Star combining their powers, it was futile. You cannot win, I added. Then what can we do? Asked Hayate Issei, absolutely terrified. I shrugged. I don't know, good luck. That's not helping. He shouted back. Also, aren't you here? Why not help us? I looked Issei in the eyes and said, in reality, I'm only here because Dad sent me to have fun. I am in no obligation to stay here and help you guys. I just did because 2 of my mothers and Uncle Drake are here. I could easily just go to another universe and not have a second thought about any of you, you know? After I said that, all of them stared at me in shock. It's the truth, they only look like my mother's faces, but they don't act like them at all. Well, maybe a little bit, but at most they're a lot older, mature, and are stupendously in love with my dad. These versions of them are in love with Hayate Issei, which already makes it easier to disassociate with them. I don't hate this world's Red Dragon Emperor, but if I'm forced to compare myself to my old man, it's just not even a question at this point, Bam. I heard it all, Kyoho. I will set up that meeting, so make sure you tell us all in detail, said Azazel. Whatever, Ash Crow, I said. Ash Crow? He repeated, sounding confused. It's what Dad calls you. It's like a dumb nickname you had in our Omniverse. You don't have that here? I asked. Nope. Well, good luck will go somewhere else, I said, and left with Uncle Drake. Once we were outside, he asked me, so, where are we going? You already have university-level education because of your mothers, so being in high school is redundant. Dunno, the next event in this world should be, I guess, Hayate Issei achieving Juggernaut Drive. But I don't know if the rating game between Diodora Astaroth and Rias Gremory is going to happen, I said. Yeah, probably not. But if the Cows Brigade keeps going, then they'll still attack, so it should still be interesting. After a lot of nagging, I was brought to a conference meeting between various gods and faction leaders in the underworld. As far as I can see, the 4 Satans, Michael, Uriel, Joker, Azazel, Tobio Accuse, Lavinia Rennie, Shiva, Indra, Zeus, Odin, Vidar, Rosweiss, Brynhilde, and various other gods were here. Talk about a turnout, huh? A lot of big shots here, I said to Uncle Drake. Right? Makes me a bit excited. What if a fight breaks out? He asked, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Azazel told the others about my situation. Mother Zoria and Mother Testarossa were behind us, also amused by the current situation. I yawned as I waited for Azazel to finish his spiel to them. I felt someone behind me, and it was Mother Zoria. She had hugged me from behind. You really need to start a family with Dad, Mother Zoria. You dote on me too much. You could focus that energy on your own biological child, I told her. Would you like to have another sibling that's not Eulalie and Lilith? She asked. I had never thought about it that far, but having siblings wouldn't be a bad thing. I shrugged. I guess so. I mean, I get to be the oldest sibling, right? I asked with a smirk. Ahem. Azazel got our attention, and we looked back. Omniverse, multiverse, another Welsh dragon, and other goddesses from there, huh? I'm kind of buying it since that guy feels like a dragon, but I need proof, said Indra as he sat back and stared at us. Proof, huh? All right, other Drake Cohen, show him. Azazel shouted and shook his hand strangely. Uncle Drake just gave him a questioning and confused look. However, he eventually stared at Indra and let his aura erupt from him. Fufu, going a bit overboard there, aren't we, Drake? Asked Mother Testarossa. The entire room shook as well as the rest of the world, I think. All of them there, except for the Satans. Michael and Azazel were shocked by this. A wide grin spread across Indra's face. Well, look at him go. That aura is certainly stronger than mine. I like it. Fight me, he shouted as he stood up. No, Uncle Drake said bluntly. The smile on Indra's face immediately disappeared, and he sat back down. Why are they here then, Azazel? Shiva asked. First, Azazel then explained what he heard me tell the Gremory peerage about the otherworldly gods called the Yexi as well as the FXF. Here is proof, Uncle Drake announced, and created a magic circle. However, what was shown through it was Dad being hit by Mother Chimyun's enormous breasts and being flung away. Wait, no, wrong clip. Indra thought it was amusing and began howling with laughter. Mother Testarossa laughed at it too, while I just facepalmed. Even to this day, because of her enormous breasts, Dad on occasion gets hit by my various mother's chests. At first, it was funny, but now I just feel bad for him. I mean, he's a hard-working man. He said he enjoys it, but I didn't know. Uncle Drake immediately changed it to Dad and a few others killing a bunch of gods. But take this magical girl pinch. Mother Seraphal screamed in the video. The Seraphal of this world stood up from her seat and screamed. Imbat, Zerso Onisama. Please take this seriously. Mother Sona shouted and eliminated even more Eevee soldiers. Mother Seraphal then began doing strange movements which caused several powerful beams to shoot from her rear and kill even more. Your father is married to both of us, she shouted. I did say nearly every female in that room, I replied. I tapped Uncle Drake and told him to hurry it up, and he changed it to a part where they confronted the Eevee gods along with the Atoll gods. Many gods there perished. We also told them about 660 SIXS Awakening, the Isolation Barrier Plan, and also the World Tournament rating game. In the video that Uncle Drake showed, several places around the world were blown up by the Eevee gods, and Team DXD tried to repel them, but they all suffered critical injuries. In the end, Dad showed up and repelled the attack, apparently, and according to my mother's, he was away doing something. They never told me what, but it was important. After that, he stopped the attack on the Earth, confronted a deranged god called Manana Maclier as he had kidnapped Mother Rain. They fought, broke through several dimensions, and he ended it by using a Kamehameha that blasted through the Omniverse and kept going beyond it. This was the first time I saw this video in full, and Dad looked furious. But they hadn't destroyed the Eevee fully, and according to Uncle Drake after that, my partner, Team DXD, and many others went to the universe of the Eevee and wiped them out. I want to show that since it's just a lot of destruction and fighting. However, rest assured that universe filled with mechanical gods were wiped out. Our world, the DXD universe, formed an alliance with the remaining side the Atoll. That woman you saw earlier, the one that smack partner with her breast, was part of the Atoll faction, explained Uncle Drake. How powerful are they? I mean, both the Eevee and Atoll faction, asked Michael. Uncle Drake looked at me, and I nodded. Their soldiers are around Satan class to God class. The gods themselves and other equivalents like the Atrocity Fanatics, Keto Tenkai, and Ragushurcho are at least Dragon God class and probably beyond. I never fought them, though, so he's correct in his assumption. The mechanical god called Regalziva, the fierce god and invincible devastator, easily killed the Great Red of other universes. but in our she survived thanks to partner's help. Since he's not here, and when the time is right, the great red of your world will perish. None of you are on par with him. So the room became silent due to Uncle Draig's words, and many seemed horrified. The only one that could probably take the great red on was probably Shiva, though whether or not he wins is another thing. So what do you suggest? A god asks. I shrugged. Beats me. What all of you do after hearing this information is up to you. Issei Haidu. The Red Dragon Emperor will be contacted by Mother Chimyun through Mother Akino's breast soon. So, also Loki is expected to attack. I forgot where though, so good luck. I told him and turned around. Azazel tried to tell me to wait, but we left the room. However, once we got outside, Lavinia Rennie ran out and caught up with us. We turned around and saw her panting heavily with Tobio Accuse and Jean, Canis Lycaon, behind her. Can I help you, Lavinia Rennie-san? I asked. It felt strange calling her that. However, the Lavinia Rennie in front of me looked younger, much younger than Mother Lavinia, or she wanted me to call her Mother Nia. I saw myself in that video, and the rest of the Slash Dog team. I was wondering, yes, you're a part of my dad's harem, if that's what you're going to ask. The same with Natsu Managawa, Shigen Nanaru, and Suzaka Himejima, I replied, interrupting her. She seemed surprised even after she was coming here to confirm that. Is there anything else? If you're going to ask how, then different worlds, universes, and timelines. So whatever happened here may not have happened in my omniverse. Are you in a relationship, harem, of Tobio Accuse? I asked. She blushed and nodded. I see. Well, as far as I can remember, you weren't in my omniverse. Uncle Tobio and Annie Sae were in a monogamous relationship. They even have a child now. So when all of you first met Dad, things happened and you joined his harem, I told her. They seemed intrigued by what I said, but I turned around again. Anyway, we're going to get going now. I want to explore more of this world. If you want to know more, well, there might be more opportunities to talk in the future. If you wish to participate in the future battle against evil god Loki, then that might be the place, I added and left with my group. Are you sure about telling her that? Mother Testarossa asked. It's not like anything's going to happen. Tobio, Accuse of this world, already has his own harem. The ice princess of this world belongs to him. If they know about what happened in our universe, it won't affect this one, I replied. You also know partner's rules too, Testarossa, said Uncle Draig, and she giggled. Yes, I do. No duplicates of the same person. That's why if he goes to the same universe but different timeline, he tries to stay neutral and doesn't do anything to catch their attention. Jean already told us about it a long time ago, said Mother Testarossa. Rosa, we should go, said Mother Zoria. She looked at her and agreed. We'll get going then. We thought that the meeting would last a bit longer, but I guess not. Don't hesitate to contact us if you need help. Kyoho, said Mother Testarossa. It'll be fine, I have my cosmic gear, so I can fight dragon god-class beings with this, I told her and grinned. Mother Zoria pinched my cheek and said, don't be over-reliant on that. I'm not a fighter, but I have enough combat experience and power, Kyoho. I also don't have a sacred gear or cosmic gear, so I know, so many people already told me that. Also, all of you know I only use it as a last resort. I didn't get tortured and spend time in the Tower of Perseverance for nothing. Both of them smiled at what I said before they left. The only ones left were me and Uncle Draig. Want to go and torture Vala and Albion? He asked. You're mean, you know that? So you're in? He asked again and grinned. Hell yeah, I replied, and we high-fived. A week has passed since then. Most leaders of each mythology and faction were skeptical, until Uncle Draig and I shook their world by casually flying by their realms while letting out our powers. We laughed the entire time and had fun, though Azazel had a hissy fit because of what we did. Today, I'm visiting the Grimmery territory since Surzex is over there. But right now, I'm stuck in classes. I gotta keep up the student act or whatever, though I'm a delinquent, so it shouldn't matter too much. However, the class I had now was the one before lunch, so the bell suddenly rang, and I opened the window beside me before jumping out, causing my teacher and classmates to scream. I landed down below and made my way to the ORC since they wanted to ask me a few things. They wanted to do it earlier in the morning, but I was too lazy to go, so upon arriving at one of the rooms, I saw Uncle Draig was sleeping there. He had some kind of manga covering his face as he snored, so I summoned a small pebble and flicked it at him. He was startled awake and looked at me and my hand. You could have woken me up normally. Kyoho. What time is it? He asked while he picked his manga up and put it away. Lunch. We have a few minutes to do anything. Let's go out and get some food in a different country after we speak with the Gremory peerage, I told him. He agreed while looking hungry, so I gave him some bread I had left over from yesterday. We finally arrived in the room, and the devils in there were eating as well. Joe, you needed me? I asked, and took a seat with Uncle Drake. Akino poured us some tea, and we thanked her. Oni-sama told me about it. Evil god Loki is going to attack soon? She asked. Ah, yeah, he is. Why do you ask? I replied. But first, there's the Shalba thing and the Cows Brigade attacking. Though, I don't know how that will work because apparently Diodora was already arrested and sealed up. Should I involve myself? Truthfully, I have no interest in doing so. I barely helped them during the summer, except for throwing God-class attacks their way and forcing them to survive. Where and when? She asked. Can't remember, but your so-called raiding game with Diorat Diodora will have the Cows Brigade attack it. Shalba, one of the inheritors of the blood of the Satans, will appear, and yeah, good luck, I told them and drank my tea. Again, they were stunned. But since Diorat was arrested, I don't know how that will play out, so good luck. I'll tell Zex this when I speak to him later. So, anything else? I asked and got more tea from Akino. Rias rubbed her head in annoyance and nodded. You said something about Runias-sama? The first-generation Gremory? Yeah, she's alive, hiding, sleeping, and she doesn't want to age. She's somewhere in the Gremory territory and wakes up every few millennia or so. Anyway, your dad knows about her and Venolana, I could think. As speaking about my mother, she likes dad, but isn't in a relationship with him. It's complicated. The Zeoticus of our universe knows and turns a blind eye. Their relationship is already dead. But they're staying together because they don't want the other devils to find out a divorce is messy after all, I told her. According to Dad and my other mothers, nothing has happened between him and Annie Venolana. Well, she was turned immortal, so the plan is to basically wait for Zeoticus to die after 10,000 years and bam, she could be a widow and join Dad's harem. It's like that since Dad's just weird about relationships. Though I doubt it's all vanilla or what he says, since I've caught them making out before, so wait, does that mean Prez's mom and your dad? Issei asked, and then his nose started to bleed. I mean in the future, I guess. I replied to his perverted question. Calm your hormones down, perv, said Kaneko. She then punched him in the gut, knocking the wind out of him. Akino giggled at him and gave him some tissues. Then, can we join you? Rias asked. Ask your brother. I don't know, I replied. I looked over at Zenobia, who had been staring at me quite hard. Is something wrong? Am I pregnant? She bluntly asked. This caused a few of her club members to spit out their tea. I shook my head. As far as I know, Mother Lavinia was the only one pregnant recently, not including my own biological mother, Kuroka. Zenobia nodded and muttered. The dual dragon emperor and the me of your world, they will surely have a powerful baby once they reach the appropriate age. I sat there in silence. I didn't know how to respond to that. Since nothing was really being said, may I fight you? She suddenly asked. I don't mind, but I would rather not do that right now. I'm lazy as hell right now, I replied. If you manage to convince Surzex and come down to your territory, then I don't mind sparring with you down there. Prez, Zenobia shouted and looked at her. Rhea sighed and agreed to talk to her brother. She summoned a magic communication circle and spoke to him through it. Once she mentioned joining me, he said he wouldn't mind, but she needed my permission. She looked at me, and I gave her a thumbs up. He said it was okay, said Rias. Okay, very well. You and your peerage may join. I will also have an area prepared for their sparring match. Riatan, replied Surzex. Thank you, Oni-sama. Once they spoke about random stuff for a few more minutes, their call ended. They'll go prepare. Zenobia shouted and ran out of the room. After that, I left for another country with Uncle Drake. We had a lot of eyes on us. I mean, I was still in uniform, and Uncle Drake was wearing flashy clothes. Also, a lot of them were from the supernatural, but a simple pulse of aura made them run away. If they thought they could take us on, then they got another thing coming. Idiots only come after the strong. If people like that stay away from Dad because of his reputation and known power, they'll just do the same thing minus the reputation part. Most God-class beings are still powerful after all, and not many can match them. Once we got our food from a nearby food vendor, we went to a different country. This time it was in Ireland. Uncle Drake wanted to eat here for some reason. Did you guys ever come here often? I asked. Well, it's your dad's home country, so yeah. We have been here a couple of times. It was interesting to say the least. Who knows what differences it might have, you know? Well, I did see Mother Ain and Mother Dinu. Apart from that, no one else, I replied. Uncle Drake and I skipped the rest of my classes, and I got an angry call from Sona berating me. However, I dismissed the magic circle, so I would deal with her another time. Later on the day, we went back to Kuo and joined the Grimoire group to go to the Grimoire territory. When we arrived in the underworld, we were immediately greeted by several maids and butlers that lined their garden. Fucking hell, Rias. I just wanted to speak to the guy, not be paraded like this, I told her. My family is just like this. Forgive them, replied the girl as she smiled at the servants. She then turned back to me and asked, You don't have anything like this? Uncle Drake snickered and said, My partner may be super powerful, and you would probably assume he has millions of maids and butlers. But in reality, he only has a few. In our home, the sanctuary, everything is nearly automatic, so cleaning and things like that is done automatically by magic or android robots. He sighed and added, though, the Grafia he's married hated it since she couldn't perform her duties as a maid, as did the other maids he had. So at least twice a week, he'll let them perform their duties and stop the automatic cleaning and other programs he had. I think that was the first time that Mother Grafia truly became angry with Dad. But at the same time, when he finally let them have 2 days, most was forgiven. She's still a bit annoyed by it, but since a lot of time has passed, she's mostly indifferent to it. However, Dad did increase it to 3 times a week, so they're quite happy with it. As they spoke, we eventually arrived at the front door and were greeted by a random maid. I expected Grafia Lucifuge to be there, but unfortunately, it wasn't her. I guess she's with Surzex and is waiting for us. We were led to his office, and we all entered it, and as I speculated, Grafia was there, along with the rest of Surzex peerage, and even Seraphal Leviathan and Sona and her peerage were there. Sona, you're here? Did you invite them Satan Lucifer Sama? Rias asked her older brother. It's fine if you call me Oni Sama, Rias. This discussion, while important, isn't that heavy. Please come and sit, he told us, and we did. Are your mothers not here today, Kyoho? They're busy exploring America and other places. Truth be told, I have no idea what they were doing, but I gave a realistic enough answer that he accepted. Uncle Drake said nothing, and a bunch of maids came in with trays with tea and snacks. So do you want to ask about the Renia's thing, Grafia, and possibly your mother? I asked. And my mother? Wait, hold on a minute, what are you? Surzex asked me, and then looked at Rias and her peerage who awkwardly looked away. Isekon. Igriegajis, Satan-sama, replied Issei in a panic. Can you please tell me what Kyoho told you about my mother? He asked calmly. Issei looked like he was going to cry, but accepted the request and explained to him what I had said to them. You're already aware of what I told you back then, Zex. I told him, and he nodded. Different universes and different histories and events. I know, Kyoho, I know. So what can you tell us about first-generation Sama, Grafia, and anything relevant to the Grimoire? He asked. Let's make it quick then. Around an hour later, I was finished telling them a bunch of things. Like how Mother Renias and Mother Kaisis joined my dad's harem, how Mother Grafia operated, and the strange relationship Annie Venelana and Dad had. I also told them about Annie Astri and Uncle Millicass in our universe. How my son became that powerful. Well, I don't think the Millicass of this world will become that powerful, but he still will most likely become a super devil like you, I said, and took a sip of my tea. Surzex nodded his head while wiping a tear from his eye. I got up and stretched my body. Well, that's everything, right? Zenobia, let's get to that sparring match. Zenobia, who had been listening quite intently, suddenly jolted up and saluted me for some reason. Surzex chuckled and agreed with me. Very well. Thank you for telling us that interesting story about your father's past. We'll take you to a different space to fight then. We were transported to an underground space created by the Grimoire and a few devils. In front of us was what seemed to be an endless field. From photos and images I've seen, this place slightly resembled my dad's previous home in Kuo, his training facility. Let's get to it then. You guys can pick who's the arbiter for this sparring match. I told them and jumped away, followed by Zenobia. Third-person point of view, Zenobia and Kyoho stood at opposite sides of each other. Zenobia, who wore her school uniform, summoned her Durandal and changed into a stance. The person who came forward to be the arbiter of their match was Graphia Lucifuge. After Kyoho told her of what had happened, including everything, even the fact that her brother, Euclid Lucifuge, was still alive, shocked her to the core. However, Kyoho didn't care that much and let her process it herself. He could differentiate between this Graphia and his Graphia, who took care of him since he was a child. They were vastly different, yet still similar in some aspects. "He'll be in your care," Zenobia shouted. "Ditto," replied Kyoho and summoned a sword. "What's that?" Zenobia asked, intrigued by the weapon she saw Kyoho holding. It resembled a short blade, almost like a katana. "A smoothie," replied Kyoho and summoned one before sipping from it. Zenobia became confused, and so did the rest, but Graphia became a bit annoyed. "Well, it's a katana. Dad made it for me. It's got a lot of functions, but I'll only show you a few things. Anyway, I'm ready." Graphia looked at both fighters and said, "If both are ready, let this sparring match begin." With that signal, Zenobia immediately dashed towards Kyoho, who hadn't moved from his spot. He quickly finished drinking the smoothie he summoned and made a slight adjustment to his posture. Zenovia's downward slash missed him. However, she followed it up by kicking Kyoho on the side, but to her surprise, he blocked it with his hand. "Man, you two are really alike, huh?" he asked. "Well, they are essentially the same person, Kyoho," said his Uncle Drake. Kyoho chuckled and dodged another attack from Zenobia. "I guess so." He casually dodged all of her attacks, either by jumping over them, blocking them with his hands, or using his Tuki. Not a single strike from Zenobia hit Kyoho with her purposeful intent. This left Zenobia frustrated as her attacks became wilder and more aggressive. "So you haven't bonded with Durandal, huh?" asked Kyoho as he looked at her. This confused Zenobia, but she kept on attacking. Kyoho finally retaliated and swung his katana horizontally slowly. This left ample time for Zenobia to block it, but she was still blown away. His attack also created a powerful shockwave that surprised everyone. Zenobia smiled as she thought she had completely blocked his blow, but to her astonishment, multiple cuts appeared around her body. They were all shallow, so they weren't life-threatening, but it still left her stunned. "It's nothing special. I simply attacked you at a speed you couldn't follow. Also, I used a certain technique Mother Zenobia taught me," he told her. So it's from me, huh? I have much to learn then," shouted Zenobia, who charged back at Kyoho. Kyoho smirked. Both of their weapons collided and sparks flew around them. Each swing, each strike that Zenobia threw at Kyoho was met with resistance. No matter what she used to try, her attacks didn't reach him. But his attacks did. Every time their weapons collided, Zenobia would gain another small shallow cut somewhere in her body. "So this is the power of a god-class being? No, he hasn't taken me seriously at all," thought Zenobia. "Then he'll force him." Zenobia, who had been fighting at 80 of her power, decided to go above and beyond her 100. She was planning on surpassing her limits right now. She suddenly disappeared, much to Kyoho's surprise, and appeared behind him. As he went to block her from behind, his instincts screamed at him, and instead, he blocked with his sword to his right side. To his surprise, Zenobia had managed to create an afterimage behind him, and instead the real one attacked him on his side. He couldn't help but grin at this. Something like this had happened to him before. The more he fought against his father, Jean, the more he improved. He speculated that his dad did it on purpose, that he would train them even when he fought him seriously. Did I inherit that or something, or am I copying Dad subconsciously? He asked himself. He shook his head and focused on his fight. The longer they fought, the more that Zenobia improved as she started to use tactics and strange ways to fight. Zenobia is a powerful warrior, and we know that Kyoho is a monster, but I didn't think it would be this one-sided," muttered Issei. "Kyoho-kun simply trained all of us during the summer break. We had never fought him one-on-one, so we didn't know how powerful he was in that kind of situation. Though you have to remember the situation back in the peace conference," replied Kiba. "S situation?" asked Issei. "Even though they didn't fight, he injured Valley by using a simple bullet of 10k. He has never once used his 10k against us well. He has right now, while fighting Zenobia, but it's mostly utilized defensively," explained Kiba. "Also knows what that brat is still hiding," said a voice. They all turned to it and found Azazel there. "What do you mean, Azazel-sensei?" asked Saji. While looking at the match, Azazel said, "Different omniverse," meaning potentially different evolutionary paths with technology, especially sacred gears and their balance breakers, or perhaps they made something else. Azazel looked at Drake, who laughed. "Okay, ill bite, Governor. As a collaborative effort between you, your wife, and my partner, a new type of weapon was created. It was refined over the years and finally given to Kyoho. Now you and your wife can't make it on your own, since you need to harness the power of the cosmos for it." So Drake paused and looked at the fight before looking back at everyone. They eagerly waited for him to continue. "They're called cosmic gears. You named them as a tribute to sacred gears. They have a similar thing like balance breakers, called an overdrive. But nothing like the Juggernaut drive or break down the beast, yet since Kyoho only uses it as a last resort. But he does have a high mastery of it," explained Drake. "Cosmic gears, overdrive, and last resort?" asked Azazel. "Yeah, it pushes him to the level of power comparable to Ophis and the Great Red. His power at full power is around a god-class being, below Shiva. So, around the middle before they could continue talking, they heard a powerful boom, and they looked back over. They saw Zenobia on the ground, not moving, and Kyoho standing still. "Winner, Kyoho Tuju," shouted Grafia. "Well, you can ask him about it. I don't know much about the details. But there's no creature inside it, so I guess a Juggernaut drive or break down the beast is impossible. Huh? Who knows about the X-side or Abyss-side balance breakers, though?" Kyoho Tuju's soliloquy. I pulled out a slime ball and threw it at Zenobia. It healed all her injuries, and she immediately woke up. "What happened?" she asked. She then noticed that I was above her and awkwardly laughed. "I lost." "Yeah," I replied and offered my hand to her. She accepted, and I pulled her up. "Keep on training and use your brain more." "Kyoho." Azazel shouted my name while running towards me. I've seen that dumb look many times. Did Uncle Drake tell him about the cosmic gear? I looked at him, and he grinned. "Damn you." A few weeks passed, and a chill ran through everyone's bodies. The Grimmery Peerage and others were in a dimension created by Dimension Lost. While the events didn't take place like usual, Shalba and other devils still attacked the underworld. And right now made the wrong choice. The area shook violently as Issei Hyuda's aura erupted. They all thought Asia had died, but I teleported her to me, and I was a far distance away, but I could still see what was happening. Right now, who is about to awaken. It has begun. Looks like it's starting. Am, the heavenly dragon, who has stolen the principles of domination from God. It's always been like this. Yep, it never changes. I laugh at the infinite, and I fret over the dreams sought after by the world, rejected by the world. I shall become the red dragon of domination. It's always about power. It's always about love. Time and time again, you guys choose destruction. His armor changed. It became angular, bestial, and with a pair of giant wings sprouting from his back. His hands were wrapped in sharp razor claws and horn-like protrusions from his helmet. Every single gem around his gem glowed, and a myriad of voices cried out. "And I shall sink you to the depths of the crimson purgatory." "This is Juggernaut Drive." "Kyoho-san?" Asia asked as she woke up. She then noticed the enormous power surging through the area and looked over. Asia gasped. Is that ISC-san? He thought you had died, and he entered his Juggernaut Drive. The longer he uses it, the shorter his life expectancy will be," I told her. "We have to stop him." She shouted at me and began struggling. "We will, but first let's wait for him to kill Shalba," I told her. The fight was quite one-sided as Issei and his juggernaut drive manhandled Shalba Beelzebub. Finally, Issei began to boost 100 times, so we began to approach them. However, seeing as how it might be dangerous, I stopped at a considerable distance away and teleported the Gremory Peerage near me. Wait, Asia, they all shouted. Sup? I teleported her away before the attack hit her. Did you guys forget that I also came here? I wanted to see what happened in the timeline. I guess it was just a bunch of stray devils and Shalba, which was a bit disappointing, I said to them and let Asia go to them. Then is that? Kiba asked and looked back at Issei. Longina's Smasher. A powerful beam wiped out the area along with Shalba. I prevented him from escaping, so he truly did die. But Issei was still going berserk, so I walked towards him. Keikyoho, Rias shouted. Get Irina and get her here. After that you can undo the Juggernaut drive. But until then, I'll play with him, I told them. I smirked and covered my body with Tuki before jumping towards Issei and slamming my foot into his face, which blew him away. This ability is said to rival gods and the Satans. So this should be fun. I myself am a god-class being after all. Issei roared and began firing several dragon shots from all over his body and then flew towards me. I maneuvered my body so that he would miss, and I fired several Tuki bullets at him. It pierced and destroyed his armor, but it quickly repaired itself. Let's go, Hayudu, I shouted, and we flew up into the air. With Tuki covering my body, we clashed in the air, and powerful shockwaves occurred around us. However, it was clear that I had the advantage. Juggernaut, drive the one Issei, is using he's just in a berserker state, so I have the advantage. He's like a wild beast with no thought. I did a few hand signs and shouted, Daytime Tiger, Hiradora. A powerful tiger-shaped Tuki stream left my hands and hit Issei. It kept pushing him until he was slammed to the ground. After that, he could only struggle while on the ground, but he was still awake. I landed on the ground beside him and chuckled. The fact that you're still awake is amazing. The Juggernaut drive really is something, huh? Well, he only ever entered it a few times, Kyoho, said Uncle Drake. Where did you go? I asked him. In his arms were various types of food. I got hungry and traveled to different countries to get food. Anyway, did you use Ezra's attack? He asked. Yeah. He taught me a bunch of moves. They're cool. Suddenly, Irina and the rest of the Gremory Peerage arrived and played the Epee Dragon song. This brings back memories, I said and laughed. They looked at me questioningly, and I added, Dad was also the Epee Dragon, so this song was also his mom sometimes played it to me when I was younger. Heck, it's still popular in our world. Issei groaned, and then poked Ria's tits, and he reverted back. The women there hugged him, and I sighed. Well, his lifespan has been cut to just 100 years. He basically has the lifespan of a normal human, I told them. I walked away as they worried about their friend. But is something wrong, Kyoho? Asked Uncle Drake. An anomaly. Dad said something like that, right? I wonder what it is did he stop world traveling in this omniverse. I asked him. I doubt it. Only in our own. But he did block anyone leaving this omniverse to go to our own one. The exceptions are Team DXD, his harem, children, and friends. So. That means anyone strong enough can travel between worlds? Geez, did he make this into some kind of grand experiment or something? I asked, but he just shrugged at me. Who knows? I can never read partners' thoughts anymore, but I guess he sees this place as a means of testing his creation skills. How much can he replicate and things like that? Like, should he make it a 1:1 replication, or let this omniverse evolve by itself? What do you think? Latter. I think he's curious as to how it evolves by itself. He did influence a lot of our world after all, so he's curious what would happen in a world without him. Our world did feel the brunt of it for a short few days, but it didn't turn out bad since only a few people died. Well, let's just hope I can fight it, I told him and laughed. If not, I or your mothers can step in, so don't worry too much. Do your best, guys. I shouted at them. Quite a bit of time had passed since Issei entered his Juggernaut drive, and he's made decent progress and increased his time in his balance breaker to 12 hours. Zenobia and the rest of the Gremory Peerage have also been hard at work, training like their lives depended on it. So were the Citri Peerage too. Right now, we were facing the evil god Loki. So the united front of the Vala team, Grimmery, Citri, and Rosweiss were in this dimension fighting Loki. Uncle Draig, Mother Zoria, Mother Testarossa, and I were watching it all unfold from a distance. Loki tried to use Fenrir, but I put that dog down quickly. Well, Uncle Draig did, since he said even I would die from Fenrir, I wasn't strong enough to resist it yet. So I took his word for it. They're doing fine, right? I asked. Yeah, they're all stronger here, but not as strong as the ones in our world, replied Uncle Draig. So they'll struggle in this fight. Go join them when you see fit. I Captain. Both Val and Issei were already in their balance breaker states, and were fighting Loki together. The god looked bored, and the rest were fighting the grandsons of Loki, Skoll, Hati, and mass-produced Dragon King clones, Midgardsormr's clones. Suddenly a replica of Mjolnir appeared, and Issei grabbed it. I'm going to kick this ass. He screamed and charged at Loki. The god dodged his hammer as he swung it at him. Shit. He was then hit on his back and flew across the battlefield. Home run, I shouted, and Loki fired shots at us. Mother Testarossa blew some air from her mouth to stop the attacks. Humph. So the other worlders are here. Huh? You have no business here, leave. You told us. I raised my middle finger as a gesture. Fuck you. We go where we want to. This obviously irritated him, and he fired more magic attacks at us. But his attacks didn't reach us thanks to Mother Testarossa, who kept winking and canceling the attacks. Oh, he's planning on using that since Fenrir isn't here. Pretty ballsy of the Lucifer of this universe, said Uncle Draig with excitement. The body of Vala Lucifer glowed brightly. Evil god Loki tried to attack him, but hundreds of large distorted blades suddenly were fired at him, and he was forced to avoid and block them. However, he was also slowed down by a blizzard that suddenly engulfed this dimension. Canis Lycaon, an absolute demise, huh? So they did follow us here, I muttered and looked to a certain place and found Tobio accused, Lavinia, Rennie, and the rest of the Slashdog team. Who am about to awaken, destroy them. Destroy them all. Voices that didn't belong to Valley echoed throughout the quarry. Those were the lingering resentment of the previous white dragon emperors who had laid dormant within his sacred gear. Am, the heavenly dragon who lost all to the principles of supremacy. The dream is over. The illusion has begun. I envy the infinite, and I pursue the dream. Everything. Give me everything. I shall become the white dragon of supremacy, and I shall take you to the limits of innocence. Juggernaut Drive. The area around Valley was distorted and was covered in a pure white ball of light. Finally, the lights scattered, and a large white dragon had taken Vala's place. In his Juggernaut Drive form, he flew towards Loki, who tried to stop him, but his defenses were broken. Valley in his dragon form, and Loki clashed in the air. The power both of them exuded was so powerful that it shook the dimension and threatened to destroy it. Issei, who had recovered, stood there in shock at what he was witnessing. Powerful explosions and shock waves occurred all around them, and the rest of the united team could only watch from a distance. Vakuin is strong after all, said Lavinia Rennie. Right? He worked hard to achieve this, added Tobio accused. In the eyes of the current Haidu Issei, Valley was even further away. He couldn't see himself reaching that state at all. He himself couldn't control Juggernaut Drive, since he had a piss-poor, demonic energy pool. Even if he did increase it, it wasn't enough to use that form. And the next time he did, it would knock down his lifespan even more, essentially killing him. All right, let's as I got up to say that I felt a chill. Mother Zoria, Mother Testarossa, and even Uncle Draig had looks of concern as they looked towards Valley and Loki. Suddenly Valley was blown away and even had his form undone. He was in his base human form and had a look of disbelief, so did the Slashdog team. But what shocked everyone even more was that through Loki's stomach, a long black-red and distorted hand was sticking through it. Fufu, ido epalizais. We felt powerful energy signatures from here, said a masculine voice, who as Loki began to speak, his entire body exploded. Many around us gasped, and I jumped towards them. As I did, I heard Uncle Draig mutter anomaly. Anomalies. Dad left these for me in this omniverse. These range from very strange things. An example Dad told me once was that a random universe like ours would be filled with Yandere men and women, or events happening at different times than what was supposed to happen. An example of that is if 666 was never sealed and rampaged across this world, and only a few people remained as they hid from the beast. According to him, a world like that existed here. I wanted to visit one like it, but I'm not strong enough for it. Is this anomaly a way for me to get stronger? He wouldn't let me die, though, so I may stand a chance against them. How do you do, weaklings? Felnas, a servant to Arovo. It's a please to take over your world, he said with a smile. Felnas? Arovo? Who the hell Felnas had short gray hair and yellow eyes? He wore half a mask that covered his left eye, wore a black suit with white lines, black gloves, and brown shoes. He had some kind of skirt around his waist that looked like a crow's wing. On his hip was a large cross, and it seemed like he had some kind of golden necklace around his neck. A portal opened beside him, and out came a female. She was smiling and then patted his head. She had long white hair, elf-like ears, light purple eyes, and a strange accessory on her head that made it look like she had feather-like ears. She wore a red-white one-piece dress. She had long gray leggings, red heels, and an enormous black coat behind her that resembled butterfly wings. She also wore red gloves and carried a weapon in her hand. Those two are anomalies. They are comparable to dragon god-class beings, said Uncle Drake. Oh my, I don't like being called that, Mr. Dragon, said the woman. I'm Arovo, and am conquering a few planets to extend my empire. Third-person point of view, there was an increase in the intensity of the blizzard around the dimension. Following Draig's announcement, the current team decided to face the two that arrived. If you're not careful, you will die, Draig added. That's a challenge then, shouted Valley, and entered his balance breaker before he flew towards the man called Felnas. Vala's fist slammed into his face, but he didn't flinch. Felnas smiled and backhanded Valley. Seconds later, Valley slammed back into the ground. Vulcan, shouted Lavinia with worry. She frowned and summoned a 3-meter-tall humanoid ice woman, and it started firing ice and snow attacks at the man. However, like earlier, it didn't do anything. Suddenly, Tobio Accuse, Jean, Canis Lycaon, and Cookie's same Jima appeared behind Arovo. Tobio Accuse and Jean slashed their weapons at her, while Cookie thrust his electric spear towards her. To their utter horror, she stopped their attacks with both her index fingers. That's not nice, you know. She smiled at them and backhanded all three of them, and they slammed into the ground like Valley. Various attacks then hit them, ranging from demonic attacks, magic, and light attacks. Saji suddenly teleported in, and he was in his Vritra promotion and began going berserk. Various tentacles that were made of absorption line and delete field were flying everywhere. However, most of them were aimed at the two new enemies. Saji, in his dragon form, then fired a breath attack made of blaze black flare. However, all of that were rendered useless since Felnas put his hand forward, and a large black-red crow-like wing appeared and blocked them all. The lines that Saji created then shattered, surprising everyone. He was also blown away and knocked out of the form, but he stayed unconscious. All of a sudden, Issei flew towards them with Mjolnir in hand and slammed it into Felna's wing. To his surprise, it cracked. Even Arovo was also surprised by this. Looks like he made contact with a breast fairy. Take advantage of this, but before they could, Arovo attacked Issei and he crashed back to the ground, but he kept on screaming. Once the dust settled, they noticed that his left arm was missing. Issei! The Grimoire peerage screamed and ran over to him. We should destroy that hammer. It's a nuisance, as she said that. Kyoho suddenly appeared behind them and slammed his Tuki-covered fist at them. Again, Felna's wing shattered to his surprise, and his fist connected with his face. Kyoho followed up by firing a ball of Tuki at Arovo, who smiled at him. The ball stopped in front of her face, and she tried to backhand Kyoho, who dodged it, and he sent a kick toward her head, and she blocked that attack too. Bitch, what a foul mouth, she replied to his provocation. However, Felnas came back with a look of fury on his face. He and Kyoho disappeared as they clashed all around the dimension. It was clear to both of them that Felnas had the advantage. However, Kyoho used his experience to block, parry, and deflect Felna's punches and kicks. "I've never had a lower life form hit me before," he roared at Kyoho. "Am a higher existence than you, moron," replied Kyoho, and created several clones of him, and they all began attacking Felnas, who quickly killed them. However, Kyoho appeared behind him and tried to punch him. However, a large feather jutted out of Felna's back, piercing the young man in the stomach. "Pathetic," said Felnas. But to his surprise, the Kyoho he hit disappeared in a puff of smoke. "Yeah, I agree," shouted Kyoho as he slammed his foot down hard on him. The man fell to the ground, screaming in agony. Kyoho began laughing at what he had done. He had copied Zenovia's move that she used on him. He knew it would work because Felnas was underestimating him the entire time. He then felt a cold chill behind him, and he swung his arm behind him, but to his shock it was caught. The one who did that was Arovo. Kyoho dislocated his shoulder and disappeared from her sight, surprising her. He appeared behind her, and she felt various attacks hit her body. Kyoho grinned and fixed his shoulder. He hadn't used his entire speed against Felnas, so when he escaped her grasp, he had used all of his power, which caught her off guard. He knew that it wouldn't work again. Arovo suddenly pointed at Felnas, and he had stopped crying about his crushed genitalia. He floated up, looking furious. The power around him began to surge, and the entire dimension began to shake. The rest of the team were too stunned by this, but some did fire attacks at them, only for those attacks to be destroyed. "I'm going to kill you," uttered Felnas menacingly. Kyoho knew that he had to take this seriously now, or else he would die. "It can't be helped then," replied Kyoho. Suddenly his cat ears and tails appeared. In total, Kyoho had 9 tails. His ears and tail resembled those of his mother, except that 3 of the tails were silver, and one of his ears was also colored silver. He also covered his body with Tuki again. "Bring it, you bitch boy," shouted Kyoho, and both of them disappeared, but Kyoho was overpowered by his opponent. Drake and Kyoho's 2 mothers teleported everyone near them and covered themselves in a barrier. Shouldn't we help Kyoho-senpai?" asked Gasper nervously. "It's an anomaly, so we leave it to him. None of you can take them on. Maybe Shiva, Ophis, and the Great Red, but no one else. Potentially Surzex and Ajuka, as well as the top 10 strongest of this world, though that's stretching it," said Drake. As he finished saying that, Kyoho slammed into their barrier, his body bleeding profusely. "Shit, are you sure he'll be fine?" asked Tobio as he looked at Kyoho with worry. "Yes, he hasn't used it yet, and he'll be comparable to them if he does." After hearing that, everyone in the barrier stopped speaking and looked at the battle in front of them. And safe to say, Kyoho was being manhandled by Felnas. Every move, attack, technique, magic attack, anything he threw at him was rendered useless. "I really need to train more in the tower," Sheesh complained Kyoho as he was hit again in the face and crashed to the ground. Felnas floated above him with his 2 wings flapping behind him. Kyoho stood up shakily but had a massive grin on his face. "It's about time then. I can't really fight evenly if I don't," he said to himself. Kyoho grabbed the necklace around his neck and grinned at Felnas, who showed no reaction. The pupils in his eyes sharpened like a snake, and he shouted, "Overdrive." Seconds later, the area around Kyoho erupted into a white and blue pillar of light. Felnas, who was near it, moved away as he sensed that he would be harmed if he even touched that pillar. Even Arovo squinted her eyes at the power surge that they both felt. Once the pillar of light vanished, Kyoho Tuju stood there with his body covered in a white and blue armor that looked futuristic. Several protrusions jutted out of his armor, and blue and white sparks emanated from his armor. The eyes of his armor glowed blue as he stared up at Felnas, who had a look of surprise etched across his face. Kyoho brought his right arm forward and clenched it. "Time for round 2. He shouted at the man and slammed his fist into his gut. Felnas was shocked and confused. He didn't even feel Kyoho move, and the next thing he felt was a powerful fist in his stomach. Felnas was thrown away, and Kyoho followed after him immediately. The man corrected himself midair and summoned millions of black and red magic circles that fired black-red feathers and also magic attacks. Kyoho grinned behind his helmet and put his hand forward. Reflect, he shouted, and the attacks that were aimed at him were reflected back to Felnus. He tried to control his attacks, but they didn't listen to him, so he avoided them, but seconds later his attacks turned around and struck him on the back. Felnus was shocked as he looked at the feathers that were sticking in his back, as well as several small holes. This angered him even further, and the dimension began to shake even more. This time around, 50 monsters that looked like avian appeared. Most of them were black, red, or a mix of the two colors. Even more creatures appeared below Kyoho, as some resembled dogs, lions, tigers, elephants, hippos, and other creatures he hadn't seen before. "That's useless, you know," said Kyoto before he waved his hand around him as they glowed a bright white-blue light. "Dismantle," he muttered as the creatures around them began to crumble away. Felna stared at the young man in disbelief. He tried to create more creatures, but Kyoho simply used the same ability again and rendered Felna's technique useless. "Very well. I will acknowledge that you are strong, human," said Felnas calmly. He landed on the ground, and so did Kyoho. "But this is as far as you go." Felnas began to transform. His body was covered in a black-red sphere, but yeah, no, said Kyoho before he dashed towards Felnas and covered his right arm with a vast amount of 10k and slammed his fist into his chest. Felnas coughed up blood and was launched away. A powerful shockwave followed after it, which also wiped out a large portion of the dimension. Kyoho stood there smugly and said, "You think he'll wait for you to transform? That's why I asked my dad to add that function when I transformed, so I wouldn't be interrupted." "Bitch, was that last part really necessary?" asked Drake. "Yes," shouted Kyoho. But to his surprise, Felna's aura erupted again, and once the dust settled, Felnas had transformed into a large bird creature, and it had taken his place. Its eyes glowed gold, as did its break. Its feathers were black-red, but also looked like they were made of metal. Felna's bird form was around 30 meters tall and wide. Felnas squinted his eyes at Kyoho before he roared, and more magic circles appeared behind him. Several black-red tentacles also appeared beneath Kyoho, and he used his dismantle on them, destroying them. He looked back in front of him and used Reflect and launched the attacks back at Felnas. The bird creature then fired a powerful breath attack at Kyoho, which split apart into thousands of lines. He dodged them, but he noticed that they followed him. He grinned again and used more of his speed. He jumped on top of the moving breath attacks and slowly made his way towards Felnas while maneuvering on them. "How's he running on them?" Issei asked in surprise. "Hey, Drake, can we do that?" "No," both dragons replied. "Kyoho is using 10k to cover his feet and run along those breath attacks. They're a thin layer, but if you master to the point like him, you can use it more than just increasing your strength," said Zoria. "Ne-sama, can you do that?" Kaneko asked her older sister. "Phil, no." "Wow, I didn't think we could do that." "The future older me from another world probably knows. Right, Naya?" Kuroka asked Testarossa and Drake. "Knows? You practically did it when fighting an Eevee god." They were pretty shocked to see a Nikomata running on their laser attacks, he told her. "Yeah, I'm amazing." Kuroka shouted happily. No one wanted to tell her that Seichi did this yet, but they continued watching Kyoho fight the mysterious man. Kyoho eventually reached the bird and jumped higher into the air. Felna's eyes glowed, and even more magic circles appeared all around Kyoho. He also charged up another breath attack at the young man. "You can't dodge in the air," said Felnas. "Perish." He then unleashed all the attacks he had prepared. Numerous magic attacks were fired at Kyoho from point blank, and the golden breath attack hit him. Or so it seemed. Humph. That's as Felnas was about to undo his transformation. He felt another surge of energy. He immediately looked back up and saw Kyoho unharmed. The young man had also retracted his helmet, and a crazy grin was spread across his face. In the young man's hand was a katana. However, it was covered in a white-blue aura. "Checkmate, bitch!" shouted Kyoho. From the aura, the body and shape of a dragon's head formed. It was the same color as the aura that covered it. "Step!" He shouted, using his mother Zenovia's move from her sacred gear. A small blue circular platform was formed behind him, and he used that to launch himself towards Felnas. In a panic, Felnas created several defensive circles in front of him. However, with Kyoho's current strength, he blasted through them and raised his katana above him. I don't have a name for this, so we'll just say Tichi Yendi, shouted Kyoho as he swung his katana forward and sliced through Felnas and landed on the ground. A vortex of blue-white erupted from Felna's body, and a blue-white dragon materialized from the vortex before it swallowed him whole. Crunching and slicing sounds could be heard, as well as Felna's screams of horror. However, this only lasted a few seconds before the vortex and dragon disappeared. Kyoho turned around and saw that the skull of Felnas was the only thing left. But he couldn't rest there as he turned his attention to Arovo, who didn't help her subordinate in any way. She landed on the ground too and clapped at Kyoho. Wow, amazing. You managed to beat him. He's been unbeatable for a few years. Well done, young man. So I have a proposal. Will you become my next subordinate? He won the last duel and became mine. So I'm offering it now to you too, explained Arovo. Pass. I'd rather die than work for you, replied Kyoho. Fufu, I see then die, said Arovo. She appeared in front of Kyoho, who reacted in time and parried her attack. Arovo's hand was also quite sharp as sparks flew when his katana and her hand briefly touched. I guess I can play with you for a little bit, she said, and Kyoho was suddenly launched into the air. He quickly corrected himself and looked for the woman who had disappeared. Where the behind? Kyoho turned around and swung his sword down. But to his surprise, Arovo caught his strike. However, Kyoho didn't stop there as he followed it up by sending a kick towards her nether regions. But to his surprise, the cape behind her moved and blocked it. That's not nice, you know. Didn't your mommy tell you that? She asked with a frown. She told me to eat a lot so I could grow big and strong. And also gender equality. These hands and legs will beat up anyone they deem fit, shouted Kyoho as thrusters activated from his legs and his kick connected with her midsection. Arovo's face cringed. However, Kyoho was suddenly flung away and he landed violently on the ground. He breathed out heavily as the toll of using his cosmic gear was starting to appear. He hadn't spent much time with it, nor had he stayed in his overdrive for this long, so his stamina was being drained by a considerable amount. I can keep going. I just hope I can beat her in the next few minutes. Otherwise, I'll need to ask Uncle Drake and my mother for help, he thought and sighed. Letsarovo suddenly appeared in front of Kyoho. He tried to block the attack, but it passed through him and landed in his stomach. Kyoho flew backwards, but as he began to regain his balance, he was then slammed into the ground, knocking the wind out of him. However, the assault didn't end there as he was thrown into the air. Arovo appeared in front of him again, but this time Kyoho was ready. He spun around and sent a kick at her. It landed on her head, but she didn't flinch. Kyoho could tell that she was out to kill, and the way she was looking at him made him nervously chuckle. Sure, he was thrown around the air like a rag doll, yet his armor protected him from the brunt of it, as well as his tuki. The earlier attacks by Arovo were aimed at piercing his armor, but they didn't, so she became frustrated and she decided to treat Kyoho like a toy. She smacked him around the air using her superior power and speed, and slowly broke through his armor. It kept repairing itself at the cost of Kyoho's stamina, and it was depleting fast. Kyoho also knew this and was bracing for the final blow. He was suddenly slammed into the ground, leaving behind a large crater. Kyoho's overdrive had run out, and he was left back in his base form. He kneeled down while panting. Shit, the last time I was pushed this much was when Dad and I fought seriously. He mumbled to himself. His vision had started to blur, but he could tell that Arovo had landed in front of him. I try to be kind to you, you know. I even offered you a way to save your life. Most would accept, but you just wouldn't, would you? She asked in an indifferent tone. Kyoho looked up the best he could and grinned. I don't take orders from anyone. Only from myself, my mothers and dad, since they can kick my ass to hell and back 1,000,000 times over. Foolish child, said Arovo as she thrust her hand towards Kyoho's heart. Hey, why aren't you helping? Shouted Issei as he slammed his arm against the barrier around them. He had long forgotten about his missing arm. as he was concerned about his classmate. The rest of the United team shared his horror and frustrations. Yet all three of them were smiling. "It's fine," said Drake. "He won't let anything happen to us or his child," said Zoria. "Fufu, he is a worrywart after all," said Testarossa. All of them were confused by their calmness. However, as Orovo's hand was about to reach Kyoho's throat, a powerful light slammed into the ground, surprising her and the Gremory and Vala group. The light disappeared a few seconds later. In its place, a man stood. He had short, messy silver hair, sharp silver eyes, and a calm smile on his face. He wore a black and gray business suit and a black cape behind him. "Who the hell?" asked Issei as he and everyone stared at the man. The man suddenly pointed his thumb behind him, restoring Issei's missing arm, much to his and the others' shock. "Hey, Kyoho, did you grow stronger since we last saw each other?" the man asked. He really did come," said Drake. "Who is he?" asked Lavinia. Her eyes were drawn to the man, but she had some hunch as to who he was, and her heart raced for unknown reasons. Before Drake could answer, Kyoho himself shouted, "Didad? Ho, Didad? That's." Everyone shared Issei's shock, and Drake grinned. "Correct. That is Gene Skyward, my partner and the Dual Dragon Emperor," Drake shouted. After he did, a powerful silver aura exploded from Gene. "How about you and I tango this time?" Gene asked the woman as he began to close his grip on her hand. "Yex, 3-1 Red Dragon Emperor to another. Strength in many forms, third-person point of view," Orovo's instincts told her to run away. The closer that the man's hand closed on hers, the more sweat appeared all over her body, and the more she could see her own death. Orovo had the ability to look into the future, although it's only by a small amount. She could see 10 seconds into the future. So if she let him catch her, she was all but dead. She grunted and jumped backwards, but to her horror, the man had already caught up to her. She thrust her arm forward, trying to attack him, but her arm exploded. This left Orovo stunned, but she couldn't scream or yell in pain. She began to restore her own hand, but her mind was too anxious, so it took her a long time to do so. Orovo had rose to her status. She was nothing, she was a weakling, and she was treated like garbage because she was weak. So she wanted to punish everything, so she started to train, and slowly the powers that lay dormant within her began to activate. She then used her newly acquired powers to bring everything and everyone below her. She wanted them to know how much she suffered because of their actions. When she saw their looks of despair, it made her happy, ecstatic even. So she continued on this path of destruction. However, she didn't think she would stop, but she did. One day, during her conquest, she came across a young man. Even after she subjected him to various evil things, his smile never left him. She became curious and asked him why he could keep smiling like that, and the answer he gave her stunned her. Wrath will produce wrath, and anger will beget anger. Whatever hurt you in the past, you must let go of it. If you wish, I can help you work through it. Those words left her speechless. However, because of the persona she had built, she could only throw him in prison and then visit him at night to speak to him. This went on for a year, until Orovo fell in love with that man, and the man too fell in love with Orovo. However, she couldn't stop now, since she was deep in the process. So she decided to make him her personal advisor, and that was how he got out of prison. However, the people that were close to her began to suspect something, and one day he was killed by them. The hate and rage in Orovo had slowly begun to leave her. It had begun to dissipate. However, this one action, this betrayal, broke her. It only reminded her that life was disgusting and it was not worth it. So she killed those people and came back with a vengeance. She decided to spread this hatred and rage to different planets, worlds, and universes. She began to conquer planets to show them that absolute despair existed, and no matter how hard they worked or trained, they couldn't stop her or the ones she recruited as her subordinates. Her right hand were fighters that stood up to her and lost. If they refused to become her right hand, she would kill them and then their planet, world, universe. But if they accepted, then she would spare their world. However, It would be under her jurisdiction from then on, and she would control everything they did. Most accepted, and they prospered. Even after they died, she would keep their world as they were useful to her. Everything was supposed to be in her hands, but she then encountered another powerful and potential right hand. He killed her new one, and then this thing appeared in front of him. "Were you?" She shouted at Jean. The man in front of her did not answer. She flew further away and fired several beams of energy at him. But as soon as they were inches from his face, they would vanish. Jean didn't answer as he put his hand forward. Arovo was about to slap it away when she remembered what had just happened to her other arm. So she held back and instead fired a beam of energy at Jean. His expression never changed as the beam hit his wall of infinity and was shredded apart. Jean did not plan on beating her. He wanted to give her a scare, and wanted his son Kyoho to finish her off. He continued to follow Arovo around the dimension as she desperately tried to attack him, but nothing she did worked. Jean finally let her go, and she summoned millions of magic circles behind her, as well as summoned two large creatures that resembled titans. The titan on the left was made of ice and stone, while the one on the right was fire and stone. Jean looked at the two titans and sighed. "Not good enough. I already have too many of them, and they're not unique at all," he mumbled to himself. He looked back at Arovo as his eyes glowed. The female felt so much dread from that it made her pee herself a little as she backed away further. "Igris, Baru," said Jean. Two shadow-like monsters emerged from a shadow. One looked like a knight, and the other an insectoid. "Play with those two for a while. You'll go see more of our new little friend." Both shadows silently nodded, and seconds later, both giants disappeared, and after that a sonic boom occurred. They had moved so fast that it took time for sound to catch up. This also created a powerful shockwave that eliminated the remaining structures in the area. "What did?" As Arovo was about to ask, Jean appeared in front of her again and slapped her. She slammed into the ground, which shook the earth and knocked her out. He landed beside her and sighed. Jean already knew her circumstances, and while he felt pity for her, the fact that she tried to harm Kyoho was an unforgivable act, so he would not spare her. He crouched down and tapped her head. This action caused her power to plummet down to the peak of God class. While Jean wanted to make it easier for his child, he didn't want it to be too easy for him. He thought that a real battle would be able to give him a good experience. Once that was done, Jean appeared behind Kyoho. He put his hands on his shoulder and brought his head to his side while healing him. "Kyoho," said Jean. His son turned to look at him. "I think this is a good learning moment for you. So, it'll help you out a bit." Kyoho's body suddenly erupted in a golden blue light, shocking him. "This is," muttered Kyoho. He had only experienced this once before. He was going through the Tower of Perseverance, and he was backed into a corner. He was a lot younger than he was now. He was 12 at the time, but an unknown power helped him back then, and when he asked his father about it, he told him that he unleashed his potential during that specific fight, and he defeated his opponent quite easily. "Let's unleash that power of yours again," said Jean as he smiled at his son. He turned Kyoho around and held his fist in front of him. "It's always like this, huh?" asked Kyoho as he smirked at his father. Jean loved doing fist bumps. It hadn't stopped after all these years, and now he even does it with his son. Kyoho bumped his fist with Jean as the golden blue light erupted from him, but quickly disappeared. Kyoho turned around and grabbed his necklace. "Kyoho, go give that woman a bit of scare," said Jean, and he vanished, but he only teleported a distance away and hid his presence and energy. When Kyoho looked back at Arovo, she had gotten up and looked even more furious than earlier. "Let's start round 2 then." "Overdrive," shouted Kyoho, and he donned his blue-white futuristic armor again. "Nonsense," shouted Arovo. She then charged at Kyoho with all of her full power. She was shaken up by her encounter with Jean, and she wasn't acting like her usual rational self. Kyoho covered his body with 10k and even activated his Nakomata powers. He himself was also going full power. Both of them met in the middle, and their arms collided, which resulted in creating powerful auras. One was pure white, while Kyoho's was a mix of blue and gold. It ended abruptly with Kyoho pushing back Arovo, resulting in the win. After briefly pushing her back, he sent a kick at her, which created a blade of wind. The speed was much faster than before, but she reacted in time and stopped it by slamming her hands together. The attack was inches from her face, and she managed to stop it. Too bad. Even with your new power, you still can't reach me, she said and looked up. But Kyoho wasn't in front of her anymore. Are you sure about that? He asked from behind her before he turned his right hand into a mini cannon and mixed his own energy and 10k into it, then created a large ball and slammed it into her back. Arovo was thrown away by the attack and then exploded a few seconds later. The attack was powerful enough that it destroyed that section of the dimension, but seconds later, it was repaired by Jean. He didn't want this fight to break into the human world. Arovo came out of the explosion injured, but it wasn't life-threatening. However, it left her confused as she floated there with a missing arm. She wasn't bothered by it, as she simply grew another one. Her cape suddenly lifted up, and hundreds of millions of butterflies started to fly around them. They then began to release a poison that did not affect Kyoho. Just like his mother, he himself was immune to all poisons, viruses, and other ailments across the Omniverse, so attacks like these were pointless. However, he let her have her fun, and let her think that it had an effect on him. Kyoho started to pretend to writhe in pain. "Guoha, in my body, so hut," he shouted. Arovo grinned, but seconds later, Kyoho chuckled and appeared in front of her before slamming his fist into her face. He followed it up by hitting her with an onslaught of kicks and punches, each one doing significant damage to Arovo. She tried to retaliate, but Kyoho didn't show any openings during his attack. Finally, he spun around and kicked her in the stomach, then from the tip of his foot, fired a powerful 10k bullet which sent her away again. "Your acting sucks. You need classes on that," said Drake. "Fuck you. That was amazing," shouted Kyoho before he flew towards Arovo, who had survived the attack again. But this time, she had a hole in her stomach. She tried to heal it, but it did not work. "What did you do?" she asked in fury. "Do?" repeated Kyoho. He then looked at her stomach. "Oh, that. You can't heal anymore, so you better stop trying to. I added that after you restored your arm, you know?" Arovo brought out her weapon from earlier and swung it down at Kyoho, who dodged it. However, when he glanced back, he saw the damage that her attack had done. At several points behind him, there were tears in the dimension that also summoned various things that weren't meant to be unleashed in the living realm. His father once told him about it. He told Kyoho in the simplest terms, they were just entities that shouldn't exist, but they were also essential in keeping the Omniverse working. So he kept them alive in another plane that was different from the likes of the dimensional gap, or other realms that gods make. He told them that only the outer gods, or he himself, Jean, could gain access to it, or certain attacks, weapons, or techniques could open a rift between them. Once this was seen by Jean, he closed it and the weapon in Arovo's hands disappeared. "You shouldn't have done that," said Kyoho. "Now your little toy is gone. At least I know my old man is still here." Kyoho sighed. He had to end it now. He didn't know what else she was capable of, and after he saw that, he didn't like it. He enjoyed fighting and liked a good struggle, but people that resulted in things like this he didn't like also knew that his dad didn't approve of what she did too, so he wanted to end it himself before he did. Sao Kyoho appeared in front of her and summoned his katana and sliced her other arm off. Arovo cringed and backed away, but Kyoho didn't let her run away and pursued her. He attacked her relentlessly, and she managed to deflect and block his attacks a few times. However, that only got her more injured. Finally, he sliced off her other arm. She couldn't regenerate any of her limbs because of the anti-healing and anti-regeneration that he used. He also had that ability like his mother's. To finish it, Kyoho did a spinning kick, and Arovo slammed into the ground again. But this time she didn't get up. She lay there. Her breathing slowed, and she watched Kyoho from above her. "This world, this multiverse, is cruel. I was only trying to bring peace to it," she said. Kyoho summoned 4 large and powerful cannons from behind his back and aimed it at Arovo. He then fed it his 10k and energy and slowly charged it up. He knew she had lost the will to fight. Her body language and the expression on her face said so. Being treated like that just because I was weak? Having a man I love killed because they thought he was plotting something against me? Everywhere I turned, I only saw sadness and destruction, so I decided to correct it by bringing your own sadness, pain, and misery to millions of lives. How is that considered peace? Jean asked, suddenly appearing beside his son. You wouldn't understand. If this multiverse was united as one and then destroyed, we could start anew. I would create a world where no one suffered like that. A man where the one I cared for was still alive, said Arovo. She then closed her eyes. Peace can be achieved in many ways. Yours is one of them, but the costs are too great, said Jean as he tapped Kyoho on the shoulder. Kyoho squinted his eyes and added, I don't know anything about this complicated stuff, but since you're making people miserable, all I need to do is blast you away. Even if you suffer yourself, it's better not to make others suffer and repeat the cycle. Break it and move forward. I don't have a name for this either, so we'll take notes from Mom. Nia Blaster, shouted Kyoho as his 4 cannons sent a blast of blue and gold streams of energy toward Arovo. The attack obliterated everything below him. Once the attack finished, there was nothing left of Arovo except for a small piece of her cape. A small design of a butterfly was on this piece. Kyoho landed on the ground and grabbed the small piece before he undid his overdrive and stored the piece in his ring. Kyoho Tuju's soliloquy I sighed and walked over to everyone else that was in Uncle Draig's barrier. Once I got there, I also felt Dad arrive. Everyone was looking at him in fascination. Igris and Baru came back with the heads of both titans. However, Dad got rid of them. He didn't plan on adding them to his army. Well, it's unfortunate you couldn't capture Loki, but it's better that he's dead, lest he makes more trouble in the future, said Dad. Now, then he turned to look at me. The serious expression on his face disappeared, and I knew what was coming. I tried to run, but he grabbed my arm and stopped me. Dad, wait, I tried to protest, but he ignored me. He then bear-hugged me. I felt the life being squeezed out of me as I struggled from his grasp. Kyo, it's been a while. How have you been? Did you grow taller? Did you enjoy your trip? How long has it been? Got a girlfriend yet? What about a harem? Are you eating properly? He asked rather quickly, leaving me no time to respond. I'm doing. Help me. I breathed out looking at Uncle Draig, my 2 mothers, and everyone else who looked stunned. I can't blame them. Dad usually only has 2 faces, his goofy-ass self and his serious self. Most of the time, he's just like this with me or my mothers. The other was the one we saw earlier when fighting that woman. Partner, I think you're going to kill him if you hug him any tighter, said Uncle Draig. This made him stop, and I felt relief. Ah, you're right. Haha, sorry about that. He said then let go of me, but then he stared at me. I could see that he was scanning me, and then he patted my shoulder. You grew a little bit, and you're healthy. I'm glad, he said and smiled at me. Stop, this is embarrassing, I told him and looked away while blushing. He just laughed at me. I hate how affectionate he is when we're in front of other people, but I'm also blessed that he's like this. I know some people out there won't have this kind of privilege. There were a few here already that it was relevant to. Are you going to ignore us too? Asked Mother Testarossa. Mother Zoria nodded in agreement, and my dad laughed. He went over to them, hugged and kissed them, before he also linked arms with Draig, and they high-fived. Finally, he turned and addressed everyone here. He turned a little serious, and his pupils changed again. So this is the beginnings of this universe's team DXD. Huh? So young, so full of energy. It's a pleasure to make all your acquaintances. I don't know what Draig or Kyoho told you, but I'm Gene Skyward, or you can call me Aaron if you want. A day had passed since the fight, and Odin learned of Loki's death. He was distraught, but after Uncle Draig told him and showed him of what happened, he understood that it was already a lost cause. Right now, we were staying at a hotel that Dad booked for us. While I stayed in my own room, Uncle Draig stayed in his room, while my father and both of my mother stayed with him in another room. I already knew what would transpire there, and I'm glad he put a barrier around their room. Otherwise, the entire hotel would hear them. I would rather not hear my mother's moans like that one time tonight. We will have another meeting since Azazel briefly met Dad after we reported back to them in the human world, and they wanted to speak to him about a bunch of things. Issei wanted to speak to me too, but we had to go our separate ways so they could rest up. He probably wants to speak to Dad about using the boosted gear. Unless it's something else, then I don't know what he would want. But Rias also looked intrigued by my dad, as did Lavinia Rennie. Apparently, Uncle Drake saw it, and it nearly resembled the look Mother Lavinia had for Dad, which worried him a bit. Soon we'll be traveling to Kyoto, and all that crap will happen. But I'm curious if Issei will achieve his illegal move Triana before the trip or during the trip. Whatever the case may be, Dad looked like he wanted to give him a bit of help and a push in the right direction, so I'm not sure. I suddenly heard a knock on my door, so I got up and opened it. Joe, it was Uncle Drake. Want to go out? I'm bored just sitting here, and we still have a long time before that meeting starts, especially you since you got to be in school. I can always use a clone, but yeah, let's go, I'm bored, I replied, and we left the hotel in Kuo. We walked around Kuo as Uncle Drake told me stories about the strange things my dad, and my mother's got to when they still lived here. We do still have a house there, but it's more for keeping up appearances than actually living there. But in this universe, we don't. I mean, it would be stranger if we did. We eventually arrived at a park, and Uncle Drake stopped. I looked at him, and he was staring somewhere else, so I followed it and found Issei Hayuda there. He seemed to be thinking about something, since his expression was pretty serious. Hayuda Issei, what are you doing out here so late? I asked. That pulled him out of his trance, and he looked up. Akul, actually there's a favor I want to ask, he said seriously. He wasn't joking or being his pervy self, so I nodded. And what might that be? He was silent for a bit before he said, I spoke to Prez about it, and the rest agreed to do it. We only need the Satan's permission, and Prez is talking to Surzex Lucifer Sama about it, but we want to have a rating game with your dad. I looked at Uncle Drake, and he looked back at me. Safe to say, we were stunned by this. Does he know that they don't stand a chance? I was originally going to ask him for a duel, but Prez talked me out of it, so we decided to just have a normal rating game. If it's possible, he added. Can I know your reasons for it? I asked him. He nodded and said, after watching Valley enter his juggernaut drive, and his control over it, the fact that he could fight a god like Loki, but I felt the distance between us grow again. So you want to fight my dad, who's also a Red Dragon Emperor, and hope to find some sort of answer or grow during your fight with him? I asked, and he nodded. Well, it's not an awful idea, Issei, but you do understand that you or the current Gremory peerage won't stand a chance against him, right? That much is obvious, O Drake-san, other Drake. But we still want to fight them. It's possible, right? This world's Gremory peerage versus your one? Asked Issei. I expected him to say yes, but he just sighed deeply and shook his head. Unfortunately, the King Rias Gremory and Queen Akino Himejima will be unavailable for this rating game if my partner accepts, he told him. Why not? He asked, even more confused. I was also confused, so I looked at him to elaborate. Instead of answering Issei, he turned to me and showed an awkward smile. Kyoho, we've been keeping this a secret, but Grafia, Akino, and Rias are 5 months pregnant. You're going to be a big brother, though you already are to Lilith, but still I was stunned, and so was Issei. I stood there unable to process this. Even though I spoke to Mother Zoria about starting a family, with Dad the fact that those 3 were pregnant, what? How did I not notice? Did Dad do something to me so I wouldn't know? But rest assured, Hayudu Issei. Partner can just make a new team. The rest of the Gremory peerage should be available, or he can make an entirely new team. Go tell that to your master and king, so you can discuss what you want. Tell us during lunch today, he told him. I see. We'll go inform them then. He shouted before running off. I sighed and walked over to a bench before sitting down on it. I already had Lilith and Eulalia, and now they'll have 3 other siblings. Do we know the genders? I asked. Nope. They're keeping it a secret, so you may have a little sister, brother, or both. Heck, who knows? One or all of them may have twins. Please, it sounds horrifying. Don't, I told him, and he just laughed. ITLL be fine, Kyoho. You've been a fine, albeit overprotective like your father, big brother to Lilith and Eulalia so far, said Uncle Drake. Should I take that as a compliment or something? I asked and lightly punched his shoulder. Yes. Screw you. A few hours had passed since then. We explored Ko a bit more, visited the underground church facilities, and I gave the kids some slime pills to ease their pain. When I saw them like that, even I felt bad, so did that. Though Dad should be aware of their pain, So whether or not he accepts Michael's request in changing the two systems in heaven and creating those miracles or not is entirely up to him. I want to ask him to do it. The Gremory peerage had been staring at me since the start of school. They knew that we'd talked to them at lunch, so they hadn't asked me about what Issei and I spoke about at night. But there was some kind of tension there. However, most saw it as the ORC having a bit of beef with me, a self-proclaimed delinquent. Hey, why do you guys keep looking at Kyoho? Matsuda asked Issei. Oh, nothing, he's just coming to our club later to talk, he told him. Oh shit, did he get in trouble with the two great one-E Samus? Motohama asked in excitement. He's gonna get in trouble. I can still hear you two idiots, I just sighed and slammed my fist on my table and looked back at him. They panicked and ran away. Kyoho-san, you should be nicer to your classmates, said Asia. She's still the same as Mother Asia, though she usually asks nicely at first for the first 50 times. And if you don't listen, Shell, get a bit more forceful. If they stop being idiots, then I will, but if not, then that's their own fault, I replied, and I got up before leaving the room. Those two were still there, and they ran away. Why in God's name would they stay so close? Lunch was finally here, so I headed to the Devil's Club room, and once I was there, Uncle Draig, Mother Zoria, Mother Testarossa, and Dad were there along with a very nervous Gremory peerage, Irina, and a tired-looking Azazel and nervous Ross Weiss. What did you do? I asked and looked at my dad. Why would you blame me instantly? Dad asked with a strained smile. Dad was sitting with my two moms and Uncle Draig across from them. The Gremory peerage were on the other sofas and couches while Azazel sat by himself. The same with Ross Weiss. Rias was at her desk, and Aquino poured them tea. Dad took a sip and said, just like I remember. Before he looked at the tea, the room, and at Aquino. The younger Aquino blushed and scurried away, and Issei had a complicated look on his face. So, what did you want to ask me? Hayudu Issei-kun? Dad asked him. Issei immediately straightened up and became more nervous than usual. I am well. You see, why is he having trouble now? Is Dad that intimidating? When I look at him now, he still had his semi-serious face on, so he shouldn't be this nervous. He or the Gremory peerage wants to have a rating game with you, I told him. Uncle Draig and I came across him last night, and he told us. He set his tea down, nodded, and closed his eyes. A rating game? Huh? He repeated. He opened his eyes and stared at Issei. Now his pupils had changed. A calm smile spread across his face. Dad stayed silent for a minute before he said, I will need to contact some of my wives and friends. But I assume the Satans approved of this? He asked Rias. We, the fallen angels, devils, and some chief gods are all in for this. We want to show the power of another red dragon emperor of another world to the current supernatural. Maybe the Cows Brigade might be intimidated by you or something. So it's going to be broadcasted everywhere, said Azazel. You already got all their approvals. Huh? I wonder if the older devils were intimidated by those gods. Most of them are just ultimate class after all, then nothing too powerful. Dad smiled and looked at Azazel. Even he moved his body back a bit. If that's the case, then give me a few days. I need to see who's available. I'd like to mention the Rias and Aquino that are married to me, as well as Grafia are pregnant, so they can't participate, so you'll need to find a different queen. I will act as king for it. Is that fine with all of you? He asked. We are fine with that. But what do you mean the rest? You mentioned it to ISC last night, asked Rias. Kiba, Chiron, Zenobia, Asia, and Gasper should be available. Rossweiss did not join your peerage in our world. Instead, she worked for me. Since Hayudu didn't exist in our world, you had no pawn until, well, she won't participate in this since I plan on asking two others to be pawns, he told them. He raised a finger. I will be the king. I will only have two knights, which are Zenobia and Kiba. One rook, which is Chiron. Two bishops, which are Gasper and Asia. The queen is yet to be decided, and I will have two pawns. They'll equal to 4 pieces each. That's how my team will be. Any questions or complaints? He asked. The Gremory peerage shook their heads, and my dad smiled and got up. Good. This rating game will be something you guys will remember for the rest of your lives. Learn from it. It'll get going then. Draig, contact me about the details. He'll go back to Sanctuary and inform everyone else. He told him and disappeared. Fufu. He hasn't been that excited since the last Rating Game World Tournament, said Mother Testarossa. Rating Game World Tournament? Asked Azazel. She nodded and told him about it, how it came to be, and that it's been happening every 5 years, and that Dad is the one that sponsors it and gives out a single wish they desire. So it became a reality. Huh? But gods also participate in it. Sheesh, your world sounds crazy, but it will happen here too eventually, right? You guys better start working harder since all that's going to happen, said Azazel. The entire Grimory group became tense at the thought of it. If I may? Kiba asked, and Mother Testarossa nodded. What team did Jean Skyward-sama have for the last exhibition match then? Nice. Good question, Kiba. We can probably guess from there then, said Issei excitedly. Uncle Drake laughed and said, he changes it every 5 years, including the Queen, so it really depends on who wants to participate. Mother Testarossa nodded. Correct. He changes it every time, so it's not the same team over and over again. But the last one was like this, she said, and summoned a magic circle and had a list on it. King Jean Skyward, Queen Celine, Dragon God, Rook Scathack, Goddess, Rook Rosweiss, Valkyrie, Bishop Shala, Human, Bishop Ravel Phoenix, Devil, Knight Haru, Dragon, Knight Yuru, Dragon, Pawn for Valerie Teeps, Damper, Pawn for Marana Shirova, Reincarnated Angel. Ravel Phoenix, so she's part of his harem too? Rias asked. Yeah. Mother Ravel is a genius tactician and the one that created their tactics. Anytime she's part of the team, she meticulously destroys the opposing team throughout the match, I told them. Be it physically, emotionally, or mentally. Nothing is left unturned if she's part of the team. He also has a dragon god, and even Rosweiss-san, said Issei. V. Valerie is there? Gasper asked. And Marana-san, Irina exclaimed, surprised to see another angel there. Gasper looked at me, but I shook my head. You can ask him when you meet him again, or even your older self. He'll probably tell you, I told him. Mother Testarossa nodded and said, correct, but let's see what my husband's team will be against yours. He did tell you the names of the ones participating, so here. King Jean Skyward, Queen Rook Chiron Tiju, Reincarnated Devil. Rook, Vacant, Bishop Gasper Vladi, Reincarnated Devil. Bishop Asia Argento, Reincarnated Devil. Knight Zenobia Corda, Reincarnated Devil. Knight Kibayudo, Reincarnated Devil. Pawn 4, he might also make you fight your counterparts, so keep that in mind, said Uncle Drake. I agree with Uncle Drake. It wouldn't be a surprise if he tried to as I went to finish that sentence. Mother Zoria waved her finger at me, telling me to stop, so I did. Well, you'll see when a match starts. Anyway, you guys have some time before it starts, so go ahead and train like your lives depend on it. The room fell silent, and I decided to leave. My mother's also told them a few more things that were relevant to the World Rating Game Tournament. However, I was followed by Rosweiss. Once I arrived at a different room, just before the door to the outside, I stopped. Can I help you? I asked. What did your father mean that I work for him? She asked me. According to Mother Rosweiss, she was given a choice. Become a devil and rook of Mother Rias, or work for my dad. In the end, she chose to work with Dad. He owns various businesses across our world, including both in the human and supernatural realms. He also spread those into different universes. You are one of many secretaries he has, but you are the first one, along with Mother Reiko and Mother Latia and various others. She accompanied him to meetings in the human world. After the success of his restaurant, he expanded and became one of the richest men in the world. Though he never cared about that since he could just make money appear anytime he wanted. His goal was apparently to give everyone jobs and let them have a livable life. So most would earn 200k to 300k a year. The ones with basic jobs like security guards, cleaners, and cooks earn 150k a year. He's generous to say the least, nothing was below 120k. That's just how Dad operated. So he was well liked by the people and hated by other businesses. But he had eyes and ears everywhere, so any plans to try to bring hate to the business was just met with the same thing back. Head air out their dirty laundry to the world, since he had shadow soldiers in their shadows. Head, just record those via the shadow soldiers, and bam. He exposed them. Anyway, if you're thinking that she fell for the money he made, not really. She had various reasons for it. So maybe he'll bring Mother Rose too? Who knows, but you can ask him when he comes back. I told her and finally left. A week has passed, and Dad was coming back in a day with his team, along with others. I wonder if we'll see Lilith or Eulalia. Well, in any case, the raiding game between Rias Gremory and the Apate Dragon Issei, Hayudu, and my dad became widespread quickly. Every mythology and faction was going to tune into the raiding game as they were curious about the legendary dual dragon emperor and middleman of our world. Uncle Drake was the one that hyped him up, and many were excited to see this, and it was going to be held in the floating city of Agars, just like Mother Rias and Uncle Seror's raiding game. But it's going to be structured like Uncle Riser versus Mother Rias raiding game, so it's just standard rules with nothing added. Apparently, the devils wanted to show it can be simple like this, so the other mythologies might want it to become a future form of entertainment on their part. The Gremory peerage had been hard at work, and Uncle Drake and I lent them a hand. We put them through some Spartan training, that's all. While they didn't go up in power, they shouldn't be knocked down that easily by Dad's team. I looked over them as they all lay on the ground panting. Tomorrow, they finally fight. Issei held his soliloquy that night, after a training session with Kyoho and O'Draig. We, the Gremory group, were my home. So, that's our current strategy. We'll go with it, all right? Prez asked, and we all nodded to her plan. But keep in mind that both Kyoho and the other me told you that your older and wiser counterparts will essentially know how you think. So this might just be useless, no offense, said Drake. It's as he says, Testarossa warned us that the other Gremory group already went through a lot, and they may have already thought of the same things as we did. So this could all be useless, but it won't hurt to plan, I told Drake. Right? We just have to rely on what we know and how everything plays out. But we also know that we won't win this unofficial raiding game. But a lot will be watching it, so we have to try our best, said Kiba. As so many people, it makes me nervous, muttered Gasper as he shivered. We'll be fine. We just need to do our best. And it's as Yudo said, we won't win, but our aim is to learn something new from this, so let's do our best, Prez said with enthusiasm. Yes, President. We shouted and concluded our meeting. An hour later, I was still awake. I couldn't sleep. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't unlock that illegal move Triana. So I had to rely on my normal balance breaker for this match. However, I also increased my time limit to 14 hours, so that was something at least. I could also use Ascalon a lot better too. Can't sleep? I turned around and saw Prez. Know I'm both worried and excited about tomorrow. I wonder how everyone else looks and who the queen and pawns will be. I asked her. I was very curious. I was surprised that I wasn't excited to see the women he would bring. I also don't think my pervy techniques will work on them. I added, and Prez laughed. No, I don't think so too. But let's go get some rest now, I see. We'll need all the energy we can for tomorrow. Sure thing, Prez, I replied, and we headed back to my room. Kyoho Tiju's soliloquy Uncle Drake, both my mothers and I were waiting in the lobby of the floating city. We were waiting for the Gremory peerage, and they finally arrived. All of them looked nervous, but they were ready for this. You better go to the bathroom just in case, I told them. I already went 6 times, replied Issei. Never mind. They were very nervous then, since a few agreed with the Apate Dragon. Suddenly more people appeared. A few fallen angels, gods, and the Satans. Even the Slash Dog team was here. So, where's your old man? Kyoho? Azazel asked. He's before I could answer him. A magic circle appeared on the ground to our right, and it glowed brightly. Suddenly, my dad and a few others came out. Kyoho-nia. Mom screamed and hugged me. And Mom, I can't wait. I protested, but she didn't listen to me and kept hugging me. Kaneko froze and stared at Mom. Kuroka, however, Mother Chiron also walked over to us and passed her, and she stared at her older counterpart. She was taller, had a larger chest, and so Kaneko looked at her own body, then punched Issei. Ow! Why me? I didn't do anything. He yelled out and clutched his side. It's nothing, Kaneko said in irritation. The others who came were Uncle Kiba, Uncle Gasper, Mother Zenobia, Mother Asia, Mother Lavinia, Mother Rias, Mother Akino, Mother Graphia, Mother Fusey, Mother Ophis, God Serena, and both my sisters, Lilith and Eulalia. Sorry if we're late. We had some trouble finding Kiba. Anyway, Shall we go to our bases? Dad asked. From what I can tell, the ones not participating are Mother Akino, Graphia, Rias, Lavinia, and both my sisters. The rest should be in his team. The Grimmery peerage of this world stared at their counterparts. The one shocked the most was Gasper, as the two looked completely different. The younger Gasper shook violently, while the older one stared at him and sighed while rubbing the bridge of his nose. Uncle Gasper wore a black noble suit, had his hair slicked back, and had the aura of a dignified vampire, but he's still a kind person under all of that intimidating presence. Holy crap, look at that. So who's not fighting and who's fighting? I can see Rias, Aquino, and Graphia are pregnant, so they're definitely not participating, asked Azazel. Dad summoned a clipboard and threw it at him. Azazel caught it, read it, and nodded. I see, so that's how it is. All right, we'll have the staff here guide you to the room. Grimmery Peerage, you guys know where to go. The rest can follow me, shouted Azazel, and we parted ways. Once we were in a VIP room filled with noble devils and other VIPs like Geezer Odin and the other gods that came with us, my group or family were in our own section. However, I could tell that the Lavinia Rennie of this world kept glancing back at Mother Nia and my sister Eulalia. This also included the Slash Dog team, as they were shocked to see Mother Nia with a baby. A giant monitor was in front of us, and it showed a list of the teams. Rias Grimmery's Peerage, King Rias Grimmery, Queen Aquino Himajima, Rook Rosweiss, Rook Kaneko, Tija Bishop Gasper Vladi Bishop Asia, Argento Knight, Kiba Yudo Knight, Zenobia Pawn. 8. Issei Hayuda Team Dragon Legacy. King Jean Skyward Queen Suzuko Himajima Rook Chiron Rook Vacant. Bishop Asia Argento Bishop Gasper Vladi Knight Zenobia Corda Knight Kiba Yudo Pawn. 4. God Serena Pawn. 4. Fusey Hirawa. So your old man is missing a rook? Huh? Will Chiron be fine then? Asked Azazel. I thought he'd be an announcer for this, but I guess not. Ah, by the way, they would probably want you or Drake to be an announcer. So who wants to go? He'll go. I know more about partners' abilities than Kyoho, said Uncle Drake, and he got up and left with Azazel. That was true, he did. They spent a lot of time together after all. I'd be an unreliable narrator if I went. Also, he always uses that team name Dragon Legacy. I never asked about it, but I guess he just likes it. Ladies and gentlemen, and people all over the supernatural world, today we have a special rating game for all of you. Over to the west, we have the Grimmery Peerage. They're pretty well known for stopping Kokobeel, and the recent attacks of the Cows Brigade and Evil God Loki. They have the famous Ape Dragon and Red Dragon Emperor, Hayudu Issei. The announce shouted. Over in the east, they came into our universe as a surprise, hailing from a different one. Their king is also renowned as the Dual Dragon Emperor, who wields both the boosted gear and dividing Longinus. He's also the middleman who united the supernatural of his world. Will both Dragon Emperors clash in today's game? The match will begin in 5 minutes. Both teams can now start preparing. 5 minutes, also what will he use? Seraphal asked me. Probably the boosted gear. Hayuda Issei requested for a duel with him before it turned into a rating game. So Dad probably will train him during the confrontation, I told them. After that, we all became silent as we watched the green as the countdown slowly ticked down. Third-person point of view over in the Grimmery waiting room. Everyone was tense. However, it was broken when Aquino said in a shaky voice, Suzuka-sama is here. She's also married to Kyoho-kun's father. Who's that? Aquino-san? Asked Issei Hayudu. She's my cousin and the current head of the Himajima clan, replied Aquino. She didn't want to elaborate, so she said nothing more. Issei could see that, and so didn't press for more information. TT, that was me. We looked nothing alike. Stuttered out Gasper Vladi while shaking. I can't win against him. He squeaked out. Before they could say anything else, they heard a buzz. Rias, who had kept her eyes closed, opened them. Most didn't see it, but she was also shaking. It's time, let's go. Stick to the plan, she told them. Over at Jean's side, they were all relaxed until they heard the buzz too. Well, you guys know the plan. Take it easy, all right? Especially you, God Serena, said Jean. Fwahaha. I will Jean-sama. No need to worry, replied God Serena as he did a few poses. Jin chuckled and shook his head. All right, move out. However, he stopped Suzaku and said, take care of her. She seems delicate right now. I know. She's like a little sister to me. Whether if it's the Akino of our universe or this one, replied Suzaku. The raiding game field that was being used in this game was a replica of Kuo Town. The Grimoire Peerage was stationed in their clubroom, while Jean and his team were over at the abandoned church where Rainier and her group stayed waiting for Asia. 5 minutes are up, so let the raiding game begin. The announcer shouted. Oh, it seems the Grimoire Peerage is making their move already. The Grimoire Peerage began to move, but suddenly Suzaku appeared in front of them. Es Suzaku-sama, Akino shouted in shock. She had stopped in front of Issei and stared at him. Issei became uneasy, but he's waiting for you, Aido Issei-kun, said Suzaku. She then turned to Akino and grabbed her hand. Let's chat, shall we? Before Akino could respond, they disappeared. He's waiting for me. Huh? Issei repeated and turned around. Prez, I have to go, he said resolutely. Upon seeing his resolve, Rias agreed. HAA, so much for our plan. Very well. Go meet your counterparts then. I don't know who we'll meet, but please be careful. Learn from them and good luck, said Rias. Yes, President. The remaining members shouted, and they all ran off to fight their counterparts. Near the shopping district, Kiba Yudo had met his counterpart, Okiba, other Kiba. Okiba held his hand up with a friendly smile, a sword by his side. Yo, you made it. I've been waiting, said Okiba. Oh, it's knight versus knight. Yudo Kiba versus Yudo Kiba. Kiba took a deep breath before he summoned a holy demonic sword. It'll be in your care. Okiba smiled and said, before that, would you like to see something interesting? Kiba became curious and nodded. He put his sword down and waited for his older counterpart to speak. Instead, Okiba brought out a smartphone and showed Kiba a picture. Kiba's eyes widened in disbelief. Why you that's? Tosca. She was alive, and I believe she's alive here too. I'm married to her, actually. We even have a single child. She inherited my previous Sacred Gear Blade blacksmith, explained Okiba. Inherited? Previous? See, child. Kiba repeated and blushed. Haha, I can see you're shocked, but you don't worry, one of your comrades is fine, and you'll be reunited soon. But I merged both my Blade Blacksmith and Sword Birth, and created Blade Birth. Although Jin-sen helped me with that, explained Okiba. He unsheathed his sword. This is the result, a sword with holy, demonic, divine, and draconic properties. Okiba then fed the sword his energy, and it glowed, brightly forcing Kiba to take a step back. Do your best against me, younger me. If you do, I will help you with finding Tosca in this world. Jin-sen already gave me his permission, said Okiba. Kiba couldn't help grin, and his power erupted. If that's the case, I will put my life on the line. Please teach me well, shouted Kiba before he charged at Okiba. Kaneko Tuju and Rosweiss came face to face with Chiron Tuju as she ate some candy on a bench. Both were a bit surprised and unsure on how to react to the situation. You Chiron-san, right? Are we fighting? Rosweiss asked. Chiron nodded and gestured for someone to join them. It is I, God Serena. A male figure jumped out of the bushes and landed on a single foot before doing various poses. A random light had appeared and shone down on him. Both Kaneko and Rosweiss were left speechless by this, unable to react to the situation. Chiron walked over to God Serena and poked his side. Behave, she mumbled. Fwahaha. My apologies, Chiron-sama. Now then, younger Rosweiss, let us battle. God Serena said, while pointing at the former Valkyrie. She was too stunned to react any other way, and they walked away from the two Nicomedes. Jean said to do whatever we want, but with moderation, so it'll be harsh in my training, said Chiron. Suddenly, her cat ears and tail appeared, and she grew a bit taller, shocking Kaneko. I called it Chiron mode a few years back. It utilizes my Nikomeda powers. I'm going to force you to use them. And also, forgive Ne-sama, the situation is a lot more complicated. I already know. I found out a month ago, and Ne-sama was removed as a stray devil, said Kaneko. But I'm still not comfortable using that power. But Kaniko's body also transformed, revealing her cat ears and two tails. She stared at Chiron, who smirked at her. Well, I guess we're just fighting then. It'll help you master your 2k and powers in this short time frame, said Chiron as she put away her candy. Suddenly, several dragons of different colors flew into the air. Numerous magic circles also appeared. I guess Rosweiss and God Serena started, said Chiron. Kaniko then charged at her older counterpart, determined to win this fight. Various other members of the Gremory peerage met their counterparts. But Gasper Vladi and Rias Gremory were yet to meet theirs. Rias didn't have one, so she accompanied Gasper. However, they suddenly felt a chill in the area, and darkness and fog surrounded them. This is a vampire can do this, said Gasper while quivering. From the darkness and fog came out Gasper and Fusey. Gasper stared at his older counterpart, unsure of what to say to him. But Fusey spoke first, breaking the silence. How do you do, Rias Gremory? Fusey, a magician of Grauzober and part of another world/dog team. I'd like for us to fight. If not, then both Gasper Cohen and I will fight you two together, said Fusey with a polite bow. President, I want to fight him on my own, Gasper said shakily. Gasper Rias replied, but could see the determined, albeit scared, expression on his face. All right, but please be careful, she told him. Gasper smiled and added, don't worry, Prez. They'll look over this younger version of me. Rias was surprised, but smiled back at the older Gasper, and she left with Fusey. Once they reached a different area, they stood at opposite ends. Why did you want to fight me? Rias asked. Your older self asked me to. She couldn't do it herself, but she wanted to teach you a lesson from this, explained Fusey. Fusey brought out a small wand and put it to her side. I will destroy any and all power of destruction you use on me. Please start. Rias was stunned by this. She assumed that all of Jean's wives and members of this raiding game were powerful. However, she didn't know if what the woman in front of her said was true or if she was bluffing. Rias awkwardly smiled and agreed. Very well. I will face you with everything I have, said Rias. She then covered her body in a powerful aura and summoned two balls of power of destruction. She then launched them at Fusey. Fusey smiled and poked her wand in front of her. Two small magic circles appeared in front of her, and the two balls of power of destruction were absorbed into them. When Rias saw this, she was stunned. She expected Fusey to destroy them, or even nullify them with her own magic, but to absorb them? She hadn't seen that before. I will repeat Jean's words to Rias when they were younger and when he trained the Gremory peerage, Fusey said, and smiled at Rias, who looked at her with hesitance. Issei Haida walked over to a spot. That spot was specifically had dragon aura pulsing, so that both him and Drake could feel it. Yeah, we're close, partner. He's definitely there, said Drake. So he's waiting there, huh? All right, let's go, shouted Issei and ran towards the spot. When he arrived there, it was a spot he hadn't been in before, nor did it look like it was part of Kuo. But he decided to brush it off. In the middle of this area was Jean. He stood there with his arms crossed and his eyes closed. However, once he felt Issei approaching him, he opened his eyes and stared at the young Dragon Emperor. He smiled at Issei and nodded at him. Hi to Issei, I'm glad you could make it, said Jean. Ugh. It's Red Dragon Emperor versus Red Dragon Emperor. Issei Hayudu versus Jean Skyward. Many have been waiting to see this. The announcer shouted. Your countdown has already reached 0, right? He asked. He knew about that. Issei said in a panic. We have to assume he knows everything about us. So just go into our balance breaker, shouted Drake. Issei had trained to attain his balance breaker. However, he still had a timer. It used to be 8 minutes, but now he knocked it down to a mere 30 seconds before he could use his balance breaker. Kyoho and the other Drake beat it out of him. He'll be in your care then. Drake, let's go. Boost to gear. Balance break, shouted Issei. The red gauntlet appeared on his left arm, and then he started to enter his red armor. Welsh Dragon, balance breaker. Boost to gear, scale mail. Here I go, shouted Issei. Jet, shouted his armor, and he was blasted forward by boosters from behind him. Aaron smiled and waited for Issei to reach him. Issei hiatus soliloquy, I sent it straight towards his face. But he did minimal movement and dodged my punch. I followed it up by kicking him on the side, but he also jumped over it and stood on my leg that I used to kick him. This guy, is he making fun of me? I asked myself. No, it seems like he's seeing what you can and can't do, partner. In other words, he's observing you and seeing what you're capable of. Oh, why? To see if you're worthy enough for him to use his own boosted gear, though, that's just my speculation, explained Drake. I gritted my teeth. It's just speculation. But if it's true, then what's the point? I wanted to fight him when he was using his boosted gear too. I kept up my assault on him as he avoided everything I threw at him. I stopped and backed away. With a hint of frustration in my voice, I asked, "Why aren't you using your boosted gear? Are you looking down on me?" The man in front of me, Kyoho's father, Gene Skyward, seemed surprised, and he chuckled. "No, I'm not. Your Drake probably told you something like that? Well, in just testing the waters and seeing what you're capable of. Sorry if it came off like that, Hayato Issei." He sighed and held his right arm up. "Very well. Let's join them, Drake." His right arm shone for a second before a black gauntlet appeared on it. It had small blue and white accents and had yellow lightning streaks on it. That thing looked nothing like my boosted gear. What the heck is that? Why does his boosted gear look like that? Also, how can you be in two places at once? Drake-san, the announcer asked. I am but a mere clone. The real me is with Gene in his boosted gear, but am glad that you mistook me for the real thing. Haha, replied the other Drake. Wait, so the one with the announcer is a clone? Balance break, he muttered, and the surrounding area erupted with a bright pillar of silver light. Welsh Dragon. Balance breaker. What we saw after he entered his scale mail was a mainly black armor with the same accents and lightning streaks. His balance breaker and armor were also completely different from mine. Drake-san, what can you tell us about this then? The announcer asked. Gene has upgraded and evolved the boosted gear, meaning it has a different look and functions slightly differently from the one wielded by Hayato Issei. Gene's boosted gear quadruples his strength every 5 seconds, instead of the double every 10 like Issei's, explained Drake's clone. Ho, quadruple. 5 seconds. Isn't that a bit unfair? I asked and pointed at him. Well, I guess so, but that's beside the point. I'm in my balance breaker now, Hayato Issei. Shall we start? He asked. Hell yeah, let's go. I shouted and used Jet to close the distance between us. He didn't look like he was going to avoid my attack, so I brought my arm back and threw it forward. He did the same thing, and our fists collided. For some reason, all I saw was the sky of this dimension, and then my entire body hurt. What the hell happened? Oi, partner, are you okay? Drake asked. What happened? I asked and got up. When I looked up, I saw that Gene-san was standing there waiting for me, but when I glanced around us, the surrounding area had been blown away. When both of your fists met, you were immediately blown away, the same with the surrounding area. I thought you had died. Don't scare me like that. Drake shouted at me. I see, I replied before I got up and used my boosters to launch myself toward him again. Our fists once again slammed against each other. I gritted my teeth since I felt my entire arm become numb. What power! He was definitely holding himself back now, but I appreciate it. Each time our fists met, I felt a strange feeling bubbling up inside of me. It wasn't unpleasant. In fact, it felt very warm and welcoming. I don't know what this was, but it only intensified each time my fist connected with the man in front of me. It was clear he was stronger than me, that he overpowered me. As I kept on sending punches his way, I could feel powerful explosions and attacks happening all around the dimension that we were in. Everyone else was doing their best in their own matchups, so I had to do the same, even if we didn't win today. Even if we never stood a chance against these guys. I still wanted to do my best. I wanted to convey to them that I was serious. The things that Kyoho told us about his dad were very little. However, the things that the other Drake-san told us were his heroic tales, both in their universe and other ones. He was like me, the Epee Dragon, but he was even more famous. I was jealous, but also respected the man that I was yet to meet. But today I got to fight him. Aag! I screamed and threw another punch. Our fists collided again. A powerful shockwave occurred around us, and my armor cracked. Jean's powers as fists are used to protect everyone. He rarely fought for himself in the beginning, but he eventually started doing that, but he still never forgot what he used those fists for. To protect his family, to protect his friends, and everyone he cared about. The words of the other Draig San echoed in my head. Our fists slammed against each other again. They were heavy, really heavy. So these are the fists that he uses to protect his children, wives, harem, and friends. I felt my own emotions swell up inside me. Partner, I think I know what this strange feeling we keep sensing after your fists collide. They're my partner's feelings. Another voice joined us. It was Yo. It's me, the other Draig. I think this was possible because both of you wield the boosted gear, but our stream of consciousness keeps on connection from time to time. Partner experienced a lot of things when he first became the Red Dragon Emperor, but he remains a good person at heart. I hope you understand that, said the other Draig. He wants to teach you a lesson. Hayudu Issei, the other Draig said. Suddenly my consciousness was brought to another place. In front of me was Jean-san in his scale mail. I looked around us, and it was the sky. It was so blue and endless. The ground beneath us was also water. It was so clear I could see the sky, clouds, and even my own reflection. Issei, he called out my name. It's fine if you want to pursue being a harem king. It's fine being a pervert, but keep it to a minimum. Let me ask you this. How can you achieve that dream of yours if none of those women are alive? I was speechless. When I was younger, I was stupid, immature, and naive. And because of that naivety, I nearly lost one of the women I love. As I said, it's fine if you pursue those things and keep being a pervert. But in order to achieve those things, in order to live out peaceful days with your future harem, don't you need one thing? He asked. Jean-san's face looked so gentle and caring. Even though we didn't know each other well, it felt like he cared about me like he cared for his son, Kyoho. Peace, we said at the same time. He nodded. That's right. Pursue peace, and let it be the peace that you want. The two heavenly dragons will change this world. So pursue it together with your rival. Break the cycle of your fated fight. Don't kill each other, all right? Also tell them how you really feel after the thing with Rainier. Bottling it up all to yourself isn't healthy. If you want to pursue a harem, you need to go over that hurdle also. Call Rias by her name. She'll be happy about it, he told me. He also knew about my trauma, the fact that I couldn't take that next step with the girls, face my trauma, and call Prez Rias. He took a step forward and arrived closer to me. He then put his fist forward. I remembered he did the same thing to Kyoho when he fought that woman that was as powerful as the dragon god of infinity. We can't keep living life asking ourselves the what-ifs. Take a hold of the future now and shape it to be the one you want. He smiled at me again, and I shakily held my arm up to bump my fist with his. From one Red Dragon Emperor to another, strength lies in many forms. The one that Vala pursues might not be the one that suits you, so keep searching for yours. I know you'll find it, he told me. Yes, we'll keep doing all that. I never thought I'd get so much advice from someone I just met. I shouted as I felt ugly tears going down my face. He chuckled, and finally our fists bumped. Keep on flying, a pay dragon. You will, I screamed. Even out here, I was crying too. Jean-san, I shouted. The aura around me erupted. I didn't think you'd be able to unlock a power like this if you spoke to another Red Dragon Emperor. Issei, a voice said inside me. Elsha, Belzard? Who? These two are two previous wielders of the boosted gear. Belzard was previously known as the strongest, said Draig. We enjoyed watching his life, as the Red Dragon know, the Apay Dragon. And whatever they spoke about, it helped him come to terms with several things. We can rest easily after this, said the woman. Elsha, Belzard, give him some last words too. Click, click, zoom, zoom, Ian. What kind of last words were those? I felt something leaving the boosted gear and heard Draig sigh. They're gone, but we gain a new power. I don't know what you and Jean spoke about, but let's use it, partner. Right? I brought my arms to the side and shouted. Let's show him the new power of the Red Dragon Emperor. Right? Shouted Draig. Desire. Diabolos. Determination. Dragon. Disaster. Desecration. Discharge. Many voices came out from the jewel. Then it began to shout D several times over. As if it were broken, My power surged even more. DDD. Thank you, Gene San. Let me show you what we have just achieved. Mode change. Welsh Blaster Bishop. My armor began to change. A backpack appeared from behind me, and from that backpack came out 2 cannons. Boost, 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 boost. I could tell that Gene San was smiling at me, but I wanted to fire this thing now, to show him my brand new resolve. Let's go Drareg, Dragon Blasteer. The cannons on my shoulder let loose a powerful beam of red and green. It took everything in me not to be blown away by my own attack. The ground beneath me was also blown away. But Gene San put his hand forward and stopped the attack. Seriously? I shouted in disbelief. He then forced the powerful beam into the sky, and it eventually dissipated. Even an attack like that, haha, you're really something else, I muttered. Hayadu Issei, let me show you something else too. You'll achieve this soon. I just know it, said Gene San. He then raised his right arm up into the sky. I left my new bishop form and was in my normal scale mail. I then changed into a stance to get ready for whatever he was about to do. Who was about to awaken, he started to chant. Wait, is he intending to use his juggernaut drive? Said Drake in a panic. We need to stop him then. AM, the outer dragon god who holds the truth of the king up. Hi, that's not the chant. What is that? He shouted again. Holding the infinite hopes and unbreakable dreams, and walking the path of righteousness, the area around us began to shake. Then the area began to let out a warm feeling, like the one I felt earlier. I will become a god emperor of all dragons. The helmet around his head disappeared, and Gene San looked at me directly in my eyes. I felt a chill, but I couldn't move. Drake also had gone silent. The dimension also had gone silent. The previous explosions and sounds of attacks being thrown had stopped, and I will lead you all to a path beyond the stars, glowing in true outer light. Exoteric Dragon, full drive. Once he finished his chant, the entire entire dimension erupted in a bright golden and silver light. Why is it so warm? I feel so warm and comfortable right now. Partners is coming from him. Right, what the hell is this? Once the light show had stopped, what we saw in front of us shocked us. Gene San's armor had completely changed. His armor looked more like a mecha rather than his regular balance breaker. A golden and silver aura shrouded his body. With each pulse of that aura, the dimension shook. That's Gene's queen form. You saw Hayate Issei's new form, correct? That's what they dubbed his illegal move Triana, and the form Hayate Issei had was his bishop form, said the clone of the other Drake. So that means this is the potential queen that Hayate Issei can achieve. The man asked. It may look different to the one that Gene has, but yes, eventually he will also achieve it, replied Drake. Queen, the queen form. If I can access my bishop, rook, and knight forms, then I can eventually get that too. Drake, right? Mode change. Welsh Sonic Boost Knight. I shouted. Change star Sonic. Let's go. I charged toward Gene San, and he also did the same thing. X Sonic Booster. His armor shouted, and he was faster than me. He arrived in front of me first. Yex Impact Booster. His right hand changed into something else, and he slammed his fist into my chest. I was sent flying and crashed into the ground. I quickly got up as he had dashed towards me. I felt my body had become weaker and my stamina decrease even further, but I wanted to keep going. M-mode change. Welsh Draconic Rook. I stuttered out, and my armor changed again. Change solid impact. Again, Gene San and my fist, which had become bulkier and stronger, collided. Sparks flew and a powerful shockwave was created, but in the end I lost the clash again. Gah! My body was thrown away again. That part of my armor was also shattered, but I quickly repaired along with Drake's help. Partner, you're running on fumes now. Our next move is our last. What do we do? Give me everything. Well, fire another dragon blaster. I shouted at Drake. Fine. He shouted back. Boost, 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 Boost. Boost. 20. That's all I can give you, otherwise your body will explode. Drake said to me, "This is fine. Let's go." Mode change. Welsh Blaster Bishop. I shouted and my armor changed again. Dragon Blaster. I screamed and fired my attack at Jin-san. He had also stopped and stabilized himself. From behind him came out his own cannons. "Accompany me till the end, partner," said Jin-san. "That's only natural," replied Odraig. "X-Blaster," he shouted. "X-Blast Booster." Our enormous beams hit each other, but Jin-san's was a lot larger than mine. Shit, we're gonna lose this struggle. Even with 20 boosts, we can't overpower it. Suddenly, it got even bigger, and finally, I ran out of energy, and his beam tore through the ground I was standing on. As I was hit by his attack, I couldn't help but look at the man that beat me with next to no effort. So this is the Red Dragon Emperor of another world your way, 2 strong Jin-san Rias Gremory, 1 pawn retire. Third-person point of view. Once Issei Hyuda's retirement was confirmed, the fights around the dimension resumed. But the Gremory team's morale took a hit, and they also saw the large beam that tore through the dimension, and they shivered because of it. "However, you've done well until now," said Okiba. The 2 Kibas had fought at the same time as Jin and Issei had their confrontation. "I'm not done yet," said Kiba. He had cuts all over his body. None of them were lethal, all of them were shallow, but he was slowly running out of stamina. "I already agreed to help search for Tosca, and you gained my approval. So why do you keep on struggling?" Okiba asked. "To prove to myself that I'm not weak, and that I'm not the same person I once was," said Kiba as she charged at Okiba. Okiba smiled. "Yeah, I expected something like that. You can rest now," he said, and tens of thousands of swords suddenly appeared from beneath Kiba, and they all stabbed him. "We'll see each other soon." Kiba closed his eyes and faded away. Rias Gremory, 1 night retire. "I'm sorry, I don't like violence, but it's a raiding game," so Oasia uppercut her younger self as she flew into the sky. Once that was done, Asia began to fade away. Rias Gremory, 1 bishop retire. Oasia and Asia had mostly been speaking to one another. It was mainly about the possible future, their sacred gear, and the men they loved. Once they were done, they fought, and Asia was overpowered easily. In another place, 2 blue-haired devils clashed. Ozenovia hadn't taken her younger self seriously, and the younger Zenovia was frustrated because of this. "I will repeat once again, Durandala's destruction," said Ozenovia. "You keep repeating that, but I don't understand." "Im stupid," shouted Zenovia. Oxenovia deeply sighed in frustration. "I knew I was dumb when I was younger, but was it this bad?" She asked herself. "Let's end this. If you don't understand now, then you'll need time to figure it out." "I think I failed in conveying this," said Ozenovia. She disappeared from Zenovia's sight and appeared below her. She followed this action up with an uppercut, which sent Zenovia upwards. Zenovia was temporarily stunned as Ozenovia's punch hit her chin. Ozenovia summoned Excalibur, shocking the spectators. She put the 2 holy swords together that formed an X shape, and their holy auras increased even further. Cross crisis, she muttered and launched her X-shaped attack at Zenovia. Her younger self had finally recovered and attempted to block the attack, but it was no use as she was overpowered in the end and was eliminated. Rias Gremory, 1 night retire. Excalibur was restored. Irina shouted in shock. "Yeah, Dad helped though. Anyway, if Mother Zenovia merged both, she would call it EX Durandal, and it could use all the abilities of Excalibur on top of Durandal's normal abilities," explained Kyoho. "That sounds powerful. So why did she, separate them?" asked Irina. Mother Zenovia said it. Durandal is already powerful by itself, so is Excalibur. Why combine the 2? Durandal, in essence, is pure destruction. If the Zenovia of this world can't understand that, shall never have mastery of Durandal, said Kyoho. Mama Nova is powerful, right? Olavinia asked her baby. Eulalia giggled in response to her mother. However, the Lavinia of this world turned to stare at the pair in wonder. Olavinia saw this and smiled at her. Baby Eulalia also stretched her small hand at Lavinia Rennie. She looks so happy, thought Lavinia, before she reluctantly turned to look at the matches again. Huh. Oh. Yo. God Serena dodged multiple attacks from Rosweiss, which further annoyed her because of his nonchalant way of doing things. God Serena suddenly stopped and pointed at Rosweiss. I can see why you're frustrated. The one that's married to my master had the same look when we sparred many years ago, but now we fight equally. So, I know how you think and what kind of moves you will attempt. Rosweiss was stunned by this sudden revelation. She didn't think that this man in front of her had fought another version of herself. You have yet to fully master and refine your magic, former Valkyrie. Why is that? Why are you hesitant? Does something trouble you? What do you fight for? Who do you fight for? God Serena asked her various questions, leaving her confused. He smiled. Well, these are questions you can find the answers to slowly, but for now rest. He shouted and slammed his fist into her stomach. Rosweiss was flung away, the wind knocked out of her. God Serena cocked his right arm back and ignited it in flames. I am the hybrid theory, the 8-dragon God Serena, he shouted. He then punched in front of him using his right arm that was covered in infernal flames. Purgatory dragons, blazing inferno. The intense and enormous torrent of flames ate up Rosweiss, and seconds later, she was forced to retire from the game. She tried to defend against the attack with several defensive techniques, but they were meaningless against God Serena's power. Rias Gremory, 1 rook retire. Now, then, time to check on the 2 Nicomata, he said to himself before leaping away and landing near them. Chiron stood over Kaneko, who panted heavily and was already back to her base form. She had lost her Nicomata level 2 form early on, as she couldn't maintain it for too long. Well, that wasn't bad, but you still have a long way to go before you can fully master your powers in 2k, said Chiron. Kaneko didn't answer as she unsteadily got up and slowly punched Chiron on the chest. Of course, that didn't do anything. Chiron stared at her younger self and sighed. Spend time with your Nae-sama and ask her to train you, Chiron told her younger counterpart. But for now, this is as far as you go. She then flicked Kaneko on the forehead, and she began to fade away. Kaneko was already in the verge of collapsing, and this small action finally nailed the coffin. Rias Gremory 1 rook retire. How was she, Chiron-sama? God Serena asked. SOSO, she still had a long way to go before I can call it anything substantial, replied Chiron. Quite a harsh teacher. Gasper Vladi desperately fired several balls of demonic energy at his older counterpart. However, Gasper simply slapped them away, unaffected by them. Even when Gasper used his sacred gear to stop time, it was also canceled by his older counterpart. Why not use the power deep inside you? Gasper asked. His younger self didn't answer. I have mastered that power, and it's even an unofficial balance breaker for me, he added. Yet, Gasper still didn't answer and kept staring at the man. Valerie was rescued by Jean and I. He also brought my mother back to life, and I have a good relationship with my father now, Gasper said. This finally got Gasper's attention as he stared at his older self in shock. Valerie is married to Jean and I, but I'm also married to 2 women. I love them very much, but while we don't have children, yet we are trying. Seeing how happy Jean and I is with Kyoho, one of my wives definitely wants to experience that too. Where shall be the next leader of the Teeps faction, apparently. Go there and stop everything. She is being abused. She has a sacred gear, the Sephiroth Grawl. Unlike you, she awakened it much later in life. Right now, she's suffering, but I could go over there and stop it. Jean and I already gave me permission after all, said Gasper. Gasper had suddenly become silent, and darkness began to surrounding him. Gasper heard the younger Vladi mutter suffering and Valerie over and over again. Perhaps I was too hasty? Gasper squinted his eyes at his younger self. He knew that he was going to lose control of himself. Gasper cared for Valerie as a sister and friend, but he could see that this version of himself cared more about Valerie. We will speak more about this another time then, Gasper said. He blocked several tentacles made of darkness that started attacking him. Sleep, my younger self. Gasper disappeared and reappeared behind Gasper. He turned around and walked back to Gasper, who suddenly attained cuts that gushed out blood, and the darkness around him vanished. Gasper began to fade away as an O Gasper stood over him. You will gain strength in the future, and this strength may be enough to save Valerie. However, you have no control over it at this point. Train it, don't be afraid of it. If you wish to save your friend, then become a man that will have his name spread all over, just like Jean and I and Hayudui say. O Gasper told his younger self. I see, replied Gasper as he finally faded away. Rias Gremory, one bishop retire. O Gasper sighed and looked towards a certain direction and smiled. All that's left are the king and queen. Sazakane should have gotten through Akino-san. I wonder how Jean and I will respond to this? He shook his head. Everyone is converging over there. They'll join them. Rias Gremory panted as she had struggled to fight against the pawn, Fusey Hirawa. Every attempt she made against the human was useless. Her power of destruction was not only absorbed, it was broken, negated, and even reflected back at her by the use of magic. Rias had never seen such a talented magician in her life before. She even wondered if the woman she was fighting with was capable of doing the same thing to her older brother. Rias knew she wasn't that powerful. She also knew her mastery of her power of destruction wasn't near her brother's level, or even her mother's, so she began using magic too, but that too was useless as Fusey Hirawa simply negated them. She explained that she saw the legendary Vasco Strata use it once, and began practicing it with the help of her husband, Jean. The two silent standoff was suddenly interrupted when Akino Himejima, Ria's queen, came crashing down. Akino! Rias shouted and ran over to her queen. What happened? Akino cried silent tears, but Rias also saw her wings, and it shocked her. One side was a devil's bat wing, and the other the jet-black feathers of a fallen angel. Sazakuen-sama was mean, but I also understood why she had to be. She also promised me something, but I don't know if she was being serious, said Akino. Rias was confused, but still helped her queen up. As they prepared to face Fusey and even Shizuku Himejima as she landed beside her teammate, the rest of Team Dragon Legacy also appeared in front of them. We're outnumbered, said Rias grimly. That, you are, said Jean as he also landed in his queen form. Both Rias and Akino stared at him in amazement. So, how do you want to end this game? Rias Gremory asked Jean. I'm in the VIP room where Kyoho, Azazel, and the rest were staying. The door behind them suddenly slammed open. All of them turned around and saw the rest of the Gremory peerage. They all looked okay, healthy even. You took the slime pills I had ready for you guys? Kyoho asked, and they nodded. Slime pills? Asked Seraphal. Kyoho explained, and they were surprised, and many became interested in the pill. A pill more potent than Phoenix Tears was something to be interested about. What's happening? Asked Issei. The final confrontation, said Kyoho. Depending on how Rias answers this can end in a few ways, but Dad probably wants to show you one more thing. That's what my gut is telling me. Issei looked at Kyoho, then back at the screen. I won't surrender yet. As a king, I don't want to go down without a fight. This may sound immature or even childish, but I'm still a teenager, so I'm allowed a bit of that, right? Rias asked as she stood firm with Akino, her queen. Jean smiled. At least your determination is the same as that of the Rias I'm married to. All right, let me show you something else. Something more than what I'm using. Everyone on his team stepped back. Rias and Akino got ready, and Jean jumped back. He then put his hand over his heart, and then looked at a certain direction and smiled. He's using that, huh? Said Kyoho. He's looking at the cameras, right? Asked Natsu Managawa. He's looking at Issei Hayudu, replied Kyoho. And me? Issei pointed at himself, and Kyoho nodded. Just keep watching. After those words, they all fell silent again. The occasional giggle from baby Eulalia was heard around the room. The outer dragon god dwelling within me. Awakened from your dominance, Jean's entire body was shrouded in numerous different colored auras, and the entire universe began to tremble. Another chant? Asked Rias. She tried to take a step forward, do anything, but her body wouldn't move. Akino was also the same. She lost control of her own body, and she was rooted to the spot. The crimson heavenly dragon I possess within me. rise up to become a king, and roar Ophis' voice chanted the next line. At the same time, the gems all over his body unleashed jet-black auras. The jet-black god of infinity, a jet-black aura, and the various others began to merge with Jean's body and armor. The glorious god of dreams, Irene, said her line, and certain parts of Jean's armor began to turn gold. Watch over the true forbidden existence. We shall become that transcends the boundaries. The rest of his armor started to change color to a jet black, and the gems around his body flashed, then turned crimson red. All three voices recited the last line together. Thou shalt dance within our perfected radiant inferno. What is Thais? The announcer shouted. Everyone else that watched this rating game felt dread and a chill. The gods who watched this were horrified by the potential that the boosted gear had. A few more combat-oriented gods were curious and also excited by this. The factions of the Cows Brigade were fascinated but also felt dread. A single thought crossed all their minds. The Red Dragon Emperor of their universe may be capable of this in the future. Should they let him live or kill him now? If they did, they would essentially start a war against the three great powers. DD. DDDD. DDDDD. DDDDDD. DDDDDD. Dragon Full Drive. This is Diabolo's dragon god, a form that Dad attained by mixing his own powers, Mother Ophis' infinity and Mother Irene's powers. Mother Irene is the Great Red, since the Great Red was a female in our world, explained Kyoho. Diabolo's dragon god repeated Issei. He didn't use his strongest form against me. Strongest? All his forms are the strongest, but if you're referring to the boosted gear, then he has two more forms after this. A form that's the size of the Earth, and a form that's the size of an entire universe, added Kyoho. Not including his real form, his dragon form, then I don't know how to class that. Yeah? Issei and everyone else in the room were shocked, except for the ones close to Jean. He's showing you this because you can attain it, said Kyoho as he glanced Issei. Issei Hayudu didn't answer as he looked at the monitor in amazement and shock. Jean stood there in his Diabolo's dragon god form and stared at Rias and Aquino. Both of them looked pale, but Rias finally took a step forward and covered her body with power of destruction. Aquino did the same thing, and her body was covered in holy lightning. I won't back down, said Rias firmly. Using the last bit of her power, she gathered two powerful balls of destruction on each of her hand. Aquino followed after her master, and the lightning around her body crackled and became stronger. A large magic circle opened above them, and directly above Jean. Good, this is how a king and queen should be. Keep on getting stronger and improving, Rias Gremory, Aquino Himejima, said Jean. Take this. Holy lightning. Both women shouted and fired their attacks at him. Jean's body suddenly glowed, brightly revoke. A single shout from his armor made their attacks vanish, stunning both girls. My turn. DD, 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 DD. For cannons appeared around Jean's body, two above his shoulders and two underneath his armpits, near his hips. All four cannons quickly charged up their attacks. Aquino and Rias tried to escape, but they couldn't. When they both looked at their legs, they saw darkness had taken a hold of them. I'm sorry, Rias-ne-chan, Aquino-san, I can't let you get away, said O. Gasper. Both of them were shocked. Rias was more shocked at what O. Gasper called her than at what he did. Checkmate, said Jean. Blaster. A bombardment of crimson, gold, blue, silver, and black stream of energy left all cannons. The beam was around 1,000 times larger than the attack that shot out of Jean's ex-blaster against his fight with Issei earlier. The attack devoured both the king and queen of the peerage. Both Aquino and Rias didn't make a sound as they accepted their fate. It was the opposite, as both smiled as they were eliminated. Both king and queen of Rias Gremory's peerage retire. Winner, Jean Skyward of Dragon Legacy. The announcer shouted. However, there were no cheers from anyone, as everyone watching saw the destruction left after Jean's blaster. Nothing was left, just a giant, gaping hole where the replica of Kuo Town once stood. No matter how hard the Dimension tried to repair it, I simply couldn't. Unease, fear, and a bit of respect were all directed at Jean and his team. The existence of a god that controls everything, their lives, power, and even fate itself, it made many uneasy. They were unsure of the thoughts of the god that called himself the Dual Dragon Emperor. But one thing did cross all their minds: to not anger him. Kyoho Tiju's soliloquy the match ended around 10 minutes ago. Dad and everyone on his team hadn't shown up yet, but everyone was shaken up by the attack he unleashed on Rias and Aquino. However, what they didn't know was that he held back on that attack. Otherwise, those two would have died eventually. Rias and Aquino came into the room first. The noble devils had left earlier. They were muttering something about offering him items or even their daughters to him. Dad has no interest in that. Like holy shit people, Dad, and the rest followed after the king and queen of the Gremory peerage. That was one hell of a show you gave us, Jean, said Azazel. So about Cosmic Gear's dad sighed and shook his head. It would be better if you focused on your artificial sacred gear research first. If you perfect it, then I'll think about it, replied Dad. Dad then turned his attention to Mother Nia and Eulalia. How's my adorable little girl? He asked in an almost childlike voice. Dad then played with Eulalia, and she giggled back at him. However, Mother Grafia walked over to him and grabbed his cheek. Didn't you say that you were going to hold back? She asked. I got a bit too excited. I'm sorry, Dad apologized. Eulalia had grabbed his finger and didn't let go. Now Grafia, the younger Gremory peerage, learned a lot, didn't they? Asked Mother Lavinia and looked at them. They awkwardly agreed with her. So it's fine. Mother Grafia let go of Dad's cheek while sighing at him. Mother Lavinia kissed Dad on the cheek, and they flirted a bit. It was so wholesome that I had to look away. I then felt someone tug on my sleeve and saw Lilith. Is something wrong? I asked. Candy, she said, and held her hand out. I didn't have any. I glanced at my dad, who was still fawning over Eulalia and my other mothers. Uncle Drake left the boosted gear, and I looked at him, then at Lilith, and he shrugged at me. Yo, help. Mother Ophis came over and gave Lilith a piece of candy, and she ate it. She was happy with that before she walked over and hugged Dad's leg. I sighed and felt a bit of relief. I looked around the room. Many there looked like they wanted to speak to Dad. I mean, they did just witness all that, but Lavinia Rennie was enamored by the scene. It was so obvious what she felt: envy, longing. She wanted something like that. If her history was anything like Mother Lavinia's, then seeing another version of herself that happy and with a happy family, she definitely envied it. Her team saw it. Tobio accused saw it and had a guilty look on his face. For what I understand, while he had a harem, the one he truly loved was S.A. He was a normal human, forced into this new life, and suddenly a bunch of women were falling in love with him too. He was too kind to reject them, so he accepted them, but S.E. Tuju was and is his number one. Jean-kun, right? Would like to discuss that thing we mentioned before with the other Draeg, said Surzex Lucifer. Dad stopped fawning over his family and faced Surzex. Oh, that. Well, let's talk about it in private then, replied Dad. He turned to Uncle Kiba and Gasper and nodded. Uncle Kiba walked over to Kiba, and Uncle Gasper walked over to Gasper before they left. Rias Gremory seemed to understand something, but didn't question them, so she let them go. Kyoho, join us, my dad told me. Yeah, I wonder what Dad's answer will be.